strange cases abound. Human meat buns, blood-soaked mansions. Ultimately, the coroner employs a 3,000-year-old method of forensic examination to unveil the extraordinary mysteries of the Public Security Bureau, piercing through the veil of malevolence. Chapter 1. The Divine Justice of the Coroner. Have you ever encountered an odd proprietor who minces customers into meat paste, steaming them into baskets of buns for sale? Have you ever witnessed a peculiar doctor who transforms a romantic rival into a swine, confining them within a breeding farm? Have you ever seen a strange orphan, raised by bats from a tender age, subsisting on the blood of others? I have seen it all. My name is Song Yang, currently serving as the chief consultant for the Public Security Bureau of H Province, while my true identity is that of a coroner. Some friends are perplexed. What exactly does a coroner do? A coroner is akin to the ancient Chinese forensic official, a skilled practitioner who not only performs autopsies, but also masters a set of esoteric techniques known to few. They often wield common household items, such as yellow rice wine, silver needles, red umbrellas, and rosin to pry open the mouths of the deceased, capturing the perpetrators of heinous crimes. Having served the Public Security Bureau for a full 30 years, I have utilized my ancestral skills to solve countless cases that have shocked the nation, some grotesque, others terrifying, some brutal, and still others that send shivers down one's spine to ensure that future generations understand the marvels of the coroner's craft. I have resolved to share my experiences. However, in light of the confidentiality principles upheld by the Public Security Bureau, many cities and individuals have been assigned pseudonyms, and I hope for your understanding. Now, let us return to the narrative. I was born in a small county in the South, having never seen my parents, and lived with my grandfather in an ancient ancestral home. Though devoid of parental figures, the affection my grandfather bestowed upon me surpassed all else that in my lifetime. He admonished me with great severity just once. Young, remember this. When you grow up, your grandfather will not hinder you in your pursuits, but there are 3 professions you must avoid at all costs. First, to be an official. Second, to be a police officer, and third, be a forensic doctor. At that tender age, I was so naive that I did not even comprehend what a forensic doctor entailed. I merely nodded in a daze. However, as the years unfolded, I began to cultivate a peculiar intuition that my grandfather's identity was far from ordinary. This sentiment arose from observing that he idled away his days, never engaging in labor. Yet he possessed an inexhaustible source of funds to lavish upon my culinary delights and educational pursuits. Moreover, periodically, high-ranking officials accompanied by an entourage of policemen would pay visits, treating my grandfather with utmost reverence, frequently bringing gifts, such as Moutai liquor and specially sourced Panda cigarettes. These dignitaries would often engage in lengthy discussions with my grandfather, ranging from an hour to several hours, sometimes conversing from dawn until dusk, shortly after their departures. Significant cases would often be resolved in the province, such as the infamous ghost money case at a Sichuan restaurant and the dismemberment case at Southwest University, cases that capture national attention, even reaching my ears in our small county town. I harbored a vague suspicion that the resolution of these cases was intricately linked to my grandfather, yet he steadfastly refused to divulge a single word to me. My grandfather's connections brought prosperity to our entire family. My aunt's business thrived remarkably well. On one occasion, when she lost a truckload of goods on the highway, the police returned it to her with the utmost respect within just one day. Even though I fell short by several points during my college entrance examination, I was ultimately admitted to a prestigious university, fulfilling my aspirations. When I was 12, our county planned to construct a major road that would pass directly in front of the old Song family residence. The surrounding neighbors, unable to withstand the relentless persuasion of the demolition office, gradually relocated. However, my grandfather was resolute in his refusal to abandon our ancestral home, determined to be a stubborn household. The contractor overseeing the road construction was no pushover either, faced with my grandfather's resistance. He brought 2 excavators to our doorstep, brazenly demolishing a wall as a show of force. The scene was so intimidating that I nearly burst into tears. My grandfather sighed softly, picked up the phone, and casually spoke a few words. To my astonishment, just a few minutes later, the excavators hastily retreated. The following morning, numerous officials, along with the contractor himself, came to our home to apologize. The contractor even presented a sum of 100,000 yuan as compensation. This was a considerable amount for our small county, yet my grandfather merely waved his hand gently, declining the offer. The road construction continued, albeit with a significant detour around our home. This incident planted a profound curiosity in my young heart about my grandfather's extraordinary influence at the age of 15. I stumbled upon two tattered books while rummaging through a box in the old residence. One was titled The True Account of Wrongful Convictions, written in the 7th year of the Chunyu era during the Southern Song Dynasty by an author named Song Ci. The other was called The Divine Treatise on Judgments, with no author indicated at my then level of classical Chinese literacy. Comprehending these two ancient texts proved to be quite a challenge. I could only barely decipher the illustrations of the diminutive figures within, which pertained to anatomical diagrams and the examination of corpses. For reasons unbeknownst to me, these two volumes possessed an extraordinary allure, and once I opened them, I could not bear to set them aside. Concealing my newfound obsession for my grandfather, I embraced the tenacity of an ant gnawing at a bone, diligently working my way through these esoteric tomes until I had thoroughly consumed their contents. To me, these books were akin to a gateway to a new realm, although they referenced the profession of a coroner, an ancient role dedicated to examining bodies to uncover clues for solving crimes. I felt no fear, rather, I found the subject refreshing, intriguing, and replete with challenges. At the age of 16, I encountered my first opportunity to apply what I had learned. It was the height of summer, and my grandfather had left home early for an errand. During my summer break, with little to occupy my time, I amused myself by using a bamboo pole coated with adhesive to catch cicadas from the trees at that moment. A black Jetta suddenly screeched to a halt at the entrance of the Song family's old residence. A burly man with a square face, thick eyebrows, and sun-kissed bronze skin emerged from the vehicle. Striding briskly into the courtyard, I recognized him as a police officer who had visited my grandfather on several occasions, his surname being Sun, if I recalled correctly. On this day, Officer Sun was not clad in his uniform, but rather donned a short-sleeved shirt, clutching a briefcase. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and wisps of steam rose from his head. Upon seeing me, he inquired without preamble, "Youngster, is your grandfather at home?" "He is not, he's gone out," I replied. Officer Sun furrowed his brow, tugging at his collar as he fanned himself, muttering, "This weather is simply unbearable." I quickly suggested, "Uncle, why don't you come inside and sit for a while? He'll pour you a chilled beverage." "All right." "How considerate." Officer Sun, with a robust demeanor, entered the living room and unceremoniously found a chair to sit in. He accepted a large glass of cola for me and gulped it down eagerly, wiping his mouth with satisfaction before lighting a cigarette and inquiring, "Youngster, have you started high school yet?" "I just began my first year," I replied. "How are your grades?" "Quite satisfactory." "Are there any classmates bullying you?" "Not at all. If anyone dares to trouble you, just let your uncle know, and he'll ensure they face the consequences." Officer Sun laughed heartily. "Uncle, what is your relationship with my grandfather?" I thought this was a splendid opportunity to learn more about him. "Your grandfather is truly a rare gem, a once-in-a-century sage, though his temperament is equally formidable. Over the years, countless leaders have sought to coax him out of retirement, yet he remains steadfastly resistant. Last year, a department head offered him a deal. If he worked with the police for just 1 year, he could retire with a monthly pension of 50,000. I must say, I was quite impressed by his resolve. Thus, we had no choice but to collaborate in another manner," Officer Sun sighed. "Collaboration? In what capacity?" I inquired. Officer Sun was about to respond when he suddenly seemed to realize he had inadvertently let something slip. He quickly clutched his stomach and exclaimed, "Oh dear, my stomach has suddenly started to ache. I must have drunk something too cold. Where's the restroom?" "In the backyard," I gestured with my hand. Clutching his abdomen, Officer Sun dashed toward the backyard like a gust of wind, followed by the sound of a chaotic commotion on the table. The button of Officer Sun's briefcase came undone, and a photograph slipped out, revealing some vividly colored items that piqued my intense curiosity. Seizing the opportunity, and with no one around, I felt an irresistible urge to reach out, my heart racing like a drum. I was acutely aware that peeking at a police officer's confidential documents was illegal and could land me in prison, yet my desire to see it was overwhelming. I convinced myself to take just a glance, merely a fleeting sight, before returning it. I extracted the photograph from the briefcase, and, as anticipated, it depicted a corpse. Although I had seen numerous lifeless bodies in films, I knew they were mere fabrications, far less impactful than a real corpse. The body in the photograph was that of an adult male, dressed in a suit, his white shirt saturated with blood. His head hung low, leaning against an open safe, with a pair of glasses dangling from his right ear. A long, deep wound marred his throat, from which blood flowed freely. Scattered around the corpse were numerous banknotes. Stained with blood, my gaze was captivated by the contents of the photograph, and I felt no fear, rather, an irresistible thrill surged within me, akin to a famished man beholding a sumptuous feast or a lecherous man encountering a beautiful woman. I am aware that such comparisons may be somewhat inappropriate, as the deceased deserve respect, yet I could not shake off this inexplicable excitement. As I became engrossed in my observation, a large hand suddenly emerged from behind, abruptly snatching the photograph from my grasp. I turned to find Officer Sun standing behind me, his gaze fixed on me with an air of sternness. "Brat, who permitted you to pry into my files? Sneaking a peek at a police document is a criminal offense, you know?" Officer Sun admonished with indignation. I only glanced. Truly," I stammered, fear rendering my words disjointed, with narrowed eyes. Officer Sun's lips curled into a sly smile as he proposed, "How about this? I shall put you to the test. If you can answer my question, we shall let this matter slide. Should you fail, do not blame me for being unkind and inviting you to the station for a few days of reflection." His words oddly put me at ease, as I had a hunch about the nature of his inquiry. As anticipated, after I nodded in agreement, Officer Sun asked, "Tell me, what weapon was used to slay this man? May I see the photograph?" Upon receiving the photo and casting another glance at it, I confidently replied, "The wound on his throat is indeed the fatal injury. Judging by the shape of the wound, it appears to have been inflicted by a weapon with sharp, angular edges. However, if it were a knife or dagger, I surmise you would not have deemed it necessary to pose such a question to me. Thus the weapon must be something rather extraordinary." Officer Sun was intrigued. "Not bad, young one. Pray tell, what exactly is the weapon?" I handed over the photograph. "The weapon is in this picture." Officer Sun scrutinized the image, blinking in disbelief. "The weapon is in the photograph? Surely you jest." I personally participated in this investigation, scouring the scene inside and out, yet found no weapon. "The culprit has already been apprehended, if only it weren't for the weapon." He abruptly paused, clearing his throat. "Enough of this nonsense. What is the weapon?" "It is the banknote strewn on the ground," I replied succinctly. "To be precise, it is these very notes." Officer Sun stared, astonished. "Banknotes? No, that cannot be." "Why not?" I countered. "A tightly bound stack of pristine bills, with edges sharp enough to inflict such deep and long lacerations, could easily be scattered, tossed about the crime scene, thereby rendering the weapon invisible." Officer Sun gasped, unable to suppress his admiration as he gave me a thumbs up. "Impressive. You truly are the grandson of Song Jiaolin." In truth, this was not an original thought of mine, that in the bizarre cases chronicled in the divine judgment of the underworld, there was indeed an instance where a paper knife was used for murder. Upon seeing the bloodied banknotes scattered across the photograph, I instinctively made the connection. From Officer Sun's earlier remarks, it was evident that the perpetrator had been caught, yet the absence of the weapon hindered a conviction, prompting him to seek my grandfather's assistance. "All right, thank you. This trip has not been in vain. Whenever you come to the provincial capital for a visit, my uncle will treat you to KFC. By the way, I have a daughter who is also in high school. You two will surely get along splendidly." Officer Sun chuckled as he tucked the photograph back in his bag, muttering to himself, "That old rascal Song Jiaolin has always claimed that the Song family would no longer produce any forensic experts. Yet it seems he has been secretly nurturing you to it. Appears the Song family has a successor. Truly wonderful news. Sun Lao, what do you mean by successor?" At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the door. I turned around to see my grandfather standing there, and a shiver ran down my spine. He had always forbidden me from engaging with such matters and was completely unaware that I had secretly perused those two forbidden books. My grandfather's dark gaze slowly shifted from officer's son to me, as if he had grasped the situation. In that instant, I was gripped by an overwhelming fear. Chapter 2. A once-in-a-century genius grandfather entered the room slowly, hands clasped behind his back, and inquired of Officer Son what we had been discussing. I desperately gestured with my eyes for Officer Son to remain silent. Yet this man, oblivious to my plea, recounted the entire story and extolled my virtues to no end. "Old Song," he exclaimed, "your grandson is truly remarkable. This case has lingered for nearly half a month, and despite our thorough efforts, we could not unearth the murder weapon. Yet, with just a glance at the photograph, he discerned the underlying truth. This child has a promising future ahead. In my opinion, he should forego university after high school. Nowadays, graduates are plentiful, often finding themselves unemployed. Instead, let me pen him a letter of recommendation to the police academy. If one is gold, they ought to shine. Wouldn't you agree?" Grandfather waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor cool and indifferent. "You overrate him. He has merely perused a few ancient texts left by our ancestors, showing off his trivial knowledge. Moreover, our family has long adhered to the ancestral teaching. No official position, no service, preserve one's integrity. You would do well to abandon such notions. This child shall not be entrusted to you." With that, he cast a frosty glance in my direction, causing me to lower my head in trepidation. Officer Son let out a sigh and remarked, "Old Song, you are being rather obstinate, are you not? It is the 21st century. What relevance do ancestral teachings hold now? You truly are a relic of the past." After speaking, he patted my shoulder, attempting to curry my favor. "Young one, when you grow up, do you wish to become a police officer and catch the bad guys alongside your uncle?" In the presence of grandfather, I dared not act out, vigorously shaking my head in refusal. Grandfather said, "Son Laohu, you do not comprehend the matters of the Song family. Throughout my life, I have sought nothing but for my descendants to live in peace, free from engaging in perilous professions." Officer Son intended to respond, but grandfather raised a hand, signaling his dismissal. "If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Otherwise, do not expect to enter my door again." Officer Son swallowed his words, picked up his briefcase, and said, "Very well, Old Song, I shall take my leave for now. Should a case arise, I will visit again." After Officer Son's vehicle departed, the atmosphere in the living room grew heavy. Grandfather sat in his armchair, cradling a teacup, while I stood before him, filled with anxiety. "Young heir, how much of those two books have you read?" he inquired. I hesitated and replied, "I have finished them all." In truth, I had not merely finished them. With no other extracurricular reading material at home, I had perused those two books at every opportunity, and they were nearly falling apart from my frequent handling. Grandfather took a sip of tea and suddenly recited, "No matter the severity of the crime, the ultimate judgment lies in the initial intention. And the initial intention is paramount to examination." I was momentarily taken aback before reciting, for it governs the rights of life and death, the mechanisms of confinement and release, thus leading to resolution. He continued, "A month of gestation is as fleeting as white dew. 2 months resemble peach blossoms." I responded, 3 months signify the separation of genders. 4 months reveal the form. 5 months see the bones formed, and by 6 months, hair begins to grow. In the 7th month, the right hand moves, indicating a boy to the mother's left. In the 8th month, the left hand moves, indicating a girl to the mother's right. These 2 paragraphs are excerpt from the true version of the collection of exonerations. My grandfather intentionally tested me. After I finished listening, his teacup fell to the ground with a sharp clatter. Astonished, he inquired, "Young, have you memorized this entire book?" I sheepishly admitted, "Almost. Truly, I am a worthy descendant of the Song family." Upon saying this, my grandfather began to shake his head. This peculiar reaction startled me. I had expected him to scold me harshly, yet he refrained. In retrospect, I realized that my grandfather's feelings were profoundly complex at that moment. He was elated that the Song family's extraordinary legacy would continue, yet fearful that I might tread the same perilous path he had walked, one from which there is no return. With a deep sigh, he lamented, "Fate plays tricks on us." Then, without casting a glance in my direction, He turned and retreated to his study. I stood there, both astonished and relieved. Was grandfather truly not going to punish me? Late that night, he unexpectedly roused me from sleep, instructing me to dress and accompany him to an undisclosed location. Bewildered, I donned my clothes and joined him in the courtyard. He tossed a pickaxe to me and silently proceeded out. I closely followed behind. Our county town was not large, and heading south led us to desolate wilderness. That night, there was no moon and the stars were sparse. My grandfather walked through the silent chestnut grove, the only sounds being the rustling of leaves beneath our feet and the eerie, indistinct calls of some unknown creature deep within the woods, sending chills down my spine. Soon, we traversed the thicket and arrived at a desolate expanse. In my fluster, I inadvertently kicked something, and upon closer inspection, I realized it was unmistakably a human bone. Years of exposure to the elements had rendered it a deep, ominous black. Suddenly, it occurred to me that this vicinity was a notorious mass grave. It was said that during the chaotic final days of the Ming Dynasty, a band of marauders claimed this land as their own, committing heinous acts of murder, discarding corpses indiscriminately. Over time, this place became a site of ill omen, where peculiar occurrences were commonplace. The local villagers, wary of the malign influence, would never orient their homes' entrances in this direction. Any nameless corpses, or those deemed morally unworthy of resting in their ancestral graves, were simply rolled up in straw mats and unceremoniously left here. I noticed wisps of ethereal green flames flickering around me like phantoms. Initially, I presumed they were fireflies, but then I recalled the oppressive aura of this graveyard, where scarcely a blade of grass could thrive. What could possibly give rise to fireflies here? Those lights were unmistakably the fire of the departed, as chronicled in the records of the innocent, commonly referred to as ghost fire. This phenomenon occurs when the phosphorus within decaying bones volatilizes into the air, igniting spontaneously. Although I understood this concept, witnessing the flickering, ghostly flames firsthand sent a chill down my spine. As my heart raced uncontrollably, a shadow suddenly darted from the mass grave, halting 10 meters away, its piercing gaze fixed upon me, glowing with an eerie green luminescence, causing me to emit a terrified scream. My grandfather picked up a stone and hurled it at the shadow, which, startled, let out a bark and vanished into the thicket. "Do not be afraid. It is merely a dog," my grandfather reassured me. I swallowed hard and inquired, "Grandfather, why have we come here?" "You shall discover shortly," he replied. He led me to a pile of stones and gestured, "Dig." "They," I exclaimed in astonishment. "Grandfather, is this a grave? What else could it possibly be, if not a tomb?" He answered, "But, grandfather, isn't grave robbing illegal?" I hesitated. "This is not grave robbing. It is merely opening the coffin to inspect the corpse." "Enough of this nonsense. Dig quickly," he said sternly. Reluctantly, I took up the pickaxe and began to dig. It was a stone grave, and the task was exceedingly arduous. Although I had grown up in the county town, I had rarely lifted anything heavier than a pin, and soon my palms were blistered and bleeding. My grandfather stood nearby, smoking his pipe, observing my labor. The smoke wafted towards me. Though it was acrid, it soothed my troubled heart, diminishing even the eerie chill that lingered in the graveyard. After what felt like an eternity of digging, drenched in sweat, I suddenly heard a creaking sound, unmistakably the result of encountering a body beneath. I abandoned the pickaxe and, using my hands, began to remove the stones one by one. Before long, a cluster of darkened bones emerged. I glanced at my grandfather. He remained silent, puffing on his pipe, so I continued to excavate the bones from the stone pile, arranging them methodically on a clear patch of ground to form a human shape. Although I had never encountered a corpse before, the chapter on bone examination in the true edition of the collection of judicial exoneration provides a detailed description of the shapes of various bones. Consequently, assembling the skeleton did not consume much time. However, as I continued to piece it together, an unsettling feeling began to arise. Chapter 3. The Substitute's Burial. As I pondered the peculiarities of this skeleton, my grandfather spoke up. "Young, assess this individual as former profession, the circumstances of their demise, their gender, and if female, whether they bore children. Also, determine their age at death, and any ailments they may have suffered during life. Share whatever insights you possess. Grandfather, are you testing me? I inquired. Consider it so, he replied, taking a languid drag from his cigarette. I thought to myself, what an unusual examination this is. In the dead of night, he dragged me from my slumber to a desolate graveyard to excavate someone else's grave. Surely, no other grandfather would engage in such activities. Make haste. The chill in this place is oppressive. My old bones may not withstand it for long, he urged, stamping his feet for emphasis. I steadied my thoughts and scrutinized the skeleton before me. The graveyard was rife with unsettling sounds, and the pervasive gloom was quite disconcerting. Yet, as I delved deeper into concentration, I gradually dismissed these distractions. The assembled remains measured an imposing 1 meter 80, suggesting that this individual was quite tall in life. However, the feet were disproportionately small, a scientifically implausible anomaly. The ratio of human foot size to height typically adheres to a fixed proportion of 1 to 7. The taller the individual, the larger the feet, unless, of course, this person had bound their feet in the ancient fashion to achieve the coveted 3-inch golden lotus. I temporarily refrained from dwelling on this matter, nor do I attempt to ascertain the individual's gender, judging by the robustness of the joints. My initial instinct suggests a male figure. However, upon observing the expanded pelvis, it distinctly exhibits feminine characteristics, and there are indeed scars on the pubis indicative of childbirth. I grasp the skull to ascertain age, and the wear on the teeth unequivocally points to an individual in their early 30s. Yet upon examining the femur, the bone density is notably light, suggesting calcium depletion, and it has curved from years of bearing weight, traits typically associated with an elderly person. This presents an undeniable enigma. Even more perplexing are the individual's arms, which possess thick joints, a characteristic more commonly found in the legs. Could it be that this person has walked on all fours since birth? The skeletal remains are riddled with contradictions from head to toe, leading to an increasing indecision. Yet, in a sudden moment of clarity, I comprehend my grandfather's intentions. This examination will not be straightforward, and I already possess an answer in my mind. Having squatted for too long, I feel a wave of dizziness as I rise, my vision darkening and my legs stiffening like stone. Scattered at my grandfather's feet are numerous cigarette butts, revealing that I had unknowingly remained in that position for half an hour. What have you discerned, young? My grandfather inquires. This individual appears to be around 30 years of age, embodying both male and female traits. They have lived in captivity for many years, walked on all fours, subsisted on coarse food, and bore 7 or 8 children before ultimately drowning and being subsequently murdered. Is this your conclusion? My grandfather retorts with a sardonic laugh. Indeed, for this is not a singular person. I declare, oh, grandfather's interest was piqued. Do tell, how could he possibly not be alone? This skeletal remains, aside from the cranium, is composed entirely of parts borrowed from animals. The legs are those of a sheep, the hands are from a pig, the pelvis originates from another sow, and the hands and feet are assembled from fragmented bones, likely sourced from cats and dogs. If one were to ascertain the cause of death, the fracture wounds on the cervical vertebrae suggest that he met his demise by beheading. Upon hearing my explanation, grandfather nodded approvingly. The youth is teachable. As the ancients wisely stated, to trust in books entirely is less beneficial than to have none at all. If you cannot distinguish between human and animal bones, then any further discussion would be a futile endeavor. Excellent, excellent. It seems the Song family has a promising heir. However, grandfather, I voiced my internal confusion. What on earth is the story behind this skeleton? Grandfather took a puff from his cigarette and recounted the origins of this peculiar skeleton. It was 30 years ago. At that time, in a place called Yangshizhuang near the county town, there lived a villager named Huang San. Huang San was a ne'er-do-well, a solitary man whose sole pursuits were drinking, gambling, and sneaking over widows' walls at night. Before he even turned 20, he had driven his own mother to her grave through sheer frustration. Naturally, this young man never found a wife. He spent his days borrowing money, much to the disdain of the villagers. Unable to sustain himself in the village, Huang San sought work elsewhere, laboring for a few days at this construction site, then at that restaurant, only to squander any money he earned at the gambling tables. Once, he absconded with a gambling debt of 5,000 yuan. The creditor pursued him to the village, demanding repayment. In those times, such a sum was an astronomical amount, sufficient to build several decent houses in the countryside. No relatives or friends wished to bear the burden for him, so they all claimed they did not know him. A few days later, someone stumbled upon a black plastic bag by the mountain road, which contained a gruesome, severed head, prompting an immediate report to the police. The authorities took photographs and published a notice in the newspaper to identify the corpse. A distant uncle of Huang San recognized the head as belonging to him, surmising that he had likely been murdered by the creditor. The community believed he had brought about his own demise, and due to the conservative mindset prevalent in rural areas, no legal action was pursued. Consequently, the case faded into obscurity. Huang San's head was returned to the village, and the residents felt pity for the Huang family, lamenting the loss of their lineage. Huang San died without a complete body, leaving the unsettling notion that his spirit might linger. Upon investigation, it was discovered that Huang San's mother hailed from Chaozhou. Thus, according to the customs of that region, a replacement burial was performed where the remains of other animals were used to construct a semblance of a body for his interment, allowing him some semblance of peace in death. After recounting the origins of this skeletal figure, my grandfather instructed me to bury Huang San's bones once more. Upon completing the burial, he produced a stack of yellow paper from his pocket, struck a match, and ignited it, placing on the grave while saying, "Brother Huang San, I apologize for the disturbance. I understand your death was unjust, and with no offspring to carry on your name, this offering may seem insignificant. On the anniversary of your death next year, I shall certainly invite monks and Taoists to perform rites for you, to elevate your spirit." As the words fell from my lips, an inexplicable chill swept through the air, causing the flames to flicker uncertainly. I seemed to hear a faint weeping intertwined with the wind, carrying the ashes skyward. This scene left me utterly astonished. My grandfather pressed my head down, urging me to bow in apology. Once I rose, the strange wind had vanished without a trace. Trembling, I inquired of my grandfather, "Do ghosts truly exist in this world? Some matters are believed to be real if one has faith, yet unreal if one does not." "But, my child," he cautioned, "you must remember that the act of an autopsy itself is an affront to the deceased. Therefore, one must always maintain a sense of reverence and awe, to remain worthy of the heavens and the earth." I nodded, affirming, "I shall remember." However, a thought crossed my mind. Did this imply that I could become a forensic pathologist in the future? I asked, "Grandfather, having passed your test, may I assist Uncle Sun as a forensic pathologist?" "No, absolutely not. The ancestral teachings of the Song family are inviolable," my grandfather responded sternly. Chapter 4. The Judge Song Ci grandfather thumped his back with his fist and sighed, "Alas, this place is indeed too eerie. My arthritis is about to flare up again. Let us return home to discuss this further." An hour later, the two of us arrived home. Grandfather brewed a pot of ginger soup to dispel the chill, and, while sipping the warm liquid, he remarked, "Younger, you must find it strange that our Song family, despite its ancestral ties to the profession of coroner, forbids future generations from pursuing such a vocation. There's a reason for this. During the Southern Song dynasty, there existed an extraordinary judge known as Song Ci, whose prowess in solving cases was unparalleled. During his tenure as the chief judge, he resolved all local wrongful convictions and unsolved cases within a mere 8 months, apprehending over 200 culprits, with no one left to lament their innocence, thus leaving a profound impact on the court and the populace alike. Although Song Ci was formidable, he acutely sensed the limitations of his individual strength. Many officials in various regions often neglected the proper examination of cases, relying solely on coercive confessions, which led to wrongful convictions and the tragic loss of innocent lives. As the saying goes, a drop of ink on a case can spill 1,000 drops of blood in the populace. Consequently, Song Ci meticulously documented his lifelong insights on forensic examination in the collection of Cleansing and Justice, which pioneered forensic science, predating Western advancements by over 300 years. Thus, Song Ci is globally recognized as the progenitor of forensic medicine. Since Song Ci's time, The descendants of the Song family have continued to serve in the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, resolving countless cases. Gradually, they expanded the collection of cleansing injustice, accumulating a remarkable repertoire of investigative expertise, which they titled the Divine Treatise on Judgments. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. The descendants of the Song family, possessing profound knowledge, find themselves in a perilous position. They are often envied by malevolent individuals and frequently meet with tragic fates. Additionally, their exceptional skills render them susceptible to exploitation. During the Ming Dynasty, the Song family was commissioned to investigate a bizarre case involving a nine-tailed raccoon, which inadvertently unearthed a fierce struggle for the throne, ultimately making them scapegoats and nearly leading to the annihilation of their clan. Subsequently, an ancestor of the Song family, well-versed in the art of fortune-telling, discerned that perhaps their mastery of such esoteric knowledge provoked the jealousy of spirits and deities. He concluded that any member of the Song family who pursued careers as officials, constables, or forensic experts would inevitably meet an untimely demise. Thus, he established the ancestral edict, to refrain from officialdom and to preserve one's life, hoping that the lineage of the Song family would endure through the ages. Upon hearing this, I felt a twinge of despair mingled with disbelief. But grandfather, are you not assisting the police in solving cases yourself? He sighed and replied, in my youth, I was impetuous, much like you, with an ardent desire to unravel mysteries. Before the liberation, I made a name for myself in law enforcement, solving several cases that astonished the nation. Little did I know, calamity would soon follow. For 3 years, I lived in constant fear. Had it not been for you, I might have taken my own life. At this point, he took a hearty sip of ginger soup and reflected, the rigid shall easily break, while the supple shall endure. My early displays of brilliance invited such great misfortune. At last, I comprehend the wisdom of our ancestors. Subsequently, I found myself retreating to my ancestral home. Yet my reputation had already spread far and wide. No matter how I sought seclusion, it was in vain. For every few years, someone would come to coax me back into the fray. It was not that I was unwilling, but rather that I was unable to comply. Ultimately, I had no choice but to collaborate with them in this manner. I had hoped that, with your generation, the Song family could finally find peace. Yet who would have thought that today you would showcase your prowess before Sun Lao? I believe this is merely fate's caprice, a calamity for the Song family, as well as our solemn mission. My grandfather's words left me in a state of bewilderment. Was he encouraging me to pursue this line of work, or advising me against it? He continued, Younger, since you have passed the test, I intend to impart all that I have learned throughout my life to you. Do you wish to learn? Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of excitement. Grandfather, of course I wish to learn. Do not think otherwise. He replied, The reason I wish to teach you is that you have been fumbling about with 2 books, showcasing your knowledge haphazardly, much like a 3-year-old playing with a razor-sharp sword before adversaries, which is exceedingly perilous. In truth, you have grasped not even a tenth of the true essence of the Song family. I do not wish for your premature demise, but alas, I am aging and cannot oversee your life indefinitely. All I can do is share the techniques of this sword with you, allowing you to forge your own path in the future. Furthermore, the art of injury examination and corpse investigation is a treasure bequeathed by our ancestors. If it were to perish with me, it would be my grave sin. Even in the afterlife, I would have no face to meet my forebears. However, if the Song family has a worthy successor, I would find peace in my passing. Was it merely an illusion? Upon hearing my grandfather's words, even in death, one can close their eyes. An ominous premonition washed over me, as if he were imparting his final wishes. I swiftly dismissed the thought and nodded in response. From that moment on, whenever I had the opportunity, I accompanied my grandfather to learn the art of autopsy and the intricacies of crime scene management, an enigmatic realm that defies simple explanation. Naturally, I endured considerable hardships, yet I persevered through every setback, eagerly absorbing this invaluable knowledge like a sponge soaking up water. 3 years swiftly passed, and my results from the college entrance examination were less than satisfactory. I aspired to attend a provincial polytechnic university, yet my scores fell over 100 points short. My grandfather encouraged me to apply, assuring me that he could secure my admission. Trusting in his extraordinary abilities, I boldly listed the Polytechnic University as my first choice. My aunt hoped I would pursue a degree in economics to assist her in managing her business. However, I am an extremist at heart, deeply enamored with solving cases and utterly disinterested in commerce. Perhaps I inherited my grandfather's genes. After much contemplation, I ultimately chose a program in applied electronics, a conventional field with promising employment prospects. Yet, upon arriving at university, I discovered that there were only 3 girls in my class, filling me with regret. Alas, I had already embarked on this treacherous path, and it was too late for remorse. During the long summer vacation following the entrance exams, I spent my days leisurely at home, surfing the internet, watching films, and enjoying games of chess with my grandfather, relishing a life of contentment. On that day, I attended a gathering at a classmate's home, where we consumed 2 cases of beer. We have been companions since childhood, and the thought of soon parting ways to venture into the vast world filled our hearts with both exuberance and a tinge of nostalgia. After our meal, we went out to sing, reveling until the late hours before returning home. By the time I arrived, it was already past 11 at night. From a distance, I spotted the old song residence ablaze with lights, and a sense of foreboding washed over me. In our county, the inhabitants retire early and according to custom. Such a profusion of lights in the dead of night signifies a grave misfortune, perhaps the passing of an elder. In an instant, my inebriation dissipated, and I hastened homeward, calling out as I entered, only to find the house completely empty. I made my way to my grandfather's study, where I discovered a rudimentary envelope resting on the desk, devoid of a postage stamp, with a blood-red curved dagger sketched in the lower right corner. It seemed as though something was contained within the envelope. Driven by curiosity, I tilted it towards my palm, and a sticky substance promptly fell into my hand. It was, to my horror, an eyeball. Chapter 5. The death of grandfather. The sight of an eyeball tumbling out of the envelope startled me. Could it possibly belong to my grandfather? Yet, upon further reflection, that seemed highly implausible. Grandfather had received the letter before he went missing, so this eyeball must belong to someone else. Apart from this ghastly, gelatinous orb, there was nothing else within the letter, which struck me as exceedingly peculiar. What message could the sender have intended for grandfather? Why did he vanish so abruptly? The more I pondered, the more disoriented I became, and I found myself scratching my head in frustration, settling down in agitation. Grandfather had often remarked that one should look beyond appearances to discern the essence of matters. When faced with confusion, one ought to begin from the most fundamental aspects. I glanced around the study. Everything was neatly arranged, the doors and windows intact. There was no indication that he had been forcibly taken. This suggested that after receiving the letter, he had left home of his own volition. Since this was indeed a letter, it must have conveyed some form of information, discernible only to grandfather, and thus, perhaps, discernible to me as well. The message the sender wished to impart to grandfather was contained within this very eyeball. I switched on the desk lamp and meticulously examined the eyeball under its glow, judging by the cloudiness of the lens. This eyeball had been extracted from a body no more than 3 hours prior, still attached by a small segment of nerve. After a minute of rigorous inspection, I arrived at 2 conclusions. First, the victim had been alive when the eyeball was removed. Second, the assailant possessed remarkable skill, having extracted the eyeball without inflicting any damage. It is well known that the eyeball is an exceedingly delicate organ, and such a technique rivals that of a skilled surgeon. Upon my eye rested a few minute granules, and as I rubbed one with my finger, I discovered it to be sawdust. Bringing it closer to my nose, I detected a faint scent of rosin. This recalled to mind the lumber processing factory situated to the north of the county, where pine trees transported from distant lands are refined into planks for furniture. Hence, this grain must surely have originated from there. The sender of this message intended to convey that someone at the lumber factory is in peril, representing a form of invisible coercion, which compelled my grandfather to hasten to their aid. With little time to ponder, I seized a flashlight and dashed out of the house. The night was shrouded in darkness, and the streets echoed with intermittent barks of dogs. I sprinted to the northern outskirts of the county, where the factory loomed ominously amidst the shadows. Surrounding the factory was a wall, and the large iron gate stood ajar, the padlock cast aside, with a piece of wire still inserted in the lock. This confirmed my suspicions. The sender was indeed here, and perhaps my grandfather was inside as well. Yet, a twinge of trepidation gnawed at my heart. The sender was certainly no benevolent soul. Should I alert the authorities first? However, without my phone, returning the call for help seemed impractical, for with each passing second, my grandfather could be in jeopardy. Thus, I picked up a wooden stick from the ground and ventured into the factory. As I advanced, I noticed a warehouse illuminated within. I promptly extinguished my flashlight, gripping the stick tightly, and cautiously made my way forward. Inside the warehouse, piles of lumber were stacked high to the ceiling, covered with waterproof tarps. As I treaded through the silence, an unsettling chill enveloped me. As I turned a corner, I suddenly spotted two figures ahead. One was an unfamiliar middle-aged man of considerable girth, seated on a chair, his head tilted at an odd angle, his shirt unbuttoned. I noticed a large azure dragon tattooed across his chest, and a rag was stuffed in his mouth. His eye sockets appeared hollow, and, curiously, not a single drop of blood marred his face or clothing. In his hands, he cradled a black plastic bag, seemingly containing some object. The other individual lay on an open patch of ground not far away, dressed in a red tang suit and wearing traditional cloth shoes. I instantly recognized him as my grandfather. Disregarding the fate of the middle-aged man, I rushed over and collapsed beside my grandfather. His hands and feet were icy cold, his heartbeat utterly absent, and his pupils began to dilate. I placed my hand beneath his nose, and, after a few agonizing seconds, I felt an exceedingly faint breath. My eyes welled with tears as I cried out, "Grandfather, you must hold on. I will fetch help immediately." I shouted repeatedly, hoping to stir his consciousness. Grandfather's lips quivered slightly, and with great effort, he uttered, "Grandfather, please don't leave me. I will call for an ambulance. I will summon the finest doctors." But he struggled to respond, saying, "It's too late." Hearing those words was like a dagger to my heart, and hot tears streamed down my cheeks. Grandfather spoke again, each word painstakingly slow, as if he expended every ounce of strength with each syllable. I both wished for him to conserve his energy and feared to interrupt him. Grandfather said, "My time has come. Even if you become a forensic doctor, I shall not hinder you. But upon hearing the words Jiangbei can do, you must keep your distance." I grasped his hand, my tears rendering my voice out of tune. "Grandfather, what is this Jiangbei can do? Is it the scoundrel who harmed you? I shall avenge you." "No." He clutched me tightly with his frail hand, his gaze piercing into my eyes. "Promise me." I nodded vigorously. A look of relief crossed his face as he gradually drew his last breath, and I knelt on the ground, overcome with sobs. As I wept, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a terrifying shadow swaying on the ground, which abruptly stilled my tears. Judging by the position of the light and the clarity of the shadow, the figure loomed closely behind me. Yet, I could not detect even the faintest whisper of breath, as if it were not a living soul at all. I even pondered, could it be the corpse of the plump man with his eyes gouged out? No, that was clearly impossible, for this shadow was tall and slender. Just then, its right hand slowly rose, clutching something that resembled a dimly discernible curved blade. I sprang to my feet, only to feel something cold and sharp pressed against my waist through my clothing. The shadow spoke in a chilling voice, "Do not turn around. If you see my face, you shall not leave here alive." The voice sounded peculiar, neither male nor female, neither yin nor yang, as if processed by some peculiar device. I was engulfed in a tumult of fear and indignation. This individual must undoubtedly be the perpetrator who lured my grandfather here to meet his demise. Yet, I was utterly defenseless, devoid of any means to confront him. Even if I were to be slain in this very moment, no one would ever know. "What is your name?" the shadow inquired. "Song." "Young," I replied. It dawned on me that Song Zhaolin had a grandson. Had he imparted any wisdom to you? The shadow pressed further. "Nothing of significance," I responded. "Is that so?" Ah. A sinister chuckle emanated from the shadow's lips. "Do you wish to live?" This time, I remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. "Very well. I shall pose a riddle. Answer correctly, and I shall grant you your freedom. Fail to answer, and you shall join your grandfather in the depths of hell. A tremor coursed through me, and I felt a profound shame for my own impotence and cowardice. The murderer of my grandfather was so near, yet I could not even bear to gaze upon him, like a mouse ensnared by a cat, left to be toyed with at will. Nevertheless, the instinct to survive compelled me to nod once more. This riddle is quite simple. If you can discern how your grandfather met his end, I shall set you free, the shadow declared. Chapter 6. The remnant blade of Jiangbei upon hearing those words. I was taken aback for a good 10 seconds. The shadowy figure sneered, "What's the matter? Do you not wish for me to see what your grandfather has taught you?" "He taught me nothing," I retorted. "Then how did you find your way here?" The shadow inquired nonchalantly. A wave of perspiration broke out on my forehead. This individual was exceedingly astute, effortlessly unraveling my deceit. Humph! Who would have thought that someone so young could possess such capability? The cold, curved blade of the shadow danced menacingly against my waist. Was he an enemy of my grandfather? Why was he testing me? If I were to discern the truth, would he spare me? My thoughts were a tangled mess. In my brief 17 years, I had never encountered such a situation. At that moment, my mind was a tumultuous storm, my clothes soaked with cold sweat, clinging to my skin. "Make haste, my patience is finite," the shadow urged. Reluctantly, I began to examine my grandfather's lifeless body. I placed my index finger upon his skin to gauge his temperature, which was approximately 10 degrees. I inspected his joints. His nails were intact, devoid of any signs of struggle. Then, I lifted his eyelids to peer into his eyes, which were clear and unclouded. As I meticulously performed these actions, I gradually found a semblance of calm. There were no apparent wounds on my grandfather's body, nor any signs of poisoning. His cheeks bore a faint blush, and if it were not for the complete absence of vital signs, he could easily be mistaken for someone in peaceful slumber. Could the injuries be concealed beneath his garments? "Forgive me, grandfather." In my heart, I murmured as I began to unfasten my grandfather's garments, removing both his shirt and trousers. Though my emotions were tumultuous, my reasoning remained clear. I meticulously examined his skin and bones, yet astonishingly, I found no wounds, nor any fractures in his skeletal structure. Pressing my ear against his chest, I tapped gently on the diaphragm, but failed to detect any signs of internal bleeding. There were no marks of asphyxiation, no traces of strangulation, and no pathological indications. This was truly perplexing. I could not ascertain the cause of death. In an instant, I began to doubt my own knowledge, even questioning my worthiness. Time slipped away, each second passing as the cold wind from the warehouse chilled my clothing, which soon became damp with cold sweat. I wiped the perspiration from my forehead, and a shadow behind me chuckled. "What is this? The grandson of Song Zhaolin cannot determine the cause of death? Tell me, what is the cause of death, or shall I reveal it to you by killing you just as I did your grandfather?" The shadow demanded. I clenched my fists, realizing my fate was sealed, yet I found myself emboldened by the impending doom. "I don't know," I cried out. "Is that your answer?" The shadow retorted. Suddenly, I sprang to my feet. Since death was inevitable, I might as well fight, for perhaps there was a chance to escape. Even if I could not overpower him, I wanted to know his visage before my demise. Even as a vengeful spirit, I would seek retribution. He stood merely half a meter away from me. In a fit of desperation, I spun around and threw a punch, only to have my fist grasped tightly by a gloved hand. I discerned clearly that the shadow stood approximately 6 feet tall, clad in a black trench coat, enveloping itself so thoroughly that not a single inch of skin was exposed. Its face was adorned with a grotesque mask, the gaping mouth seemingly grinning, revealing 2 greenish fangs. The eyes concealed behind the mask were an abyssal black, devoid of the reflective glimmer characteristic of human pupils. And in that moment, I found myself questioning whether it was truly human. The shadow twisted my fist with ease, producing a sickening crack, causing pain so intense that tears nearly spilled from my eyes. "Such commendable courage." The shadow nodded slightly, remarking, "Yet, you are simply too foolish. Killing you would tarnish my hands." "Very well, I shall spare your life for now. One day, when you can discern my methods of murder, I will return to claim your life. Remember, I shall forever be the nightmare of your Song family." With that, it made an odd gesture, pointing at my forehead, and I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me before I collapsed to the ground. I was awakened by the jarring wail of a police siren, a large hand repeatedly slapping my face. As I opened my eyes, I found myself surrounded by numerous people, with Officer Sun crouching before me, frantically patting my shoulder. Groggily, I blinked, the events leading up to my unconsciousness flooding back, and panic surged within me. Where's my grandfather? Officer Sun sighed heavily, his expression somber. Song Yang, your grandfather has. The events of the previous night were undeniably real, and I felt no overwhelming shock, only a heavy sinking in my heart. Anger, shame, and humiliation entwined within me, and I bit my lip tightly, unknowingly drawing blood. Officer Sun draped a coat over my shoulders, and only then did I realize that I had spent the night in the warehouse and was starting to catch a cold. The 2 corpses had already been removed, and Officer Sun informed me that my aunt had been searching for us all night, only finding relief upon learning I was safe. He requested that I accompany him to the city's Criminal Police Division to give a statement. I recounted everything I knew and then inquired about several matters. Who was the remnant blade of Jiangbei, how my grandfather had met his demise, and the identity of the fat man. With a furrowed brow, Officer Sun replied, I understand your concern about these matters. However, since your grandfather advised you to keep your distance on his deathbed, I believe it would be wise for you to refrain from pursuing these questions. How can I not care? I exclaimed, rising to my feet in agitation, my teeth clenched as I declared, that man killed my grandfather. I must seek vengeance. Officer Sun sighed, conceding, very well. I shall share everything I know, but you must keep this information to yourself and never speak of it to anyone. He lit a cigarette, preparing to divulge the details, when another officer entered, holding a file. Upon noticing my presence, he hesitated to leave, but was called back by Officer Sun. We are all on the same side. If there is something to discuss, say it outright. The officer glanced at me, stammering, Captain Sun, the autopsy report for Old Song has come in. Bring it here, Officer Sun commanded. After glancing at the report, his expression suddenly turned grave as he murmured, it truly was that person. He then handed me the report, and although it was my first encounter with a forensic autopsy report filled with numerous technical terms, I found that modern forensic science shares many commonalities with ancient practices, allowing me to grasp its contents with relative ease. The report detailed the first victim, a portly middle-aged man, whose body exhibited no external injuries or signs of poisoning, except for the removal of his eyeballs prior to death, resulting in lacerations to both the optic nerve and ocular muscles. Furthermore, his chest cavity was devoid of a heart, presumably excised by a sharp instrument. Yet his skin and ribs remained intact. Intriguingly, a plastic bag in his possession contained a human heart, which upon examination was confirmed to be his own. Upon reading this, I couldn't suppress a gasp. Was it truly feasible to extract the heart without compromising the body? The cause of my grandfather's demise was attributed to a significant perforation of the heart valve, also suspected to be inflicted by a sharp object, with the immediate cause of death being cardiac arrest. Similarly, no external wounds, signs of struggle, or poisoning were detected. Stunned into silence, I watched as Officer Sun took the report from my hands, remarking, only the notorious Jiangbei butcher from a decade ago could execute such a deed. It appears he has returned to exact vengeance upon the Song family. Subsequently, Officer Sun began recounting the chilling details of that unresolved case from 10 years prior. Chapter 7. The mysterious case from a decade ago. Officer Sun informed me that this case dates back a full 10 years. At that time, he was merely a captain in the criminal investigation team, and his ascent to his current position was largely aided by my grandfather. My grandfather, with his eccentric temperament, seldom intervened, yet whenever he did, he invariably solved the case. It was a night devoid of starlight when he visited the local police station to deliver a document. At that moment, a middle-aged man staggered in, clutching a plastic bag, his face flushed as if under the influence of alcohol. Upon entering the station, he began to shout that someone was trying to kill him, only to collapse onto the floor. Officer Sun initially suspected he was merely a drunkard, but upon checking for signs of life, he discovered the man was already deceased. When the bag in the man's hand was opened, to everyone's astonishment, it contained a human heart, The deceased bore no visible wounds, his expression resembling that of someone peacefully asleep, showing no signs of abuse or poisoning. His vehicle remained parked outside the station, still ablaze, with only his fingerprints found within. This indicated that he had driven himself to the police station to report a crime, only to meet his end there. Upon investigating his identity, the authorities were shocked to learn that he was a judge in our city. The department took this case with utmost seriousness, assembling the most skilled detectives and forensic experts to form a special task force to explore every lead. However, after several days of inquiry, they had yielded no results, and the cause of death remained a mystery. The task force was composed of exceptionally talented individuals. Yet discussions about the case often erupted into heated arguments, with each member unwilling to concede to the others. Their investigation appeared disorganized, resembling a headless flock of dragons. Officer Sun, at that time, held the least authority within the group. Thus, when he proposed enlisting my grandfather's expertise, he was met with derision from a cadre of specialists, who mockingly suggested that consulting a retired coroner was no better than summoning a Taoist from a temple. Just then, a second case emerged. The victim was a woman, a wealthy businesswoman who had returned from overseas. Much like the first victim, the police discovered a heavy plastic bag beside her body, which also contained a heart. The investigation yielded no progress whatsoever, compelling Officer Sun to take the case files to my grandfather. My grandfather consented to assist, but upon reaching the criminal investigation unit, they found that the two corpses had already been autopsied. The forensic expert had dismembered the bodies beyond recognition, revealing only that the heart within the bag belonged to the victim herself. The murderer, employing some method unknown, had precisely extracted the heart without damaging the exterior of the body. My grandfather immediately declared that he could not handle the case, as his collaboration with the police came with the stipulation that no one was to touch the bodies prior to his involvement. Officer Sun pleaded fervently to retain my grandfather's help, who then requested to visit the victim's home. The house had already been searched multiple times. Aside from the footprints and fingerprints of the detectives, nothing else remained. The hallmark of this killer was encapsulated in two words: immaculate cleanliness. The motive for the crime, the method of murder, and the absence of any traces at the scene left the police with not a single clue. However, my grandfather is no ordinary man. He drew all the curtains shut and repeatedly burned a bundle of mugwort within the confines of the room, causing 8 blood-red characters to slowly materialize upon the walls. Jiangbei Kanda, hanging the people and punishing the guilty. Jiangbei Kanda is likely the moniker adopted by the murderer, while hanging the people and punishing the guilty signifies the intent to eradicate evil on behalf of the oppressed masses. Officer Sun promptly returned to the criminal investigation team to retrieve the victim's information. He discovered that the first victim, a judge, had previously accepted bribes, unjustly implicating a pair of righteous uncles and nephews in a murder charge. The second victim, a wealthy businesswoman, had invested in the medical sector, employing unscrupulous practices to inflate the price of a cancer treatment drug, which cost only a few dozen yuan, to tens of thousands, thus profiting immensely from patient suffering. The murderer deemed them guilty and thus fancied himself a judge, executing them for their perceived crimes. At that moment, a third murder occurred. The victim was a university professor, who, like the previous two, was morally compromised. He had engaged in multiple inappropriate relationships with his female graduate students, even filming them to coerce compliance. This professor met his end at an academic seminar, where numerous journalists were present, making it impossible to conceal the case any longer. Following extensive media coverage, a surprising number of individuals online began to idolize this savior of the people, labeling him a ruthless killer, while accusing the police of reversing black and white, blurring the lines between good and evil. This created immense public pressure on the special investigation team. While it is true that numerous injustices exist in society and many evildoers exploit loopholes, the law and institutional frameworks can continuously evolve. No one possesses the authority to transcend the law and enact vigilante justice through such horrific means. Committing murder is an undeniable crime, and as police officers, they must apprehend him, This time, my grandfather insisted on an immediate autopsy, and despite the objections of other detectives, Officer Sun allowed him access to the morgue. My grandfather confined himself to the morgue for an entire day and night, while Officer Sun stood guard outside, permitting no disturbances. During a brief moment when Officer Sun stepped away to attend to his needs, an intern forensic doctor inadvertently pushed the door open, witnessing a scene that left him utterly astounded. He reported that my grandfather and the corpse were both adorned with peculiar masks, and he had tied the body with 2 ropes, seemingly attempting to recreate the crime scene. After a day had elapsed, my grandfather suddenly erupted into laughter within the morgue. Officer Sun entered to inquire about any discoveries. My grandfather confessed that the case had truly perplexed him, as he could not decipher the method of murder or the enigma of the heart extraction. However, he had not emerged empty-handed, he stated. The corpse revealed to me that the perpetrator stands at 6 feet tall, possesses a lean physique, has slanted eyes, knife-like eyebrows, and a prominent nose. Those were his exact words. Having collaborated numerous times, Officer Sun naturally placed his faith in my grandfather's abilities. Consequently, he mobilized all available police forces to conduct a thorough search in City H based on these descriptions. Although they did not locate the murderer, they did uncover a crucial witness. This individual, named Zhang Bao, was previously a member of a criminal gang who had committed murder but had only served 3 years in prison due to his cunning. Zhang Bao reported that he had recently seen a man matching that description loitering near his residence and feared becoming the next target, thus requesting protective custody from the police. My grandfather requested to review Zhang Bao's statement and subsequently compared it with the data from the previous 3 homicide cases. Finally, some peculiar symbols were drawn on the map of H City, prompting Officer Sun to immediately investigate the vicinity of the marked streets. When Officer Sun inquired about how he discerned this, my grandfather offered no explanation, merely urging him to hasten. The police promptly arrived at the designated streets, questioning each household in turn. As anticipated, one landlord revealed that a man had recently rented an apartment from him, bearing an uncanny resemblance to my grandfather's description. He further mentioned that he possessed a rental contract containing the tenant's information. Officer Sun was overjoyed and quickly dispatched 2 officers to accompany the landlord in retrieving the documents, while others set off to search the suspect's residence. Within the room, the police uncovered numerous clippings and photographs of the 3 deceased individuals alongside an image of a leopard, all pinned to the wall with daggers. It could be reasonably concluded that the occupant of this abode was none other than the infamous Jiangbei Kanda. Chapter 8. The struggle between good and evil in addition to the photographs of the 4 individuals. The room contained several images of others whom Officer Sun deduced to be the next targets of the murderer. However, after a prolonged wait, neither the 2 officers from the precinct nor the landlord returned, and calls went unanswered. Realizing that something was amiss, Officer Sun promptly led a large contingent to investigate. In a parking lot, he stumbled upon the lifeless bodies of the 2 policemen and subsequently discovered the landlord's corpse in his home, which had been ransacked in chaos. This time, the murderer did not employ his magical method of killing. The 2 fallen officers had been slashed from behind, while the landlord had been stabbed. This indicated that the infamous Jiangbei had panicked, desperately attempting to conceal the truth. My grandfather's findings had proven correct. Yet, despite this revelation, Officer Sun was still filled with regret. Upon his arrival, my grandfather ordered everyone to exit the premises, securing the doors and windows. An hour later, he allowed everyone back inside. Upon opening the door, a thick haze of smoke filled the air, accompanied by the distinct scent of traditional Chinese medicine. To their astonishment, areas that had previously shown no signs of disturbance were now marked with numerous bloody footprints, and a bloody handprint adorned the wall. With the footprints and handprint, a wealth of clues emerged. The height and weight of the murderer, fingerprints, habitual movements, and the shoes worn by the assailant were all now within reach of investigation. Officer Sun mobilized all available police forces, working tirelessly day and night. Eventually, he spotted the murderer's image in surveillance footage from shopping mall. Although the assailant wore a hat that obscured his face, a woman appeared alongside him, indicating a close relationship between the 2. The police, following the clues, located the woman, who was a worker at a textile factory and likely the wife or girlfriend of the murderer. However, upon the arrival of Sun Laohu and his team, they discovered that the woman had already been slain, her death bearing the hallmark of the notorious Jiang Bei cutting blade. In a desperate attempt to eliminate any traces, the killer had callously taken the life of his own beloved. My grandfather had cornered the murderer twice, yet the police remained unable to apprehend him. It was a silent duel, with both sides experiencing their share of victories and defeats. Through this confrontation, the police established a crucial truth. The Jiang Bei cutting blade was not invincible. He possessed vulnerabilities and could indeed be vanquished. Each member of the special investigation team was invigorated with renewed determination to continue the pursuit. Just then, a series of tragic events unfolded. As members of the team were systematically murdered, with 5 officers losing their lives, each meeting their end through the gruesome act of having their hearts extracted while still alive. At this critical juncture, my grandfather announced his withdrawal from the case, prompting Officer Sun, already strained from losses, to engage in a heated argument with him. Deprived of my grandfather's assistance, the investigation stalled, ultimately fading into an unresolved case. As Sun reflected on these events, the ashtray before him had accumulated a thick layer of ash, and suddenly, I recalled a chilling memory. A decade ago, on a fateful night, the Jiang Bei cutting blade had sought out my grandfather. I was merely 7 years old at the time, and I vividly remember someone visiting my grandfather late at night. My curiosity got the better of me, and peering through the window, I inquired who had come see him. To my surprise, my usually gentle grandfather barked at me to hasten back to bed. The individual lingered in the house for 2 hours before departing, and the discourse exchanged with my grandfather remains a mystery to me. A decade later, why has Jiang Bei Sandari surfaced? What prompted the assassination of my grandfather? Was he the original perpetrator, or merely a descendant of the murderer? This case is shrouded in enigma, enveloped by layers of fog, rendering the truth utterly elusive at present. I inquired of Officer Sun, the corpulent man who perished last night. Was he not Zhang Bao, who escaped retribution a decade ago? Officer Sun nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that is correct. It dawned upon me that Jiang Bei Sanda had once again presented this conundrum before my grandfather. I remarked, "Oh, is that so? Do you believe your grandfather discerned the methods employed by Jiang Bei Sandao prior to his demise?" I shook my head. I cannot say. Officer Sun sighed, rising to place a large hand upon my shoulder. Xiaoyang, your grandfather's death carries an undeniable burden of responsibility on my part. Had I not urged him to return to the fray, he would not have become entwined with Jiang Bei Candao, now that he is no longer with us. I hope you will focus on your studies and forget this incident, but rest assured, I shall persist in my pursuit of the Jiang Bei Sandao case. There will come a day when I can provide you with answers. Officer Sun, I have a request. I stood and spoke. Speak your mind. Should Jiang Bei Sandao strike again, please ensure that you inform me, for I yearn to apprehend him with my own hands. Officer Sun hesitated, saying, but my grandfather was able to corner him with no escape, which proves that the Song family's ultimate skill is indeed the nemesis of the Northern Zhang's residual blade. My grandfather has imparted all his knowledge to me. Thus I must personally bring him to justice. Do you not trust our police force? I remained silent, and Officer Sun suddenly burst into laughter. You are just like your grandfather, with the same stubborn spirit. All right, I understand now. Should he commit another crime, I will inform you. I bit my lip, silently reciting, Northern Zhang's residual blade. When we meet again, I shall ensure you understand my prowess. Chapter 9. The Campus Suicide Incident. 3 years later, I found myself in my senior year at H City University of Technology. Life as a senior was remarkably relaxed. I only had to attend a few classes each week, leaving ample time for personal pursuits. I often spent my nights immersed in online gaming, particularly League of Legends, or lured unsuspecting freshmen to the Love Hotel, while my roommates were primarily in couples. Meanwhile, I remained the sole individual burdened by dark circles under my eyes, perpetually ensconced in the library, voraciously consuming every book related to forensic science. I had never forgotten the day my grandfather passed away and the promise I made to Officer Sun. One day, when the notorious Northern Jiang Bei blade resurfaced, I would ensure his capture. Yet, I was far from being a match for Northern Jiang Bei blade at that moment, and thus, I knew I had to fortify myself. On this particular day, as I returned several overdue books to the library, I encountered my roommate and close friend, Wang Dali. With palpable excitement, he exclaimed, "Hey Yangzi, did you hear? Someone died at school today." "Where?" I inquired, intrigued. "By the artificial lake. A male student hanged himself. Several police cars have entered the campus." "Isn't it strange? I've only heard of girls committing suicide over romantic troubles. This is the first time I've heard of a boy doing so. I wonder if this unfortunate fellow was heartbroken or failed his level 4 exam. What could have driven him to such despair?" Wang Dali remarked with unrestrained curiosity. Observing Wang Dali's expression of schadenfreude, I doused him with a metaphorical bucket of cold water. "Dali, could you not speak with such lack of propriety? The deceased has scarcely grown cold, and here you are, chattering away. Allow me to enlighten you. Those who meet an untimely end while their life force still lingers possess the most potent malevolence. Should they catch wind of any slanderous whispers behind their back, who knows, they might just pay you a visit this very night." Wang Dali promptly spat a few times, exclaiming, "Yangzi, are we not going to witness the commotion?" "Very well," I replied, following Wang Dali to the artificial lake on campus. This locale, situated a fair distance from both the classrooms and dormitories, is seldom frequented by anyone other than young couples in love. Yet, a considerable crowd had gathered, comprising both police officers and curious students. The police had cordoned off the area with a barrier, and I noticed a belt hanging from an old locust tree within the confines of the tape. The body of the deceased had already been removed, and a coroner clad in a white lab coat was crouched there, conducting an examination. Due to the throngs of people and the dense foliage, I was unable to glimpse the body. "How peculiar," I murmured to myself. "What is the matter?" Wang Dali inquired, craning his neck to see. "This grove is but a stone's throw from the lake. Why didn't he choose to drown himself?" "Ah, that's quite simple. This gentleman likely intended to leap into the lake, but upon reaching the water's edge, he faltered. With autumn upon us and the evening air quite brisk, he probably wished to avoid a death that was both cold and damp. After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved to hang himself instead," Wang Dali exuberantly articulated. "What do you think of my deduction? Is it not astute? Indeed, it is remarkably insightful. Upon hearing your deductions, Renja might as well abandon his role as a detective and return home to cultivate the land. If Holmes had been born in the same era as you, he would have long since faced starvation." I chuckled. However, Wang Dali, being rather dim-witted, mistook my jest as flattery and boasted, "Of course. Just look at your enlightened expression. Let me offer you even more insights." "I am all ears," I replied. Coughing, Wang Dali was about to share more of his profound thoughts when he remarked, "No, we cannot see the corpse from here. Let us change our perspective." After much wandering, we finally located a vantage point closer to the scene. Yet all I could discern was the coroner's hunched back. Just as I prepared to adjust my angle again, Wang Dali suddenly tapped my shoulder. "Hey, look at that female officer over there." "Where?" I followed the direction of his finger and indeed spotted a female officer standing beside the cordon. She was tall, with fair skin and an alluring figure, clad in form-fitting jeans that accentuated her long legs. Her upper attire consisted of an open leather jacket over a sky-blue police shirt, hands firmly placed on her hips, exuding a more striking presence than the heroines in films. Her short, tousled hair gave her a refreshingly crisp appearance. At that moment, she furrowed her brow, her eyes fixed intently on the lifeless body. Her delicate features appeared youthful, likely in her early 20s, not much older than myself. Were she dressed in more provocative attire, one could easily mistake her for an internet celebrity, given her physique and visage. Wang Dali gazed dreamily, saliva trickling down his chin, exclaiming, "Goodness! I, Li Gu, believe myself to be a connoisseur of humanity, my heart as tranquil as still water. Yet upon encountering this policewoman, I am suddenly overcome with an urge to commit a crime. How many years is the sentence for assaulting an officer?" "I await your response with great urgency," I retorted. "With your frail physique, you dare consider criminality? Be cautious, lest she deliver a single blow that fractures your spine." Wang Dali continued to fixate on the female officer, prompting me to disregard him entirely and change my perspective to observe the corpse. Perhaps it's a quirk of my psyche, but I find myself more captivated by the deceased than by beauty. Eventually, I discovered an optimal angle from which to discern the true visage of the victim. The deceased appeared to be in their 20s, possessing an unremarkable appearance, clad in a hooded sweatshirt. Their eyes bulged alarmingly, reminiscent of goldfish, and a distinct ligature mark marred their neck. Above this line, the skin was ghastly pale, while below it bore a dark crimson hue. A vivid red tongue protruded from the corpse's mouth, dangling from the chin. It is noteworthy that not all individuals who succumb to hanging exhibit a protruding tongue. According to the writings of the true account of unjust deaths, when the noose constricts above the Adam's apple, the tongue does not protrude. It is only when the noose lies beneath that the tongue emerges. The tongue visible in the oral cavity is but a fraction of its entirety, with a significant portion concealed within the throat. Those who perish by hanging endure immense gravitational strain, resulting in the crushing of the hyoid bone, thereby releasing the entire tongue from its confines. The portrayal of hanged individuals in cinematic narratives, often depicted with an elongated tongue, is not purely a figment of artistic exaggeration. One can only imagine the horrific visage of the corpse I beheld. Yet, rather than succumbing to fear, I felt a flicker of exhilaration within. Moreover, upon examining the condition of the deceased's lower body, it was evident that they had lost control of their bowels prior to death. From these two observations, the cause of death is undoubtedly hanging. However, an unsettling feeling lingered within me. I couldn't resist the urge to draw closer for a more detailed inspection. A police officer obstructed my approach, sternly commanding me to remain outside. "What do you think, forensic expert Cheen? Was it suicide or homicide?" At that moment, a female officer approached with an inquiry. The forensic expert, an elderly gentleman with graying hair, appeared to be in his 50s or 60s and exuded an air of seasoned expertise. He removed his rubber gloves and stated, "The cause of death is asphyxiation due to hanging. There are no signs of struggle or binding on the body. I believe it to be a suicide." The female officer sighed in relief. "In that case, let's wrap up here and transport the body for an autopsy." "I see no need for an autopsy. Having examined numerous corpses, I can assert without doubt that it is indeed a suicide," the forensic expert replied with an air of arrogance. "Ah, I am so curious to know her name." Suddenly, a lecherous voice wafted into my ear, startling me. I had become so engrossed in observing the body that I was unaware of when Wang Dali had sidled up beside me, his eyes glistening with longing as he fixated on the female officer. "When did you arrive?" I chided him. Wang Dali grinned lewdly. "You were so enraptured that you didn't even notice my arrival. Usually, you seem so serious, turning crimson at the sight of female classmates handing you love letters. Turns out, you're quite the hidden gem." I was examining the body. I retorted in defense. "What a farce. How could a ghost be more captivating than a beautiful policewoman? She is truly stunning. I longed to be handcuffed by her, to feel the sting of her baton upon me." As he spoke, Wang Dali succumbed to his infatuation once more. I was at a loss, torn between amusement and exasperation, when several officers approached, preparing to bag the corpse. Initially, I had no intention of intervening, but witnessing the coroner's negligence stirred an undeniable resolve within me. Before I knew it, I had torn through the police tape and boldly entered the scene. Wang Dali was horrified, shouting from behind, "Yangzi, are you out of your mind? I was only joking, and you're actually going to flirt with her." The officers, noticing my unauthorized entry, swiftly approached and admonished, "Young man, you are not permitted to enter a crime scene." Their voices faded into the background as I fixated on the female officer, pointing at the coroner and exclaiming, "He has made a mistake. This individual did not commit suicide, but was murdered." "What did you say?" The female officer paused, her gaze reflecting a mixture of surprise and skepticism. Chapter 10. The Eye of the Abyss. As soon as I uttered those words, several police officers firmly grasped my shoulders. The female officer coldly inquired, "Who permitted you to enter?" "No one granted me permission. I merely observed a mistake and could not help but point it out," I replied. "What a joke." The forensic expert scoffed. "I made a mistake? I am the most seasoned forensic expert in the criminal investigation team. I must admit, I was somewhat impressed by your audacity. I've encountered many naive youngsters like you, who, after perusing a few volumes of Sherlock Holmes, mistakenly consider themselves detectives. Xiao Tao, allow him to speak. I am curious to see what pearls of wisdom he might offer. Qin, we have other matters to attend to. We cannot waste time indulging this boy. The female officer reminded. It's quite all right. It won't take much time. The forensic expert retorted angrily. Youngster, I am giving you an opportunity to explain how this victim was murdered. However, you must think carefully. Obstructing police work can lead to administrative detention. It is not too late to regret your words. Apologize now, and I will overlook your earlier insolence. I stifled a laugh. Insolent? I wondered who might be apologizing later. What if I happen to be right? How could that be possible? Qin laughed heartily. I am merely suggesting. In the unlikely event that I stumble upon the truth, I countered. If that were the case, I would relinquish this case entirely and let you take over. Would that be agreeable? Upon the conclusion of the coroner Qin's remarks, the surrounding officers erupted into laughter, their eyes glinting with intrigue as they anticipated my impending embarrassment. Coroner Qin, the female officer interjected, her brow furrowed, softly cautioning him against his careless words. Coroner Qin gestured for her to refrain from interrupting, indicating that his extensive experience lent considerable weight to his words, far more than that of the young officer. All right, young man, please enlighten us, Coroner Qin urged. Very well, I replied, approaching the ancient locust tree beneath which the deceased had hanged. In order to reach the branch, the victim had meticulously stacked a pile of stones beneath his feet. Yet, beside the stones lay an easily overlooked indentation in the grass. I pointed to that spot and declared, observe this impression. It suggests that when he committed suicide, someone was here, assisting him in stacking these stones. Have you ever encountered a suicide that required assistance? If this isn't murder, then what is? Coroner Qin burst into laughter. I thought you had discovered some significant clue. But it appears this is all you have? Young man, you have truly misstepped. The deceased was discovered this morning by a janitor on campus. Upon seeing the hanging figure, brought him down. This indentation was actually made by the janitor's foot. So, what do you have to say for yourself now? I shook my head. This mark is not a footprint at all. Coroner Qin fell silent, and the female officer cast a puzzled glance in his direction. He finally spoke. I recall now, while I was handling the body, I inadvertently left my toolbox there. Is that really such a significant matter that you would consider it an important clue? I mused to myself that this forensic expert was quite vain. In a desperate attempt to justify his assertions, he claimed that the traces left by the murderer were self-inflicted. However, the female officer appeared to accept his explanation without question, her fleeting doubt gradually dissipating. Perhaps, in her eyes, Dr. Qin was a seasoned authority within the detective squad, unworthy of skepticism. To others, the impressions on the grass might not seem significant. Yet to me, they held profound meaning. During my apprenticeship with my grandfather, he would concoct a bitter brew known as Ming Tong sand for me daily. After consuming it for a full 49 days, I suddenly lost my sight. My grandfather reassured me, instructing me not to fear, for my eyes were merely undergoing a recalibration. 3 days later, my vision returned, but it was vastly different from what it had been before. A grain of sesame appeared as large as a grinding stone, and I could discern the flow of blood vessels through the subtle changes in skin. Even the flutter of a bee's wings unfolded before me in slow motion. My eyesight was so acute that I could only remain in dimly lit rooms. Even the faintest light, such as that from a match, inflicted a piercing pain upon my eyes. Gradually, I came to understand that my grandfather was employing unique techniques to train me. It took a considerable amount of time for me to acclimatize to this terrifying vision, reaching a state of mastery. My grandfather proclaimed that these eyes were the distinctive of the Song family, endowing me with divine assistance in future investigations. Before my pupil of profound insight, the impressions left on the grass by objects of varying weights and shapes are strikingly different. The grass blades that have been severed are now gradually wilting, and from my observation, these traces were made less than 10 hours ago. I had just been observing the forensic examination nearby, from the livor mortis, rigor mortis, and the degree of pupil dilation. It is evident that the time of death aligns precisely with this time frame. However, the esteemed forensic expert Qin asserts that the time of death occurred at least 10 hours prior. I cannot be bothered to correct such a trivial detail. Regrettably, what I perceive eludes the eyes of others. The female officer, visibly irritated, interjected, "Enough already. This is a waste of time. Someone, escort this fellow out." "Wait," I protested. "Besides the impressions on the grass, there are also the assailant's handprints left on the victim's body. Did you not notice this?" The female officer paused, signaling the officers restraining me to step back. Chin, with a disdainful laugh, remarked, "Xiao, this fellow is spouting nonsense again. I just examined the body with a UV light. There are no fingerprints present. I'm not referring to fingerprints, but rather the impressions of the palm. Any object that applies pressure to another will leave an imprint, even a table or a stone. Once a person dies, all bodily functions cease, and the blood no longer circulates. Although it may be somewhat disrespectful to speak of the deceased in such terms, a corpse essentially functions as an object." I inhaled deeply and elucidated. "Young man, have you not fully awakened, or are you merely wandering in a dream? What nonsense is this about a corpse being merely an object? You claim to discern what my instruments cannot reveal with your naked eyes? Such arrogance without a shred of evidence." Dr. Chin, the forensic expert, regarded me with a scornful gaze. "What if I were to make it manifest? How would you respond?" I suddenly allowed a hint of confidence to grace my smile. "That is impossible," Dr. Chin declared. "I have employed imported instruments worth tens of thousands, and they yielded nothing. How could you possibly uncover it? Are you so enamored with instruments? They are not infallible. Autopsy requires a variety of methods and tools. Sometimes, a mere piece of paper can yield results that an expensive machine cannot." I replied. The female officer scrutinized me closely, seemingly intrigued, and inquired, "What field are you in, young man?" "This is unrelated to my profession. Although I'm not trained in forensics, I believe I possess greater capability than he does." I provocatively gestured towards Dr. Chin. Dr. Chin was indeed incensed by my taunt. "Xiao, let him try. I wish to see what new tricks he can conjure. I have been in this field longer than this boy has been alive. If he can uncover what I cannot, I shall promptly resign." "Dr. Chin, is that truly appropriate?" the female officer asked, looking somewhat troubled. "Not at all. Today, I intend to teach this novice a lesson," Dr. Chin retorted, plopping down onto the ground. "Just remember, you must hold true to your word." I chuckled. "Of course it matters." The forensic expert Chin glared at me. "But what will you say if you cannot prove anything?" "Then go ahead and arrest me," I shrugged. The female officer sighed beside me. "Young student, you have already taken up our time for quite a while. I am not jesting. If you ultimately fail to produce any evidence, I will charge you with obstructing justice. You must think this through. Judging by your appearance, you seem to be in your junior or senior year. If you are detained even once, regardless of whether the school punishes you, there will be a blemish on your record, making it difficult to secure employment in the future." "I'm fully aware of that," I replied calmly. "It is not arrogance on my part. Although the eye of the abyss cannot detect the marks on the deceased, the clues of murder lay distinctly before us. Unless the murderer can levitate the corpse, there must be fingerprints on the victim. This is called deduction, where one draws inferences from the minutiae." I was absolutely confident in my reasoning. The female officer let out a wry smile. "Very well, if you wish to examine it, go ahead. Just let me know what tools you require." "No, I require no such tools." I glanced outside the cordon. Wang Dali had been standing there, observing with a notably anxious expression. "Dali, come here for a moment," I called out. He lifted the cordon and rushed over, nodding and smiling awkwardly at the female officer and forensic expert Chin. Then, in a hushed tone, he tugged at my sleeve. "Yangzi, you've really gone overboard this time. How dare you boast like that? Usually, you're so shy, even blushing when talking to girls. What made you suddenly lose your mind? Have you been through some sort of stimulus? By the way, did you inquire about the name of the police officer? Does she have a boyfriend?" I shot him a glance and said, "Dali, could you do me a favor and fetch the red oil paper umbrella from the very back of my wardrobe?" "What do you need that for?" "No need to ask, just bring it to me." I emphasized, "And remember, do not touch anything else in my closet." "All right, just wait a moment." With that, Wang Dali hurried off. Forensic expert Chin lit a cigarette and remarked, "Well then, I'll take a break and wait for the show." "Yes, prepare yourself for an intriguing spectacle," I declared, lifting my chin confidently. Chapter 11. The Red Umbrella and the Art of Examination. Before long, Wang Dali rushed over, breathless, clutching a red umbrella, and handed it to me. Yangzi, is this the one? Indeed. I replied to Forensic Chin. Could you please lend me 2 pairs of rubber gloves? Forensic Chin, perched on a small stool with a cigarette in hand, casually nodded toward the toolbox. There's some in there. Feel free to take whatever you need. I retrieved 2 pairs of gloves, tossing one to Wang Dali while donning the other myself. Wang Dali, taken aback, exclaimed, Yangzi, what is this for? To prevent leaving fingerprints on the corpse, I explained. But you're asking me to lift the body. He protested. If you want to assist me, who will? Enough chatter. Hurry up, I urged. Wang Dali, with a woeful expression, lamented, please don't drag me into this. I'll treat you to lunch. That should be sufficient, right? I proposed. With a group of police officers observing nearby, Wang Dali felt compelled to comply. I instructed him to help raise the upper body of the corpse as I retrieved a pair of scissors from the toolbox to cut open the deceased sweatshirt. Forensic Chin shot me a disapproving glance, but remained silent, knowing that removing the sweatshirt from the head would likely damage the tongue that was protruding from the mouth of the deceased. After slicing open the sweatshirt, I proceeded to unbutton the shirt beneath. The visage of the hanging victim was ghastly. Wang Dali shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Stealing a glance, he was so frightened that he promptly closed them again. What the hell? Yangzi, aren't you afraid? What is there to fear in the dead? Do you fear a table? I replied with a calm smile. Yet he lamented, but he is, after all, a corpse. Wang Dali gazed at me as if I were a monster. To me, there was little distinction between a corpse and a table. In my youth, my grandfather took me to graveyards to hone my skills in bone examination, often lingering there for an entire night. With a considerable audience surrounding us, there was no need to remove the deceased's trousers. I instructed Wang Dali, lift the body. With a deep breath, Wang Dali hoisted the corpse. I gradually unfurled a red umbrella, and an immediate waft of herbal fragrance enveloped us. The female officer, covering her nose, exclaimed, Where did you acquire this umbrella? It reeks. My apologies, I replied with a slight smile. I had purchased this umbrella during a shopping excursion, having read about the umbrella examination method in the True Record of Exoneration. The ancients were already aware of the ability of ultraviolet rays to reveal scars. Through the continuous refinements of Song Siai, a magistrate of the Song dynasty, various herbal solutions were applied to the canopy, allowing this examination umbrella to reveal different traces. I had crafted my own examination umbrella based on the methods described in the text. As I opened the umbrella and gently twirled it beneath the sunlight, the vivid red shadow fell upon the corpse's chest. While it appeared merely red to the average observer, to my eyes, it resembled a rainbow comprised of numerous fan-shaped areas of varying shades of red. I scrutinized the deceased's pallid skin, and Wang Dali, struggling to maintain his hold, urged, Yangzi, hurry up and begin your examination. The sun is even hot today, so there's no need for me to hold the umbrella. I'm indeed examining, I retorted. What were you examining with that dilapidated umbrella? Wang Dali asked, bewildered. How can this be a broken umbrella? Do you have any idea how much of my living expenses I spend on medicinal materials to concoct this umbrella? I wouldn't exchange it for a girlfriend, I declared. Well, it must possess some talent, Wang Dali replied, his gaze drifting languidly towards the striking female officer. Forensic expert Chin scoffed, young man. From which peculiar book did you glean this bizarre method? Do you think you could perform an autopsy with a mere broken umbrella? Why not burn some incense to summon the spirit of the deceased and have them speak for themselves? I chose to ignore him, thinking, since you relish in making sarcastic remarks, you might as well get them out early, or else you might find yourself at a loss for words later. As the crimson umbrella spun thrice, an ephemeral handprint suddenly materialized on the deceased's shoulder, causing everyone present to be taken aback, while Chin's jaw dropped, oblivious to the cigarette but that fell from his mouth. This is impossible, Chin exclaimed, springing to his feet. Dali, turn the body over again, I instructed. All right, Wang Dali responded, invigorated, as he flipped the body onto its side, bearing it on his shoulder. I continued to rotate the red umbrella, and wherever the crimson light passed, akin to an infrared scan, 3 handprints emerged sequentially on the deceased's back, each clearer than the one on the shoulder. These handprints were diminutive, reminiscent of those left by a woman. Stop! The female officer, snapped her fingers. Xiao Wing, ficha camera. A policeman hurriedly provided a digital camera, and the female officer instructed me to keep the umbrella aloft while she meticulously photographed each handprint in succession. Once all the prints were captured, I directed Wang Dali to set the body down. The female officer lowered her head to examine the photographs on the digital camera and remarked, "Strange. The patterns of these fingerprints do not resemble typical palm prints. They are not palm prints. Rather, they're the textures of clothing. These handprints were left through the fabric. At the moment of death, a person's vital energy disperses through the pores. If an external object obstructs the skin at that moment, it can leave behind what is known as imprints of vital energy. Unless revealed through a special method, they remain hidden," I explained. "Vital energy?" The female officer looked perplexed. "It sounds rather mystical, but upon reflection, it is not difficult to comprehend," I replied with a smile. The officer nodded in understanding, saying, "Well, you truly possess some remarkable insights. Where did you acquire such peculiar theories? So, does this imply that the case is a murder?" "Absolutely, it is a murder," I affirmed. "Incorrect." Dr. Chin, the forensic expert, suddenly rose, his face paling. "This fellow is performing tricks. I have been a forensic expert for many years and have never heard of anything like red umbrellas or imprints of vital energy. Where did you learn this? Tricks? Why don't you show me one?" I retorted with a cold smile as I folded my umbrella. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you know who I am?" Dr. Chin stammered in indignation. I felt a surge of disdain. When cornered, he resorted to authority. But I was not swayed by such tactics. "I do not care who you are. All I know is that you are mistaken. You have misclassified murder as suicide. Your negligence has led to the untimely death of a university student and allowed a murderer to roam free." Young man, Chin, the forensic expert, reached out to seize my umbrella. I turned away, and he grasped at nothing but air, his frustration boiling over as he exclaimed, "Let me see that peculiar umbrella. Surely, you've employed some form of sorcery to create such a ruckus. Ah, but did you not just declare that should I prove it, you would not only hand over the case for my investigation, but also resign in disgrace? Surely, you haven't forgotten your own words." I chuckled lightly. Indeed, I too heard that proclamation. A distinguished forensic expert wouldn't dare to utter words without intention, would he? Wang Dali interjected. Chin's eyes widened in disbelief as he scanned the room, his face flushing a deep crimson. Stammering, he retorted, "Well, those were merely jesting remarks, not to be taken seriously. How was I to know you would actually uncover the truth? Had I known, I wouldn't have said such things." "Jesting, you say?" I raised an eyebrow. "If I had failed to uncover anything, you would have likely had me arrested by now." Chin fell silent, turning to the female officer. "Xiao Tao, you witnessed this. This young man is merely toying with me. Hurry and remove this troublemaker." Yet, the female officer shook her head. "Chin, you cannot simply renege on your word. Everyone present heard the agreement you made. Since you promised him the opportunity to investigate this case, you must uphold your commitment." In truth, the female officer was attempting to mediate, conveniently sidestepping the matter of resignation. I understood her intentions, but feigned ignorance. "Oh well, I had no desire to kick a man while he was down. I would grant this old fellow a modicum of dignity." The forensic expert Chin fell silent for a few seconds before abruptly exclaiming, "Huang Xiaodao, if even you refuse to assist me, very well. I shall cease my investigation into this case. Let him pursue it instead. If that rascal manages to solve it, I will resign from the criminal police team." With that, he removed his lab coat and flung it onto the ground, storming away in indignation. I watched his retreating figure with a cold smirk, thinking to myself, "Old man, has your pride not yet been wounded?" At that moment, a delicate, ivory hand extended towards me. I looked up to see the female officer. "I am Huang Xiaodao, and you are?" "Song Yang." I took her hand, which was remarkably soft and gentle, and a faint fragrance wafted from her. Having maintained my chastity for 22 years, I had never touched a woman's body, especially one as alluring and mature as hers, leaving me feeling somewhat bashful. My cheeks suddenly flushed. "Then, I shall rely on your guidance for this case," Huang Xiaotao said with a smile. "Of course," I replied. Just then, a girl's sobs echoed from beyond the police tape. "It's a ghost. My boyfriend was killed by a ghost." The moment those words were uttered, All three of us stood in stunned silence. Chapter 12. The Piano Piece of Death. I gazed beyond the caution tape, where two young women stood, one plump and the other slender. It was the slender girl who had just spoken. She covered her mouth, her tears flowing incessantly. Huang Xiaotao approached them and inquired, "Do you know the deceased?" The slender girl wept even more bitterly, while the plump girl replied, "Not only do we know him, but Fang Fang has been in a relationship with Zhang Kai for 2 years." Overwhelmed by grief, the slender girl was inconsolable. Huang Xiaotao instructed a police officer to bring her a folding chair, but she refused to sit. We waited patiently for her tears to subside before Huang Xiaotao asked, "When was the last time you saw the deceased?" "We were together last night," the slender girl replied, tears streaming down her face once more. "But I'm certain that the one who killed him is a ghost." She then recounted the events of the previous night. The girl's name was Fang Fang, while the plump girl was called Tian Tian. The deceased was named Zhang Kai, and there was another boy named Deng Chao. The four of them often enjoyed each other's company, sharing secrets as close friends. Recently, Deng Chao had received the university's recommendation for further studies, and so he had invited the three of them out for a lavish meal last night. During their gathering, they imbibed some alcohol and began discussing the legend surrounding the haunted, abandoned teaching building. It was said that 10 years prior, a campus beauty had died within those walls, her body dismembered and concealed within a piano. Ever since, whenever the night grew still, eerie piano music would inexplicably echo through the building. Those with musical knowledge would listen intently and were astonished to discover that the haunting melody was none other than the Moonlight Sonata, the very piece the campus beauty had cherished during her lifetime. During this period, some skeptical security guards ventured into the classroom where the haunting piano melodies emanated from, armed only with flashlights. Yet, their curiosity was met with blood-curdling screams that echoed throughout half of the school, leaving one man driven mad, muttering incessantly, "The female ghost plays the piano. The female ghost plays the piano." Soon after, the school administration found an excuse to seal off the building. But rumors swirled that the true reason was its ghostly inhabitant, fueled by liquid courage from a bottle of spirits. Zhang Kai and Deng Chao made a wager. If Deng Chao dared to brave the dilapidated teaching building, he would receive 5,000 yuan. That night, the four of them ventured into the forsaken halls, and indeed, they stumbled upon the legendary piano in a music classroom. Deng Chao, filled with pride, demanded his winnings from Zhang Kai, who suddenly reneged, insisting that Deng Chao must spend the night there for the bet to count. Deng Chao, ever the competitive spirit, readily accepted the challenge, and despite the group's attempts to dissuade him, they ultimately left him alone. As they departed, a chilling piano melody suddenly filled the air, unmistakably the Moonlight Sonata. Rushing back to the music room, they beheld a spectral figure clad in white, long hair cascading down, playing the piano. Deng Chao stood beside her, seemingly entranced. Zhang Kai intended to rescue him, but was abruptly injured by an unseen force. It turned out that the room was ensnared with countless sharp piano strings, swirling like the ghost's hair. As the final note of the composition resonated, Deng Chao abruptly swayed and collapsed, his head rolling away, sending the three fleeing from the teaching building in sheer terror. Last night, two young women were gripped by profound terror, huddled beneath their blankets in tears, until this morning when they contemplated alerting the authorities. To their astonishment, they learned that a corpse had been discovered on campus. They initially presumed it to be the remains of Deng Chao, but upon investigation, they found that it was in fact Zhang Kai who had hanged himself. At that moment, Fang Fang was utterly petrified. Having just witnessed the imprint of a woman's hand on Zhang Kai's body, she became convinced that a female ghost was responsible, compelling him to take his own life. According to an upperclassman, anyone who interrupts the ghost while she performs is doomed to incur her wrath, ultimately resulting in their demise. After articulating her fears, Fang Fang lamented, "First it was Deng Chao, then Zhang Kai. Surely the next victims will be Sweetie and me. Woe unto us. There is no escape." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, while Sweetie gently consoled her with a reassuring touch on the shoulder. We were all taken aback, realizing that what appeared to be a straightforward case of suicide was shrouded in a spine-chilling campus legend. Huang Xiaotao inquired, Did you witness your classmate's head being severed by the ghost? Indeed, Fong Fong fervently nodded. Is his body still in that derelict classroom building? It should be. Huang Xiaodao promptly declared. Song Yang, accompany me to investigate. May I join as well? Wang Dali interjected. Who are you? Huang Xiaodao retorted coldly. I am Wang Dali. Song Yang's. I elbowed him gently, stating, assistant. Yes, I am his capable assistant. Song Yang cannot function without me for even a second. Wang Dali, with unabashed audacity, adorned himself with flattery, leaving me in a state of bemusement. What does it mean to say, not leaving for even a second? Such words might lead others to mistakenly assume my inclinations. Huang Xiaotao interjected. All right, you may join us, but since you are involved in this case, you must heed my directives. As you say, I acquiesced with a nod. 3 points. First, prior to the resolution of this case, you are strictly prohibited from disclosing your involvement to outsiders. Second, you must not reveal any progress of the case to anyone other than me, not even to the detectives. Third, you are forbidden from withholding any information or clues from me. Yes, sir. Wang Dali mimicked a scene from a Hong Kong film, awkwardly standing at attention and saluting. I'm mused to myself that this girl possesses a rather strong desire for control, which is understandable, from her perspective, with us two suddenly intervening. Any ensuing complications would fall squarely upon her shoulders. Regardless, the prospect of participating in a case resolution filled me with exhilaration. Though my theoretical knowledge is robust, practical opportunities have been scarce. Huang Xiaodao called a few others to join us and took the opportunity to arrange for 2 girls. Seizing this moment, I resolved to examine the corpse more closely. Wang Dali, being a stranger in this setting, simply followed my lead. With the crowd around, I leaned closer to the wrapped body, pressing my ear against its chest and gently tapping the ribs with my fingers. Wang Dali, ever the chatterbox, pondered aloud whether he should summon a roommate for assistance, whether the police would provide lunch, and, most importantly, if Huang Xiaodao had a boyfriend. I cast him a sidelong glance and gestured for him to remain silent. Wang Dali perceptibly covered his mouth. My fingers incessantly tapped as I listened to the sounds emanating from the corpse's abdomen, subsequently turning the body over to inspect its back. What are you listening for? Does a corpse still possess a heartbeat? Wang Dali inquired, trembling. I hear it lamenting, I met a tragic end. Would you care to listen? I replied with a chuckle. No, you should listen instead, he insisted, shaking his head fervently. This technique is known as listening to bone and deciphering sound, a profound skill from the Song family's divine art of discerning death. By repeatedly tapping the ribs and spine of the deceased, echoes are generated within the abdomen, akin to a bat's echolocation, allowing one to form a 3-dimensional image of the internal organs in the mind, thereby gleaning a wealth of pertinent information. Through this method, I ascertained that the time of death was approximately 7 to 8 hours prior, with signs of lung contraction and multiple tears in the spinal nerves, indicating suffocation as the cause of death. Naturally, I sought to verify this. My grandfather always emphasized that to be a proficient coroner, one must witness and hear everything firsthand. After listening intently, I unzipped the body bag and pulled the deceased's right hand out. Upon earlier examination, I had indeed noticed a slender wound on the back of the right hand, still bearing remnants of adhesive from a bandage, likely torn off by forensic expert Chin. I had not scrutinized it closely at that moment, but now, upon further inspection, it was evident that the injury was caused by a sharp object. Could it indeed be, as the 2 girls suggested, inflicted by a piano string? I raised the deceased's hand before my eyes, closed them briefly, and then suddenly opened them wide, scrutinizing with my piercing gaze. Wang Dali was so startled that he fell to the ground, exclaiming, Yangzi, what just happened to your eyes? I thought I saw a red glimmer in them. Are you perhaps overexerted, causing your eyes to become bloodshot? Would you like me to fetch you a bottle of eye drops? I couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, go away, and stop interrupting. I resumed my meticulous examination, the back of the deceased's hand swiftly magnifying in my view, revealing even the pores and the layered cuts with crystal clarity. I noted that the flesh from the incision was interspersed with tiny particles, exuding a rust-like crimson hue. The injuring object was undoubtedly metallic. If it were a string from a musical instrument, it could indeed show signs of rust. However, what struck me as peculiar was the orientation of the wound, shallow above and deep below, suggesting that it appeared as though the deceased had inflicted the injury upon themselves. Chapter 13. The beautiful policewoman. After completing a phone call, Huang Xiaodao approached me and inquired, "So, have you made any new discoveries?" I shook my head. She then called a few officers, preparing to investigate the old teaching building. Just before they departed, I found myself staring blankly at the artificial lake. Huang Xiaodao asked, "What's wrong?" I replied, "By the way, could you arrange for someone to dredge this lake? Is there something in the lake? Are you certain?" Huang Xiaodao furrowed her brows. "It's just my deduction. Since the murderer was able to hang the victim from a tree, it suggests the victim was in a state of unconsciousness at the time. The victim exhibited no external injuries, indicating he was likely forced to inhale some anesthetic substance. However, considering an adult male weighs at least 60 kilograms, lifting such a heavy living person to hang them from a tree without leaving any trace is quite a formidable task. Moreover, if the intention was to stage a suicide, why not fabricate it as a drowning instead? That would be far more convenient. The murderer must have had a reason for opting for the more complicated method. Thus, I suspect the murderer disposed of something in the lake, something he did not wish the police to recover while retrieving the body. Indeed, how did I not think of this? Song Yang, you are remarkably astute. What exactly is your field of study?" Huang Xiaodao exclaimed with delight. "We specialize in electronics," Wang Dali interjected, then patted my shoulder. "However, our Yangzi has a wide array of interests, delving into detective and forensic literature." I shot him a disdainful glance, thinking to myself, what does our Yangzi even mean? I instinctively moved a little farther away from him. Alas, it is truly a waste of talent for you not to serve as a police officer. I shall promptly contact headquarters to request the engineering team to conduct a retrieval operation. Huang Xiaodao left several officers here to manage the scene, while the others accompanied her to the abandoned teaching building, where she made a phone call along the way. Not donning her uniform, she was uncertain of her official title. So I inquired, "By the way, given your apparent authority, what is your rank?" Huang Xiaodao revealed her police officer certificate, which bore the title First-Class Police Inspector. I stole a glance at her ID number and was surprised to discover she was merely 24 years old, suggesting she had recently embarked on her career. I speculated that she either had influential connections or had previously performed an extraordinary act of valor. "Sister Xiaotao, you are truly talented at such a young age, a first-class police inspector. Is that a significant rank?" Wang Dali seized the moment to flatter her. "Not particularly," Huang Xiaodao replied with a smile. Wang Dali then asked me about the rank of a police inspector. I educated him that in China, police ranks are categorized into 5 levels: officer, inspector, superintendent, chief inspector, and chief superintendent. While the title of first-class inspector may not be exceedingly high, for someone who has just graduated from the police academy, such rapid advancement is akin to being propelled by a rocket. Before long, we arrived at the abandoned teaching building, surrounded by numerous locust trees. The dense shade enveloped the entire structure, imparting a rather somber atmosphere. The main entrance was secured with a heavy iron chain, as if guarded by an iron sentry. Huang Xiaodao called over an officer to fetch the school administrator to unlock the door, but I gestured dismissively and said, "No need. Just lend me 2 hairpins. You don't mean to suggest you're also adept at lock-picking, do you?" Huang Xiaodao asked as she pulled 2 hairpins from her hair and handed them to me. I pried open the hairpin, inserted its ends into the keyhole, and with a few deft movements, the lock clicked open. Wang Dali exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, Song Yang, you are quite the hidden talent." After 4 years of being classmates, I had no idea you could pick locks. I replied, "Lock picking is rather simple. I can teach you when you have the time." Indeed, it is quite straightforward. The structure of modern locks, though varied, remains fundamentally the same. This knowledge was imparted to me by my grandfather during a bout of illness when I was bored. He taught me to alleviate my tedium, and I mastered it in just 3 hours. Hey, Huang Xiaodao interjected. "This skill is not something you should teach to just anyone. Becoming a locksmith requires registration with the police station." I reassured her, "Don't worry. I have no intention of using it for nefarious purposes." With that, I returned the 2 hairpins to her. Huang Xiaotao remarked. Never mind, you keep them. I have a cleanliness obsession and prefer not to touch anything that might be dirty. Oh dear, then I'll compensate you later. I offered. Huang Xiaotao chuckled softly. It's obvious you don't have a girlfriend. Despite your adorably youthful face, you can't even utter a charming word to girls. Why not say you'll buy me 2 prettier ones next time? Her words struck a chord within me. I knew my emotional intelligence was lacking, and I felt my cheeks flush with embarrassment. However, I was pleasantly surprised that Huang Xiaodao was joking with me. When I first met her, I had assumed she was an icy, unapproachable policewoman, but my impression of her had softened considerably. Seizing the moment, Wang Dali attempted to ingratiate himself. Sister Xiaodao, I know a lovely shop for women's accessories, offering excellent quality at reasonable prices. After we finish the case, how about I take you there to buy a couple of hairpins? To my surprise, Huang Xiaodao coldly replied, Thank you, but no need. Wang Dali, having caught a face full of dust, quietly inquired, Yangzi, why does she speak to you and not to me? I believe that even if I cannot compare to Wu Yanzu, I certainly stand shoulder to shoulder with Peng Yuyan, don't you think? Could it be that she doesn't fancy my rugged handsomeness? Casting a glance at his disheveled hairstyle reminiscent of Yi Chan, I remarked, Perhaps it's simply because she isn't familiar with you yet. Once you get to know each other better, things will improve. Is that so? Wang Dali replied, somewhat skeptical. As he scratched his head, our group made its way to the music classroom on the 3rd floor. The corridor was inexplicably eerie, reminiscent of scenes from a horror film. I mused that the dim lighting and the long-abandoned space contributed to its unsettling atmosphere. I asked Wang Dali, was this legend about a piano ghost? I've never heard of it before. I've never heard of it either. Such trivial tales from a decade ago are only propagated by the girls. Rarely do they ever converse with us, he scoffed. In any case, I do not believe in such campus ghost stories. Then why do you hide behind me? I queried. I wasn't hiding. I merely fell behind while tying my shoelaces, Wang Dali retorted defensively. We then noticed a classroom door labeled 314 Music Classroom. A few policemen were the first to burst through the door, quickly followed by their terrified screams. We rushed in to find a headless corpse lying upside down on the floor, blood pooling all around, now congealed. Wang Dali inhaled sharply, darting behind me with a swift motion. Do not disturb the scene, he commanded. You, secure the perimeter of the teaching building. You take photographs for evidence immediately. Huang Xiaotao instructed, her voice tinged with anxiety. The officers promptly began their tasks, and Huang Xiaotao handed me 2 pairs of rubber gloves, inquiring, Can you manage? I'm capable of performing all that a forensic expert can do, and even tasks beyond their reach, I replied, gazing intently at the lifeless body. Very well, then I shall rest easy. Huang Xiaodao nodded in acknowledgement. As we donned our gloves, Wang Dali, the timid soul, persisted in hiding behind me. His hands gripping my arm tightly, I could feel his trembling. Dali, if you cannot bear it, wait for me outside. I suggested. Am I truly such an unfaithful friend? Very well, I shall wait outside, he responded, retreating through the door. Your classmate is quite amusing, Huang Xiaodao remarked with a gentle smile. I knelt to examine the corpse, noting from the attire that the deceased appeared to be a student of approximately 20 years. He had fallen towards the door, his head severed cleanly at the 4th cervical vertebra. Yet this alone could not be deemed the primary cause of death. Huang Xiaodao moved the deceased's arm slightly, stating, The time of death is approximately 10 hours ago. You are knowledgeable in this matter? I expressed mild surprise. One becomes familiar through observation. See here, the livor mortis is beginning to merge, and rigor mortis is evident in the fingers. These traits are characteristic of a death occurring around 10 hours prior, are they not? It appears that Huang Xiaodao has indeed diligently perused forensic literature. Her position as a senior inspector is not merely a result of connections, which causes me to regard her with newfound respect. I press my ear against the back of the deceased, gently tapping the spine with my fingers, employing the method of listening to the bones to discern sound. After a moment, I remarked if Dr. Qin were here, he would likely arrive at a similar conclusion. Does this mean I was correct? Huang Xiaodao replied, visibly pleased. However, it is unfortunate that the time of death should be approximately 48 hours, with a margin of error not exceeding 2 hours. That's impossible. The body is evidently still quite fresh. Huang Xiaodao exclaimed in astonishment. Do not be deceived by appearances. If you do not believe me, I can demonstrate it to you, I declared as I swiftly removed my rubber gloves. Chapter 14. The head and the piano. I summoned Wang Dali and said to him, Dali, please assist me in procuring a few items. I require towels, hot water, a bucket, rope, an iron plate, an electric stove, white vinegar, and ginger. Do you need cumin and chili powder? Wang Dali inquired. What I need those for? I replied. Given the items you've requested, it seems you are preparing for a teppanyaki meal, Wang Dali remarked, puzzled. I chuckled. Go on, hurry and fetch them for me. What about the money? Wang Dali stared at me blankly. Huang Xiaotao interjected. Don't worry, I will reimburse you once it's all done. Just remember to get an invoice. Suddenly recalling something, I added, wait, our dormitory's fourth resident has a few pots of succulents. Could you bring one over? What do you need that for? Is the investigation not tedious enough? You want a plan to lighten the mood? Wang Dali clicked his tongue in disbelief. Enough questions, just go. I waved him off. All right. Wang Dali responded and dashed out. I searched through the deceased's clothing and discovered an identification card, a student ID, some loose change, a set of keys, a mobile phone, and half a pack of Yushi cigarettes, all bearing the name Deng Chao. Upon opening the phone, I found it locked with a password. Huang Xiaodao requested several evidence bags from a nearby officer and meticulously placed each item inside. I stood up and surveyed the surroundings. The music classroom was spacious, with a podium at the front, beside which sat an old wooden piano, facing the open windows to the south. Due to the early construction of this educational building, air conditioning was not installed, and several ceiling fans were affixed to the ceiling. Oddly enough, where had the head of the deceased gone? I muttered to myself as I stared at the headless corpse. Approaching the piano, I pressed a key only to discover that no sound emerged. It turned out this antiquated piano required the pedal to be pressed for any note to be produced. Huang Xiaotao blinked curiously at me and asked, Can you play the piano? Of course not. I casually swept my hand across the keys and noticed that several were stuck, immediately realizing something was amiss. Anxiously, I exclaimed, Quick, open the piano lid. There is something inside. When the lid was lifted, the police present let out a collective gasp. Inside the piano, numerous strings were severed, entangled like a spider's web around a bloodied and mangled head, beside which lay a baseball cap. I rolled up my sleeves, preparing to extract the head, but the strings were hopelessly intertwined, resembling a tangled mess. Yanking on it might very well tear the flesh further. Huang Xiaotao instructed an officer to fetch a pair of pliers. Shortly thereafter, an officer borrowed a pair from the school security, meticulously snipping the strings that ensnared the head, and at last it was successfully retrieved. I held the head next to the headless body for comparison, judging by the wounds. It was virtually certain they belonged to the same individual. However, the degree of decay in the head was peculiar, with the skin taking on a greenish hue, and the exposed flesh had begun to emit a foul odor of decomposition. Additionally, I observed a lesion on the back of the head. Upon gentle pressure, I discovered a fracture in the cranial bone beneath the skin, with the wound exhibiting signs of bruising and suppuration. A slight application of pressure from my fingers expelled a stream of white, decaying pus that trickled down to my wrist. Don't move, Huang Xiaotao exclaimed, producing a tissue to clean the area. I expressed my gratitude with a simple thank you. What have you found? She inquired. It appears that the head and body belong to the same individual. The cranium has been cleaved by a sharp instrument. I leaned closer, inhaling the air around the skull. It seemed to have been coated with some sort of chemical solution, and coupled with the abundance of bacteria within the piano, the decomposition process had been significantly accelerated, rendering the facial features almost unrecognizable. So it cannot be restored? Huang Xiaotao asked. Restoration is virtually impossible, I contemplated. Recently, 2 girls claimed to have witnessed a ghostly figure in white playing the piano last night, after which the strings within the classroom flew about chaotically, reminiscent of the ghost's flowing hair severing Deng Chao's head. Naturally, I found this hard to believe. Otherwise, there would be no need to investigate the case. The murderer had likely coated the victim's head with a chemical solution and concealed it within the piano, perhaps intentionally blurring its identity. In any case of a headless corpse, confirming the identity of the deceased is of utmost importance. if the cranium has vanished or been severely damaged. One must question whether the perpetrator is attempting to obscure the truth. Such methods are not uncommon. Historical criminals have employed similar tactics. I have encountered numerous analogous cases in the divine judgment in the broken prison text. Thus, I deemed it essential to investigate who exactly Deng Chao was. Song Yang. Do you think the victim's head was severed by a string from a musical instrument? Huang Xiaodao inquired. The wound's edge is remarkably neat. I can only surmise it was cleaved by a sharp object. Speaking of strings, they indeed possess a formidable strength capable of inflicting such a fatal injury. I recall a case from over a decade ago, where the victim would ride home on a motorcycle each night. The perpetrator calculated the precise height along the victim's route, affixed a string, and in the fleeting moment the victim passed, his head was severed. The headless body continued to ride into a nearby barbecue stall, startling many bystanders and perplexing numerous experts at the time. I explained slowly. You are referring to the headless rider case from 10 years ago. Huang Xiaodao exclaimed, her expression one of shock. I remember that the police enlisted a mysterious figure to solve the case. Wait, this case has never been made public. How did you come by this information? I heard it from an old police officer. I replied nonchalantly. In fact, my grandfather was the one who solved the case. I gazed intently at the wound on the severed head and suddenly noticed something amiss. The flesh was cut with precision, yet the cervical vertebrae bore subtle signs of abrasion. I closed my eyes and then reopened them, employing my mysterious eye to scrutinize further. I discovered tiny black particles on the vertebrae, resembling fragments of some metallic substance. From this, I concluded that the flesh and bones were not severed by the same instrument. At that moment, Wang Dali rushed in with an air of excitement, a large bag in his left hand and a thermos in his right. Yangzi, I brought back what you requested, he exclaimed. I opened the bag and, after a quick glance, complimented him. You truly excel. You managed to gather everything so swiftly. The other items were manageable. But this iron plate was borrowed from a barbecue restaurant off campus, and I must return it after use. As Wang Dali concluded his sentence, his gaze suddenly fixated on a particular spot. It turned out he had noticed the severed head I placed on the ground. My goodness, where on earth did you find this bloody head? It's terrifying. Wang Dali's face turned pale with fright. If you can't handle it, step outside for a moment. When you return, bring a magnet and a piece of white paper, I instructed him. Why didn't you mention that earlier? Now I have to make another trip. Wang Dali complained. Consider a workout. I'll treat you to a meal later, I reassured him before sending him on his way. After Wang Dali left, I poured the hot water from the thermos into a bucket, soaked a towel in it, and applied the warm cloth to the deceased's chest. As I began the autopsy, several police officers gathered around to observe. Huang Xiaodao curiously inquired, why are you placing a warm towel on his chest? Didn't I just tell you that we need to establish the time of death? Pay close attention, I replied. After softening the deceased's chest, I turned the body over and proceeded to apply the warm towel to his back. After repeating this process thrice and confirming that the deceased's muscles had begun to soften, a special technique was employed to continuously prod the back of the corpse. Suddenly, without any warning, the headless body half sat up, and a large burst of bloody ice fragments erupted from the wound at the neck. Witnessing this scene, the police present all took a step back in fright. Chapter 15. The method of vinegar steaming corpses. The astonishing spectacle of resurrecting the dead left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Huang Xiaotao stared in disbelief and inquired Song Yang, how did you accomplish this? I elucidated, in life there exists death, and in death there is life. Even a lifeless body can, through certain extraordinary means, regain some of its physiological functions. This is quite unbelievable, isn't it? She exclaimed. Not at all. When a person dies, they invariably retain a breath of air in their lungs, unless they succumb to drowning or asphyxiation. What you witnessed moments ago, the so-called resurrection, was merely the air trapped in the deceased's lungs causing the body to rise. I picked up a shard of ice with tweezers, holding it up for closer inspection. It was stained with blood and fragments of flesh. How could there be ice in the deceased's lungs? Huang Xiaodao posed the question that was on the minds of all the attending officers. Because he was frozen for a period after death. However, there were no traces of water on the surface, suggesting he was likely frozen with dry ice or refrigerant. This significantly slowed the decomposition process, creating the illusion that death occurred merely 10 hours ago. Yet, the internal condition cannot deceive. Through listening to the bones, I discerned that the internal organs exhibited varying degrees of decay, characteristic of having been dead for 48 hours. The freezing process caused the breath trapped in the lungs to crystallize into ice shards. I replied with a slight smile. Huang Xiaodao, taken aback, suddenly clapped my shoulder and said, "Song Yang, you are truly remarkable. I find myself questioning whether you are genuinely a self-taught prodigy." I chuckled softly and said, "Enough idle chatter. Let us proceed with the autopsy." I requested a police officer to bring in a long table, which we then laid down in the center of the room, its 4 legs pointing skyward. Simultaneously, I wrapped several coils of rope around the table legs, fashioning a makeshift rope bed. Beneath it, I placed an electric hot plate connected to a power source and set an iron plate atop. Huang Xiaodao picked up a succulent pot from my bag and remarked, "Your university life seems quite vibrant, filled with all sorts of things. By the way, what do you need this potted plant for? You will find out shortly. Come over and help me strip the body and place it on top." I instructed. 2 officers removed the deceased's trousers and lifted the body onto the rope bed. Upon seeing the deceased's private parts, Huang Xiaodao furrowed her brow and averted her gaze, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. I mused to myself that perhaps Huang Xiaodao had never been in a relationship, as her shyness was quite evident upon witnessing such a sight. I opened a bottle of white vinegar and forcefully squeezed ginger to extract its juice, adding it to the vinegar bottle. Once the iron plate was heated, I poured the entire bottle of white vinegar over it. With a sizzling sound, the room was filled with the pungent steam of vinegar, causing many officers to recoil, covering their noses. I continued to pour the vinegar, my gaze fixated intently on the body of the deceased. Amidst the swirling vinegar smoke, vivid purplish-red marks began to appear on the deceased's body. I promptly turned off the hot plate, and, as the vinegar fumes dissipated, a collective gasp escaped the onlookers. Numerous handprints had emerged on the deceased's body, identical to those I had previously discovered on another victim using a red umbrella. Heavens! It is indeed a woman's handprint. Could it possibly be the work of a female ghost? Huang Xiaodao exclaimed in astonishment. I couldn't help but chuckle quietly. This handprint is considerably smaller than that of an adult male, with slender fingers. However, one cannot definitively conclude that it belongs to a woman, nor can one assert that a female ghost is responsible for the crime. I find myself questioning how Huang Xiaodao, at her rank, managed to ascend to such a position. What are you standing there for? Hurry and take some photographs, I urged. Yes, yes. Xiao Wang, bring over the camera. At Huang Xiaodao's command, a young officer promptly approached, snapping photos of the corpse with a series of clicks. This technique I employed is known as vinegar steaming of the corpse, a remarkable skill devised by the renowned coroner Song Ci. The human palm secretes minuscule amounts of sweat, which is alkaline. By utilizing the acidity of white vinegar to neutralize it, handprints become visible. However, these prints do not endure for long. As anticipated, they began to fade within mere minutes. Huang Xiaodao inquired, "Song Yang, I thought ghosts were supposed to be ethereal? How could they leave handprints? Who told you it was a ghost?" Clearly, this is the mark left by the perpetrator. I am certain that the assailant is a human being. Did you not notice the distinct handprints on a victim's calves, encasing them? Do you know what that signifies? I posed a question. Huang Xiaodao gesticulated while speculating. The assailant must have grasped the victim's calves with both hands. Suddenly, she covered her mouth in realization. I understand now. The perpetrator is a pervert. Her reaction left me both amused and exasperated. Such a straightforward conclusion eluded her. The assailant had indeed seized the victim's calves, dragging the body. How enlightening. It all makes sense now. Huang Xiaodao nodded. That doesn't make sense. According to your assertion, the time of death is approximately 48 hours ago. Yet both eyewitnesses claim that Deng Chao was with them last night. Could it be that he was already deceased at that time? The adage, seeing is believing, falters when witness accounts contradict physical evidence. I am inclined to trust the latter. I believe the deceased is not Deng Chao, and that the corpse was transported from another location into the music classroom. Then why would the murderer do such a thing? Huang Xiaotao inquired, perplexed. It's unclear at present. But there will inevitably come a day when the truth of the case is revealed, I replied. At that moment, Wang Dali rushed in, exclaiming, Yangzi, I've gathered everything for you. Suddenly, he fell silent, his gaze fixated on the corpse, which lay bare upon the iron slab. This scene likely startled him. Good grief. Every time I step away, you all indulge in even more grotesque activities. Are you giving the corpse a sauna? Not at all. We were merely debating whether to steam or fry it. I shrugged in response. Wang Dali, perhaps reminded of food, hastily shoved something into my hands and dashed out, covering his mouth. Huang Xiaotao's complexion turned ashen. Could you refrain from mentioning food during the autopsy? It's quite revolting. Are you even a student? Your psychological resilience is rather extraordinary. Apologies. I tend to be rather blunt, I chuckled. The magnet that Wang Dali procured was salvaged from a speaker. I placed it on a sheet of white paper and moved it back and forth across the severed neck of the corpse. After finishing, I removed the white paper and, cradling it in my hands, presented my findings to Huang Xiaotao. Although these particles were diminutive, so tiny that a mere sneeze could scatter them, they were still discernible against the backdrop of the white sheet. These are. Huang Xiaotao leaned in for a closer examination. They're sharp metal fragments, I explained. Huang Xiaotao glanced at me, then back at the items on the paper. Hey, these are smaller than dust mites. How did you manage to see them? I eat a lot of carrots, so my eyesight is quite good. I chuckled. But where did these sharp metal fragments originate? From the guitar string? Huang Xiaotao inquired. I carefully wrapped the white paper to protect the vital evidence from the wind before retrieving a guitar string to show her. The string was as fine as a hair, yet upon closer inspection, it revealed a twisted texture. It was in fact composed of multiple thin steel wires twisted together. Thus, even if it were to sustain damage, it would not shed sharp metal fragments. Tools capable of producing such fragments would likely be a saw or saw blade. As the latter is made of iron and is prone to wear during the cutting process, I elucidated. A saw? Are you suggesting that the victim's head was actually severed with a saw? Huang Xiaotao exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Let us refrain from jumping to conclusions. By the way, do you have a handkerchief? I asked. Wait. Huang Xiaotao borrowed a handkerchief from a nearby officer. I plucked a few leaves from a succulent plant, wrapped them in the handkerchief, and vigorously twisted it to extract the juice. Then, I gently dabbed the juice onto the victim's neck. Gradually, the incision on the neck transformed into a shade of purple, revealing distinct cut patterns on the flesh, while the bones bore the marks of repeated sawing. Do you comprehend? I stated. The victim's flesh was sliced open by a knife, yet the vertebrae were severed with a saw. Huang Xiaotao stared in astonishment. Her mouth agape. How did you accomplish that? Quite simply, succulents are highly sensitive to metal, so by applying their sap to the wound, I could discern the traces left by the murder weapon. I continued, Song Yang, in the brief hour that I have known you, you have employed an array of peculiar techniques for the post-mortem examination, methods I have never encountered during my tenure as a police officer. This is unacceptable. You must candidly reveal your true identity. Huang Xiaotao's gaze was fixed intently upon me, as if she were determined to extract an answer. Chapter 16. Dare to gamble? I do not intentionally conceal anything, as I have no desire to appear pretentious before these officers. My grandfather often taught me to maintain a low profile in public. However, given her persistence in questioning, I felt compelled to reveal a fragment of truth. Our family has been engaged in the profession of forensic examination for generations, akin to the ancient role of a coroner. Are you implying that the methods you employ are those of a coroner? Huang Xiaotao inquired astutely. Indeed. What else would you presume? These insights are not mere flashes of inspiration. They stem from the wisdom of our ancestors, I replied. Through various media, people possess a modicum of understanding regarding the profession of forensic examination, yet few truly comprehend the intricacies of the examination process. This vocation is shrouded in such mystery that it surpasses even that of monks and Taoist priests. Huang Xiaotao mused. It seems the ancients are not devoid of intelligence. I chuckled. What an odd notion. Do you think that without mobile phones and televisions for thousands of years, the Chinese lived like mere gorillas? In truth, Many of China's technologies have historically been at the forefront of the world, only beginning to decline from the Qing dynasty onwards. The spiritual wealth bequeathed by our ancestors, such as the I Ching and the Huangdi Neijing, contains profound knowledge that even contemporary experts struggle to fully grasp. Huang Xiaodao shook her head, asserting, "Those esoteric matters are merely feudal superstitions. I do not comprehend them and hold little faith in them. Yet, after witnessing my examination, do you still deem it feudal superstition? Why then did I provide scientific explanations for each step, compelling you to believe?" I queried. "Very well. I concede that you possess considerable skill," she admitted. Huang Xiaodao reluctantly conceded defeat. I couldn't help but smirk. Her words merely acknowledged my competence, rather than admitting the prowess of ancient individuals. Modern people, nurtured by contemporary civilization since childhood, often perceive having airplanes and cars as an elevated status, a notion that is not easily altered. Thus, I felt no desire to elaborate further. "Is there still a need to examine the corpse?" Huang Xiaodao inquired. "There is nothing left to investigate. It's still early. Let us gather some information," I replied, clapping my hands. "All right." Huang Xiaodao nodded in agreement. Just then, an elderly gentleman in a white lab coat, carrying a briefcase and followed by 2 police officers, burst into the room. To my surprise, it was Medical Examiner Qin. I thought to myself, had he not declared his withdrawal from the case? His audacity was rather remarkable. Nothing left to examine? Medical Examiner Qin scoffed, surveying the scene with disdain. What a farce. Does the coroner hold any significance? Can you test the DNA? Have you examined the fingerprints? You've turned a perfectly good corpse into this ghastly sight. Huang Xiaodao, do you think this crime scene is a kindergarten, bringing this fellow along to play? When you return, do inform me how you plan to explain this to your superiors. It seemed our earlier conversation had been overheard. Huang Xiaodao frowned and retorted, "Medical Examiner Qin, did you not state that you were withdrawing from this case? Why have you returned?" "Indeed, I did mention withdrawing, but that pertained to the hanging suicide case, not this decapitation case," Medical Examiner Qin replied sternly. "For goodness sake, these 2 cases are clearly the work of the same perpetrator." Huang Xiaodao exclaimed, bemused. "Your words are of no consequence to me. If you have anything to convey, direct it to Captain Lin. He called me moments ago, inquiring about your absence from the scene. I informed him that you instructed me not to investigate and brought along an unknown university student to cause chaos." Captain Lin was furious. "Your supervisor has been removed from duty, and I now have full authority over this task force. Feel free to call and verify." The forensic expert Qin proclaimed with an air of self-satisfaction, revealing a distinctly petty demeanor. Huang Xiaodao's eyes widened in anger, her delicate fist clenched tightly. I mused to myself that Qin was indeed cunning, likely feeling humiliated by me and surreptitiously reporting to his superiors, embellishing the tale to malign both of us. With just a change of command, he was eager to reclaim his lost dignity. Qin produced his phone and coldly urged Huang Xiaodao, "You should promptly call Captain Lin and provide an explanation. Strive for leniency, so you may continue to contribute to my task force." He emphasized my name with undue weight, clearly attempting to humiliate me. Huang Xiaodao refrained from responding, prompting Qin to nonchalantly glance at me and say, "Do you know what the penalty for desecrating a corpse is?" "Desecrating a corpse? Which of your eyes perceived that I was desecrating a corpse?" "I am conducting an autopsy," I retorted without hesitation. Having initially considered showing him some respect due to his age and experience, but such courtesy now seemed unwarranted. "Is that what you call conducting an autopsy? Do you possess a forensic certification? You are merely engaging in reckless antics," Qin seethed. "If I were to recklessly meddle and solve the case, would that not render you a so-called professional forensic expert, utterly incompetent?" I retorted, "What a farce. Do you genuinely believe that your peculiar methods could unravel the case? Do you think we, the police and forensic specialists combined, are inferior to you? You should come over to my home one day. I am certain you and my grandson would find common ground, as he adores watching those juvenile cartoons like Detective Conan." The forensic expert, Qin, approached me, dripping with sarcasm. I remained unfazed by his provocation, my demeanor unusually calm. "Qin, are you implying that Huang Xiaodao has been removed from the special task force?" "Indeed, she ought to thank you profusely. Qin replied. So, this means she is free to act independently? I pressed on. Qin burst into laughter, kid. You can't possibly be suggesting that the two of you might solve the case together. Setting aside your capabilities, acting independently without orders will lead to repercussions. Enough of your nonsense. What if I were to solve the case? I immediately countered. If you were to solve the case. Qin hesitated. I could sense his uncertainty. Having recently stumbled in my presence, he was now reluctant to boast. I deliberately provoked him further. You speak so confidently, yet deep down, you lack conviction and are hesitant to wager against me, a mere novice. Shall I share some intelligence with you? I recall you mentioning that if I were to solve the case, you would voluntarily resign. Is that promise still valid? The forensic expert, Qin, angrily declared, Young man, cease your arrogance. I shall make my position clear. Should you solve this case, I will immediately resign. But do not be too pleased with yourself. What if I unravel the mystery before you do? I turned to Huang Xiaotao and inquired, what is the penalty for the crime of corpse desecration? A prison sentence of up to 3 years, she replied. Very well, should you solve the case before me, I shall accept being charged with corpse desecration without contesting it. For I assure you, I will not hire a lawyer. I will submit to whatever fate befalls me. I proclaimed. Hey, Huang Xiaotao exclaimed in alarm. Song Yang, you must not speak so recklessly. Desecrating a corpse is a grave offense. You cannot act so impulsively. If the case remains unsolved, it is of no consequence. Qin interrupted her, saying, a man of his word must abide by his vow. Let us proceed, as you suggest. I smiled faintly. Fine, let us see what transpires. Qin replied, his countenance darkening. Throughout our exchange, I had kept my hand in my pocket, discreetly recording our conversation on my phone to prevent this old man from later denying his words. I am a person of modest demeanor, yet Qin, relying on his experience, had taken a position of superiority over both Huang Xiaotao and myself. There comes a point when a gentleman's patience is tested. If I do not see your face swollen with embarrassment this time, I shall not bear the surname Song. Xiaotao, let us depart and swiftly locate those 2 eyewitnesses. With that, I strode towards the exit, while Huang Xiaotao shot a fierce glare at Qin before following me out. Chapter 17. The hacker prodigy. As we stepped out of the music classroom, Wang Dali approached us, visibly indignant. That old man Qin is truly overstepping his bounds. Sister Xiaotao, do not fret. Even if the special investigation team dismisses you, Song Yang and I shall forever stand as your unwavering support. Thank you both. Huang Xiaotao managed a faint smile. Just moments ago, she was the commanding leader of the special investigation team. Yet now she found herself a solitary hero, deprived of support. This stark contrast must have weighed heavily on her heart. However, I found myself puzzled. How could a forensic expert wield such power that he could lead the special investigation team and oust you? My recollection of forensic experts was that they often secluded themselves in the morgue, elusive as dragons, preferring the company of the deceased over the living. Furthermore, they were often depicted as alluring, ice-cold beauties clad in white lab coats. That is merely a misconception perpetuated by film and television. Wang Dali retorted. In truth, forensic experts hold official positions and do not spend all their time in the morgue. Their responsibilities extend beyond autopsies and report writing. They accompany the police for on-site evaluations, partake in solving cases, provide essential judicial evidence, and may even testify in court. You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge, Huang Xiaotao remarked with admiration. Understanding one's adversary is crucial, I replied with a grin. The title of forensic expert Qin is equivalent to that of a police superintendent, placing him 2 ranks above me, on par with team leader Lin within the criminal investigation unit, Huang Xiaotao explained. No wonder he carries himself with such arrogance. Wang Dali nodded in agreement. I turned to Huang Xiaotao and inquired, is team leader Lin your direct superior? Yes, Huang Xiaotao affirmed with a nod. And who oversees him? So, he is the chief of the criminal police team. What about above him? Director Sun, of course. Who is Director Sun? Sun who? Known for his explosive temperament. Behind his back, we affectionately refer to him as Old Tiger Sunday, Huang Xiaotao said, somewhat in a daze. Upon hearing those 3 words, I couldn't help but chuckle. After more than 3 years apart, Old Tiger's son has risen to the position of director, indicating that his career has flourished during these years. Huang Xiaodao inquired about my laughter, and I replied, "Oh, it's just that the name Old Tiger's son is rather amusing." She glanced at me in confusion and remarked, "Your sense of humor is peculiar." Then she sighed softly, "Alas, the police present will surely relay your recent observation to Forensic Qin, which will grant him access to first-hand intelligence. With so many officers and resources at his disposal, he will undoubtedly solve the case before us." "Do you not trust me?" I asked. "I believe in you, but your expertise lies primarily in autopsy. Can you truly investigate?" Huang Xiaodao pouted. "One must take a step forward to know if it is a donkey or a horse. How can one ascertain without investigation?" I replied, "Why must you boast in such a manner? What if you cannot deliver?" Huang Xiaodao looked at me with concern. "Actually, during the autopsy, I already gleaned some insights about the case. There are just a few uncertainties that need clarification," I stated. "Really?" Huang Xiaodao exclaimed excitedly. "Then how confident are you in solving the case?" 10 out of 10. Rest assured, I will certainly help you crack this case. And I will do it before Forensic Qin." I displayed a confident smile. Huang Xiaodao, touched, remarked, "We've only known each other for a little over an hour. Why do you choose to assist me in this manner? How can I possibly express my gratitude? Let me repay you with a meal." I replied, "What?" Huang Xiaotao's eyes widened, likely mishearing me, thinking I had made an inappropriate suggestion of offering myself. Once she realized the misunderstanding, she said, "All right, once the case is resolved, feel free to name any restaurant you desire, and I shall treat you." "Woohoo, that's fantastic. I want to indulge in McDonald's to my heart's content," Wang Dali exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. I cast him a disdainful glance. The dining standards near our school were rather modest, and although McDonald's was quite satisfactory if someone was treating, it would be more fitting to enjoy a teppanyaki or a meal at Hadaleo. We arrived at the dormitory where the two girls resided, with a sign reading Girls' Dormitory. Boys keep out prominently displayed above the entrance. Wang Dali expressed his concern about the dormitory matron possibly denying us entry, so I suggested, "There's no need to go up. You can simply ask the matron if Fong Fong and Tian Tian are in their room." Wang Dali returned shortly, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it, that scheming Qin has cunningly taken the witnesses away before us. Yangzi, you really ought to be more discreet. Why did you have to speak so openly when we left? And now look, our only lead has vanished." I suddenly burst into laughter. They inquired about my laughter, to which I replied, "This forensic expert Qin is rather simple-minded." I deliberately said that to lead him to believe that those two young women were crucial witnesses, and indeed, he took the bait. Are they not significant? Their prior statements starkly contradict our findings at the crime scene, clearly indicating they're concealing something, which could very well be a vital clue. Huang Xiaodao reflected for a moment and remarked, "They are of no consequence to this case. One might even say they are superfluous, for they did not witness the true events at the scene of the crime. What they observed was merely a fade orchestrated by the perpetrator for their benefit. Pursuing them would be a sheer waste of time." I responded, "Then where do you intend to investigate?" Huang Xiaodao queried. "We shall visit Deng Xiao's dormitory," I stated. "You are quite the cunning one," Wang Dali exclaimed, slapping my shoulder. "Yangzi, I believed I knew you well from our frequent encounters. Yet today's events have revealed a depth to your character that leaves me feeling somewhat out of my depth." A dark line appeared on my forehead as I retorted, "What is with your tone today? It has an odd, effeminate ring to it. You wouldn't happen to share interests with the youngest, would you?" "No, certainly not." "How could that be?" "The youngest is repugnant. I would never stoop to associate with him. I am a perfectly respectable heterosexual. Thank you very much," Wang Dali insisted, waving his hands in protest. "What are you two discussing?" Huang Xiaodao sighed. "Perhaps I've spent too long in the police force, for I completely fail to comprehend the vernacular of you university students." "It's nothing. We were merely discussing a classmate," I explained with a smile. "The youngest member of our department is quite an eccentric individual, a socially awkward fellow well-versed in hacking techniques. While it is common for boys to exhibit some degree of awkwardness, his peculiarities stand apart. He does not fancy beautiful women, but rather has an affinity for handsome young men, which causes the male students to maintain respectful distance from him. In our daily conversations, he has become a representative of a certain unusual predilection, Upon mentioning him, a thought struck me, and I turned to Wang Dali. By the way, Huang Xiaodao and I are heading to Deng Chao's dormitory. You should seek out the youngest for a favor. What? Wang Dali reacted as if a cat had stepped on its tail. I won't go, I won't go. Why on earth would you want to find him? Have you forgotten the incident where he secretly took naked photos of you when you left the door open while sleeping? Good heavens, what an unfortunate topic to bring up, especially in front of Huang Xiaotao. It felt as if the carefully constructed facade of my reputation was crumbling before my eyes. Indeed, Huang Xiaotao's gaze toward me had shifted slightly. Nonsense. Those naked photos are completely fictitious, I stammered. Ahem, let's discuss the matter at hand. Only the youngest can assist with this issue, which is why I must seek him out. With that, I retrieved an evidence bag from my pocket, containing the deceased's mobile phone. Huang Xiaotao gasped in shock. Hey, are you hoarding evidence? Not at all. I merely forgot to return it after the autopsy. I absent-mindedly placed it in my pocket and only just now discovered it, I replied earnestly. I swear on my honor that it is not hoarded evidence. If it implicates you in any way, I shall return it to forensic expert Chin at once. It matters not. This evidence was uncovered by us and cannot be deemed as contraband. I never anticipated your penchant for subterfuge. I truly regard you with newfound respect. Huang Xiaodao suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. I, however, remained utterly innocent, insisting that I had not concealed anything. Just moments ago, under the scrutinizing gaze of numerous officers, I had engaged in a verbal duel with forensic Chin. I am no magician. How could I possibly stealthily acquire the phone without anyone noticing? Wang Dali, with a furrowed brow, inquired, do you intend to enlist Lao Yao's assistance in unlocking the phone? It is not merely a matter of unlocking the device. This phone presumably belongs to Deng Chao, and I suspect it harbors encrypted or deleted files that could serve as crucial evidence in our investigation. After much contemplation, I concluded that the only person capable of assisting us would be Lao Yao, the unparalleled hacker. I elucidated my reasoning. Wang Dali took the phone, sighed, and declared, for the sake of friendship, I shall risk it all. What does it matter if I compromise my integrity? Chapter 18. Secrets in the dormitory after Wang Dali departed. Huang Xiaodao and I made our way to the dormitory where Deng Chao resided. The disarray of the boys' dormitory was readily apparent, and Huang Xiaodao furrowed her brow throughout our journey. At that moment, a boy clad in oversized shorts burst out of a room, boldly knocking on doors in search of shampoo. Upon spotting Huang Xiaodao, he froze momentarily before hastily covering himself and retreating. Huang Xiaodao grimaced and remarked, they all resemble pigs. Song Yang, is this how you usually are? How could I be like that? I place great importance on personal decorum. My bed is always made to resemble neatly stacked tofu blocks. You can ask Wang Dali about it later, I replied. Is that so? Then I shall certainly pay a visit later, Huang Xiaotao retorted. A wave of embarrassment washed over me. It would be utterly detrimental to my image if Huang Xiaotao discovered I was also part of the swineherd. I quickly suggested we should prioritize the investigation. We can tour later. Huang Xiaodao let out a knowing chuckle. We inquired along the way and finally arrived at Deng Chao's dormitory. Inside, a long-haired boy was seated at a desk, strumming his guitar, perhaps due to the absence of female visitors and the presence of someone as poised and mature as Huang Xiaodao. He stood up nervously upon our entrance and stammered, what are you looking for? Huang Xiaotao displayed her police badge and straightforwardly asked, this is Deng Chao's dormitory, correct? You're a police officer. Please, come in and have a seat. Would you like some water? I heard someone hang themselves at the school this morning. It was Deng Chao's close friend, Zhang Kai. This guy didn't come back last night. Would he have gotten into trouble, would he? The long-haired boy inquired. He was murdered? Huang Xiaodao responded. At that moment, someone suddenly sat up on the bed beside me, startling me. The boy was quite robust and exclaimed loudly, really? Who killed the Chao? Huang Xiaotao asked. The police are currently investigating. May I inquire if Deng Chao had any feuds? The long-haired boy pondered for a moment. There are indeed a few individuals in class who don't get along with him. A Chao, how should I put it, tend to provoke jealousy. Why do you say that? Huang Xiaodao pressed. Perhaps you are unaware, but he is undoubtedly an academic genius. The long-haired boy expressed with admiration. He excels in his studies? Huang Xiaodao continued her inquiry. Indeed, this lad is remarkably intelligent. He rarely attends classes, yet consistently scores above 90 in exams, earning scholarships every year. To be honest, I sometimes feel a twinge of unfairness. We play and sleep just like him. So why is it that he can achieve 90 while we struggle? He quickly added, "But please, do not misunderstand me. I would never resort to murder over such trivial matters." Huang Xiaodao took out her notebook to record the names he recalled. The long-haired boy mentioned several names, and Huang Xiaodao diligently noted them down. At that moment, the loud-voiced boy interjected, "Those individuals are not capable." "It must have been that guy who killed the Chow." "Who?" Huang Xiaodao asked excitedly. The loud-voiced man sat up, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from beneath his pillow. He lit one and took a puff before recounting the history of Deng Chao. It appeared that he possessed an extensive knowledge of Deng Chao. Indeed, Deng was exceptionally intelligent. It was said that during the year of his college entrance examinations, he achieved an impressive IQ of 140, allowing him to breeze through school assessments with minimal effort. Recently, Deng Chao authored a paper that garnered high praise from his professor, who subsequently recommended it to higher authorities, thereby earning Deng the coveted qualification for postgraduate recommendation, an opportunity limited to only 4 slots within his department. However, not long ago, a fellow student named Ma Baobao reported that Deng Chao's paper was, in fact, plagiarized. He gathered evidence and presented it to the school authorities, resulting in the revocation of Deng's qualification and the demand for the return of 2 scholarships previously awarded to him, totaling over 17,000 yuan. Meanwhile, the vacated qualification was claimed by Ma Baobao, raising suspicions about his motives for reporting Deng Chao. Ma Baobao's actions were indeed rather unscrupulous. Having benefited from the situation, he boasted about it to others, casting doubt not only on the plagiarized paper, but also on Deng Chao's previous examination scores, insinuating that they were obtained through deceit. Such a petty triumph left even the teachers disheartened. The whispers and gossip eventually reached Deng Chao's ears, igniting a furious rage within him, leading him to shatter a balcony window with a single punch, resulting in 5 stitches on his hand. Nevertheless, Deng Chao was not someone to be trifled with. He embodied the quintessential Scorpio personality, known for repaying grievances with fervor. On the eve of this summer vacation, one night, as Ma Baobao was returning from self-study, a shadow suddenly emerged from the thicket and slashed him with a small knife. Terrified, Ma Baobao abandoned his books and fled. The cut only grazed his flesh, yet he inexplicably fell gravely ill, succumbing to a high fever, which forced him to return to his hometown. He languished for over 3 months before recovering, incurring medical expenses amounting to several tens of thousands. Upon his return to school, he appeared utterly dispirited and no longer dared to speak ill of Deng Chao. However, he frequently insinuated on Weibo that someone wished to bring about his demise. Was Deng Chao truly responsible for this incident? Deng Chao never mentioned it. Yet, the loud-voiced man harbored a suspicion that Deng Chao was indeed the culprit, believing that the knife might have been tainted with some pathogen, and that Deng Chao might have inadvertently contracted it, as he had been wearing gloves lately. The loud-voiced man speculated that Ma Baobao, harboring resentment over the incident, might have resolved to eliminate Deng Chao. After hearing this, Huang Xiaodao inquired, "Which desk in the dormitory belongs to Deng Chao?" "This one." The loud-voiced man pointed to the central desk. We rummaged through Deng Chao's belongings, finding an assortment of books and magazines on his desk, while his cabinet was filled with clothes. It turned out that Deng Chao had a penchant for basketball, as evidenced by a group photo of a basketball team. I asked the loud-voiced man which one was Deng Chao. He promptly indicated a chubby, fair-skinned boy in the center, clad in a number 0 jersey, smiling broadly, with his arm draped around the shoulder of another boy, exuding a sense of camaraderie. "And who was beside Deng Chao?" I inquired. "His close friend, Zhang Kai, was the one who tragically took his own life this morning." "Close friend?" Huang Xiaotao exclaimed in astonishment. "What sort of relationship did they share?" "No, you misunderstand. Close friend is a term with a broader meaning, referring to particularly dear comrades," I hastily clarified. "Indeed, they were inseparable allies," boomed the loud-voiced man. "Zhang Kai was exceptionally loyal. He would always assist me in reviewing for exams and even lent me his class notes to copy. Once, when we dined together and I got drunk, he carried me back to the dormitory. You know him as well? I inquired. Of course, we are from the same department, and we used to play basketball together, he replied, gazing wistfully at the ceiling. I used to be a key player on the basketball team until I injured my knee. We were uninterested in his nostalgic reminiscence and continued to sift through Deng Chao's belongings. One item piqued my interest, a cosmetic surgery pamphlet tucked between the pages of a book. Upon perusing the list of services it offered, I noted the extensive range, including facial liposuction, chin augmentation, lip enhancement, double eyelid surgery, hand and leg surgeries, among others. It appeared that the pamphlet had been casually inserted as a makeshift bookmark. The loud-voiced man continued to reminisce. Back in the day, we faced off against the medical university in the finals, and the competition was intense. With the score at 57-55, Huang Xiaodao interrupted him without hesitation. Did Deng Chao undergo cosmetic surgery? What? Cosmetic surgery? The loud man paused for a moment. He had never done such a thing. After all, he wasn't a woman, so why bother with it? It was prohibitively expensive. I casually folded the list and tucked it into my pocket, convinced it contained clues. I then inquired of the loud man. You mentioned that Zhang Kai lent you his class notes to photocopy. Do you have them on hand? Yes, but why do you need that? The loud man asked, perplexed. I was contemplating how to concoct an excuse when he had already descended from the bed. Just take it if you want. It's not of any use to me anymore. Just a pile of worthless paper. He retrieved a stack of photocopies from his drawer and even provided me with a plastic bag to hold them. I expressed my gratitude. The loud man scrutinized me from head to toe and said, Brother, you don't look like a police officer. In truth, I am a senior student in the electronics department, serving as a special consultant for the police, I replied candidly. The loud man was taken aback and gave me a thumbs up. Wow, a young detective like D. Rengia. Impressive. Our school truly produces remarkable talents. Too kind, too kind. I humbly nodded. Seeing that there was nothing further to investigate, we took our leave. Once outside, Huang Xiaodao scoffed. Humph, I thought you were rather low-key, but it seems you have a penchant for showing off. Is this how all boys are? You've misunderstood me. Actually, when I saw those photocopies of the class notes, a sudden idea struck me. I explained. What idea? Huang Xiaodao inquired. Let us set aside those matters for the moment. I wish to discuss the details of the case with you. I have come to a point where I can surmise the unfolding of events with considerable accuracy. A confident smile graced my lips. Chapter 19. The high-intelligence criminal. I informed Huang Xiaodao that the case had already become quite evident. The perpetrator was Deng Chao, and the headless corpse belonged to Ma Baobao. Deng Chao had likely harbored murderous intentions towards Ma Baobao for quite some time, but his initial attempt to execute his deadly plan had failed. Consequently, he devised a meticulously crafted scheme to carry out the act. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. I cleared my throat gently and began. Deng Chao first murdered Ma Baobao, preserving the body with dry ice. He then, under the guise of revelry, suggested a game of adventure in the old teaching building. The two girls were entirely unwitting participants, manipulated by him. Deng Chao merely aimed to stage a performance for their benefit. After successfully frightening them away, he swiftly changed Ma Baobao's corpse into his own attire. Given the complexity of replicating a death by string severing, he resorted to using a knife and saw to sever Ma Baobao's head, striving for authenticity. Ultimately, he employed corrosive chemicals to render Ma Baobao's head unrecognizable, facilitating his own escape as he feigned death. The police would only classify Ma Baobao as missing, and I couldn't help but commend Deng Chao. Truly, he was an intellectual prodigy, a quintessential high IQ criminal. I marveled sincerely. Yet, despite his intellect, he was ultimately outsmarted by you. Is this not a rather extravagant way to embellish his own reputation? Huang Xiaodao chuckled. Flattery, flattery. I responded modestly. But why did Zhang Kai meet his demise? Huang Xiaodao inquired. To eliminate the burden, of course. I remarked. The performance by Deng Chao, portraying a vengeful female ghost, necessitates an accomplice. Consider the scene in the classroom, where the strings of the instruments flew wildly. Zhang Kai intended to rush in to save the day, but ended up with his hand injured by the strings. This inadvertently heightened the atmosphere of terror. leading the two girls to believe in the existence of the ghost. Had Zhang Kai not been present, or if he had been completely unaware, the ruse of the ghostly murder might have been promptly exposed. Therefore, Zhang Kai's role is of paramount importance. Deng Xiao's cunning is indeed profound. If Zhang Kai were still alive, one must ponder how a university student would endure police interrogation. The psychological strain would likely be unbearable, risking the exposure of the entire scheme. Thus, to safeguard his deception, Deng Xiao felt compelled to eliminate his close friend. For the sake of securing a spot for graduate studies, he has taken 2 lives. Does this truly warrant such a price? Huang Xiaodao shook her head in dismay. From our outsider perspective, it indeed seems rather unworthy. Yet for these students, the perspective diverges entirely. A famished individual may resort to cannibalism over a mere bun. For Deng Xiao, this opportunity for further studies represents his future, his very lifeline. Naturally, this is intertwined with his character. He has always been regarded as an academic prodigy, coupled with high intelligence, perhaps never having faced real adversity. After being exposed by Ma Baobao for plagiarism, his wounded pride became unbearable, gradually distorting his psyche, compelling him to eliminate his adversary, even willing to sacrifice his own friend in the process. I analyzed. Suddenly, Huang Xiaodao gazed intently at me, causing a wave of embarrassment to wash over me. Could it be that she harbors feelings for me? Song Yang, I can't help but feel that you do not resemble a typical university student, yet you articulate such mature thoughts. Is this truly your first foray into solving a case? Huang Xiaodao inquired. Indeed, it is my inaugural experience, akin to a young maiden embarking on a wedding procession for the first time. You may verify this if you wish. I replied with a resigned shrug. Huang Xiaodao chuckled softly. All right, I believe you. Now, dear detective, shouldn't we devise a plan to apprehend Deng Xiao? I pondered for a moment. The timing is not yet ripe. We still need to corroborate certain information. What do we need to verify? Should we visit Ma Baobao's dormitory? Huang Xiaodao asked. No, we must absolutely avoid that. I insisted, gesturing emphatically. Why not? She pressed. We must feign ignorance of the victim's identity as Ma Baobao. I replied with a sardonic smile. Huang Xiaodao's eyes twinkled with understanding. Ah, I see. You intend to employ a strategy of feign capture. I nodded. Clever. Consider this. With so many police officers present at the school today, causing such a commotion, I suspect Deng Xiao is lurking in the shadows, observing. Therefore, we must align with his expectations, allowing him to let down his guard. What shall we do now? Huang Xiaodao inquired. I handed her the cosmetic surgery flyer, to which she responded in astonishment. What do you want me to do with this? Do you believe I possess some flaw that necessitates cosmetic enhancement? Huang Xiaodao, with her ruby lips and pearly teeth, exudes an air of regal elegance and possesses a visage that could only be described as flawless, making the idea of her needing cosmetic surgery utterly ludicrous. I found myself both amused and exasperated. Please, do not let your imagination run so wild. My name is to inquire about this plastic surgery company and to ascertain whether Deng Xiao has ever visited, as I have another doubt that requires verification. Huang Xiaodao took the paper and playfully retorted, could you not say something like, you're so beautiful that you don't need any surgery? Your emotional intelligence is truly touching. I scratched my head, pondering how girls universally relish compliments about their beauty. All right, I was just teasing you. Huang Xiaodao glanced at her watch and stated, it is now 10 in the morning. I'll drive over and return by noon to treat you and Wang Dali to lunch. Sound good? I had no immediate tasks at hand, so I returned to my dormitory, only to discover that Wang Dali was absent. Is unlocking a phone truly such a cumbersome endeavor? It was then that I realized he had sent me several messages urging me to hurry to the little one's dormitory. The mere thought of the little one's sleazy face made me apprehensive, yet I steeled myself and proceeded. Upon entering the dormitory, I was assaulted by a foul odor. The floor was strewn with empty beverage bottles and food containers, while a rope strung across the bed displayed several garish pairs of underwear. The other residents could no longer tolerate the little one. 2 had moved out last year, and another had returned home to live this year, leaving the space entirely under his dominion. No, it had essentially become a den of iniquity. There sat the little one, squatting on a chair like a monkey, his emaciated frame clad in a loose-fitting tank top, his feet seemingly untouched by soap for ages, the soles as black as coal. His hair resembled a bird's nest, and a cigarette hung from his lips as he intently engaged in a game of League of Legends. Wang Dali stood by, earnestly pleading, "Youngest, could you please expedite? You mentioned you would assist me after just one match, yet you've played 3 already. Would it be too much to ask you to attend to my matter first? Why the rush? I cannot betray my teammates. I will assist you once I finish this match. Just wait a moment," the youngest casually replied. Suddenly, upon noticing my arrival, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and a broad smile spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Ah, little song, it's been ages. You've become adorably naive again." Upon hearing such a lascivious tone, an involuntary shiver coursed through me. The youngest, stretching his hairy legs, rummaged through the refuse and retrieved a pair of flip-flops. Donning them, he hurriedly approached me. "Little song, did you miss me? Come give me a hug." I pushed him away, my expression icy. "We are all civilized individuals. Let's communicate respectfully without any inappropriate gestures." "Ah, trying to be reserved now, are we? Dolly mentioned that you had quite the day, working alongside the police on a serial murder case. Is that true?" With that, the youngest shamelessly slapped my backside, leaving me utterly mortified. Chapter 20. The mobile phone. I pondered to myself how unreliable Wang Dali's words were. He had previously promised Huang Xiaodao to keep matters confidential, yet here he was, indiscriminately spilling secrets. Furrowing my brow, I explained, "What serial murder case? Do not listen to Dali's nonsense. It is merely an ordinary homicide." The youngest member of our group grinned mischievously. "Huh, still trying to keep secret from me? Do you think you have any privacy in my presence? Could you refrain from mentioning that incident? By the way, could you delete the photos you took? They are tarnishing my reputation," I requested. "Absolutely not. Such alluring photos cannot be discarded. What would I use as my phone wallpaper?" He retorted. "Song Yang, why is your backside so pale? Is it natural?" The youngest teased, winking. I nearly choked on my own breath. This fellow had not had a girlfriend in 4 years and seemed entirely disinterested in women. Yet he often made advances towards men, particularly those with a modicum of attractiveness. We had long suspected he harbored peculiar preferences. Sexual orientation is a personal matter, and I bear no prejudice. However, the thought of a man fantasizing over my nude photographs sent shivers down my spine. At that moment, Wang Dali interjected, "Youngest, your female character was just slain by the mighty Garen over there. Blast it, you were right beside me. Why didn't you help me out?" The youngest bellowed. Wang Dali cast me a forlorn glance before reluctantly sitting down to assist the youngest. The latter scratched his head, and flakes of dandruff cascaded down like snow. I quickly took a step back. He remarked, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Quickly, tell me what you need. Dali has already informed you, hasn't he? Please assist me in unlocking a mobile device." I replied, "No problem at all. The phone is right there on the desk," said the younger one, picking it up and glancing at it. "This is simple. Just format the phone. That won't suffice. I need to examine the contents within, which is why I sought your help." I inhaled deeply and explained. "Where did this phone come from?" The younger one inquired while toying with the device. "It belonged to the deceased," I answered. "From a corpse," he exclaimed, nearly dropping the phone, only to catch it with both hands, a smirk creeping onto his face. "Did I scare you? I was just joking." "Goodness, you nearly made me break into a cold sweat," I said sternly. "Please, no more jokes. This phone must be handed over to the police as evidence." All right, I'll assist you right away." The younger one retrieved a laptop from the drawer, connected the phone with a data cable, and swiftly opened several applications. In no time, he successfully unlocked the device. As he browsed through the files on the phone, he remarked, "There is an overwhelming amount of data here. Will you be able to go through it all? You needn't worry about that. Just check if there are any deleted files and recover them all for me," I commanded. "Understood." The younger one opened a new application, lit a cigarette, and as he finished smoking, most of the files were restored. He glanced at the screen and said, "There are over 40 files. You could take a look yourself." Subsequently, I relinquished my seat. Predominantly, the deletions encompassed corrupted photographs and downloaded software packages. However, a valuable item was unearthed amidst the digital debris, a document inscribed with an alphanumeric sequence resembling an online purchase order number. Youngest, I directed, gesturing toward the document. Procure the details of this order and ascertain its contents. Arise. In a mere 5 minutes, the youngest had retrieved the particulars of the online transaction. The purchaser was identified as Deng Chao, and the acquisitions comprised pet probiotic tablets, a human skin mask, a dry ice machine, piano strings, and a razor. A sardonic smile graced my countenance, for this order constituted irrefutable evidence of Deng Chao's culpability. At that juncture, Wang Dali interjected, Yangzi, what is the purpose of these pet probiotic tablets? The youngest looked up, querying, finished already? Nay, your Sona was once again vanquished by Garen. Wang Dali responded. Confound it. How can you be so inept? Allow me. The youngest hastened to salvage the situation, whereupon I elucidated to Wang Dali. These are employed by the perpetrator to expedite the putrefaction of the victim's cranial region. Wang Dali gazed at me, perplexed. This substance possesses such an effect? I prompted him, what is the function of the probiotics residing within the intestinal tract? To decompose food into feces, Wang Dali replied. And what do felines and canines consume? I continued. Cat food, dog food. Me? I comprehend. Wang Dali assented, nodding repeatedly. The reason probiotics residing in the intestines are referred to as such is due to their symbiotic relationship with living organisms. However, they are essentially a form of saprophytic bacteria. The decomposition of the human body post-mortem occurs because probiotics, deprived of food, resort to consuming human tissue. I am genuinely impressed by Deng Chao's intellect. He ingeniously devised a method to transform potent probiotics, typically consumed by cats and dogs, into a liquid to apply to a skull. Remarkably, within a single night, that skull had begun to decompose severely, to a degree beyond forensic identification. There is one critical clue in this order, the guitar strings. I had previously struggled to comprehend how the room had been filled with flying strings, but now I seem to have gained some insight. Alas, what a close call. The youngest sibling has finally finished and leaned over to inquire. So, how is it, Xiao Song? Did it help you? Yes. By the way, how's your PS going? I asked him. How's it going? The youngest scoffed. I sold the tickets for Jay Chow's concert that I edited myself. You tell me how it's going. This was something I accomplished back in high school. Well done. Afterward, I handed him a copy of my class notes contained in a bag. Could you do me 2 favors? I need you to use the handwriting on this to Photoshop a letter for me, achieving a realistic imitation. I will dictate the content to you shortly. 2 favors? What is the other one? He inquired. I implore you to assist me in disseminating information across various forums, online platforms, and social media groups related to educational institutions regarding the tragic incident that transpired this morning. It is imperative to emphasize how I astutely aided the authorities. In essence, I wish to become a campus sensation today. With a sly grin, Lao Yao retorted, I would not have guessed you possessed such a hidden flair. Why not leverage your charm instead of pursuing a more substantial approach? Enough of your prattle. Can you assist me in this endeavor? I pressed. Consider it a trifling matter. Lao Yao exhaled a ring of smoke, his demeanor nonchalant. Wang Dali interjected, Hey, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Didn't T's sister, Xiao Tao, advise against disclosing such matters to the outside world? Worry not. I shall only reveal a fraction of the details, and it will not have any repercussions. Besides, this is crucial for solving the case. She will understand, I clarified. Lao Yao remarked, Xiao Song, you rarely visit me. Yet when you do, you request 3 favors. How do you intend to express your gratitude? I hesitated, as long as you refrain from suggesting personal favors. I am open to anything. Perhaps I could treat you to a meal? Dining out is rather mundane. That will not suffice. I shall not assist without some benefit. He resolutely shook his head. Then allow me to offer you a reward. Surely that would suffice. I was at a loss for alternatives. How much? His eyes sparkled with intrigue. How does 3,000 yuan sound? I tentatively proposed. Instantly, his demeanor brightened. Deal. I had been contemplating purchasing a new graphics card. Wang Dali chimed in. You're being rather extravagant. You often lament your financial situation to me and insist on splitting the bill when we dine out, hesitating even to order a couple of meat dishes. Good grief, are you unaware of my living expenses? I offered a wry smile. Though my family was affluent, my aunt, having been influenced by some vapid self-help article, believed in scrimping on expenses for boys while indulging girls. Consequently, I was only allotted a meager allowance of $1,500, making ends meet a constant struggle. I would just have to figure out how to fulfill my promise to Lao Yao later. I would probably have to swallow my pride and ask my family for more money. Lao Yao, engrossed in his work at the computer, remarked, "If you're short on funds, you can always barter with something else. Perhaps I could take a few more nude photos. I'm growing weary of that one." I broke out in a cold sweat and inquired, "Are you truly homosexual?" "No, you've all misunderstood me. I'm not gay," he retorted, turning to me with a cheeky raise of his eyebrow. "I'm simply intrigued by you." A wave of mortification washed over me, and I felt an overwhelming urge to disappear. Just then, Wang Dali awkwardly interjected, "Well, I'll leave you two to it. I'll head back now." I glared at him, feeling betrayed by his lack of loyalty. I grabbed his arm, pleading, "Don't go. Stay and keep me company." Having to implore Lao Yao to address a couple of matters consumed the entire morning until noon. When Wang Dali and I emerged, I felt utterly drained. I would have preferred examining a corpse that had been decaying for 2 months rather than enduring Lao Yao's verbal and physical torment. At that moment, Huang Xiaodao phoned, inviting us out for a meal. Wang Dali and I arrived at the school gate and spotted Huang Xiaodao leaning against a black BMW sedan. The combination of a beautiful woman and a luxury car attracted frequent glances from passing students, but she was accustomed to being watched and remained unconcerned. Wang Dali exclaimed dramatically, "Sister Xiaodao, is this your car?" "Yes. I'll take you out for a spin when the opportunity arises." "Come on, what's good to eat around here?" "It's my treat. We found a grilled fish restaurant and ordered a pile of grilled fish, fried shrimp, and drinks." After a busy morning, I was ravenous, so I didn't stand on ceremony with Huang Xiaodao. Wang Dali and I wielded our chopsticks like the wind, devouring the food voraciously. Huang Xiaodao sipped her milkshake and watched us with a smile, making me feel a little self-conscious. "Are we eating too unattractively?" I asked. "Not at all. Seeing you eat so heartily makes me a little envious. As police officers, we have irregular lives, high stress levels, and often suffer from insomnia and a lack of appetite." Huang Xiaodao said wistfully. Wang Dali inquired, "Sister Xiaodao, if being a police officer is so arduous, why did you choose this profession? Given your family background, it shouldn't be for the salary, right? When police officers earn so little, it must be primarily due to their passion for the job. Being a police officer has always been my childhood aspiration. In fact, I was quite introverted until I donned this uniform, which transformed me into a more cheerful and confident individual," replied Huang Xiaodao. "I can hardly tell," I remarked. "Work indeed has the power to change a person." Huang Xiaodao chuckled. "All right, let us put that aside. I just visited that cosmetic surgery clinic, and you were right. Deng Chao underwent plastic surgery." "Hand surgery?" I inquired. "Yes." Huang Xiaodao nodded. "What? I can't keep up with your thoughts," Wang Dali exclaimed, looking bewildered. I recounted the details I had previously gathered. The presence of female fingerprints on the 2 victims had been my greatest perplexity, but it was finally resolved. Deng Chao had indeed undergone hand surgery, and his roommate mentioned that he had been wearing gloves lately to conceal the fact that his hands had become smaller and more delicate. Wang Dali expressed his astonishment. Can a man's hands really be transformed into a woman's? They differ in size. Not necessarily. Some men have smaller hands, and some women possess larger ones. I once saw a photo of Deng Chao and noticed that his hands were quite thick, although his bone structure isn't large. Hand surgery typically involves the removal of fat and some muscle, resulting in a naturally smaller appearance, I explained. Huang Xiaodao extended her delicate, fair hand and said, "Exactly. Look at my hand. My fingers are merely a bit more slender than yours, yet in terms of length, they're not shorter than either of yours." Wang Dali exclaimed, "Wow, that's incredible. I have only heard of individuals destroying their fingerprints to avoid leaving traces, but I have never encountered the notion of undergoing hand surgery. Where could a mere student procure such funds? It must be from a scholarship. As his roommate mentioned, he received nearly 20,000 in financial aid. Perhaps he has not returned it to the institution, and such an amount would certainly suffice for cosmetic procedures." I pondered aloud, expressing my discontent at the apparent inequity of the universe. How could such a nefarious individual be awarded a scholarship while I, with my kindness, have none? Wang Dali, in a fit of indignation, lowered his head to eat, amusing me, for scholarships are not distributed based on that criterion. Huang Xiaodao, biting the straw, interjected, "Yet I have a question. If Deng Chao altered his hands to resemble a woman's, did he not intend from the outset to divert the police's attention toward the specter in white and the cursed piano? However, such a notion is ludicrous. The police would never believe that a ghost could commit murder. It seems to be merely his wishful thinking. Even the most astute individuals can lack practical experience. And he has underestimated the authorities," I remarked. "No, Yangzi, you are mistaken," Wang Dali suddenly exclaimed. "The cursed piano is real." I remained skeptical. I refused to believe such nonsense. Huang Xiaodao scoffed. "It is indeed true. Wang Dali wiped the grease from his lips just a moment ago. While idly passing time in the dormitory, I searched for information regarding the cursed piano on the school forum. Many individuals claim to have seen a girl in white with long hair in the music classroom during the late hours. And not just one person has heard Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. The reason that academic building has been sealed for 10 years is precisely due to its haunting. Speaking of which, what exactly is this cursed piano?" Huang Xiaodao inquired. "Allow me to explain," Wang Dali responded. "A decade ago, there was a couple at our school. The young man was strikingly handsome and served as the president of the student council, while the young woman was equally beautiful and possessed an extraordinary talent for playing the piano. To anyone who beheld them, they were a match made in heaven, an enviable pair. However, unbeknownst to outsiders, the young woman had endured her parents' divorce from a tender age, leading her to develop a withdrawn demeanor and an acute lack of security. She came to regard the young man as her entire world. In contrast, the young man, often engaged in student council activities, was a charismatic individual surrounded by numerous female friends. This dynamic fostered feelings of insecurity within the young woman, prompting her to impose restrictions on him and express her frustrations with anger. On occasions when he failed to promptly return her calls or converse with others, she would erupt in turmoil, even resorting to self-harm as a means of coercion. Such a relationship was undoubtedly suffocating, and the young man felt he could no longer endure it. He penned a letter of breakup, intending to sever ties with her, but unbeknownst to him, she discovered the letter beforehand. To her, it felt as if the heavens had collapsed. She believed he had betrayed her affections or never truly loved her at all, and she resolved to kill him that very night before taking her own life. Thus, she arranged to meet him in a music room under the pretense of sharing something significant, preparing a knife for the occasion. That evening, upon his arrival, he found her in tears, playing the piano, and he immediately sensed that something was amiss. The young woman abruptly rose to confront him regarding their breakup, and the young man stammered his admission. As she poured out her grievances in tears, he finally laid bare his feelings. However, before he could finish, the woman, in a fit of rage, drew a knife, intending to harm him. A struggle ensued. The young man, possessing greater physical strength, forcefully pushed her against the piano, inadvertently causing her to sustain a fatal injury. Overwhelmed by fear, he realized that even accidental manslaughter could lead to imprisonment, a fate that would obliterate his future. He was unwilling to sacrifice his life for such a twisted relationship, perceiving it as a curse. Even in death, he felt she continued to haunt him. In a moment of dark resolve, he seized the knife and dismembered her body, experiencing a peculiar sense of liberation, perhaps a manifestation of love turned to hatred. He stuffed the dismembered remains into the piano, and as he did so, the instrument emitted an unexpected sound. Initially believing he had merely brushed against the strings, he proceeded with caution. Yet, with each piece he forced inside, the piano resonated, producing familiar notes that eerily resembled the melody of her beloved Moonlight Sonata. Panic nearly consumed him, but reason ultimately triumphed over emotion. He completed the grim task of concealing the remains, cleaned away the blood, and hurriedly fled the scene. In the distance, an eerie piano melody began to play from the classroom behind him. Chapter 22. The legend of the female ghost. The melody was hauntingly mournful, piercing the heart with its sorrowful notes. The young man fled to his dormitory in a frenzy, trembling beneath his blankets. as the haunting strains of the Moonlight Sonata echoed relentlessly in his ears throughout the night. Shortly thereafter, the dismembered remains within the piano were discovered, prompting an investigation by the authorities. Overwhelmed by the pressure, the young man left behind a farewell note before taking his own life. However, the tale did not conclude there. Although the remnants of the girl were meticulously removed, the piano thereafter remained mute, incapable of producing any sound, no matter how it was tuned. Each night, as silence enveloped the old teaching building, the melody of the Moonlight Sonata would reverberate once more, and on several occasions, witnesses reported seeing an ethereal figure clad in white, with long flowing hair, wandering near the fourth music classroom, emitting an eerie wail. Fearing that such occurrences might adversely affect annual enrollment, the school sought to have the piano removed. However, the workers dispatched for this task suffered bizarre misfortunes. Some broke their hands, while others found their feet crushed under the piano's legs. Ultimately, no one dared to approach the instrument again. Many students, having heard the tale, resolutely refused to attend classes in that building. In desperation, the school sealed off the entire structure. As the legend of the cursed piano spread, it grew increasingly fantastical. Some claimed that hearing the Moonlight Sonata meant the girl desired companionship, while others warned that interrupting her performance would lead to a calamity within 3 days. After listening to this account, Huang Xiaodao remained silent for a considerable time before asking me, "Song Yang, do you believe in ghosts?" Throughout history, numerous phenomena have eluded human comprehension, and science, merely a tool for perceiving the world, cannot elucidate all things. My stance on spirits has always been one of reverence from distance. Whether ghosts exist remains unknown to me, but I am certain of one thing. "What is it?" Huang Xiaodao inquired. "Ghosts cannot directly kill people," I stated. "So, you mean ghosts can indirectly cause death?" Huang Xiaodao questioned. "Indirectly, as in being frightened to death by a ghost, or like the boy in this story, succumbing to the weight of Moonlight Sonata and committing suicide. In essence, only those with inner demons fear ghosts," I elucidated. "You're absolutely right," Huang Xiaodao exclaimed in praise. I shared the information I had gleaned from Lao Yao with Huang Xiaodao, who remarked, "It seems that Deng Chao being the real culprit is now an undeniable fact." This case was solved in less than half a day, breaking the record for the fastest case resolution by our city's police in the last decade. I can hardly believe it myself. This doesn't yet constitute solving the case. "We haven't apprehended the real culprit," I scoffed. "That's true. Do you have any bright ideas?" Huang Xiaodao asked. At that moment, my phone chimed once more. The reason I say once more is that my phone had been incessantly ringing throughout our meal. Huang Xiaodao curiously asked Song Yang, "Is your phone being bombarded with spam messages? Why does it keep ringing?" I took out my phone, opened Weibo, and saw that in the span of a single meal, I had gained over 2,000 followers and received more than 300 private messages. Upon peering over, Wang Dali exclaimed in astonishment, "Good heavens, Song Yang, you've become famous. What's amiss?" Huang Xiaotao inquired. I handed her my phone for a quick glance, stating, I requested Lao Yao to give me a modest promotion, and as a result, numerous individuals from the school have been drawn to stand me, now referring to me as Detective Song the Prodigy. With a hint of jealousy, Huang Xiaotao scoffed, "Oh, so you're contemplating venturing into the influencer realm? There's a plethora of influencers these days, but a juvenile detective is indeed a rarity. Should you cultivate this diligently and capture a few artistic portraits, I surmise you could achieve immense popularity within half a year. Incidentally, you might also entice a throng of infatuated young women and resolve your lifelong pursuit. Come now, I'm not one to be consumed by a desperate desire for fame. Once this case concludes, I shall promptly deactivate my Weibo account. My true intention is to lure Deng Chao out," I declared. "How do you intend to entice him? By lambasting him on Weibo as a cowardly turtle?" Huang Xiaotao retorted, speechless. "Rest assured, I've prepared a tantalizing bait that he's guaranteed to seize, barring any unforeseen circumstances. We shall apprehend him this very evening," I chuckled. "Truly?" Huang Xiaotao's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. "Do enlighten me with your scheme, so I may adequately prepare myself." I suppressed my mirth. That I must keep confidential for the time being. Huang Xiaotao slammed the table, feigning indignation. "Dare you keep secrets from me? Have you forgotten The covenant we established? It slipped your mind already? Very well, very well. It's not to fabricate suspense, but rather a concern that the more individuals privy to the information, the greater the likelihood of a leak, which would thus alert the quarry. Given Huang Xiaotao's insistence, I was compelled to disclose my entire plan. I fabricated a letter using Zhang Kai's handwriting, which exposed all of Deng Chao's machinations. Subsequently, I would disseminate two pieces of information via Weibo. Firstly, that I possessed Zhang Kai's suicide note, and secondly, that I had not yet notified the police. My intention was to lure Deng Chao, who was lurking in the shadows, to come to me of his own volition so that I could apprehend him. Huang Xiaodao and Wang Dali were astonished by this revelation. Wang Dali exclaimed that my strategy was fraught with peril, questioning what would happen if Deng Chao were to kill me. I acknowledged that such a possibility existed, but explained that we were currently at a disadvantage and could not triumph over the forensic Dr. Qin without taking this calculated risk. Furthermore, with Xiaodao protecting me, the risk was not exceedingly high. Huang Xiaodao inquired whether I was certain that Deng Chao would monitor my Weibo account and fall for my ruse. Given his reputation as an intelligent scholar, I responded that the more intelligent a person is, the more they contemplate and worry. Since this was a murder case, not a petty theft, the perpetrator must be tense and constantly monitoring the school's activities. I was confident that he would appear. Huang Xiaodao lauded my brilliance, expressing her desire to write me a letter of recommendation so that I could become her colleague in the future, confident that I would be able to solve any murder case. Wang Dali applauded enthusiastically, requesting that Xiaodao also consider him, as he was my invaluable assistant and I could not do without him. Huang Xiaodao suggested that I consider the offer. You are already in your senior year and soon to embark on your job search. Why squander such a magnificent gift by becoming a weary office worker? Huang Xiaodao gently persuaded. I smiled wryly, thinking that if it were possible, I would prefer that as well. However, the ancestral teachings of the Song family cannot be transgressed. I could only respond tactfully, I am not particularly inclined to become a police officer. I would rather serve as your consultant. Wang Dali interjected, hey, why waste such a splendid opportunity? Huang Xiaodao chimed in, exactly. Regardless of what I say, you won't agree. Eventually, they relented. After finishing the last sip of her milkshake, Huang Xiaodao asked, what shall we do next? Wait, I replied with a slight smile. Wang Dali suggested, how about we head to the internet CAF this afternoon? I shot him a glare. We have class this afternoon. What class? After such a significant event today, you still want to attend class? I retorted. Huang Xiaodao chuckled. You really are quite dedicated, solving cases in the morning and attending class in the afternoon. My grandfather used to say that regardless of how much others praise you, one must not become complacent. We must continue to perform our duties. Those who remain humble will find fortune, while those who are ostentatious are destined to stumble. So, Detective Song, do you have any tasks for me? Huang Xiaodao inquired. Please investigate the piano corpse case that occurred at this school 10 years ago. I want to know the names of both the victim and the perpetrator, I instructed after a moment of contemplation. Understood. Huang Xiaodao nodded affirmatively. Chapter 23. The bait is taken during the somnolent afternoon electronics lecture. As the professor droned on, Wang Dali, utterly listless, slumped over his desk and grumbled. Yangzi, what's the point of this tedious class? Look how few people even bother to show up. We're practically seniors. Who's afraid of roll call? I shot him a disapproving glance. Why so much complaining? Can't you just doze off quietly like everyone else? Fine, I'll sleep. Just wake me up when it's over. With that, Wang Dali draped his textbook over his face and drifted into slumber. Under the guise of my textbook, I surreptitiously scrolled through the private messages on my Weibo account. Some professed their adoration, inquiring if my family had a background in law enforcement. Others sought to discover my dormitory or if we had previously attended classes together. A few accused me of self-promotion, peppering me with intricate professional questions. One girl even sent a charming photo, inquiring if I would consider being her boyfriend. I was momentarily tempted, but I'd heard that one should never trust a girl's photos, especially those with pouty, cutesy expressions. In reality, she could very well be a fright. It's no wonder they say fame is a burden. Sifting through over 300 private messages was arduous, but I did unearth something noteworthy. An account with a female avatar named Little Bear persistently inquired about the case's progress and whether the real culprit had been apprehended. This individual piqued my interest, but I couldn't yet ascertain if it was indeed Deng Chao. Thus, I tentatively informed them that there had been significant developments. 30 seconds later, Little Bear responded, "Oh, great detective. Could you possibly divulge what these significant developments are? This is confidential. You may read about it in the newspapers once the true culprit is apprehended." I replied to a private message. "But who is the real perpetrator?" "Well, that is not something I can easily disclose. If you reveal a little, what harm could it do? I shall share a secret with you. I am a girl from Deng Chao's class, and I have harbored a secret crush on him." His sudden demise took me by surprise. I felt a surge of excitement. This person is indeed quite suspicious. I typed a message, but reconsidered and deleted it. If the recipient is Deng Chao, I must be meticulous with every word and punctuation, ensuring he does not suspect I am setting a trap. Though we were communicating through Weibo, the tension felt akin to the moment in Infernal Affairs when Andy Lau and Tony Leung cautiously probe each other's identities over the phone. My palms were clammy with sweat. After much contemplation, I crafted a reply. "I shall disclose a little to you. This morning, I discovered a suicide note at the scene." I waited for approximately 5 minutes, during which I even doubted whether he had perceived anything, feeling an urge to message him again. But I forcefully reminded myself to remain composed. I could picture him questioning, pondering, and analyzing each of my words. Finally, he replied, sending a perplexed emoji and inquiring, "A suicide note? Who wrote it?" I nearly gasped. I was 100% certain that this person was indeed Deng Chao. Because our previous discussions centered solely around the deceased, Deng Chao, with no mention of Zhang Kai, a reasonable individual would naturally presume it to be Deng Chao's farewell letter. However, he posed the question of who authored it, inadvertently revealing his awareness that the letter was not composed by Deng Chao, as Deng Chao is very much alive. He is, in fact, Deng Chao himself. I concede that Deng Chao is an exceptionally intelligent criminal, yet every individual possesses cognitive blind spots, which have led many offenders to inadvertently expose themselves in various cases. For instance, in the account recorded in the divine case of the broken prison, there was an individual who, upon encountering a financial opportunity, murdered a fellow person and subsequently feigned ignorance. Upon returning to inquire about the deceased's whereabouts from the widow, he knocked on the door and called out, "Sister-in-law, is my brother home?" Later, the presiding judge, Song Si, questioned him about how he knew the deceased was not at home, as he had already been aware of the man's demise. The perpetrator confessed on the spot, which serves as a classic example of exploiting cognitive blind spots. I was so exhilarated that my hands trembled as I exclaimed, "It was found in Zhang Kai's dormitory. It's absolutely astonishing. You would never guess who the murderer is." "Really? May I take a look?" "No, I cannot. I have yet to submit it to the authorities." "Umph. You must be exaggerating." At last, I had hooked him. I smirked and sent him a photograph I had prepared in advance. A letter meticulously crafted by the youngest sibling using Photoshop, indistinguishable from a genuine artifact. Of course, the photograph only revealed a portion of a letter, from which no critical information could be discerned, save for the fact that it appeared to be Zhang Kai's farewell note. After dispatching the photograph, an abrupt silence descended from the other end. Yet, I remained unperturbed, almost able to envision the disarray engulfing Deng Chao at that very moment. With measured composure, I sent a follow-up. "So, am I vindicated? By the way, exercise discretion with that image. It's slated for handover to the authorities come morning." A reply materialized. "Might I propose a rendezvous this evening? My concern for this case is profound, and I yearn to uncover the perpetrator's identity promptly." Precisely as I had anticipated, homicidal intent now simmered within him. The opportune moment to lay the snare had arrived. Thus, I responded, "Tonight is untenable. I am compelled to persist in my on-site investigation. Alas, the labor is arduous." A winsome emoticon materialized in response, accompanied by the encouragement, "Godspeed. May your case reach its resolution swiftly." "Gratitude," I replied. I roused Wang Dali from his slumber, who grumbled, "I was in the midst of a reverie. A tryst with my muse. Why did you disturb me?" "Behold this," I said, extending my mobile device towards him. Wang Dali rubbed the sleep from his eyes. exclaiming in astonishment. Song Yang, you are indeed something. Am I not validated? I responded with a triumphant smile. You, young man, are experiencing premature self-aggrandizement, already ensnaring female admirers. Are you on the cusp of betting a fan? Wang Dali exclaimed. I nearly choked with exasperation. He had utterly failed to grasp the gravity of the exchange. Albeit, from an external vantage point, it would appear I was merely flaunting my discovery of a pivotal clue to a female admirer. That individual is Deng Chao. I reminded him. What, are you certain? Wang Dali inquired. Assuredly, beyond any doubt. I affirmed. Wang Dali deliberated for a moment, then queried. If you inform him that you'll be present tonight, wouldn't that incite him to eliminate you, to silence you? Precisely. I intend to lure him out, I responded. You're employing yourself as bait? Good heavens, you're flirting with death. Wang Dali regarded me with the gaze one reserves for a madman. Rest assured, I shall meticulously prepare an inescapable snare, awaiting his voluntary ensnarement. Your presence is also requested. I replied. Wang Dali scratched his head, equivocating well. I was contemplating reviewing my studies this evening. I cast a severe glare in his direction. In the span of 365 days, save for the eve of examinations, when had this lad ever been observed in scholarly pursuits? Such a fabrication lacked all semblance of plausibility. Under my intense scrutiny, Wang Dali, finally succumbing to guilt, stammered there won't be any peril, will there? Deng Chao is not a being of extraordinary power. There will be no danger, I stated. Wang Dali, crestfallen, lamented, but why did you have to declare your presence at that location? It is reputed to be haunted. I sought to assuage his fears. Fear not. We are both of the male gender, and consider our given names, Yang and Dali, both indicative of an abundance of virility. What fear have we of female specters? Assuredly, we shall be safe. Wang Dali, his countenance a mask of misery, pleaded, Yangzi, might I be permitted to withdraw? I declared, absolutely not. The bell, signaling the cessation of classes, reverberated, and students, having sufficiently indulged in their midday slumber, began to stream forth. I addressed Wang Dali, come, while the hour is still early, let us procure some provisions. At that juncture, Huang Xiaotao initiated a telephonic communication. I depressed the answer button, and she exclaimed in a state of agitation, Song Yang, you have erred in your deductions. The deceased is none other than Deng Chao. Chapter 24. The deception. Upon hearing Xiaodao's revelation, I was momentarily stunned. She swiftly conveyed over the phone. The forensic pathologist Qin visited Deng Chao's dormitory this morning, collecting hair and skin cells from Deng Chao's personal belongings. Upon comparing it with the deceased DNA, guess what? A DNA match was discovered? I inquired. Indeed, our prior deductions were entirely erroneous. Deng Chao is deceased, and the perpetrator is someone else entirely. Hello, Song Yang. Are you listening? I'm listening. I responded. Do not be disheartened. I have faith in you. We shall reinvestigate. I am en route to the campus presently. With that, she disconnected the call. Wang Dali, overhearing the conversation, exclaimed in astonishment. Yangzi, how could we have erred? Has all our previous labor been in vain? Frankly, upon receiving this news, I was momentarily shaken, but I swiftly regained my composure. I have not erred, I affirmed. Wang Dali remarked. Are you unable to bear this setback? DNA is infallible. No two individuals possess identical DNA. I understand your unwavering belief in your ancestral practices, but forgive my bluntness, a coroner cannot rival a forensic pathologist. They wield advanced technology. I offered a faint smile. I do not deny the prowess of forensic pathologists, but individuals like Qin are best disregarded. I am not only unperturbed, but also increasingly confident, for Qin has fallen into the snare. Yangzi, Wang Dali attempted to interject. I interrupted Wang Dali. Enough. Procure some items for me. And what of you? Wang Dali inquired. Shall we return to the dormitory for a brief rest? We shall be staying up late tonight. I replied, having barely closed my eyes when I was abruptly awakened by a loud thumping on the bed. As I opened my eyes, I found Huang Xiaodao and Wang Dali together. The sudden intrusion made the others in the dorm uneasy. Huang Xiaodao frowned and said, Song Yang, rise quickly. We have not lost faith in you. But how can you abandon yourself at such a critical juncture? Amused, I retorted, how have I abandoned myself? Wang Dali interjected. You simply returned to the dorm and fell asleep. ISNT, that self-abandonment? We are already trailing behind Qin, the forensic expert, and we must hasten our efforts. Huang Xiaodao said anxiously. Sighing, I responded, please step aside. I need to get dressed. Once properly attired, we exited the dormitory. Observing the worried expressions on their faces, I realized that unless I clarified matters, they would undoubtedly believe I was in the wrong. I asserted, you claim we lag behind Qin, the forensic expert, but in reality, it is Qin who lags behind us, having fallen deeply into a pit from which he cannot escape. Song Yang, the DNA test results are before us, and you still wish to voice such sentiments? I understand your confidence, but excessive confidence borders on arrogance, don't you think? Huang Xiaotao's expression reflected her irritation. Indeed, we must accept reality. There is no shame in it. At worst, we can start anew, Wang Dali added. You all seem to have misunderstood. The accuracy of the DNA results does not inherently invalidate my deductions. Huang Xiaodao, where exactly did you say the DNA samples for comparison were sourced from? I inquired. What has happened to Deng Chao's personal belongings? Huang Xiaodao inquired. The flakes of skin and hair actually belong to the horse baby. Forensic expert Qin collected DNA samples from Deng Chao's dormitory and compared them with the corpse of the horse baby, leading to the conclusion that the deceased is indeed Deng Chao, I explained. The two looked at me in confusion, and Wang Dali was the first to ask, how could there be flakes of skin and hair from the horse baby in Deng Chao's dormitory? There is but one answer. Deng Chao deliberately scattered these items among his personal belongings, having dug a pit in anticipation of the police's arrival. He is an exceptionally intelligent criminal, and it is entirely plausible that he devised such a ruse, I replied. That's not right, Huang Xiaodao interrupted. While that may serve as an explanation, these are merely your inferences. You cannot deny that the DNA is more likely to originate from Deng Chao. Such a possibility is utterly non-existent. I retorted, how can you prove that? Huang Xiaodao challenged. I smiled. You have indeed struck a chord with that question. I produced Deng Chao's mobile phone and showed them the shopping list, the last item of which was a razor. The reason Deng Chao purchased a razor was to scrape off skin flakes and hair from the corpse of the horse baby, I asserted. Wang Dali looked perplexed and remarked, isn't that a bit excessive? What boy doesn't already own a razor? Why would he go out of his way to buy one? I could hardly contain my amusement. Isn't it obvious that his own razor would have been tainted with his own skin flakes? He must have disposed of it long ago. Huang Xiaotao's expression gradually improved. Your analysis is astoundingly accurate. It is indeed, as you say. Just moments ago, when I encountered forensic Qin at the bureau, he was still basking in his own smugness. Now it seems that this old fool has completely fallen into the trap. Let him slowly claw his way out. That's why I assert that we are ahead of him, rather than the other way around. A smile crept across my lips. Wang Dali exclaimed, goodness, Deng Chao truly deserves the title of top scholar. His audacity and meticulousness are evident in even the minutest details. This is no trivial detail. It is a crucial step in his elaborate escape. I interjected, merely deceiving two girls is futile. The key lies in outsmarting the police. If they follow standard procedure in their investigation, they will be thoroughly ensnared in his trap. Huang Xiaodao suddenly remarked, Song Yang, I find you rather unsettling. The killer's mind is astutely intricate and deviates from the norm, yet you manage to keep pace with every move. If your brilliant intellect were to be employed for nefarious purposes, the police would certainly be left in dismay. Rest assured, I have no intention of engaging in crime. I replied with a slight smile. Humph, I don't care. I will keep a close watch on you, ensuring that your intellect serves my interests, and of course, you shall receive your fair share of any rewards, Huang Xiaodao huffed emphatically. Very well, I shall consider myself your consultant from now on. Speaking of razors, a thought suddenly struck me, and I asked Huang Xiaotao, by the way, did you manage to retrieve the items from the artificial lake that I asked you to salvage this morning? I currently lack any real authority. Not only can I not mobilize personnel, but if Team Leader Lin discovers my unauthorized actions, I could face disciplinary measures. Huang Xiaodao, with a sense of resignation, remarked, never mind. It's not too late to investigate later. I sighed. Is the artificial lake the tool of Deng Chao's crime? Huang Xiaodao inquired. Indeed, the likelihood is quite substantial. These items will ultimately serve as crucial evidence in accusing him of murder, I replied. By the way, you mentioned previously about luring Deng Chao out. Have there been any developments? Huang Xiaodao continued to question. Certainly. I recounted how Deng Chao contacted me through Weibo and elaborated on my plan. Tonight, I intend to venture alone to the 4th music classroom. Of course, not truly alone. Huang Xiaodao and Wang Dali will be lurking in the shadows, ready to apprehend him upon his appearance. At the mention of the 4th music classroom, Wang Dali began to falter, prompting Huang Xiaodao to threaten that if he refused to go, he would have no part in future investigations. Reluctantly, Wang Dali acquiesced. I then asked Huang Xiaodao, by the way, have you made any progress on the 10-year-old piano corpse case I asked you to investigate? Yes. I found out that the murderer is named Chao Bufan, and the girl is named Xia Mo, Huang Xiaodao responded. I muttered the names to myself, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you. But why did you want me to look into this? It doesn't seem to be related to our current case. Huang Xiaodao questioned. It is indeed unrelated. But what if we happen to encounter Xia Mo tonight? It would be rather impolite not to even know her name. I chuckled. What? Wang Dali's face turned pale with fright. You still plan to meet that female ghost? I refuse to go. I absolutely won't. Huang Xiaodao furrowed her brows and abruptly drew a gun, aiming it at Wang Dali's head. You said it, so I might just shoot you. Although I was aware that she would never pull the trigger, the sight of a real gun pointed at his head caused the timid Wang Dali to instantly cower. Sister Xiaodao, I'll go. Isn't that enough? Please put the gun away. It would be disastrous if it went off by accident. It won't go off. The safety is still on, Huang Xiaodao replied, retracting the weapon. Then, with a feigned dramatic flair, she added, Oh dear. It seems I forgot that the safety was on. My sincerest apologies. At that moment, Wang Dali was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. Had I not supported him, he would have nearly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 25. The Woman in White. I instructed the two of them that from this moment forth, we should refrain from moving as a trio, for it was highly plausible that Deng Chao was lurking in the shadows, observing us. I asked Huang Xiaodao to drive away from the school first, finding a secluded spot to park before returning. I ventured alone to the library, where the crowd provided a semblance of safety. As darkness enveloped the outside world, I realized I had neglected to eat dinner and hurried towards the abandoned teaching building. The small grove surrounding the decrepit structure took on an eerie aura at night, and as I walked along the path, a shiver ran down my spine. I was genuinely apprehensive that Deng Chao might leap from the darkness, poised to strike me down. The adage, it is not the thief that one fears. But the thief's intentions resonated deeply within me. Upon entering the teaching building, I was suddenly yanked by someone beside me, nearly causing my heart to stop. The person whispered, Hey Yangzi, it's me. Dali, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I exclaimed, placing a hand over my heart and exhaling in relief. Did anyone follow you on the way? Huang Xiaodao inquired, revealing that they had arrived earlier. No, I assured them. I was acutely aware of the footsteps behind me throughout the journey, so I am quite certain. Wang Dali prepared to turn on his flashlight, but I stopped him. Do not activate the flashlight. It will reveal our position. By the way, did you get the items I asked you to buy? Here. What do you need these for? Wang Dali handed me a bag. You'll find out shortly, I replied. We stealthily ascended the abandoned teaching building, with the two of them unable to see the path and gripping my clothing tightly. Meanwhile, I employed my eye of the abyss, granting me night vision tenfold, that of an ordinary person. This is no boast. I have gleaned from a tome on human anatomy that the retina is adorned with cone cells and rod cells. The former congregate at the center of the pupil, enabling vision during daylight, while the latter are dispersed around the pupil, facilitating sight in the dark. However, rod cells are highly sensitive, which explains the intense, stinging sensation one experiences when transitioning abruptly from darkness to bright light after prolonged exposure to shadows. I have consumed the restorative potion known as Ming Tong San for 49 days and have undergone specialized visual training, resulting in a quantity of rod cells tenfold that of an average person. This enhancement allows me to adeptly adjust my pupil size, enabling me to perceive objects even in the faintest glimmer of light. As I ascended the stairs, Wang Dali inquired, Song Yang, how is your night vision so remarkable. It is a product of training, I replied. What? This can be trained? How? Wang Dali exclaimed in astonishment. By consuming more carrots, I jested. Upon reaching the third floor, I instructed my companions to stand guard at the stairway, urging them to maintain silence. This derelict building boasts but a singular staircase, making it inevitable that if Deng Chao were to ascend to confront me, he would traverse this very path. I shall go first, I declared. Be cautious, Huang Xiaodao urged. No worries. I arrived at the fourth music classroom, where a warning tape barred the entrance. I slipped inside. The corpse had, of course, been removed. Yet some darkened bloodstains remained on the floor. Moonlight filtered through the window, the curtains fluttering gently, evoking a particularly desolate and forlorn atmosphere. I retrieved a small pouch of flour from my bag and scattered a thin layer by the piano legs and beneath the windows, preparing for the potential emergence of a ghostly figure clad in white. Wheat flour, being gentle in nature and associated with positive energies, is believed to sense malevolent spirits without provoking them. My grandfather imparted to me some rudimentary techniques for dealing with apparitions. In ancient times, the art of exorcism was not solely the domain of monks and Taoist priests. Every profession possessed its own methods. For instance, carpenters employed the technique of repulsion. Stonemasons would burn protective charms while quarrying, and butchers recited sutras for the souls of the departed. Those who routinely handled corpses, like forensic experts, were no exception. However, in modern times, traditional practices have gradually receded into obscurity as new professions emerged. To be candid, after hearing Wang Dali recount this chilling campus legend during the day, I now feel a twinge of unease. The specter of the female ghost represents a significant uncertainty tonight. A glance out the window revealed the source of my apprehension. A four-way intersection flanked by numerous ancient locust trees, imparting a heavy, ominous atmosphere to the surroundings. No wonder it is said to be haunted. The moonlight shone brightly this evening, allowing a clear view into the classroom from outside. Yet the foliage obscured the view from within. Should Deng Chao arrive, he would undoubtedly see me first. Thus, I could not remain idly in place. I took out a small brush and pretended to conduct an investigation, all the while keeping my gaze fixed on the window. Minutes ticked by, and these 2 hours felt interminable. I was on the verge of losing my patience. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed through the silent classroom, and an inexplicable chill crept down my spine. Slowly, I turned my neck to discover a woman clad in white nightwear, her long hair cascading around her. Her figure was semi-transparent, with her lower body nearly invisible. No wonder it is said that ghosts lack feet. Yet she indeed had feet, as a faint trail of footprints was discernible in the flour beneath her. I stood there rigidly, my heart racing, for I had never encountered such a scene before. The specter did not gaze at me. Instead, she turned and delicately caressed the edge of the piano with her fingertips. Her skin was as pale as parchment, devoid of any color, marred by jagged black cracks, as if her entire form were assembled from remnants of corpses. I attempted to call out, "Xiaimo?" However, my voice trembled and came out as a mere whisper due to my overwhelming anxiety. The ghost slowly turned her head, fixing me with her pupils-less white eyes. I noticed her ghostly visage was also streaked with vivid red marks reminiscent of blood. With my palms pressed together in a gesture of utmost respect, I said, "Senior Xiaimo, I apologize for intruding upon your domain tonight. I seek to apprehend a criminal, and this is but a small token of goodwill from your junior. I hope you will accept it." With that, I retrieved a stack of yellow paper from my bag and produced a lighter to ignite it. Yet, no matter how I tried, the yellow paper would not catch fire. It ignited only at the edge before being extinguished by a chilling breeze. I had heard that if yellow paper fails to ignite, it signifies that the ghost refuses your bribe. Panic seized me, and I broke into a cold sweat. Ultimately, I succumbed to despair. Upon raising my gaze, I discovered that the spectral figure had vanished. At that moment, Wang Dali's exuberant voice echoed through the corridor. "A ghost! There is a ghost!" I exclaimed in dismay. Spirits, like humans, possess a sense of territoriality. Their displeasure at an unwarranted intrusion upon their domain is certainly to be expected. My concerns were not with the apparition itself, but rather with the possibility of the female ghost emerging unexpectedly to expel us. With urgency, I dashed out of the music classroom, only to find Huang Xiaodao aiming a firearm at me, while Wang Dali cowered on the floor, trembling in fear. I hastily raised my hands in surrender. "Do not fire, it's me." Upon recognizing me, Huang Xiaodao lowered her weapon. "Oh, thank goodness you're here. You nearly frightened me to death." A woman in white just floated past, Wang Dali lamented, his voice reminiscent of a sorrowful wail. "I saw her too. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would hardly have dared to believe it," Huang Xiaodao remarked. The ghost glided by as if carried by the wind. So ethereal, passing right in front of us. "Let us retreat," I declared. "Retreat?" Both of them stared at me in astonishment. "I mean the two of you should withdraw to the classroom at the entrance on the first floor and lie in wait. I will remain here. Should anything arise, simply call me. One ring will suffice," I instructed. They exchanged glances, and finally, Huang Xiaodao proposed, "Why don't we all head to the fourth music classroom?" "Absolutely not. Deng Chao may be watching from outside. You must keep a low profile and head to the first floor quickly," I urged, my anxiety mounting. They descended the stairs, and I returned to the fourth music classroom. Peering out the window, I saw the shadows of trees swaying, illuminated by the dim glow of the streetlights. The road below lay deserted, devoid of any human presence. Just as I turned around, I suddenly caught sight of a white figure silently standing outside the door. Long hair cascading down and completely obscuring its face. A chill ran down my spine, and as I blinked in surprise, I realized it had vanished. An unsettling realization dawned upon me. That figure had felt tangible, and its form was somewhat different from that of Xian Mo. I nearly cried out, for the female ghost seen by Wang Dali and Huang Xiaodao was, in fact, a guise adopted by Deng Chao. He had infiltrated with such cunning tactics. This fellow possesses an astute mind. At that very moment, the entire floor was left with just the two of us. Chapter 26. The true culprit meets just as the mere thought that the murderer lurked just outside the door, potentially armed with a weapon, sent a chill of cold sweat cascading down my spine. I swallowed hard, my mind racing with thoughts. Deng Chao, masquerading as a vengeful spirit, awaited me just beyond the threshold. If I dared to peek out, he would undoubtedly strike me down. However, remaining here offered little solace. For the distance from the door to my position was merely a few paces. He could easily end my life before Huang Xiaodao arrived, leaving no room for escape. The window stood wide open, tempting me to leap from its ledge, yet such an act felt cowardly. My goal for the night was to apprehend him. Resolutely, I plunged my hand in my pocket and dialed Huang Xiaodao's number. As I spoke, I feigned terror, exclaiming loudly, "Senior Xiao Mo, please don't frighten me. I'll leave immediately, I promise." I then took a few cautious steps, creating the sound of footsteps, and stealthily maneuvered behind the grand piano. Should Deng Chao come rushing in, I could at least use the imposing instrument to my advantage. At that moment, Deng Chao appeared in the doorway. Upon spotting me concealed behind the piano, a sinister smirk crept across his face. "What are you pretending for, kid?" I observed the glint of a dagger in his hand, his fingers delicate and pale as those of a woman. "Who are you? Why are you dressed like that?" I feigned ignorance, hoping to entice him into conversation and buy myself some precious time. "Still playing coy, huh? What did that letter say?" He advanced toward me. The letter said, I retreated a few steps to the other side of the piano, that you are the murderer. Zhang Kai is indeed unworthy of trust. I had foolishly felt guilty for having taken his life for so long. As he took another step forward, anxiety washed over me, my palms perspiring, and my heart racing as if it might leap from my throat. I declared, "This is entirely of your own making. Had you not killed him, how could the suicide note have ended up in my possession? Enough of this nonsense. Hand over the letter," he shouted, his voice hoarse with desperation. "The letter is no longer in my possession. I handed it over to the police long ago," I replied. "You bastard! How dare you deceive me?" Just then, Deng Chao lunged towards me, but Huang Xiaodao kicked open the back door, brandishing her weapon, her fierce gaze commanding, "Don't move! Drop your weapon!" Deng Chao, taken aback, immediately rushed towards me. I suspected he intended to take me hostage. I swiftly fled towards the back of the classroom, with Deng Chao in pursuit from the opposite side. At that moment, Huang Xiaodao fired a shot, the deafening sound reverberating throughout the classroom. The shot shattered nothing. It is said that the police often load a blank round to signal a warning. However, the gunfire indeed served as a deterrent, causing Deng Chao to flee through the front door, his wig falling askew. Huang Xiaodao promptly dashed down the corridor in pursuit, and I followed closely behind. Although the corridor was a dead end, it was flanked by numerous classrooms, providing ample hiding spots. Upon reaching the corridor, I quickly realized Deng Chao had vanished. Huang Xiaodao urged me to follow her. She kicked open a classroom door and pointed her gun inside, to which I replied, "He is not here." We searched through 3 classrooms in succession when suddenly, the sound of a window being opened pierced the air. I exclaimed, "Oh no, he is going to jump." We rushed into one of the classrooms, only to find Deng Chao perched on the windowsill, poised to leap. Huang Xiaodao stood firm, weapon in hand, ready to take aim. At that moment, Deng Chao let out a desperate scream and fell from the ledge, his voice tinged with panic as he pleaded, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Huang Xiaodao swiftly approached, kicked the knife away, and cuffed Deng Chao's hands behind his back. Turning to me, she declared, "Song Yang, you were absolutely right. This fellow has indeed undergone hand surgery." I sighed in relief, my body feeling as though it might collapse. Just then, Wang Dali burst in from outside, exclaiming, "Damn impressive. You captured him so quickly. Let me see what this guy looks like." As he approached, Huang Xiaodao unexpectedly stepped on his foot, causing Wang Dali to yelp in pain, hopping about while clutching his foot. Huang Xiaodao scolded him fiercely at such a crucial moment. "You actually stopped to tie your shoelaces. I've truly witnessed what it means to have a pig teammate." The shoelaces suddenly came undone. "It's not my fault." "Yangzi, please back me up," Wang Dali protested, receiving only a scornful glance from me. Huang Xiaodao made a phone call to headquarters and prepared to escort Deng Chao out. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Dali tried to ingratiate himself, saying, "Oh, so you're Deng Chao? You've killed 2 people and even disguised yourself to scare us. You're quite something. But you're no match for a Yangge, right, Yangzi?" No one paid him any attention. Wang Dali forced a smile, while Deng Chao suddenly fixed me with a chilling gaze. "What exactly did Zhang Kai's letter say?" he demanded. "The letter is a fabrication. Do you still not comprehend that I am orchestrating a trap for you?" I retorted with a cold laugh. "Impossible. That is clearly Zhang Kai's handwriting. Moreover, with my ingenious method of murder, how could you possibly have deduced it without having seen the letter?" Up until now, Deng Chao remained arrogantly convinced of his unparalleled intellect, which led him to believe the letter was genuine. His hubris had betrayed him. I sighed. The letter was constructed from Zhang Kai's class notes. "You claim no one can unravel your methods. I merely wish to convey that this time, fortune has not favored you, for you have encountered a worthy adversary." Deng Chao suddenly erupted into laughter, a desolate sound that reverberated through the corridor, sending chills down spines. "Song Yang, I shall remember you. This time, I have lost, thoroughly and unequivocally," he proclaimed. "Enough. Be compliant and come with me." Huang Xiaodao forcefully shoved him. I called out to him, "Wait, you say you have lost? How can you say that when I find myself in this predicament? Do you truly intend to claim I have emerged victorious?" Deng Chao sneered repeatedly. "There are no winners and no losers, for this is not a mere game. You are committing murder. 2 diligent students have perished because of you, and 2 families are eternally ensnared in anguish. And yet you dare to measure this matter in terms of victory or defeat." I scolded. Deng Chao let out a cold laugh. "To me, this is merely a game, a contest of intellect and courage. How utterly twisted and irredeemable." Huang Xiaodao scoffed disdainfully. We took him outside, and, soon enough, a police car arrived, taking Deng Chao away. The case was resolved. "Well then, I invite you all to enjoy a hearty late-night meal," Huang Xiaodao said in a relaxed tone. "Splendid. Let us head out for skewers and beer. We won't stop until we're—" Wang Dali exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Huang Xiaodao shot him a fierce glare, causing Wang Dali to swallow his words and lower his head, likely still feeling the sting of his earlier blunder. A heavy weight lifted from my heart as I heard a mournful sound emanating from the old teaching building behind us. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the wind. Huang Xiaodao murmured, "By the way, earlier, Deng Chao saw something that frightened him. Could it be that he truly encountered Senior Xiao? Wang Dali shivered, crossing his arms and said, "Sister Xiaodao, please don't scare me." I glanced towards the end of the corridor, where a portrait of Helen Keller hung on the wall beside a window that was not fully closed, creating a slight angle that perfectly reflected her face. So, this was what Deng Chao had witnessed. I chuckled. He must have seen a ghost. A ghost of his own making. Chapter 27, the final nocturne. There is yet another task I must attend to. I need to burn a few sheets of paper. As honoring the deceased is a tradition within the profession of mortuary work, and we must not disregard the customs of our ancestors. Wang Dali was thoroughly frightened and hurried us along, urging, "Let us not linger here. It would be unfortunate to be haunted by a female ghost." Huang Xiaodao playfully sought to intimidate him, saying, "Ghosts are particularly drawn to individuals like you. Senior Xia Mo was a beauty in her lifetime. Perhaps you two could share an unfinished tale of love between the living and the dead." Upon entering the classroom, Wang Dali hesitated momentarily, then called out, "Wait for me," and followed suit. As we ascended to the third floor, a sudden, jarring noise erupted from within the classroom, sending a shiver down our spines. Wang Dali instinctively grasped my arm, and even Huang Xiaodao appeared somewhat apprehensive. "Song Yang, could there truly be something there? I have always believed that the most terrifying specter is not that of a ghost, but rather the darkness within the human heart." I calmly articulated this belief. "That makes sense, but I'm still afraid." Wang Dali lamented. "I really look down on you. I wish I could dedicate a new song by Jay Cho to you." Huang Xiaotao jested. "What?" Wang Dali inquired. "It's called What Kind of Man?" Huang Xiaotao chuckled heartily. We arrived at the fourth music classroom, where the pristine curtains fluttered in the moonlight, casting shadows upon the piano that had once borne witness to a tumultuous saga of love and betrayal. The atmosphere was eerily ominous. The earlier sound seemed to have been the wind, causing the piano lid to slam shut. Just as I was about to step inside, Wang Dali firmly grasped my arm, saying, "Song Yang, perhaps we should reconsider. Once we hear the piano, we may not be able to leave. That is merely a rumor." I retorted, "Last night, those two girls witnessed it firsthand." Wang Dali stammered. I pointed to the four ceiling fans above, and although I had not climbed up to verify, I could surmise how Deng Chao had fabricated this effect. I explained, Deng Chao had purchased some piano strings, tying them of varying lengths to the fan blades, and upon activating the fans, one could witness a room filled with the special effects of flying strings. Goodness, it was that simple. Why hadn't I thought of it? Wang Dali lamented, striking his thigh in frustration. I suggested to them that if they were afraid, they should remain here, and then I stepped inside, with both of them following me. Before the piano, I lit yellow paper and recited a passage from the Rebirth Mantra, hoping that our late senior from summer would find peace. The yellow paper gradually burned in my hands, turning into ash, which was then whisked away by an eerie breeze. Suddenly, Huang Xiaodao let out a gasp. I turned to see Wang Dali collapsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth, his body convulsing. Alarmed, I rushed over to pinch his acupoint and pressed on his chest. At that moment, Wang Dali's eyes rolled back, and he sat upright abruptly. "Dali, are you all right?" I noticed his expression was unfamiliar, prompting Huang Xiaodao to instinctively step back. From Wang Dali's throat emerged a high-pitched, feminine voice. I loved him so dearly. I regarded him as everything. Why did he still choose to kill me? Why? The wait here has been so agonizing. Both Huang Xiaodao and I were utterly stunned. I never anticipated that such a situation would arise with Wang Dali. With a heavy heart, I began to explain, Senior Xiamo, love is inherently not equitable. The affection you bestow upon others does not guarantee a reciprocal return. Suddenly, Wang Dali began to thrash about, crying out in anguish, "But I love him. I love him wholeheartedly. Yet he claims to live in despair and torment. He even killed me, dismembered me, and stuffed me inside a piano. All I desire is a simple and pure love. Why can't I attain it? Why is the world so unjust to me?" I advised, "His suffering stems precisely from the overwhelming amount of love you have bestowed upon him. It suffocates him." Wang Dali glared at me fiercely, her teeth grinding audibly. "Even you say such things? You men are all scoundrels, nothing but heartless traitors. I shall eliminate you all." I was drenched in cold sweat, fearing that Wang Dali had become overly influenced by the tales of the vengeful ghost in white. Coupled with the peculiar atmosphere of the music classroom, it seemed to have triggered intermittent episodes of madness within her, leading her to temporarily lose her sense of self and envision herself as the former senior Xiaomo. This was not an unprecedented occurrence. My grandfather had recounted a similar case from his past. On the eve of the Qingming festival, a rural woman, while visiting her husband's grave, was suddenly possessed by the spirit of her deceased spouse. In a fit of rage, she dragged a neighbor to the police station, claiming that this scoundrel had pushed her into the river. Subsequent investigations by the authorities revealed that this rural woman had, in fact, conspired with her neighbor to drown her husband. Burdened by guilt, her emotions erupted when she visited his grave, leading to a breakdown. In such circumstances, rationality often eludes individuals, and a mere disagreement can tragically escalate to violence. At that moment, Huang Xiaodao cautiously approached, whispering to me, "Do not go near." However, Wang Dali showed no resistance as Huang Xiaodao drew closer, enveloping him in her embrace. "Sister, I understand your suffering. You have endured an arduous life, and, at last, you found someone who cherishes you. It is only natural that you wish to hold onto him tightly. Yet, he has betrayed you, and your anguish is profound." As she spoke, tears streamed down Huang Xiaodao's cheeks. Gently patting his back, she continued, "That heartless scoundrel is no more. You must quickly move on to your next life, where you will find a warm family, the love and friendship you deserve. Women must be strong and wise. If this relationship is unsuitable, do not hesitate to seek another. Remember, until you meet the right person, everyone else is merely a prologue. Do not let yourself be diminished." Wang Dali wept uncontrollably, exclaiming, "But I cannot let him go." Huang Xiaodao retorted vehemently, "Pa, he is nothing but a worthless rogue, utterly unworthy of you. You are intelligent, beautiful, kind, and a campus belle. You have suffered enough. I firmly believe that in your next life, you will find someone far better." As Wang Dali sobbed, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Huang Xiaodao gently placed Wang Dali on the ground, wiped away her tears, and proudly declared, "How's my persuasive ability?" I nearly choked on my own astonishment. Goodness. So you were faking your tears, without a hint of genuine sorrow. How could one expect to be persuasive? As she wiped away her tears, I couldn't help but admire her mastery over her emotions. "You truly excel in this regard. Attempting to reason with a madman? Does a madman engage in rational discourse?" I nodded in shame, acknowledging my own ignorance. At that moment, Wang Dali suddenly took a deep breath, sat up from the ground, and with a bewildered expression inquired, "What just happened? Why is my face wet?" I hesitated to explain that he had just experienced a fit. Surely that would frighten this timid fellow into unconsciousness again. So, I exchanged a knowing glance with Huang Xiaodao and opted for silence, simply stating that he had merely fainted from fright. Whether Wang Dali's possession was genuine or not remained uncertain, yet I leaned towards believing that he had succumbed to the bizarre atmosphere, leading to self-induced hypnosis. Wang Dali urged us to leave quickly, to which I replied to wait a moment. I then retrieved 2 stacks of yellow paper, igniting them on the ground. They looked at me quizzically, questioning why I was burning paper. I explained this stack is for Ma Baobao, and this one is for Zhang Kai. The deceased deserve our utmost respect. As a coroner, I have examined their bodies, and it would be disrespectful not to offer a small token of compensation. I waved toward the window, addressing the 2 spirits. "Hasten your reincarnation. I have avenged your grievances, leaving you with nothing to hold on to." The moonlight shimmered like water, and a gentle breeze carried the ashes of the paper, drifting gracefully out the window. Chapter 28. Slapping face of forensic Dr. Qin after the case concluded. I naturally took a well-deserved 2-day rest. One day, Wang Dali burst into the dormitory, holding a newspaper aloft and exclaiming, Yangzi, Yangzi, we've made it to the news." I took a look, and the report was both amusing and exasperating. The case was simplified to a narrative of a university student who, having lost the opportunity for postgraduate recommendations, vented his frustrations by murdering 2 classmates. The mention of the cursed piano was conspicuously absent. Perhaps because the police deemed that detail too bizarre to share with the media. The article did reference Huang Xiaotao and me, but I was merely described as a helpful student named Song. The rest was a hodgepodge of inane commentary about the weak psychological resilience of contemporary university students and the profound impact of losing a child on a family. What is this nonsense? I remarked. Right? He didn't even mention me. It's infuriating, Wang Dali retorted indignantly. By the way, don't you have over 100,000 followers on Weibo now? No, I deactivated it. Who has the interest in answering those ridiculous questions every day? I replied, goodness, why not seize such a splendid opportunity for fame? If you become an internet celebrity, I could bask in some of that glory too, Wang Dali sighed. How could I dare to be an internet sensation? The Song family has seen too many ancestors lose their heads due to attracting too much attention. Humility is my guiding principle. At that moment, Huang Xiaotao called me, requesting my presence at the police station. I inquired whether the bonus had been dispersed, to which she hesitantly replied that we would discuss the bonus later, explaining that forensic expert Qin intended to sue me. What? I nearly exclaimed in disbelief. This old man is utterly shameless. I had yet to settle accounts with him, and he was already taking legal action against me, unable to solve the case himself. He had the audacity to retaliate. What would he possibly be suing me for? I asked. You'll find out when you arrive. Hurry up. He is causing quite a scene with Captain Lin, and if you don't come soon, a police car might just roll into the school. Huang Xiaotao said urgently. All right, I'll be there right away. I responded. Wang Dali inquired about the situation, and I replied, I need to visit the police station, but I'll return shortly. Are you going with me? Wang Dali asked. No need. I dressed quickly and exited the school gate, hailing a taxi to the police station, where Huang Xiaotao awaited me at the entrance. Today, she donned her police uniform, exuding an air of striking confidence. She offered a wry smile and said, Song Yang, I truly apologize for involving you in this. It's not your fault. Let us go confront that old man. We entered an office, and I could hear Qin's booming voice from within, sounding quite agitated. Captain Lin, if it weren't for Huang Xiaotao conspiring with that kid, would my experience really fail to crack such a simple case? It's utterly ridiculous. You must take serious action against her. I thought to myself, what a laughable logic. Can experience truly equate to competence? Enough, enough. Lao Qin, do not let your temper flare. When they arrive, I shall inquire directly, another voice advised. Likely that of team leader Lin, as mentioned by Huang Xiaotao. Huang Xiaotao knocked a few times on the door, and upon hearing Lin's invitation to enter, the two of us stepped inside. Huang Xiaotao saluted and announced, Team leader Lin, I have brought Song Yang. Forensic expert Qin sat on a sofa, a cigarette clamped between his fingers, his legs crossed in a relaxed manner. Upon my entrance, he let out a heavy grunt from his nostrils. Team leader Lin, a robust man in his 40s resembling the actor Yu Yong, examined me from head to toe and inquired, So, you are Song Yang? Indeed, I nodded in affirmation. You are quite young, yet you solved such a case in less than 24 hours. Do you have family in law enforcement? Lin asked. My family has always been comprised of commoners. My interest in this field stems merely from a childhood fascination with related literature, I modestly replied. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Impressive, Lin commended. Suddenly, Qin extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray with force and stood up, exclaiming, Lin, why are you praising him? This young man has spoken disrespectfully, desecrating the corpse and obstructing our investigation at every turn. Lin chuckled. Old Qin, he merely assisted with the autopsy. That cannot be deemed as desecration. Besides, isn't it the same for anyone who captures a criminal? How can it be the same? Qin retorted indignantly. He is not a police officer. He is an outsider. Lin, how can you speak in defense of an outsider? I am one who assists only in matters of justice, not personal connections. I perceive that this situation is not dire enough to warrant legal action. Let us proceed accordingly, Lin stated, waving his hand. Wait, there is something I must address. Medical examiner Qin shot me a dark glance. This individual is suspected of concealing and destroying evidence. I was taken aback. From where did this accusation arise? Lin's expression changed abruptly as he scrutinized me, inquiring, Is there any truth to this? Yes. Within this case lies a crucial piece of evidence that he took without authorization and has yet to return, leading the special investigation team down a misguided path and expending considerable effort, Sheen declared triumphantly. What crucial evidence? Please elucidate. I cannot restrain my curiosity. A flyer was found tucked within the killer's book. According to his roommate, it was taken by you. Is this true? Sheen pressed aggressively. I exchanged astonished glances with Huang Xiaodao. Was this what he referred to as the crucial evidence? After our visit to the cosmetic surgery clinic, the document had been misplaced by Huang Xiaodao. Yet, even in the absence of this flyer, the lead could have been uncovered through other means. Sheen truly had a talent for exaggeration. Lin, puzzled, remarked, is this flyer truly that significant? Immensely significant. It could be described as the key to solving the case. Otherwise, how could an outsider possibly arrive at the conclusion before our entire special investigation team? Lin, do you not find this peculiar? Sheen argued passionately, his words punctuated with fervor. The old man adeptly deflects blame for his incompetence. Yet in the presence of their superior, I refrain from being overly confrontational and remark, forensic expert Sheen. The flyer contained nothing of substance. Even if you failed to find it, surely you could have gleaned information from the criminal's roommate. What constitutes crucial evidence in your eyes? You destroyed it. How could I possibly know what was inscribed upon it? At this moment, forensic expert Sheen is utterly resorting to fallacious arguments. What do you think could have been written on it? A diary of a murderer's exploits? I chuckled. Who can say? Since you are capable of such actions, who knows whether you have concealed other evidence? Replied forensic expert Sheen. Rest assured, the clues we possessed were merely fewer in number, not lesser in value than yours. I countered. That is merely your side of the story. Forensic expert Sheen continued to press aggressively. With a derisive smile, I retorted, are you suggesting that the entire task force led by your superior is inferior to just the two of us? If that is the case, it is no wonder you cannot solve the case. Forensic expert Sheen's face flushed crimson, and after a prolonged silence, he managed to sputter, You are slandering me. Seizing the opportunity, I pressed further, forensic expert Sheen. Does this mean you are now denying our previous wager? What wager? Team leader Lin inquired, puzzled. I recounted the details of my bet with forensic expert Sheen, prompting team leader Lin to look at him in astonishment. Old Sheen, how could you wager the resolution of a case with someone else? Forensic expert Sheen stammered. It was all instigated by this rascal. I fell for his trick. His demeanor was akin to that of a petulant child, utterly unwilling to accept accountability. No wonder it is said that it is better to offend a gentleman than a rogue. The forensic Dr. Sheen embodies such a rogue, for he categorically denies anything detrimental to himself. I remarked, Mr. Sheen, I hold you in esteem as an elder, which is why I have treated you with courtesy. However, your repeated attempts to evade responsibility are rather unbecoming. Forensic Dr. Sheen shot me a glare, exclaiming, You little brat, I was a forensic doctor long before you were born. Do you dare challenge me? I scoffed derisively. Indeed, it seems your years of experience in forensics have been in vain. Enraged, Sheen was at a loss for words. Sputtering, You say that again. Team leader Lin interjected, Enough. I understand the situation now. That promotional flyer is hardly of great significance. Old Sheen, given your age, you should possess more magnanimity. Let us each concede a little. As Sheen huffed and prepared to leave, a phone call interrupted. Lin spoke briefly, then glanced at me and said, Perfect timing. The person is right here. You can talk to him. He then handed me the phone, announcing, Song Yang, it's for you. I picked up the receiver, and a voice boomed like thunder on the other end. Nephew, I've just reviewed the case closure report. Did you truly solve this case? You're trying to keep a low profile, are you? Afraid I might kidnap you and make you work for me? It turned out to be Officer Sunday. I chuckled. Uncle Sun, I merely stumbled into this situation. Officer Sun laughed heartily, saying, Look at your words. You inadvertently cracked such a significant case, truly reminiscent of your grandfather's former prowess. When will you come over? It has been 3 years since we last met. We must indulge in some fine wine and have a good chat. Forensic expert Sheen gazed at me with a look of perplexity. I intentionally remarked, by the way, I heard you've been promoted to director. Congratulations. Officer Sunday. Director Sun. Forensic expert Sheen was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped. Chapter 29. The Might of the Tiger officer's son chuckled heartily over the phone. After all these years, I ought to have earned the title of director. However, to speak candidly, had it not been for your grandfather's assistance, I truly would not have attained my current position. I owe the Song family a debt of gratitude, so do not hesitate to ask for anything you need. Uncle Son, you are being overly courteous. I shall visit you whenever the opportunity arises, I replied. Excellent. By the way, my precious daughter often inquires about you, wondering why you Haven Tea come a play at our home. Do inform me in advance when you plan to visit, and I shall pick you up from school. After exchanging a few more words with Officer Son, I returned the phone to Team Leader Lin, who exchanged a few brief remarks before ending the call. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room shifted. Team Leader Lin, Huang Xiaotao, and Forensic Qin regarded me with newfound respect. Forensic Qin stammered, "Why, young man? Do you know Director Son?" I couldn't help but laugh. Just moments ago, he had been addressing me as kid, and now he was suddenly so formal. I replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, I have known him since before he became Director Sunday." Team Leader Lin cleared his throat, attempting to diffuse the situation. "All right, old Qin, you may return for now." "Wait," I interjected, having just been treated so dismissively. Would it not be impolite for us to disregard the principle of reciprocity? Forensic Qin, what about our wager? Forensic Qin, sweating profusely, stammered, well, young man, you see, I am over 50 and on the brink of retirement. It has not been easy working as a forensic expert for so many years. Could you perhaps show a bit of understanding? Why did you initially make this bet? Is it because of your age, hoping to evade responsibility? I inquired. Let me ask you this. If I hadn't solved the case, would you still send me to prison today? A cold laugh escaped my lips. No. One must show mercy. At my age, am I the sort to be petty? Upon finishing, the forensic expert, Qin, offered a gentle smile, and I couldn't help but think how shameless he was. Team Leader Lin interjected, "Old Qin, one must honor the wager. Your fickleness truly tarnishes the reputation of our police force." Qin's expression clouded with worry as he replied, "I acknowledge my shortcomings at my age, yet throughout these years, I've endured my share of hardships." "How can you even say that?" I retorted sharply. "As a law enforcement officer, a lack of achievement signifies what? You nearly allowed a criminal to roam free. Perhaps 5 or 10 years from now, someone may lose their life because of this. Can you bear that burden?" Qin's face turned a deep shade of crimson, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. I continued my tirade. "Do as you please, but I sincerely hope you refrain from troubling me in the future. I am but an ordinary person. Why should I face prosecution for aiding the police in solving a case? My personal gains or losses are inconsequential. Just imagine if such incidents spread. Who would dare cooperate with the police thereafter? The potential for wrongful convictions is frightening to contemplate." Qin turned to Team Leader Lin, his expression one of despair. "Team Leader, I shall promptly submit a request for reassignment." With a scoff, I addressed Team Leader Lin, "Captain, I shall take my leave. Take care." Upon exiting the office, Huang Xiaodao gave me a hefty pat on the back, nearly dislocating my shoulder. She exclaimed in rapid succession, "That scene was simply theatrical. Song Yang, you looked incredibly dashing. Did you see the expression on Qin, the forensic expert's face? He was nearly purple with rage. You're quite the schemer, aren't you? Knowing Sun Laohu without informing me, leaving me to fret on your behalf. It's such a waste of sentiment. But you didn't ask me either," I retorted while rubbing my shoulder. "What, do you expect me to inquire about such matters?" She replied, her excitement palpable. "Today has been utterly satisfying. That Qin forensic expert has always been so arrogant and domineering. I've long found him displeasing. You've truly rid our criminal police team of a nuisance." I chuckled. It seems I performed a commendable deed. Not just commendable, but a tremendous one. "Come, let me treat you to a meal, something delightful. Perhaps another time. You always treat me, and I wonder if your salary is sufficient for that. Let's postpone it." I waved my hand dismissively. "Then let us make sure to include Wang Dali next time," Huang Xiaotao suggested. As we exited the police station, Huang Xiaotao intended to accompany me back to school. I mentioned that taking the bus would be quicker, prompting her curiosity. "By the way, I have a question for you. Speak truthfully." "Go ahead," I replied. "I can't shake the feeling that you're concealing something." You solve cases and no Sun Laohu. Come clean. What is your true identity? Huang Xiaodao pressed. I couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. I assure you, I'm merely a student. Huang Xiaodao regarded me with a gaze filled with skepticism, compelling me to divulge a modicum of information. My acquaintance with Sun Laohu dates back to a long time ago, as he shared a slight camaraderie with my grandfather. Your grandfather? Huang Xiaodao pondered. Who is he exactly? Just an ordinary man. Are you deceiving me? Why would I deceive you? Well then, I shall take my leave. I offered a faint smile. Wait. Huang Xiaodao suddenly extended a hand, catching me off guard, and I reciprocated with a handshake. With utmost seriousness, Huang Xiaodao stated, I am grateful for your substantial assistance to the police this time. I hope we have opportunities for collaboration in the future. I hope so too. I replied with a smile. For me, this case represented a significant milestone, perhaps even one of great importance. However, I could never have anticipated that the opportunity for my second collaboration with Huang Xiaodao would arrive so swiftly. Chapter 30. The Fearless Uncle. A week after the conclusion of the cursed piano case, Huang Xiaodao exuberantly called to inform me that the department had awarded her a first-class merit, along with a generous bonus. In the report Huang Xiaodao submitted, she diligently praised my extraordinary skills in forensic investigation, which meant I was entitled to a bonus as well. Since I am not a police officer, she had applied for a special consultant title on my behalf, which sounded rather impressive. Soon, a substantial sum of 18,000 yuan was credited to my account. For a struggling student like me, it was indeed a considerable amount. I decided to split it with Wang Dali, who humbly remarked, Yangzi, I hardly contributed. Is it really appropriate for me to take such a large bonus? Nonetheless, I believed that since it was unexpected fortune, it would be better to share the joy. By the way, I'll first withdraw 1,000 yuan as a reward for the little one, I suggested. No. I shall cover his reward. You have accomplished such a significant feat, and it would be utterly unreasonable for you to receive less than I do. Do not argue with me. I am going to withdraw the money right now, Wang Dali insisted. Since he was so adamant, I refrained from further discussion. Shortly after, he returned, saying, The little one scolded you for being inconsiderate. I chuckled and asked, What is the matter? Is he not happy with the money? He replied, If I had known, I would have joined you in the endeavor and could have earned more. Wang Dali remarked, This young man is truly avaricious. Solving cases is not merely about the bonus. I was left speechless. 9,000 yuan is not an insignificant amount, but it is certainly enough for me to purchase materials that I might need in the future, sparing me the panic of scrambling at the last minute. I procured a plethora of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs and borrowed a laboratory from a professor in the chemical engineering department. After dedicating an entire day to concocting some secret formulas, it appears that my efforts to unravel this case yield little in terms of monetary gain. Yet, such calculations are rather superficial. Solving mysteries is my passion. Being able to utilize my lifelong knowledge to vindicate the deceased while simultaneously accumulating practical experience fills me with profound satisfaction. 2 nights later, in the dead of night, Huang Xiaodao suddenly called me, inquiring, Song Yang, can you come over now? We have encountered a most peculiar case, and we are at our wits' end. Your assistance is urgently needed. Now, it is 11 o'clock, and there are no more vehicles outside the campus, I replied, taken aback by Huang Xiaodao's urgency. Not to worry. I will dispatch an officer to the school to pick you up. He will wait for you at the gate in half an hour. With that, Huang Xiaodao hung up. I splashed some cold water on my face to awaken my senses, then nudged Wang Dali, urging him to rise. After a moment, I realized something was amiss. Upon pulling back the covers, I discovered a pillow in his stead. I muttered a curse. This fellow, as soon as he came into some money, began to flaunt himself. Undoubtedly out all night playing League of Legends. I donned my clothing and packed several items that might prove useful into a tote bag before stealthily exiting the dormitory. Upon reaching the outside, I indeed found Wang Dali at the internet CF he frequently patronized. He was donning headphones, animatedly chatting with a girl, his face alight with glee, exuding an air of sleaziness, surrounded by a veritable mountain of leftover skewers and beverage bottles. I patted him, and upon seeing me, Wang Dali removed his headphones and exclaimed in surprise, Yangzi, how did you come out? Are you unable to sleep and decided to go online? Cool, mate. Quickly turn on the computer, and I'll teach you to play the Damasha Greatsword. What nonsense! The counselor is checking the rooms. I replied sternly. What? It's almost midnight. Has he lost his mind? Wang Dali gasped in astonishment. That's precisely why it's called a surprise inspection. Hurry back with me. I've heard that if we get caught this time, you might not graduate. Wang Dali hastily logged off and followed me, murmuring about how to explain to the counselor. As we approached the school gate, I spotted a black Mercedes parked there with a middle-aged man leaning against it, the glowing tip of his cigarette flickering in the night. This must be the police officer sent to pick me up. I firmly grasped Wang Dali and said, Get in the car. Get in what car? Aren't we heading back to the dormitory? Wang Dali was utterly perplexed. Just kidding. There's another case. Would you have come out otherwise? Damn, you shouldn't bully honest people like this. I didn't even say goodbye to the girl before I ran off. I need to explain. With that, he took out his phone to log into QQ. As we approached the car, we noticed that the police officer appeared to be in his early 40s, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. His build was solid, reminiscent of a boxer. His features were as cold as if chiseled from stone, with unshaven stubble on his chin, yet his gaze was terrifyingly sharp, suggesting a man who had seen bloodshed. Had I not been previously aware of his identity, I might have mistaken him for a gangster venturing out into the night. Upon catching sight of this imposing figure, Wang Dali shivered involuntarily and instinctively retreated behind me. Are you Song Yang? The man inquired, his voice deep and gravelly. Yes, I replied softly. I found it difficult to meet his gaze. Those eyes pierced like daggers, and I feared that any suspect with a slightly weaker constitution would surely divulge everything under their intense scrutiny. Team leader Huang sent me to fetch you. Please, get in the car, he instructed, flicking away his cigarette butt, which ignited a spark in the darkness before opening the car door. Just as I was about to enter, Wang Dali suddenly grasped my arm and whispered, Yangzi, are you certain this man is a police officer? He doesn't seem to fit the part at all. Check his badge before getting in. I hope he is not here to take revenge on us for the murder. I chuckled. We've only solved one case. And that Deng Chao was merely a university student. What accomplices could he possibly enlist to retaliate against us? You're overthinking it. Let us get in. Hesitantly, Wang Dali joined me in the back seat as the man cast a silent glance through the rearview mirror and quietly started the engine. May I ask your name? I inquired. Wang, he replied. Officer Wang, could you shed some light on the case that brought us here tonight? I pressed. Indeed, calling us out at this hour must pertain to a significant case, Wang Dali remarked, his curiosity piqued. The uncle replied nonchalantly, You'll know when you arrive. After that, he remained silent throughout the journey. I thought to myself, could this person be any more taciturn? It wasn't just Wang Dali who had doubts. For a fleeting moment, even I began to question the uncle's identity, as he hardly resembled a police officer. Half an hour later, we arrived at a street lined with shuttered shops. The metal grates were plastered with a plethora of advertisements, and I noticed signs for establishments such as adult health and intimate products. The street was littered with debris, and the sewers overflowed with wastewater, leaving a grimy and chaotic first impression. The vehicle turned into an alley, where the lights of several small inns illuminated the darkness. Under the sign of ULI Inn, a few police cars were parked with flashing lights, drawing a crowd. Have you been here before? Wang Dali nudged me, asking. I shook my head, admitting I had not. Although I studied in the area, I rarely ventured out and was unfamiliar with this part of town. I've heard this area is, Wang Dali whispered, a red light district. How do you know that? You haven't been here, have you? I shot him a suspicious glance. Come on, how could I possibly be that kind of person? It was a chubby guy, son, who lives on our floor that mentioned it. You have no idea how unrefined he is. I never engage in conversation with that sort of person, I said with a wry smile. As soon as Wang Dali mentioned the red light district, I recalled that Nanjing City indeed had an area known for its lawlessness, primarily due to its proximity to the bus station, which resulted in a chaotic mix of individuals and particularly poor security. There are often ruffians engaging in brawls here, and there have been instances of fatalities. Additionally, some deceitful individuals lure unsuspecting girls from distant places with promises of lucrative positions, only to trap them into a life of servitude. As the uncle halted the vehicle, we alighted, and Huang Xiaodao rushed towards us exclaiming, "Song Yang. Thank heavens you have finally arrived. I am utterly at my wit's end. What on earth happened?" I inquired. "A female corpse has been discovered beneath the bed in the hotel," Huang Xiaotao elucidated. "The circumstances surrounding her demise are rather convoluted." Chapter 31. The blood-sucking corpse. I pondered. What could be so perplexing about a death? Surely, it must be apparent. Suddenly, a surge of excitement coursed through me. Could it be that the northern Jiangbei blade had resurfaced? "Take me there at once," I exclaimed. "All right, follow me." Huang Xiaodao nodded in agreement. We ascended to the 4th floor of the hotel via the elevator, where several police officers stood in the corridor. There, squatting, was a stout man clad in oversized shorts, his feet adorned with the hotel's disposable slippers, his bare torso gleaming, and a thick, lengthy gold chain draped around his neck. Beside him sat a young woman wrapped in a blanket, also crouched on the ground, her hands clasped around her head, her long hair cascading over her chest. This scene, if complemented by a journalist brandishing a camera, would resemble a news report on a vice raid. The police were interrogating them, and the stout man, with a furrowed brow, lamented, "Officer, I have told you, we are truly in love, akin to Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai. Our relationship is not as you perceive. Merely words will not suffice. Let us see your identification and driver's license." The officer retorted, "I told you I didn't bring them." He protested, "Who do you think you're fooling? How did you check into the hotel without an ID?" The officer scoffed. Wang Dali, astonished, tugged at my sleeve. "Goodness, Yangzi, have we stumbled into the wrong place?" "A vice raid?" Huang Xiaodao clarified. "It was these two who discovered the corpse. They had come to the hotel for the night, and while they were in the midst of their activities, the mattress suddenly jolted. Upon inspection, they found a female corpse lying underneath, which frightened them out of their wits, prompting them to call the police immediately. Upon the arrival of the police, it became apparent that these two individuals resembled a patron and a sex worker. When requested to present their identification, they obstinately refused, resulting in a stalemate that prompted the notification of the vice squad to take over the situation. I chuckled, remarking on the unfortunate circumstance of the overweight man, who ventured out seeking pleasure only to be ensnared in such a predicament. I surmised that he would likely carry a psychological scar from this encounter, perhaps rendering him incapable of intimacy for several months. Huang Xiaodao couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought such a thing could happen while simply staying at home? From Huang Xiaodao's earlier remarks, I concluded that the perpetrator was not Jiangbei Kandao, for this brash individual would never entertain the notion of hiding a corpse. Not only would he refuse to conceal it, but he would also brazenly display the body as a challenge to the police. The hefty man continued to argue with the officers as we passed by him and entered the room where the body was discovered. Several officers were actively engaged at the scene. Huang Xiaodao noted that they had collected numerous fingerprint samples from the furniture and walls, though their significance was minimal, given the constant influx of guests in the hotel. I cast a glance at the bed, where the mattress had been lifted, revealing the lifeless female form concealed beneath. The body was slender, adorned with stylish long hair, and clad only in a bra and panties. Her skin was an unnatural pallor, reminiscent of white paper rather than the hue of healthy skin. The contorted expression on her face and her wide-open eyes, coupled with her hands rendered stiff like claws, hinted at the torment she endured in her final moments. Witnessing this grim tableau, Wang Dali instinctively ducked behind me, prompting Huang Xiaotao to scornfully inquire, "What purpose does it serve to bring this coward along? Does tying shoelaces ease the atmosphere in the performing arts department?" Clearly, the incident when Wang Dali paused to tie his shoelaces during the last apprehension of a criminal remains fresh in Huang Xiaotao's memory. Wang Dali defended himself, saying, "I am Yangzi's indispensable aid. He cannot do without me." Indeed, I nodded helplessly and then inquired of Huang Xiaotao, "Has the body been disturbed?" Huang Xiaotao replied, "Just now. Xiao Zhou from the technical team used an ultraviolet lamp to check for fingerprints. Nothing else was touched." "Have any fingerprints been found?" I asked. Just as Huang Xiaotao was about to respond, a young police officer wearing black-rimmed glasses and sporting a slick hairstyle approached us. He appeared quite refined, yet an air of arrogance lingered in his demeanor. "There are no fingerprints on the body, nor any skin flakes beneath the nails," Huang Xiaotao introduced. This is Xiao Zhou, a skilled technician who has solved numerous homicide cases. Xiao Zhou nodded proudly and then turned his gaze toward me. You must be Song Yang. I've heard from team leader Huang that you employ an unprecedented ancient method for forensic examination. I am eager to witness it. You flatter me, I replied. Suddenly, Xiao Zhou sneered. However, I dare wager that you will discover nothing, as this case was clearly not perpetrated by a human. His provocation irked me slightly. After all, police officers are human too, with various personalities. Xiao Zhou evidently belonged to the competitive type. I raised an eyebrow and said, Are you so certain? You'll see for yourself. Come, hand them 2 pairs of gloves. Xiao Zhou dismissively gestured. A police officer presented 2 pairs of rubber gloves, which Wang Dali and I donned. Approaching the corpse, I noticed Huang Xiaodao preparing to illuminate the scene with a lamp, but I waved it off. A ghastly bite mark marred the neck of the deceased, revealing 2 deep, dark puncture wounds. As I prodded the wounds with my fingers, it became evident that the teeth responsible for this injury were remarkably elongated, having penetrated the neck with considerable force. Turn it over, I commanded. Upon rolling the body onto its side, I was taken aback to find that there were no bloodstains or livor mortis on the chest and abdomen. In ancient forensic terms, this phenomenon was referred to as blood shadow, while in contemporary vernacular, it is known as lividity. The absence of these markings indicated that the victim's blood had been entirely drained, explaining the pallor of the face. Wang Dali, horrified, covered his mouth with his hand and exclaimed, My heavens, this is not the work of a human, but that of a vampire. With that, he began to retch uncontrollably. Do not jump to conclusions before the autopsy, I cautioned. At that moment, Xiao Zhou approached and remarked, Detective Song, I just examined the scene with a UV light and a laser spectrometer. There are no fingerprints on the victim's skin or clothing, so you might as well save your efforts. Her words carried an edge, leaving me somewhat unsettled. That merely indicates your oversight. It does not imply their absence, I replied. I have heard of your exploits. The last time, you discerned traces on a corpse using a red umbrella, leaving forensic expert Chin speechless, after which he was promptly reassigned. To speak candidly, the forensic expertise of Dr. Chin is rather lacking. He relies solely on his extensive experience to assert his superiority within the police force, which truly brings disgrace to our criminal investigation team, remarked Xiao Zhou. Huang Xiaotao, standing beside him, offered a wry smile. Sensing that Xiao Zhou's pointed remarks were tinged with ulterior motives, I promptly inquired, Are you suggesting that you surpass Dr. Chin in skill? To be frank, I have studied abroad in the United States, specializing in trace evidence examination. I have even attended lectures by the renowned detective Li Changyu. The equipment I utilize is imported from America, and I assure you, there is no trace I cannot uncover. If something cannot be detected, it can only mean one thing. It does not exist, Xiao Zhou declared with unrestrained pride. I cast a glance at the corpse. It is a well-known fact that no deceased individual fails to leave behind traces, not even the body of the infamous Jiangbei remnant blade. Xiao Zhou's confidence seemed overly presumptuous. I sensed a hint of arrogance and decided to temper his enthusiasm. Are you truly so enamored with American science? The examination of a corpse requires method, much like diagnosing an illness. Does the most expensive medicine guarantee the best results? As long as a body has been handled, traces will invariably exist, I countered. Xiao Zhou suddenly laughed. Anyone can talk a good game. Why don't you demonstrate your skills? And if I do manage to uncover something, shall we place a wager? I retorted with a cold smirk. Very well, he agreed. Xiao Zhou readily agreed, glancing around before suddenly pointing at the ashtray on the bedside table, declaring, If you manage to uncover it, I shall consume the contents within. However, if you fail to discern it, I shall devour the entire ashtray. I exclaimed. Chapter 32. If you lose, you shall consume the ashtray. Xiao Zhou suddenly raised his voice and declared, Everyone listen closely. This esteemed Detective Song has just stated that if he cannot find any traces on the corpse, he will consume the entire ashtray in public. Goodness, this is made of tempered glass. The police officers present, who were busily engaged at the scene, immediately gathered to witness the spectacle. Wang Dali spoke up on my behalf. Don't just pick on Yangzi. What will you do if you lose? Xiao Zhou surveyed the crowd and proclaimed, If I lose, I shall eat the ashes and cigarette butts. Did everyone hear that? A chorus of cheers erupted, clearly in support of Xiao Zhou, for he was their leader. I possessed ample confidence in my ability to conduct the autopsy, yet being provoked without cause was quite irksome. I thought to myself, do not overestimate yourself. You shall see what unfolds later. Very well, I shall examine the body first, and I will inform you when it is time for the examination, I stated. All right, Xiao Zhou replied with a smile, but do not attempt to substitute your own fingerprints. Rest assured, I'm not so foolish as to disregard my own dignity for the sake of appearances. I retorted with a cold smirk. Xiao Zhou detected the sarcasm in my words and huffed in annoyance. Then I shall return to witness your performance later. After he departed, Huang Xiaodao sighed repeatedly, Song Yang. I'm truly sorry for what has transpired. What exactly happened? I inquired. Huang Xiaodao explained that Xiao Zhou was a Ritter Ni in the police department, proud and arrogant. After he had just examined the corpse, he reported the findings to Huang Xiaodao, who casually remarked that it was inconsequential and suggested waiting for Song Yang to arrive for the examination. Little did she know that this unintentional comment would thoroughly offend Xiao Zhou's pride. Xiao Zhou pressed Huang Xiaodao about her profession, to which she replied, I am a descendant of forensic practitioners. Instantly, Xiao Zhou felt a sense of humiliation, prompting her to confront me as soon as I entered, seemingly eager to assert her authority. Huang Xiaodao shrugged her shoulders, acknowledging, it is my failure as the team leader to have not adequately managed everyone's relationships. This is not your fault. I believe this technical team leader possesses questionable character, I responded. Sister Xiaodao, who holds a higher rank between you and Officer Zhou? Wang Dali inquired. We are of equal standing, yet my ascent has been gradual through perseverance, while his tenure in the police force is considerably shorter. He joined the criminal investigation team as a sergeant, Huang Xiaodao replied with a wry smile. How is that fair? Wang Dali exclaimed. It is due to his superior educational background. He is a doctoral graduate in criminal investigation from abroad, while I am merely a graduate from a police academy. Huang Xiaodao lamented. Wang Dali reflected, goodness, so even becoming a police officer is contingent upon one's academic credentials. However, he claims to be a disciple of Li Changyu, which seems rather impressive. I clarified. You misheard. He has merely attended Li Changyu's lectures. If he were truly a disciple of the renowned detective Li Changyu, given his personality, he would likely be insufferably arrogant. I continued, I have also perused the works authored by Li Changyu. During my university years, I nearly devoured the entirety of the forensic literature available in the library, cross-referencing the knowledge found in the true text of the collection of exoneration cases and gaining considerable insights. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in countless battles. Huang Xiaodao expressed her concerns, saying, Song Yang, I just overheard Xiao Zhou discussing with the team members that there are some irregularities with this corpse. It is possible that the murderer has tampered with the fingerprints afterward, which is why he is so confident in his gamble with you. If you're uncertain, I can help cover it up for you. I waved my hand dismissively, stating, unless the murderer is a ghost, there will undoubtedly be clues. I retrieved a black wooden stick, approximately the length of a palm, from my bag. Wang Dali inquired about its purpose, to which I replied, this is called Tingu Mu, crafted from cypress wood. It is used for sound resonance analysis of bones. Cypress is dense and provides excellent sound transmission. The last time, I was ill-prepared and had to press my ear directly against the corpse. It later proved that my preparation had been correct. I placed the Tingu Mu against the corpse's thoracic cavity, abdominal cavity, and back, tapping the limbs to discern the sounds. To my astonishment, I discovered that the time of death extended a full 7 days, which would have been quite gruesome had I pressed my ear directly to the body. 7 days? This coincides with the traditional belief regarding the head 7 of the deceased. The stout man who found the body mentioned that the mattress had trembled momentarily. Could this be the reason? Of course, I did not delve deeply into that matter, as the coroner's duty is solely to uncover evidence and apprehend the perpetrator. Matters of the supernatural lie outside my realm of expertise. Despite the corpse having been deceased for 7 days and having lost a significant amount of blood, it exhibited only minor decomposition due to its confinement in a sealed environment. In fact, The deceased had not been drained of all her blood, for I could still hear remnants of clotted blood within her chest cavity. A human being loses consciousness after 30% of their blood is extracted, and with a loss of 50%, the circulatory system collapses, leading to immediate death. Based on the various signs exhibited by the deceased, it appears that the extent of blood loss exceeds 70%. Such a significant volume of blood could easily fill several large cola bottles. Reflecting on this, I couldn't help but cast a glance at the two gaping wounds on the victim's neck. Could it be that the murderer is indeed a vampire, having drained her of all her life essence? I instructed Wang Dali to fetch a pair of scissors, and I proceeded to cut away the deceased's bra and panties. Wang Dali stood there, dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Whoa, be mindful of your surroundings. Sister Xiaodao is still present." "Enough of your nonsense," I retorted. Huang Xiaodao, with her arms crossed, maintained a composed demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the scene, while it was only Wang Dali who was overly agitated. Does an autopsy really take gender into account? That would be absurd. To me, a corpse is merely an object. Huang Xiaodao inquired, "Song Yang, how do you plan to proceed with the examination? Will you use vinegar steam like last time?" I shook my head. Aside from the lack of resources, I was concerned that steaming the body with vinegar might not yield the desired results. Furthermore, it was the dead of night, and thus I had not brought my red umbrella. An autopsy must adapt to the circumstances, and this time I intended to employ a novel technique. I called for Wang Dali to bring me my tote bag, from which I extracted a roll of fine rice paper and a bottle of camellia oil. Wang Dali asked what this was for, and I explained, of course, it's for examining handprints. I refrained from mentioning fingerprints, as I harbored a subtle suspicion that it might be impossible to extract such from the corpse. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhou approached and remarked, "Oh, Detective Song is about to commence the autopsy. Let me observe." I replied, "Then keep your eyes wide open and watch closely." I instructed Wang Dali to turn the body over. From the blood hole on the victim's neck, it was evident that the murderer had been lying on her back, drinking her blood. Thus, there would undoubtedly be distinct handprints on her back. Furthermore, both rice paper and camellia oil are exorbitantly priced. I cannot afford to conduct a thorough examination on the entire body. A sheet of pristine rice paper measuring 4 feet square costs 20 yuan, while camellia oil is 100 yuan per gene. This oil paper examination method might be the most extravagant autopsy technique handed down from Song Ci, the renowned coroner of the Song dynasty. I placed 2 sheets of rice paper over the deceased's back and meticulously dripped a few drops of camellia oil, ensuring complete absorption by the paper. The oil-saturated rice paper transformed into a transparent hue at a visible rate, allowing the underlying skin to be discerned. I then layered another sheet of rice paper on top, continuing until the second sheet was thoroughly soaked. "Hey, after applying the oil to the body, how will you clean it?" Xiao Zhou remarked, but his gaze suddenly fixated intently on the corpse. "Look, it seems something is emerging," Huang Xiaodao exclaimed. "How can I see anything?" Wang Dali squinted, his nearsightedness making it exceedingly difficult to discern any faint traces. The oil-imbued rice paper began to reveal the outlines of handprints, albeit faintly. To the ordinary eye, it merely appeared as a shadow, slightly darker than the surrounding area. Yet to my gaze, it was strikingly clear. The location of the handprints matched my earlier conjecture perfectly. I proceeded to layer a third sheet of rice paper, which gradually became saturated with oil, followed by a fourth and fifth layer. The camellia oil has finally ceased its seepage, leaving the top layer of rice paper in its original hue. Only in a few localized areas does a layer of oily prints gradually emerge, forming the impressions of 2 hands upon the paper. "Incredible!" Wang Dali exclaimed in astonishment. "Song Yang, how did you achieve this?" Huang Xiaodao inquired. "No, this is impossible," Xiao Zhou exclaimed, his eyes wide with realization. "I see now. You are a fraud, surely having tampered with the paper." Chapter 33. Forensic examination. I withdrew a stack of rice paper from the bag and thrust it into Xiao Zhou's hands, instructing him to examine it for any signs of tampering. Xiao Zhou glared at me with a grim expression and called out to a police officer, urging him to retrieve my toolbox promptly. He opened the toolbox and extracted various instruments and reagents, commencing the examination of the papers. Indifferent to his actions, I observed as Huang Xiaodao summoned a technician from a forensic team to document the scene, while I scrutinized the two handprints before me. These handprints were located on the scapula of the deceased, and it was evident that the assailant had pressed down forcefully while draining the victim's blood, resulting in such distinct impressions. I compared the size with my own palm. The prints were significantly larger, suggesting they belonged to an adult male aged between 20 and 30. However, I noticed a peculiar detail that Huang Xiaodao also recognized. Song Yang, there are absolutely no fingerprints on this handprint. What could be the reason for this? I inquired. Perhaps the assailant destroyed his fingerprints or wore gloves, Huang Xiaodao speculated. I shook my head and pointed out several areas. Examine these handprints. The patterns on the joints are distinctly visible. This indicates that the perpetrator was not wearing gloves during the crime. If he had intentionally damaged his fingerprints, there would be erratic creases, yet these prints are remarkably clear and pristine. What could possibly explain this? Huang Xiaodao pondered adorably, resting her chin on her hand. At that moment, Xiao Zhou had completed the analysis of my rice paper, his complexion now even more pallid, resembling that of a purple eggplant. My rice paper is undoubtedly flawless, yet this fellow refuses to acknowledge it. Speaking in a voice trembling with indignation. How could such rustic methods possibly triumph over my American equipment? A stubborn duck refusing to admit defeat. I let out a cold laugh, retorting, "It is not merely your loss to me, nor is it your American apparatus that falters against my traditional techniques. Rather, you have succumbed to your own arrogance. You have not fully grasped the wisdom passed down by our ancestors before seeking to learn from foreign contrivances. Come, fresh ash. Enjoy it while it's warm." Wang Dali fetched the ashtray from the bedside table and offered it to Xiao Zhou. Infuriated, Xiao Zhou refused to take it. I grasped the ashtray and presented it before him, declaring, "Here you go. A wager is a wager. Consume it, and I shall reveal to you the reason behind your failure to discern." At this moment, others in the room gathered to witness the spectacle, most of whom were Xiao Zhou's subordinates. With a fierce glare, Xiao Zhou bellowed at them, "Get away, you're not allowed to watch." He then seized the ashtray from my hands and tilted it towards his mouth. Though most of the contents ended up on the floor, a detail I found too trivial to mention, with ash smeared across his lips. Xiao Zhou chewed on the cigarette, but with an expression that was both tragic and comical. I couldn't help but stifle a laugh, forcing myself to maintain his dignity. Wang Dali, however, was unfazed, chuckling as he patted my shoulder. "Yangzi, look at his face. Is the cigarette but delicious?" Huang Xiaodao, unable to contain her laughter, covered her mouth with her hand, perhaps to spare Xiao Zhou's pride. "Certainly, cigarette butts are not palatable." Xiao Zhou, with a strained neck, swallowed and then wiped his mouth with his sleeve, saying, "Go ahead. I am eager to hear what reasoning you can provide. I have perused the texts of Western forensic medicine. The principles behind fingerprint detection are quite simple. The human sweat glands secrete a subtle film of oil that, when deposited on a surface, leaves behind a fingerprint. Thus, by utilizing aluminum powder or ultraviolet light, the prints become visible. However, this particular perpetrator is somewhat exceptional." I explained. "What makes him so special?" Xiao Zhou could not contain his curiosity and inquired. "He lacks sweat glands, or rather, his sweat glands do not possess the ability to secrete." I replied. Xiao Zhou was taken aback. How can a person lack sweat glands? The others present were momentarily stunned, engaging in a flurry of discussions. "In fact, I owe you my gratitude," I continued. "Gratitude? For what?" Xiao Zhou asked, somewhat bewildered. "Huang Xiaodao mentioned that you are a distinguished scholar returned from studying in the United States. I have confidence that you would not be incapable of detecting even the simplest of fingerprints. This has spared me considerable effort, allowing me to directly employ the oil paper re-examination method." "Wait a moment," Xiao Zhou interjected. "If he has no sweat glands, then where did these two fingerprints originate?" This phenomenon is known as imprint residue. At the moment of death, the bioelectric currents within the body dissipate through the pores. If an object happens to obstruct the surface of the skin at that moment, a clear imprint will be left, regardless of whether sweat glands are present or not. Why do people lose 21 grams of weight upon death? Some claim it to be the weight of the soul. In reality, it is merely the total weight of the bioelectric currents that have escaped. I swiftly elucidated the situation. Xiao Zhou stared in astonishment, his eyes wide. And after a prolonged silence, he sighed, acknowledging, "Indeed, you are extraordinary. I have underestimated the wisdom of our ancestors. I truly apologize for my earlier rudeness." This fellow displayed a commendable attitude in admitting his mistake, unlike the forensic expert Qin, who was as obstinate and unpleasant as a stone in a cesspool. I found myself warming to him and replied, "It's quite all right. After years of studying the sciences, it is only natural that you would be skeptical upon learning I am a coroner. I hope we can collaborate effectively in the future. I shall approach you with humility and will not be so arrogant again." Xiao Zhou hesitated before extending a hand, and we shook. I gestured to the observing officers. "Please, continue with the examination." "Must we still proceed?" Wang Dali inquired. This case appeared to be rather extraordinary, and I could not afford to be concerned about the costs of rice paper and camellia oil. With Wang Dali's assistance, I conducted examinations on the deceased's wrist, waist, thigh, and ankle. The oil paper overlay method is quite time-consuming. We spent nearly an hour completing the tests. On the deceased's wrist, there was a mark indicative of binding, resembling that of fabric or silk. Similarly, the ankle bore identical binding marks, and there were pairs of handprints on the side of the waist. While he worked, Xiao Zhou observed with keen interest, completely captivated by the process. I called out to him, "Come and assist. How may I help?" He ran over, inquiring eagerly. "Together with Dali, gently lift the deceased's arms," I commanded. As two individuals lifted their arms, I utilized an auditory technique, placing my listening device on either side of the deceased's shoulders in turn, while instructing those around to maintain absolute silence. If the deceased had been fixed in a particular posture during their lifetime, the inner joints would secrete a layer of synovial fluid, which solidifies upon death. Restoring this stance would reveal subtle, almost imperceptible sounds. This remarkable method of reverting the deceased to their premortem position is known as coroner's technique, a legacy established by an ancestral figure, Song Tianyang, who once held the esteemed position of Minister of Justice in the Song dynasty. It is said that when Song Tianyang mastered the coroner's technique to its zenith, he could induce the deceased to assume their final pose through the use of a magnetic needle, creating an extraordinarily eerie spectacle that allegedly drove a constable to madness. This ancestor had even, in a courtroom setting, miraculously animated a corpse to identify the murderer among several suspects, resulting in the immediate confession of the culprit. We meticulously adjusted our approach and ultimately discerned the position the deceased held at the moment of death, arms raised high above, akin to the crucified Christ, suspended against the wall, vulnerable to the whims of others. Upon careful examination of the wall, I reasoned that there should have been hooks or similar devices to secure the deceased's arms. When I pressed my finger against the surface, I discovered that the wallpaper was recently applied, and indeed, behind it lay a small hole. Nails had once been driven here. Someone had subsequently covered it up. I exclaimed. Employing my eye of the abyss, I pressed my face against the wallpaper, leaving no inch overlooked, and noticed a minute protrusion upon its surface. Consequently, I tore down the entire section of wallpaper, revealing a length of black insulated wire behind it. In the interest of fire safety, electrical wires are typically concealed in the corners of walls, protected by a plastic conduit. The wires hidden behind the wallpaper were evidently installed with intent. "Let's trace where they lead," I urged anxiously. "Come over and assist." Xiao Zhou called upon several officers from the technical team, who proceeded to tear away the wallpaper and extract the wires segment by segment. Ultimately, they uncovered a pinhole camera positioned adjacent to the overhead light, directly aimed at the bed below. Gasps of astonishment filled the room, and Huang Xiaotao exclaimed, "How scandalous to engage in surreptitious recording." "However, this discovery signifies that we have a significant lead," I remarked. Huang Xiaotao nodded and gestured to one of the officers, instructing, "Go fetch the hotel manager." Chapter 34. The sun-phobic individual. Before long, a commotion erupted outside, and I initially assumed that the hotel manager had been summoned. Wang Dali craned his neck and remarked, "The vice squad has taken the hefty fellow and that girl away." Huang Xiaotao interjected, "Given the deceased's revealing attire, it is likely that she had an encounter with the assailant. Wouldn't you agree? We cannot rely solely on conjecture. I shall verify this. With that, I inhaled deeply. After all, I was a virgin, and the thought of examining the remains of someone who had been deceased for 7 days was somewhat disconcerting. Yet, the absence of a forensic expert in Huang Xiaotao's specialized team meant that I was to assume the full responsibilities of one. Truly a case of who else but me must tread into the depths of such a grim task. Noticing my hesitation, Huang Xiaotao suggested, "Let Xiao Zhou take a look. He possesses more experience." Xiao Zhou fervently waved his hands. "I specialize in criminal investigation. Not in examining corpses. Not at all." "Very well. I shall proceed," I declared, dismissing the gravity of the situation. As I bent down, the surrounding individuals instinctively retreated, and I opted not to elaborate on the specific visual, tactile, and olfactory experiences I encountered. In short, after a brief glance, I found my previous fascination with adult films utterly extinguished, far more disconcerting than visiting a dedicated facility. I instructed Wang Dali to fetch a flashlight. Holding aloft, I nodded and confirmed, indeed, there was an intimate encounter. I then requested a few cotton swabs from Xiao Zhou, retrieving a small vial from my bag. After unscrewing the cap, I dipped several cotton swabs into a powdery substance. Huang Xiaotao inquired, "What is this?" I ground the herbal powder myself, using ingredients such as perilla, magnolia flower, yellow skin, buplurum, and kudzu root. Huang Xiaotao shook her head, saying, "I am utterly ignorant of traditional Chinese medicine. Just tell me about its effects." This herbal powder possesses some extraordinary properties, which elicited a collective gasp of nausea from those present, particularly from Wang Dali, who exclaimed, "Yangzi, are you a virgin? How can you remain so composed while engaging in such activities? Enough of your nonsense." I shot him a disdainful glance. Truly, it is easy to speak when one is not the one enduring the psychological burden of such actions. At that moment, the hotel manager was brought in. Huang Xiaotao said, "I will handle the questioning. Song Yang, you continue with the autopsy here." "Understood," I replied. Huang Xiaotao took the manager into another room to conduct her inquiries, not out of a desire to employ any form of coercion, but primarily to avoid disturbing me with noise in the corridor, as absolute silence is imperative during an autopsy. I picked up a pair of tweezers and examined the bite marks on the victim's neck. The area around the wound had begun to darken, likely due to bacterial infection. As the human mouth harbors a multitude of bacteria, Wang Dali inquired, "Yangzi, do you think a vampire is responsible for this case?" "Impossible. I am 100% certain it was a human," I asserted. Just then, someone knocked and entered. It was the uncle who had previously escorted me. Noticing Huang Xiaotao's absence, he asked, "Where is the team leader?" "She has gone to conduct the questioning." "Do you have something to discuss with me?" I replied. He spoke without a hint of hesitation. "I have uncovered the identity of the deceased. She was a prostitute working at a nearby hair salon and has been missing for a week. This line of work is quite transient, and since it is not a legitimate operation, the owner has not reported her absence." I nodded in response. "What are the specific details of the deceased?" "Her name is Ma Liz Hen, age 23, with a rural household registration. She came to the city for work." "Remarkable," Wang Dali remarked. Under my piercing gaze, he stuck out his tongue and gradually lowered his head. "The time is nearly upon us. Non-combat personnel should evacuate immediately," Wang Dali promptly declared. "No problem. My mental fortitude is as solid as iron." "Well, that is your own assertion." At that moment, a chorus of gasps erupted from those present, and several individuals could not withstand the pressure. Wang Dali clamped his mouth and rushed to the restroom to vomit, although someone had already beaten him to it. He scurried about like a headless chicken, finally finding a trash bin to empty his stomach's contents. The odor in the room was quite pungent. I could even discern the scent of the chive and egg pancake he had consumed that evening. Even Xiao Zhou's complexion turned pale, struggling to maintain composure, while the uncle remained completely unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. I could not help but admire him in silence. I concluded that the murderer had engaged in intimate relations with the deceased, albeit without direct contact. Xiao Zhou speculated, "But how is that even possible?" He questioned with a puzzled expression. I cast a fleeting glance at the deceased. The perpetrator's sweat glands were inactive, and these anomalous phenomena pointed to a singular conclusion. The assailant is unwell. Xiao Zhou inquired, how does this aid in solving the case? It is immensely beneficial, for if the murderer cannot perspire, he cannot bask in the sun. He likely envelopes himself tightly, donning sunglasses and a mask, living like a vampire in this city. Furthermore, did you find any body hair at the scene? I asked swiftly. Only that of the deceased, Xiao Zhou replied. Indeed, the hair follicles may have long since atrophied. He bears not a single strand of hair. I proclaimed. This, Xiao Zhou's complexion paled. Is this even human? Of course, it is a person, one who would be instantly recognizable in a crowd. This particular trait should be relatively easy to trace, I chuckled. At that moment, Huang Xiaotao entered, knocking on the door. Everyone's here. Come quickly. There's a significant discovery. I removed my rubber gloves, my hands damp with cold sweat, and casually retrieved a box of mints from my bag. Having lingered in the room with the corpse, my nose was quite distressed. Upon stepping outside, I popped a mint into my mouth, the refreshing flavor invigorating my senses. I asked Wang Dali if he'd like one. Having just vomited, he looked exceedingly pale and vehemently shook his head. Are you kidding? Your mindset is astonishing. Just finished examining a corpse, and you're eating? I can't stomach anything right now. Who just proclaimed that their mentality was as solid as iron? Oh, please spare me the sarcasm. Wang Dali was on the verge of tears. I sense that my psychological resilience has notably improved since the last time. We entered a room where a young man dressed in a server's uniform sat dejectedly on the bed. Huang Xiaotao spoke sharply. It was this fellow who installed the hidden camera in the room. He's so timid that my mere shout made him confess everything. The server timidly inquired, will I be sentenced? Of course, violating the privacy of others contravenes Article 42 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law, Huang Xiaotao replied, momentarily struggling to recall the specifics. Awkwardly scratching his head, an expressionless older man interjected, indeed, Article 42. If someone files a complaint against you, prepare for detention and a fine. Naturally, the police also possess the authority to initiate prosecution. Ultimately, it depends on your conduct. The server, visibly agitated, stood up and exclaimed, I truly did this out of personal interest. I was just filming for fun. I never disseminated it or used it to extort anyone. What sort of personal interest is that? Why not just watch some adult videos instead? I retorted, it's different. If I don't watch something before I sleep each night, I feel utterly uncomfortable. The server responded with increasing fervor until he suddenly realized that everyone was glaring at him, prompting him to lower his head swiftly. Did you apply the wallpaper yourself? I inquired. Yes, when I was inspecting the room, I discovered a hole in the wall. If the boss finds out and tears down the whole section of wallpaper to replace it, my contraptions will be exposed, so I took it upon myself to fix it. The server explained. Did you not see that someone died in that room 7 days ago? I inquired. My dear brother, I have installed cameras in several rooms, capturing hundreds of hours of footage daily. How could I possibly review it all at once? I only have time to sift through it during my breaks, and even then, my weekly time off is quite busy, the waiter replied. Your life is truly vibrant. I retorted with sarcasm. I find such individuals utterly detestable. It's revolting how they resort to filming others to satisfy their own desires simply because they cannot find a girlfriend. Huang Xiaotao expressed her disdain, possibly due to her identity as a woman and her beauty, which instinctively repulsed her against such despicable acts of voyeurism. She kicked the waiter and commanded, go, bring us what you have recorded. Chapter 35. The vampire Count the waiter, after requesting a moment, retreated to the break room to retrieve the item. Wang Dali inquired, what if this kid bolts? Relax, he wouldn't dare. I have a knack for reading cowards, Huang Xiaotao responded, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she glanced meaningfully at Wang Dali. Noticing the pallor of the group, Huang Xiaotao inquired with curiosity, what's with you all? You look like you've seen a ghost. Did something happen just now? I recounted the findings of the autopsy. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaotao scoffed, a bunch of grown men. Scared of this? Wang Dali retorted, easy for you to say, Xiaotao. Why don't you take a look yourself and see if you can stomach it? I'm not falling for that, Huang Xiaotao quipped. Shortly, the waiter returned, bearing a sizable USB drive, almost the size of a wallet, more akin to a portable hard drive. Huang Xiaotao audibly sniffed, quite the collection. The waiter, scratching his head, responded with embarrassment, it's all raw, unedited footage. If you prefer a streamlined version, I have one available. Huang Xiaotao's face flushed crimson as she snapped. Get lost, you pervert. Who wants to see your streamlined version? Inside the hotel, there was no computer, but a wall-mounted television adorned the room, equipped with a USB port at the back. Huang Xiaotao requested that he connect the external hard drive. Once connected, she utilized the remote control to search through the plethora of files. There were easily hundreds of them. I mused that if the police were genuinely intent on prosecuting him, these pieces of evidence would suffice to keep this young man at the station for several months. Each video file was labeled with a room number and date. Huang Xiaotao discovered the video file from the day of the incident and opened it. Wang Dali suddenly concealed himself behind me, prompting a chuckle from me. What are you doing? It's not like Sadako is going to crawl out. No, I fear there might be some intense scenes. Better safe than sorry, Wang Dali retorted. I couldn't help but laugh. There was no cause for such caution. This wasn't a cursed videotape that would result in death upon viewing. I typically found horror films rather untroubling. The video stretched on for 6 hours, initially displaying nothing but a dark, empty room. Huang Xiaotao fast-forwarded until midway through. When the scene finally revealed itself, a young woman clad in a red spaghetti-strap dress, carrying a small bag, entered, followed closely by a man. The contrast in their attire was striking. The man donned a black hoodie, his face obscured by a mask and sunglasses. Zhou remarked in admiration. Song Yang was absolutely correct. He indeed dressed like this. This is a bird's-eye view. We can't see his face at all. Huang Xiaotao lamented. Don't rush. Let us wait a moment, I suggested. The young woman in the video perched on the edge of the bed, engaged in conversation with the man in black. However, due to the camera's lack of audio capture, only the visuals were available without sound. The two conversed for 5 minutes before the young woman lit a cigarette. Wang Dali, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, Aren't you going to undress? Under the disdainful gazes of the onlookers, Wang Dali felt a wave of shame wash over him and slowly lowered his head. After a while, the man in black vanished from the scene, while the young woman busied herself with her phone and Huang Xiaotao diligently noted down her number, planning to look it up later. Eventually, the young woman began to strip, leaving only her bra and panties. At that moment, the man in black reappeared, completely nude, eliciting gasps of shock from the audience. His body was devoid of any hair. His skin as pale as paper, and he appeared emaciated. Wang Dali remarked, Goodness, he truly resembles a vampire. Xiaozhou clarified, No, that complexion is likely due to prolonged exposure to a lack of ultraviolet light, resulting in a deficiency of melanin. I wish I had such fair skin. Huang Xiaotao interjected. Actually, my skin isn't dark. It has a healthy, tan hue. Noticing everyone's attention on her, she pouted, I was just speaking casually. Let us continue watching. Wow, it's happening. Wang Dali exclaimed excitedly. I can't believe I know this person. The woman lay face down on the bed, as the man in black produced 2 ribbons from seemingly nowhere, binding her feet with one and her hands with the other, suspending them from an unseen point outside the frame. Huang Xiaotao remarked, How strange, the victim willingly accepted the bindings. I initially thought it was forced. Perhaps they negotiated a higher payment? She speculated. That must have been what they were discussing earlier. I remarked that the girl was utterly oblivious to the fact that she had fallen into a deadly trap. The mere thought of the individual in the image facing imminent death evoked a profound sense of sorrow within me. At that moment, the man in black was not engaged in the act of nailing anything to the wall. Had he perhaps made prior preparations? Subsequently, the man in black mounted the girl and commenced an act that, despite the ongoing investigation, elicited a primal interest among the predominantly male audience, their eyes widening in response. Only Huang Xiaotao, her face flushed, bowed her head and pressed the remote control into my hands. Fast forward. Fast forward. Oh, as I pressed the fast forward button, I could almost hear a collective sigh of disappointment, a sensation akin to committing a grievous transgression. I must say, the man in black displayed remarkable endurance, lasting a full 15 minutes. Then he suddenly leaned down, and as I pressed play, I witnessed the man in black sink his teeth into the girl's neck. The girl trembled in agony, her limbs thrashing desperately. However, bound tightly and with the man firmly pressing down on her shoulders, her struggles were utterly futile. Although the footage was silent, it conveyed an extraordinary sense of terror. Just as everyone was engrossed in the scene, a grotesque face abruptly appeared on screen. Its complexion dark as soot, with blood-red eyes and elongated fangs. Wang Dali let out a startled cry. The monstrous visage did not terrify me. Yet his exclamation startled me greatly. That face completely obscured the entire screen, and suddenly I realized something. I pressed pause and exclaimed, "This is not a human face. Could it be a vampire?" Stuttered Xiao Zhou. I thought to myself, aren't you a PhD returning from overseas? Why do you keep mentioning vampires? It's a bat. Calmly interjected the man beside us. Only then did the crowd recognize that the face indeed belonged to a bat. I resumed playback, and the bat wrapped itself in its wings, entirely concealing the camera, much to our chagrin. I continued to fast forward, progressing several hours ahead. By the time the bat vanished, the room was shrouded in darkness. The culprit had likely checked out, and I could faintly see that the bed had been tidied up. That damn bat! Huang Xiaotao cursed. It blocked everything at the crucial moment, and I still haven't seen the face of the murderer. It must be a vampire. Otherwise, how could a bat appear in a perfectly normal hotel? Xiao Zhou said, visibly anxious. Have you heard the legends from medieval Europe? When a vampire count appears, he transforms into a swarm of bats. Could you be a bit more realistic and stop with the vampire talk? Huang Xiaotao retorted. Vampires might indeed exist. I once read a book abroad that traced the history of vampires. They could be a rare species that retains animalistic traits, fearing sunlight and relying on blood for sustenance. If they exist in the West, they must exist in China as well, Xiao Zhou asserted with great seriousness. Allow me to demonstrate whether the individual in question is truly a vampire or merely a charlatan. Upon finishing my statement, I pointed to Huang Xiaotao and said, Xiaotao, please rewind the video and check if anyone entered the house before this couple. Dali, let us revisit the crime scene once more. Chapter 36. Chief of the Armed Police Wang Dali and I returned to the room where the crime had occurred. I glanced up at the ceiling and discerned some faint stains, precisely as I had suspected, since the body of the deceased still lay on the bed. I could not tread upon it. Thus, I instructed Wang Dali to fetch a ladder for me. Shortly after, Wang Dali arrived with the ladder, and I directed him to position it properly. He looked at me quizzically and asked, Yangzi, what are you planning to do? You'll find out shortly, I replied. Ascending the ladder, I retrieved a bottle of alcohol and a cotton swab from the toolbox of the technical team. I gently dabbed the swab, moistened with alcohol, against the stains on the ceiling. The alcohol dissolved the stains, and as it evaporated, the residue adhered to the swab. This is a method employed by forensic experts to collect liquid evidence. I held the swab to my nose and inhaled, then urged Wang Dali to do the same. He shook his head, saying, I don't smell anything. No, this is eel blood. Someone has applied it to the ceiling to attract bats. I peered up at the ceiling once more and added, wait. The pattern suggests it was sprayed on using a water gun or something similar. Song Yang, come quickly. Huang Xiaotao called from the adjacent room. We returned to her location, where Huang Xiaotao had made some discoveries. She had uncovered footage from another video recorded in the same room the day before the incident, which revealed a figure disguised as a cleaner, donned in a mask, stealthily entering the space. This individual proceeded to drive a nail into the wall and subsequently produced a water gun to spray some liquid onto the ceiling. I reiterated my observation regarding the loach blood I had discovered on the ceiling. Jesting, bats are inherently sanguivorous, with a particular predilection for the pungent aroma of loach blood. This is undoubtedly the catalyst for their attraction. This unequivocally substantiates that the perpetrator is human, rather than some purported vampire. A flush and flustered, Officer Zhou retorted. Perhaps the vampire's purported ability to summon bats is apocryphal, but the other elements remain veridical. Reality and legend invariably diverge. I discerned that Officer Zhou, from the outset, had tenaciously clung to the belief that a vampire was culpable. Even during our wager, he remained resolute. Consequently, I resolved to reciprocate in kind. If he were indeed a vampire, we would have perceived nothing just now. What do you mean? Officer Zhou inquired. Vampires are incapable of casting reflections, let alone being captured by photography. You must be cognizant of this lore, I elucidated. Ergo, The surveillance cameras should have been equally incapable of recording his image. Officer Zhou stammered. That particular legend may also be spurious. Wang vigorously interjected. This is spurious. That is spurious. Is everything you've read fictitious? Officer Zhou, momentarily abashed, retorted defensively. The principles governing cameras and mirrors are disparate. Perhaps cameras are capable of capturing a vampire's likeness. I countered, assuming he were truly a vampire. The corpses he has exsanguinated would scarcely remain supine for our examination. They would likely have been reanimated as ghouls, assailing us forthwith. This justification is sufficiently compelling. Wouldn't you concur? Xiao Zhou finally conceded. All right, I admit that the culprit this time is not a vampire, but I firmly believe that vampires do exist in this world. I thought to myself, stubborn as a dead duck, if vampires truly existed with their immortality, humanity would have long been eradicated. Huang Xiaodao rewound the footage, scrutinizing it twice more, and furrowed her brow, saying, Is there no way to enlarge this image? The timid waiter replied, This isn't a high-end camera. It lacks that capability. Huang Xiaodao then inquired of me, Song Yang, have you discerned anything? I focused intently on the screen and replied, This janitor is likely an accomplice of the murderer, approximately 45 to 50 years old, weighing around 80 kilograms of average build. His technique suggests he is quite skilled. Spraying eel blood onto the ceiling indicates he was aware that cameras might be concealed here from the outset. To notice all this, he must be exceptionally cunning, Huang Xiaodao exclaimed. The older gentleman calmly speculated. He may have previously worked in a hotel. Establishments like these, lacking proper licenses, often install cameras behind mirrors or televisions. Furthermore, he has a history of having suffered stroke. The group gasped in astonishment, and Huang Xiaotao pressed. How did you deduce that? Can your eyes see through things? I chuckled, of course not. The clues lie within this video. If you don't believe me, take another look. Huang Xiaodao rewound the video once more and examined it again, shaking her head. Song Yang, I truly lack your keen insight. Please enlighten me. The elder furrowed his brow. I noticed he walks with a slight limp. Is that it? I extended a finger. That is one aspect, but I cannot conclude solely based on that. There's another point. I took the remote control and leaned back slightly. As the janitor entered, he casually leaned the broom against the wall. I pointed his wrist and said, Observe, the sleeve of his left hand does not cover his wrist. And then, Huang Xiaodao inquired. I fast-forwarded a little, and when the elder retrieved the water gun from his right pocket, I pressed pause. Now look at the right hand. The sleeve covers even the back of the hand, indicating a discrepancy in the lengths of his arms. This is a symptom of a stroke. Xiao Zhou shook his head. Not necessarily. Perhaps it is merely that this outfit does not fit well, resulting in uneven sleeve lengths. I replied, Such a situation is not impossible, but considering his slightly limping gait, doesn't the likelihood of a stroke residual become more pronounced? The group nodded in agreement, and Huang Xiaodao remarked in admiration. Indeed, Song Yang's reasoning is more compelling. However, your knowledge surpasses that of an ordinary university student. Wang Dali waved his hand in front of my eyes and said, Yangzi, how is it that you can see what we all overlooked? I smiled modestly. In truth, knowing various pathological characteristics is fundamental knowledge for a forensic expert. Being aware of these traits makes it significantly easier to identify this accomplice. Soon, Huang Xiaodao retrieved the hotel's check-in records. The cleaner, Zhao Tiniu, is a 50-year-old farmer from a small village on the outskirts of the city. Based on the clues we have gathered, Zhao Tiniu had booked a room 2 days in advance using his own identification. He then disguised himself as a cleaner to carry out certain illicit actions. The following day, the assailant arrived with the victim to the hotel room where the murder occurred, leaving no traces behind. Additionally, the surveillance camera in the corridor had been tampered with, angled askew, and the negligent hotel staff failed to notice, resulting in the assailant's face not being captured on footage. Huang Xiaodao suspects that Zhao Tiniu may be involved in this as well. However, I discovered a peculiar inconsistency and remarked to Huang Xiaodao, It is quite strange. If the accomplice disguised himself as a cleaner to evade recognition, why would he use his own identification to book the room? Your implication is that the identification must be fraudulent, I suggested. Regardless, it remains a lead. Huang Xiaodao instructed a police officer named Xiao Su to investigate Zhao Tiniu at the Household Registration Department. Then, Huang Xiaodao turned to me and said, "I shall ask Wang Yuanxiao to take you and Dolly back to school." Wang Yuanxiao? I was momentarily perplexed. It turned out she was referring to the taciturn uncle. Huang Xiaodao chuckled. Officer Wang was once the chief instructor of the armed police. He was later transferred to the criminal police unit due to an injury. Do not underestimate him. Despite his quiet demeanor, he possesses remarkable skills. In the future, when I send someone to the scene to pick you up, it will be him. You are a valuable asset to the task force, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration. Then I smiled at the officer, saying, "Officer Wang, thank you for your efforts." Wang Yuanxiao merely nodded coldly. Wang Dali clapped Wang Yuanxiao on the back and remarked, "I previously thought you were just an ordinary fellow, but it seems you possess remarkable skills. Much like the renowned leopard head Lin Chong from Water Margin, who was a commander of the elite Imperial Guards, wasn't he?" Xiao Zhou interjected, "Captain Huang, I believe you may be mistaken. Wasn't Coach Wang demoted to officer for disregarding orders and eliminating 16 drug lords?" Wang Dali opened his mouth in surprise, gradually withdrawing his hand from Wang Yuanxiao. Huang Xiaodao shot a glare at Xiao Zhou, her expression suggesting he had unwittingly touched a sensitive subject. "Xiao Zhou, must you always speak out of turn?" Wang Yuanxiao waved his hand dismissively. "It's all in the past." My gaze towards Wang Yuanxiao was tinged with a newfound respect. This man, appearing as an iceberg, concealed an inner fire. Given his somber demeanor, there was a possibility of latent violence lurking beneath. Upon returning to the crime scene, after the officers had taken care of the examined body, I followed my customary ritual of burning paper for the deceased and reciting a prayer for the departed. Huang Xiaodao clapped her hands, declaring, "All right, it is now 3 a.m. Everyone should return home to rest. We shall convene a case discussion meeting tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Anyone who is late will have their bonuses deducted." I inquired, "Am I required to attend as well?" "Absolutely," she asserted. "Surely, the rule about deductions does not apply to me?" I asked timidly. Huang Xiaodao squeezed her delicate little fist threateningly. "Go ahead and try." Chapter 37. A rare malady. Early the following morning, I was roused from slumber by the cacophony of my alarm clock, and the process of rising proved to be a veritable ordeal. I dressed hastily and called down to Wang Dali on the lower bunk, yet he clung to his blanket, reluctant to rise. With a slurred voice, he murmured, "Oh, just let me sleep a little longer. Why should a senior live the same life as a junior? You can attend the meeting alone." "Very well, then you can forfeit your share of the bonus," I retorted angrily. Wang Dali sprang upright at once. "Wait for me." Once we had donned our attire, we ventured outside the campus and hailed a taxi. During our journey, the driver remarked, "You two students have heard, I presume, that a prostitute was murdered in the Southern District last night? The manner of her death was truly horrific." "How do you know?" Wang Dali inquired. What news could possibly escape our grasp? This morning, a friend of mine was picking up passengers in that area and happened upon the hotel owner, who had been tormented throughout the night. He recounted the entire affair to my friend during the ride. This hotel has been operating without a license, and now, with a murder on their hands, they're likely to shut down for good. By the way, I also heard that the police have enlisted a special consultant, handsome and impressive, a university student, who can discern things that others overlook, the driver divulged, brimming with gossip. "Is that so?" I feigned astonishment. Wang Dali stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. "Doesn't the police have their own personnel? Why enlist a university student? This university student seems quite capable. Didn't a certain university recently experience a decapitated corpse case? It is said that it was this very student who solved it." It is often said that comparisons among individuals can lead to despair, and comparisons of goods can result in their disposal. One can only hope that my unaccomplished son finds his path to success. He spends his days engrossed in online gaming. I remarked, "Master, your insights are truly remarkable." "Indeed," the driver replied with pride. "By the way, what brings you two to the police station so early? Surely, you are not assisting the police with a case." "Not at all. We are here on official business," I clarified. The driver laughed heartily. "I knew it. What a coincidence. If it were truly you, I I would treat you to a free ride, ha ha ha. Before long, we arrived at the police station. After settling the fare, Huang Xiaodao emerged from the parking lot and greeted us. Song Yang, Dali just in time. Let's ascend to the third floor for a meeting. The driver widened his eyes, pointing at me, exclaiming, "It really is you." "Indeed," I replied with a slight smile. "Master, did you not just mention a complimentary ride?" Wing Dali inquired. Huang Xiaodao, filled with curiosity, asked, "What are you discussing?" In the blink of an eye, the driver sped away, and Wang Dali chased after him, shouting, Hey, wasn't it supposed to be free? People these days can be quite unsportsmanlike. Did something happen? If so, shall I call the traffic department to deal with him on your behalf?" Huang Xiaodao asked. "No worries. We were merely jesting," I replied. "Have you eaten?" Huang Xiaodao inquired. "Not yet." I shook my head. Huang Xiaodao retrieved her phone and placed a call, saying, "Please add 2 more identical breakfast orders." The delivery address remains the conference room on the 3rd floor of the Criminal Police Division. Wang Dali, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Sister Xiaodao, are you treating everyone to breakfast?" Huang Xiaodao replied with a smile, "Having stayed up late working last night and rising early today, I must compensate in some way. If one does not sleep well or eat properly, one's temper may flare and efficiency will wane. While I cannot guarantee everyone a good night's sleep, I can at least ensure a satisfying meal." I remarked, "I didn't realize you possess such experience." Huang Xiaodao responded, "These are lessons learned from my mentor." Upon arriving at the conference room on the 3rd floor, we found it still early, and the early arriving officers were gathered around the conference table, engaged in light conversation. My preconceived notion of criminal police officers was that they were perpetually stern, diligently discussing cases, yet this was not the case. Officers are human too. With their own daily lives, some spoke of their children, others discussed television dramas or indulged in gossip. Only Wang Yuanchao sat in a corner, his expression dark, a cigarette hanging from his lips. Wang Dali nudged my arm, saying, "That uncle seems a bit out of place." I replied, "Perhaps that is simply his demeanor." Before long, a delivery person arrived with 2 large bags of breakfast that Huang Xiaodao had ordered. She announced that those who had not eaten breakfast should come and help themselves, instantly filling the conference room with a festive atmosphere. Breakfast was abundant, featuring soy milk, deep-fried dough sticks, fried shrimp, and pan-fried dumplings. After we finished our meal, everyone gradually gathered. Huang Xiaodao cleared her throat and stated, "Now that everyone is present, let's compile the clues we have at hand." She brought a whiteboard, covered with photographs and numerous keywords, to the forefront of the conference table and began elucidating the entire case, all of which I was already aware of. Once she concluded, she inquired, "Is there anything else to add?" One officer reported, "I have investigated the identification registered by the cleaner. It is counterfeit. There are some criminals in Nanjing City who specialize in forging identification documents, often using the identities of uneducated farmers from the surrounding counties. That ID was procured in such a manner." Another officer remarked, "I contacted the deceased, Malevolence relatives, to confirm her situation. She has been estranged from her family for many years. They are completely unaware of her work in Nanjing City, nor do they know about her disappearance or death." Yet another officer added, "This morning I visited the Department of Transportation and retrieved the surveillance footage from the hotel entrance. It captured a man, suspected to be the perpetrator, leaving the hotel on the evening of October 4th at 8 p.m., but the image is quite blurry, making it impossible to identify his face clearly." Huang Xiaodao then assigned tasks. The technical team was to analyze last night's footage in hopes of uncovering new leads, while other officers were dispatched to various hospitals to investigate a middle-aged man, aged around 40 to 50, with a history of stroke, as well as to explore the interpersonal relationships of the deceased, Ma Lizhen. After concluding her instructions, she turned her gaze towards me and asked, "Song Yang, do you have anything to say?" After much contemplation, I suggested investigating whether there are any patients with alloantibody protein allergy in Nanjing City, for it is an exceedingly rare genetic disorder that may be linked to the perpetrator. Upon hearing this term, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, and Huang Xiaotao inquired, "Alloantibody protein allergy? What is that ailment? I have never heard of it." I explained, "Individuals afflicted with this condition are unable to absorb a specific type of protein and are extremely allergic to it. A more common example is peanut allergy. Those who consume peanuts may even face life-threatening consequences. I surmised that the assailant was indeed suffering from this ailment, repelling the majority of proteins found in everyday foods, with blood being the sole exception. The body, deprived of protein for an extended period, likely underwent certain transformations, such as a fear of sunlight, pallid skin, and hairlessness. If this person does not consume food, how do they sustain themselves? Huang Xiaodao queried, astonished. By blood, I replied coldly. Wang Dali then whispered to me, Yangzi, weren't you sleeping beside me last night? Where did you gather this information? What do you mean by sleeping beside you? I retorted angrily. Last night, unable to rest due to the case, I got up to peruse my past study notes, and fortunately, I made some discoveries. Otherwise, I would likely have spent the entire night awake. So, how many hours did you sleep? Wang Dali asked. Less than 2, I suppose. To be honest, I'm feeling somewhat drowsy here, my eyes are sore, and I could hardly wait to finish this meeting so I could find a place to collapse in a slumber. Chapter 38. The son of the demon Huang Xiaotao instructed, those visiting the hospitals should also investigate these peculiar cases of vampirism. Wait, I wish to visit the various orphanages in Nanjing City shortly, I interjected. Song Yang, do you have any new discoveries? Huang Xiaodao was genuinely perplexed by my intent to visit the orphanages. No, this is merely my conjecture. If we cannot spare anyone, I shall go alone. But you must provide me with an official case document, I said to Huang Xiaodao. I will accompany you. With that, Huang Xiaodao directed everyone to pursue their investigations. Wang Dali and I promptly boarded Huang Xiaodao's vehicle. After checking the GPS, Huang Xiaodao remarked, the nearest orphanage is the Benevolent Welfare Institute. Let us proceed there. All right, I shall take a brief nap, for I am utterly exhausted. Upon saying this, I reclined the passenger seat and soon drifted into slumber. Before long, I was roused by Huang Xiaodao shaking me. Wake up, we have arrived. I peered out the window to behold a white edifice entwined with verdant vines, a sign reading Benevolent Welfare Institute adorning the entrance. I yawned. A brief respite had indeed rejuvenated me, and I felt somewhat more alert. Huang Xiaodao produced a wet wipe and offered it to me to freshen my face. Thank you, I responded. As I wiped my face, I remarked, your work as a police officer is quite arduous, often depriving you of sleep. How do you manage to maintain such flawless skin? Huang Xiaodao opened the storage compartment, revealing an array of facial masks. When I have the chance to rest, I simply apply a hydrating mask. I am astounded by the extravagant foreign face masks. It seems you have a penchant for lavish spending. What exactly does your family do? Those face masks priced at several hundred yuan leave me utterly flabbergasted. Huang Xiaodao chuckled mischievously. It's a secret. Now let us proceed with our investigation, Dali. From the back seat, a rumbling snore interrupted us, and upon glancing back, we saw Wang Dali sleeping soundly. Huang Xiaodao prepared to rouse him, but I waved my hand dismissively. Never mind, let's go investigate ourselves. Whether we uncover anything remains to be seen. We entered the welfare institution and inquired with the person in charge about the possible accommodation of a child with strikingly pale skin, a fear of sunlight, and an absence of body hair. The official guided us to the medical office, where we discovered a thick dossier of medical records. After perusing the contents, it was ultimately confirmed that such a child had never been sheltered there. We expressed our gratitude and departed. Huang Xiaodao, puzzled, asked me, what is your reason for investigating the orphanage? I replied, I cannot disclose it at this moment. There are only a few orphanages in Nanjing City. I will inform you once we have visited them all. And what if we find nothing? Huang Xiaodao inquired. Then I shall treat you to a meal. I responded. Huang Xiaodao scoffed. A penniless student like you treating me? It would be my honor to treat a beautiful police officer, I remarked with a subtle smile. We subsequently visited 3 more orphanages. Huang Xiaotao's car made it quite convenient. Had Wang Dali and I undertaken the visits on foot, the entire day would have been consumed. The 3 of them garnered no results whatsoever. At noon, Huang Xiaodao parked the car in front of a fast food restaurant and ordered 2 sets of meals. Just as she was placing the order, Wang Dali suddenly sat up. I want fried chicken wings and a large Coke with ice, please. Huang Xiaodao shot him a glare. Why do you only wake up when it's time to eat? Wang Dali chuckled. That's just how my biological clock works. No matter how late I sleep the night before, I always wake up right at mealtime. Isn't that impressive? It's practically swine-like behavior. Huang Xiaodao rolled her eyes and then called the waiter to add another meal to their order. After finishing their food, Huang Xiaodao searched on the GPS. Songyang. There's only one orphanage left in Nanjing City. If we still can't find it, dinner is on you. All right, I nodded. However, the street-side stalls won't suffice for me, so prepare for a significant expenditure. Huang Xiaodao grinned mischievously. Over an hour later, we arrived at the last orphanage, the Sacred Heart Orphanage. This orphanage was located in a more secluded area, where a church-like building stood tall amidst a grove of white birch trees, serene and profound, with a white cross perched atop its spire. Isn't that a church? Wang Dali remarked. I recall this orphanage was donated by the Christians of Nanjing City, which accounts for its construction in this style, Huang Xiaotao explained. We pushed open the door to the orphanage. The courtyard was tranquil, and the white birch trees lining the path had shed many leaves. In the entrance hall sat a kindly elderly woman, busily knitting a sweater. Upon our arrival, she inquired whom we were seeking. Huang Xiaotao elucidated our purpose, prompting the woman to exclaim, "Ah, I have a recollection of the child you mentioned." A shared glance between Huang Xiaodao and myself confirmed that we were indeed on the right track. She recounted that this child had been adopted 20 years prior, when he was merely 7 years old. His peculiar appearance and aversion to sunlight had sparked fervent debates among several nuns, a priest, and a headmaster, who speculated that he might be the spawn of the devil. Some even suggested abandoning him altogether. However, the compassionate headmaster staunchly opposed this notion, asserting that even if he were indeed a child of darkness, the radiance of the divine could redeem him, thus welcoming him into their fold. This child seldom consumed food. He shunned milk, meat, and peanuts, remaining emaciated and perpetually malnourished. On one occasion, he collapsed due to his nutritional deficiencies, prompting a nun to administer a nourishment injection, which nearly proved fatal. His body erupted in blisters, and he writhed on the ground in agony, instilling terror in all who beheld him. An aura of dread surrounded this child. During one of her night patrols, the elderly woman discovered the henhouse in disarray, all the chickens lifeless. Initially suspecting a weasel, she was horrified to find the child crouched within, his mouth smeared with blood and his eyes glowing with an eerie light. This incident led to the child being confined for 3 days. However, his inherently reclusive nature rendered the punishment ineffective. In fact, he seemed to prefer the solitude of the darkened room. Later, he had bitten a nun on the neck, nearly taking her life. The community could no longer endure his actions and threatened to strike unless the director expelled the boy. Some even claimed that he was a descendant of Cain and should be left to perish under the sunlight. The director, however, firmly opposed this notion. He argued that the child was pitiable and would likely not survive a single day if cast out. He recalled that when God exiled Cain, he had declared, "Whoever kills Cain will suffer vengeance sevenfold." If the boy were indeed Cain's descendant, killing him would surely bring calamity upon them. Thus, the director took the child to the Chamber of Atonement and spent the entire day instructing him, hoping to lead him towards redemption through the teachings of the Bible. The director was a man of compassion, regarded as a saint by all, and indeed, the boy was transformed. He never bit anyone again. However, the others remained wary, ensuring he did not get too close to the other children. When he turned 18, he escaped from the orphanage, and thereafter, there was no news of him. For the staff at the orphanage, this nightmare had finally come to an end. After hearing the aunt's account, I was utterly convinced that this individual was the very murderer we sought. What is his name? Do you have any detailed information? Huang Xiaodao inquired eagerly. I am not certain about that. However, I can take you to meet the director, the aunt replied. All right, thank you for your assistance. Huang Xiaodao nodded. On the way, Wang Dali curiously asked me, what does it mean to be a descendant of Cain? Cain is a figure from the Bible and a legendary progenitor of vampires, from whom subsequent vampire counts and queens are said to have descended. I elucidated. Chapter 39, The White Knight in the Sacred Text. It is recounted that after Adam and Eve partook of the forbidden fruit, they bore 2 sons, Cain and Abel. Cain devoted himself to the cultivation of vegetables, while Abel tended to the flocks. On one occasion, When the brothers presented offerings to God, Cain brought forth only some fresh vegetables, whereas Abel offered a delectable lamb. God favored Abel's sacrifice, which ignited a flame of jealousy within Cain, leading him to commit fratricide by striking his brother Abel with a stone. This act did not escape the gaze of the Almighty, who summoned Cain and inquired about Abel's whereabouts. Cain deceitfully claimed ignorance, prompting God's wrath and resulting in a curse that condemned Cain's progeny to perpetual exile from the light. Some theologians speculate that thereafter, Cain was expelled from Eden, transforming into a creature that subsisted on the blood of humans. His descendants are said to have dwelled in haunted castles, each emergence giving rise to chilling tales of vampirism across Europe. Wang Dali exclaimed, "Goodness, Yangzi, you've even read the Bible?" I shook my head, replying, "I have not read the Bible. I encountered this legend in another book." Huang Xiaotao sneered. How amusing that a vampire emerged from a place of worship dedicated to God. It is indeed a profound irony. The elderly woman interjected, "Officer, one must not speak so lightly. Where there is light, there is darkness. God and the devil are but two sides of the same coin. Moreover, that child has been reformed under the guidance of the principal. That young man has not undergone any transformation. Merely a few days ago, he drained a woman's blood entirely." Wang Dali blurted out, and Huang Xiaotao shot him glare. The elderly woman, taken aback, inquired, "Is this true?" Huang Xiaotao stammered, "We are still investigating this case. The identity of the perpetrator has not yet been determined." The elderly woman made the sign of the cross over her chest, murmuring, "May the Lord forgive his sins." She led us to the door of an office and knocked. A man's voice called from within, "Please come in." The elderly woman pushed the door open and said, "Director, these are members of the criminal police team. They are here to inquire about certain matters." Directly opposite the door sat a desk where a man, presumably in his 50s or 60s, with graying hair and glasses, was typing away. The desk was cluttered with numerous books, most of which were of the Bible. The director rose to greet us. "Please excuse the disarray. Make yourselves comfortable. Nanny, would you fetch some tea for our guests?" Wang Dali, seemingly oblivious, muttered under his breath, "Nanny?" I elbowed him gently, signaling him to refrain from speaking out of turn. The term nanny here refers to a title for a nun, entirely distinct from the character in My Fair Princess. Huang Xiaotao succinctly conveyed our purpose, and the director nodded. "I do recall the boy you mentioned. His name is Bai Yi, a moniker I bestowed upon him. Bai signifies his fair complexion, while Yi indicates his affinity for the shadows. The origins of Bai Yi are rather pitiable. It is said that his mother was a prostitute, yet he was too young to remember her appearance or name. Due to her profession, she abandoned him, leaving Bai Yi in a state of despondency for a prolonged period, rarely engaging with other children." "A prostitute?" Huang Xiaotao expressed mild astonishment. It seems Bai Yi's inclination towards such women had its reasons. "Director, do you know where Bai Yi went afterwards?" I inquired. The director shook his head. "I am uncertain. After he escaped, he disappeared without a trace. At that time, I was quite worried about him and sent people to search far and wide. I asked, 'How will the orphans who leave here manage their lives?' The director replied, 'We will impart to them some fundamental knowledge, akin to a 9-year compulsory education, so that they may acquire a skill to sustain themselves as adults. Of course, some orphans choose to remain and serve the Lord.'" I observed the modest decor of the director's office and remarked, "Your establishment of such an orphanage truly benefits society." The director smiled. "You flatter me. To be frank, I was an orphan myself in my youth, and it is through the Lord's grace that I survived. I wish to dedicate my life in gratitude to him. The initial years of the orphanage were indeed quite challenging, but it has gradually improved, thanks to government funding, support from various sectors of society, and even some children who have left the orphanage returning to lend a hand. Having expressed our gratitude, we prepared to depart without even partaking in the tea. As we were leaving, a thought suddenly occurred to me, and I inquired of the director, 'By the way, have you seen Bai Yi recently?' As I posed this question, I activated my clairvoyant eye to observe the director's reaction. The director was momentarily startled, but then calmly replied, 'No, I have not.' 'Very well, thank you,' I said with a nod. Once outside, Huang Xiaotao asked me, 'How did you surmise that the orphanage might hold a clue?' 'It wasn't a deduction, merely a gamble,' I responded. 'A gamble?' Huang Xiaodao seemed perplexed. Bai Yi possesses peculiar features and a penchant for blood drinking. Any parents who birth such a child would likely be terrified. Thus, I surmised two possibilities. Either the parents would take him to various hospitals seeking medical treatment, or he would simply be abandoned by them. I explained slowly. So you reasoned that if there were no clues at the hospital, there would certainly be clues at the orphanage? Huang Xiaodao cleverly deduced. Indeed, as we departed the orphanage, I repeatedly pondered the director's reaction just now. When people lie, they exhibit subtle actions that are difficult to detect, known in psychology as microexpressions, such as eyebrow twitches, unfocused gaze, or tightened lips. When I asked the director that question just now, he did exhibit some abnormal behavior. I couldn't determine whether he was lying or simply startled by my suddenly changing pupils, as I had never used this tactic before. Seeing me staring intently at the orphanage, Huang Xiaotao inquired, "Song Yang, what's wrong? Come, let's conduct a small test." Upon finishing my words, I suddenly activated the eye of profound insight. The intensity of my gaze startled the two individuals. Wang Dali inquired, "Yangzi, why have your eyes changed color again? Are you practicing some sort of sorcery? Dali, have you engaged in self-pleasure this week?" I asked bluntly. Wang Dali's eyes widened in astonishment. "Why do you ask such a thing? Yes or no?" I pressed on. "Absolutely not. How could I possibly indulge in such a sordid act?" I retracted the eye of profound insight and remarked, "You are lying." Wang Dali's face flushed crimson. Engaging in such activities was not particularly shameful, yet discussing it in front of Huang Xiaodao felt exceedingly embarrassing. With a mournful expression, he lamented, "Song Yang, are you toying with me? Why expose my flaws for no reason?" "My apologies. I shall treat you to ice cream," I explained. I was merely testing the micro-expressions that reveal when someone is lying. Wang Dali's reaction was exaggerated, while the dean maintained a serene demeanor. Yet, both exhibited similar fleeting responses: dilated nostrils, constricted pupils, and slightly reddened ears. These reactions were ephemeral, but could not escape the scrutiny of my eye of profound insight. Through this assessment, I became increasingly certain that the dean was indeed lying. He had undoubtedly encountered Bai Yi recently. Huang Xiaodao's face turned pale with shock. I knew it. Those who appear most virtuous are often the least trustworthy. Song Yang, should we confront him and demand the truth? I deemed it of little significance. Since he was concealing information, it was evident he did not wish to disclose it, and we lacked a search warrant. I suggested deploying a few officers to monitor him discreetly, advising against alarming him prematurely. After contemplating, I articulated my thoughts. "All right, let us proceed with that." Huang Xiaodao suddenly inquired, "By the way, what does playing with airplanes mean?" "The meaning is—" I found myself pondering how to respond. It was somewhat surprising that Huang Xiaodao was unaware of this term. Yet, it was not entirely unexpected, as a girl who has never had a boyfriend might not come across such expressions in her daily life. "It's a game, the latest mobile game," Wang Dali hastily clarified. "We boys all love to play it." Chapter 40. The truth having exited the orphanage, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Huang Xiaodao drove us back to the city, where she treated us to dinner at a grilled fish restaurant. Throughout the meal, she was preoccupied with phone calls, as being the head of the investigative team evidently kept her quite busy. Once she finally hung up, I inquired, "Is there any progress?" "Currently, there is no substantial advancement. The optimal time frame for solving a homicide is within 48 hours, and the discovery of this body came too late. I fear it may turn into a protracted battle," Huang Xiaotao replied, her brow furrowed and her demeanor somewhat disheartened. "It would be better if another body were to turn up." Wang Dali interjected. We shot him a glare, prompting an awkward explanation from him. "Isn't that the trope in movies, where bodies keep piling up before the true culprit is apprehended?" "You're a jinx," Huang Xiaodao retorted indignantly. Yet, Wang Dali's words, though grim, did not lack a semblance of possibility. This case did not appear to be one of revenge, but rather resembled a targeted series of murders. I am concerned that, in some hidden corner of the city, a second victim may have already emerged within these 7 days, I remarked. Huang Xiaotao mused. Bai Yi seeks revenge against the mother who abandoned him, which is why he exclusively targets prostitutes. It bears a striking resemblance to Jack the Ripper. Indeed, I share that sentiment. I nodded in agreement. Could it be that, like the Jack the Ripper case, this one may remain unsolved? Wang Dali pondered aloud. Do you expect to speak with the eloquence of a scholar? Huang Xiaodao shot him a disapproving glance. All right, I shall refrain from further commentary. Can we at least enjoy our meal in peace? At that moment, the waiter brought over the milkshake ordered by Huang Xiaodao. Upon seeing it, Wang Dali was suddenly reminded of the events from the previous night's autopsy and hurriedly covered his mouth, rushing to the restroom. What a character! Huang Xiaodao couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. After finishing our meal, she intended to accompany us back, but the night had fallen, and the police station was quite far from our school. I didn't want her to make an extra trip, so I suggested she head back first while Wang Dali and I took the bus. Just before we left, Huang Xiaotao mentioned, I still need to sort through the clues I have. I'll call you when I need your assistance. All right, I replied. The following 2 days passed without incident. However, that evening, Huang Xiaodao suddenly called, her tone unusually serious. Song Yang, there may be another victim tonight. Can you come? She asked. What happened? I inquired. I've asked Wang Yuanchao to pick you up. Wait for his car at the school gate. With that, she hung up. Wang Dali had just fallen asleep, and when I shook him awake, he grumbled, Why is it always at night? That woman is like a vampire, lurking in the shadows. Are you coming or not? If not, I'll go by myself. I replied. All right, let me get dressed, Wang Dali said as he quickly jumped up. We slipped out of the dormitory and waited outside the school gate for a short while until Wang Yuanchao's car arrived. Once inside, I asked him what was going on and why Huang Xiaodao had said there might be a victim tonight. Wang Yuanchao replied calmly, You'll find out when we get there. As I drove along, I realized I was heading toward the Sacred Heart Orphanage. Upon arriving, I noticed several police cars surrounding the orphanage, and the woman I had encountered that day was present. Huang Xiaodao stood with her hands on her hips, reprimanding 2 officers. How could you let this happen? You can't even keep track of a living person. Who will take responsibility for this tragedy? I approached and inquired about the situation. Huang Xiaodao explained that they had scoured the city's hospitals over the past couple of days, identifying several stroke patients who matched the description, but all leads had proven fruitless. Consequently, they expanded their search, ultimately discovering the medical records of the orphanage's director at a neighboring city's hospital specializing in stroke treatment, where he had been treated a year prior. Huang Xiaotao immediately grew alert, suspecting that the director was likely an accomplice. She promptly called to instruct the surveillance officers to apprehend the director swiftly, only to learn that he had already fled through the orphanage's back door. According to the staff, the director rarely ventured out, indicating he might have assisted the perpetrator. I suggested, let us check the director's office first. All right, Huang Xiaodao nodded in agreement. Upon entering the director's office, we found the lights on. The inept officer stammered an explanation. We saw the lights from a distance and assumed he was still inside. Thus we let our guard down. Huang Xiaodao shook her head with a sigh. This is my fault. I should have stationed more personnel around the orphanage. As I surveyed the room, my gaze fell upon a Bible spread open on the table, accompanied by a fountain pen. Nearby, an ashtray held remnants of charred paper. A member of the technical team was about to pick it up when I exclaimed, Wait, that scrap of paper could harbor crucial clues. It had already been reduced to ashes, and another jolt might render it to dust. I turned to Wang Dali and instructed, Go fetch a squid and a bottle of linseed oil. What on earth? Where am I supposed to find that at this hour? Wang Yuanchao interjected. The nearest large supermarket is 3 kilometers away. I'll drive. All right, it's in your hands. I nodded in agreement. With that, Wang Yuanchao departed, leaving no other clues of note in the room. Just then, Xiao Zhou approached stealthily and tapped my shoulder. Song Yang, there's something I wish to share with you. What is it? I inquired. There are indeed vampires in Nanjing City, Xiao Zhou proclaimed mysteriously. I nearly choked in disbelief. Was this fellow truly so dim-witted as to remain fixated on such a notion? Sensing my skepticism, he promptly retrieved a yellow dossier from his briefcase and handed it to me. Huang Xiaotao, bemused, remarked Xiao Zhou, Have you spent the last few days analyzing videos or merely researching vampires? I firmly believe this is a vital clue to solving the case, Xiao Zhou asserted confidently. Huang Xiaodao's cheeks twitched. Had it not been for their equal rank, she likely would have unleashed a tirade. As I opened the file, I was confronted with a peculiar murder case from 18 years ago. The victim was a 37-year-old prostitute, discovered lifeless in her rented apartment, nearly drained of blood. Within the dossier, there was a photograph of the deceased, her body adorned in a crimson dress, sprawled on the bed, her skin pallid as parchment. Another image provided a close-up of her neck, revealing a small bite mark, inconspicuous compared to the gaping wound referenced in the case. Upon seeing this photograph, a sudden clarity surged through my mind. The red dress, the prostitute, 18 years ago, the orphan. Xiao Zhou, oblivious to my sudden realization, inquired, "So, this file is significant, right? It proves that the vampire in Nanjing has existed for quite some time. Indeed, it is of great importance." "Thank you." I nodded fervently. Xiao Zhou appeared perplexed, perhaps not expecting my gratitude. I turned to Huang Xiaotao and posited, "If I am not mistaken, the victim from 18 years ago was none other than Bai Ye's mother." "Are you certain?" Huang Xiaotao asked. "Absolutely certain. 18 years ago, he killed his own mother, which means the director lied to us that day. Bai Ye was not abandoned. He was a fugitive after committing murder," I replied swiftly. "Why would the director cover for him?" Huang Xiaotao questioned. "I refuse to believe he is a saint. To shield someone guilty of murder and assist Bai Ye in his crime is beyond comprehension. Clearly, there can be only one truth. The director is his biological father." I scoffed. The assembly was momentarily taken aback, while I methodically began my analysis. In his youth, the dean had failed to adhere to the tenets of the church, choosing instead to engage in frivolous affairs, which led to his acquaintance with the mother of Bai Ye. Whether their relationship was merely a fleeting romance or a deep-seated affection remains shrouded in mystery. Ultimately, Bai Ye's mother became pregnant and gave birth to him. As the dean, he was unequivocally unable to acknowledge this son, and due to her profession, Bai Ye's mother was also incapable of fulfilling her maternal duties. A forsaken woman, scorned by a heartless man, birthing such an aberration, naturally harbored immense resentment, and Bai Ye became the outlet for her pent-up fury. It is conceivable that growing up in such a tumultuous environment left Bai Ye with a profoundly twisted and dark psyche, fostering a deep-seated loathing for his mother. Thus, one fateful day, he took her life. Perhaps the dean had been quietly observing him all along, for he appeared just in time to offer refuge, allowing Bai Ye to evade the clutches of imprisonment. Chapter 41. The Unique Technique of the Song Family. Ink Shadows Bai Ye possesses a peculiar constitution that necessitates the intake of nutrients solely through his blood. Upon the discovery of his misdeeds by the nuns devoted to the Christian faith, he was regarded as the offspring of the devil. In order to allow him to remain in the orphanage, the director seemingly reached an unspoken agreement with him. As long as Bai Ye refrained from biting anyone, the director would clandestinely nourish him with the blood of animals. Though it lacked the exquisite taste of human blood, it sufficed to prevent starvation. After Bai Ye matured, he escaped the orphanage and, after a period of concealment, embarked on a quest for vengeance against prostitutes. It is likely that he harbored little gratitude towards the director. Instead, his heart brimmed with resentment for bringing him into this world and for the tragic childhood he endured. Conversely, the director carried a profound sense of guilt regarding his biological son. This guilt compelled him to become an accomplice to Bai Ye, cleaning up after him in an effort to shield him from the authorities. These thoughts are merely conjecture, yet I am inclined to believe that the truth is not far from them. After I finished speaking, Huang Xiaotao responded with indignation. "Regardless of the reasons behind this father-son duo, we must ensure their apprehension." Before long, Wang Yuanzhao returned with the items I requested. I procured a basin, utilized scissors to open the squid's ink sac, allowing the ink to drip into it. I then introduced linseed oil, stirring the mixture to ensure a thorough amalgamation. Wang Dali, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Is there not ink on the table? Why go to the trouble of purchasing a squid for ink?" I replied, "You may not comprehend this just yet. Cuttlefish ink is an ancient Chinese medicinal substance, known as ink from the abdomen. The Compendium of Materia Medica records two remarkable characteristics of this ink. Firstly, it is lightweight and does not alter the form of ash. Secondly, it contains phosphorus, which allows it to emit light." "Light?" Wang Dali exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. I borrowed a straw from Xiao Zhou and took a small sip of the prepared cuttlefish juice, instructing him to ready a camera. adjusting the exposure to its highest setting. I then commanded the officers to extinguish all lights in the vicinity. Once the lights were off, a faint glow seeped in from outside the window, prompting me to request that the curtains be drawn, plunging the room into darkness. "It's so dark. Should I fetch a flashlight?" Huang Xiaodao inquired. "No need, I can see." I activated my eye of the abyss, allowing me to perceive every detail within the room. Xiao Zhou lamented, "But I can't see anything." I guided Xiao Zhou to a suitable spot, instructing him to hold the camera steady, and when I called out to take the shot, he was to press the shutter. I then dripped the cuttlefish ink onto the ashes and waited approximately 10 seconds. Gradually, luminous characters began to emerge from the ashes, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. "Quick, take the picture. It can only last a moment," I urged. Xiao Zhou pressed the shutter, and after capturing the image, I instructed everyone to turn the lights back on. Xiao Zhou utilized a digital camera to review the photo, and upon confirming its excellent quality, he directed the technical team to upload it to the computer for restoration using Photoshop. Under the eager gaze of the assembled crowd, the fragments were ultimately reconstructed into a line of text, revealing an address: 48 South Chong Road. Huang Xiaodao exclaimed with excitement. This could very well be the scene of their crime tonight. "Xiao Su, take a few individuals and stay behind to keep watch. The rest of you, follow me." We hurriedly made our way to number 48 Nanxiang Road, which was a residential building. Huang Xiaodao intended to inquire from each household, but I cautioned that this approach might alarm the perpetrator. I then instructed Xiao Zhou to retrieve the ultraviolet lamp. I handed the ultraviolet lamp to Wang Dali, demonstrating its use, and urged him to hold it aloft. Meanwhile, I extracted a red umbrella from my tote, unfurling it and slowly rotating it to a precise angle, allowing the light to cast a chaotic array of footprints onto the ground. "Isn't this umbrella only for examining corpses?" Huang Xiaodao inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Not merely for that. It possesses numerous functions." I replied, "It's incredibly convenient. If only each member of our technical team could have one," Xiao Zhou remarked enviously. I mused to myself that this might not be feasible, as crafting such an umbrella would require considerable time, and certain formulas contained within it were the exclusive secrets of the Song family, which I could not disclose. The residential building was bustling with activity, and the footprints on the ground were a jumbled mess. Huang Xiaodao gazed at them, troubled. "Which one belongs to the murderer?" After examining the prints, I pointed to one and said, "This one, heaviness on the left foot and lightness on the right, clearly belongs to the director." We followed the trail of footprints up to the 4th floor, where they abruptly ceased at a door. Just as I was about to pick the lock, Huang Xiaodao unexpectedly kicked the door open, brandishing her gun as she charged inside, with the others closely behind her. Everyone conducted a thorough search of the room when suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Huang Xiaodao, followed by a cacophony of sounds. Countless black bats suddenly emerged from the doorway, startling both Wang Dali and me. "Song Yang, we are a step too late." Huang Xiaotao's voice echoed from within the room. As I entered the bedroom, I discovered the lifeless body of a woman sprawled across the bed, clad in a floral dress, her skin as pallid as parchment, with 2 bloody bite marks adorning her neck, eerily reminiscent of the previous victim's demise. Numerous bats hung from the ceiling. Although many had been frightened away by the police's intrusion, a considerable number remained. These bats resembled harbingers of doom, their dark forms undulating occasionally, their beady eyes emitting an eerie green glow. Anyone afflicted with a fear of clusters would surely tremble at the sight. A sense of despondency washed over me. Had we discovered sooner that the director was an accomplice? Perhaps this girl might still be alive. Nevertheless, the body required examination. I turned to Huang Xiaotao and said, "Wang Dali and I will stay here to conduct the autopsy. You take everyone else and search the vicinity. Are you too sure you can manage here?" Huang Xiaodao inquired with concern. "Do not worry. The murderer will not return," I reassured her. "But these bats..." Huang Xiaodao glanced up at the ceiling. "These are merely ordinary bats. They pose no threat," I replied dismissively. "Very well. I shall leave Wang Yuanxiao here to safeguard you." With that, Huang Xiaodao departed with the other officers, and the forensic team commenced their work. I rolled up my sleeves, donned gloves, and examined the corpse's pupils before listening to the sounds of the bones, estimating the time of death to be approximately 2 hours prior. Although I was aware that there might not be any significant clues this time, verification was still necessary. Wang Dali, retrieved rice paper and camellia oil from the bag, employing the oil paper verification method to extract fingerprints. Wang Dali remarked, "Why not use your divine umbrella directly?" I explained, "The examination of a corpse and the collection of evidence must be tailored to the circumstances. It is not the case that one method is universally applicable." As it turned out, this verification did indeed yield some clues. The fingerprints that appeared on the rice paper were surprisingly accompanied by indistinct patterns. Xiao Zhou hurried over to take a photograph, exclaiming, "This certainly was not done by the same person." "No," I replied after comparing the fingerprints. "They indeed belong to Bai Yigan. He has been consuming in excess of blood protein during this period, which has caused his skin to begin secreting oils again, something he may not even be aware of." Wang Dali suggested, "Is it possible that the murderer is actually drawing blood to cure his own peculiar ailment?" I pondered this for a moment. Such a possibility does exist. But since he can now secrete oils, let's adopt a simpler method. I instructed Wang Dali to activate the ultraviolet lamp, then opened the red umbrella and gently rotated it, simulating sunlight with the UV light. The bats above, stimulated by the ultraviolet rays, began to flutter their wings and flew out through the open window, eliciting a chorus of screams from those inside. As I approached the living room, the ethereal crimson light cast by the umbrella revealed faint fingerprints on the door frame, table, and a cup. Xiao Zhou was about to follow me when I said, "You stay here and examine the remaining water in the cup to check for any DNA." "Oh, all right." Xiao Zhou nodded. As I continued to walk outside, I noticed identical fingerprints on the stair railing, astonishingly leading upwards. Wang Dali exclaimed in disbelief. "The murderer did not descend. He is still in this building." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanzhao, who was smoking by the door, promptly extinguished his cigarette, secured his 92-style pistol at his waist, and looked at me with a gaze that awaited orders. Seizing the opportunity, I made an immediate decision. The three of us would ascend to capture him. Chapter 42. The Dark Final Battle. Wang Dali exclaimed, "Yangzi, have you lost your mind? Our immediate priority is to summon Huang Xiaodao back for support." "No," I retorted. "The perpetrator has a clear view from upstairs. If a horde of police rushes in, he will undoubtedly realize he has been exposed and might resort to extreme measures, such as leaping to his demise." Wang Dali scoffed. "That scoundrel is not worth mourning." "No, I mean taking the residents here hostage," I clarified. Wang Dali was momentarily speechless, and after a pause, he weakly countered, "Can the three of us manage that?" "We can," I assured him. "I have complete faith in Officer Wang's skills, and you possess the means to confront him. But I only have this wretched lamp." Wang Dali glanced at the ultraviolet light in his hand, suddenly exclaiming, "Of course, ultraviolet. He fears sunlight." "Yangzi, you are brilliant. Then let's proceed," I declared. However, I still took a moment to call Huang Xiaodao, instructing her to return promptly, but to avoid a large-scale operation to prevent alarming the suspect. Huang Xiaodao cautioned me. "Wang Yuanzhao is experienced and capable. Stay behind him and do not act recklessly. If the criminal takes hostages, do not provoke him. We will return immediately." "Understood." The three of us ascended the stairs, with me leading the way. I tilted my umbrella at an angle to direct the ultraviolet beam from Wang Dali's light onto the staircase railing, while Wang Yuanzhao silently followed, gun in hand. The building is modest in height, consisting of merely 6 stories, and thus lacks an elevator. The fingerprints left by Bai Yi are indistinct yet discernible, causing me great apprehension with each floor we ascend, fearing the imprints might appear at the threshold of a resident's door, which would complicate matters considerably. However, upon reaching the 6th floor, the fingerprints remained intact, and I noticed the door leading to the rooftop ajar, revealing an expanse of inky night sky outside. I gestured for silence. "Turn off the lights. We must not alert Bai Yi." Wang Dali complied, extinguishing the lights, while Wang Yuanzhao drew his firearm and assumed a tactical stance, leading the way as he gently pushed the door open, with me following closely behind. The rooftop was not entirely open, It was cluttered with large water tanks and pipes, as the building's water supply system required pumps to elevate the water to the uppermost storage. We advanced cautiously, step by step, with Wang Dali gripping my clothing tightly from behind, the chilling night wind howling around us. Wang Yuanzhao proceeded with extraordinary caution, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings like a hawk. As we moved forward, I suddenly detected a disturbance. Looking up, I spotted a man clad in a black hoodie perched atop a water tank, his form nearly melding into the darkness, save for his hands and feet, which were deathly pale. I gasped, "He is up there." Before I could finish my sentence, Wang Yuanzhao swiftly turned and fired a shot upwards. I was uncertain if he had hit his target. The figure in black lunged at Wang Yuanzhao, using the momentum of his descent to topple him to the ground, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle. The man in black seized Wang Yuanzhao from behind, his mouth opening wide as he aimed for his neck. The moment he opened his mouth, a chill of terror coursed through me, as his elongated canines resembled those of a wild beast. My long-held convictions began to waver. Could it be that Bai Yi was indeed a vampire? As I watched Wang Yuanzhao on the verge of being bitten, I acted without hesitation, swinging the umbrella in my hand toward the face of the man in black. A dull thud echoed as the man was knocked to the ground. Yet he quickly regained his balance, crouching low to blend into the shadows. Wang Yuanzhao fired several shots in that direction, the bullets striking a water pipe and sending a shower of sparks flying. Blood trickled from Wang Yuanzhao's forehead, yet he seemed utterly unconcerned. Just as he prepared to pursue, an object unexpectedly struck him from another angle, releasing a pungent odor that filled the air. I glanced down to discover it was a balloon filled with the blood of eels. Suddenly, a cacophony of flapping wings erupted in the night sky as a swarm of bats descended upon us, their primal instincts ignited by the eel's blood. Their tiny eyes glimmered with an eerie green light as I shouted in alarm, "Quick, remove your clothing." Wang Yuanzhao swiftly shed his jacket and tossed it away, diverting a portion of the bats. However, the ground around us was splattered with eel blood. The bats, in a frenzy, flailed against us, their furry, warm bodies colliding with my face and lips in a most repulsive manner. "Dolly, turn on the lights," I cried, brandishing my umbrella to fend off the bats. When I glanced back, I was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Wang Dali was huddled on the ground, clutching his head, trembling in fear as he pleaded, "Don't come near, don't come near." The erratic flight of the bats completely obscured our vision, and at that moment, my greatest fear materialized. The man in black returned with a vengeance. His ghastly white face slowly emerged from atop a water tank, his icy gaze sweeping over the tumultuous swarm of bats, settling upon us. A sinister smirk curled upon his bloodied lips as he spoke in a chilling tone. "Do you, mere mortals, dare to attempt my demise?" Baye's mind had descended into utter chaos. I swiftly rolled to the side, seizing the ultraviolet lamp and directing its beam towards his face. The multitude of bats emitted piercing, anguished cries, scattering in disarray. A few collided with the walls and ground, tragically meeting their end. The man in black, unprepared for my countermeasure, let out a shriek of agony, hastily shielding his face. It was evident that the ultraviolet light inflicted significant harm, as I witnessed his skin blistering instantaneously. He quickly fled from the opposite side of the water tank, prompting Wang Yuanzhao to pursue him. Gunshots shattered the tranquility of the night before silence reigned once more. I initially believed the assailant had been slain, releasing a sigh of relief as I kicked Wang Dali in frustration, exclaiming, "You coward, get up." Wang Dali replied timidly. As we approached, we found Wang Yuanzhao aiming his firearms at a particular direction, while Bai Yi held a person in his arms, his sharp fangs poised at the individual's throat. To our shock, it was the director of the orphanage. "Don't come any closer. He truly will kill me." "Stay back." The director trembled, his voice quaking with fear. It was likely this old man who had earlier hurled blood from a loach at us. Not only had he aided the villain, but he now willingly acted as a hostage, assisting the perpetrator's escape, a truly bewildered and foolish father. "Director, stop pretending. We are already aware," I exclaimed. "You are Baye's father, are you not?" The director was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and said, Indeed, you are quite astute. The day you visited the orphanage for an investigation, I sensed there was something extraordinary about you. Yes, Xiao Yi is my illegitimate son. I owe a debt to his mother and child from years ago, and now I intend to repay it tenfold. I retorted, what kind of repayment is this? Your son has committed murder, and instead of stopping him, you assist him? A father like you is impossible to find, even with a lantern. No, the director shouted vehemently. Xiao Yi is not at fault. It is in his nature. He kills merely to obtain the blood necessary for survival. His very existence is a punishment bestowed upon me by God, and I willingly accept it all. Such a twisted form of paternal love. Director, enough. I need you to help me silence that wretched policeman so I can escape. Bai Yi urged. Very well, Xiao Yi. Flee as far as you can. My life is of no consequence, the director called out. Wang Yuan Zhao, with an impassive expression, placed his finger on the trigger and coldly stated, Song Yang. Shall I eliminate both of them? I was at a loss for words. I had no authority to decide the fate of others. The best course of action was to stall until Huang Xiaotao arrived. However, at that moment, Bai Yi suddenly pushed forward and, astonishingly, the director charged toward Wang Yuanzhao's gun. Without hesitation, Wang Yuanzhao fired, and the bullet pierced the director's leg. He collapsed to the ground with a thud. Bai Yi seized the opportunity to soar towards the rooftop, and to my astonishment, he leapt directly off the building. I was taken aback. Such a fierce bandit would rather perish than surrender. At that moment, Wang Yuanzhao charged forward with the swiftness of a cheetah, and to my utter disbelief, he too followed suit and jumped into the void. Chapter 43. The future of the Bible. As I rushed over, I discovered a 5-story building across the way, with a 3-meter gap between the second and third floors. To my astonishment, both Bai Yi and Wang Yuanzhao exhibited remarkable agility, leaping effortlessly across the chasm. At that moment, the two were engaged in a cat-and-mouse game atop the rooftop structures. 3 meters, perhaps on level ground, I might have succeeded with a sprinting jump. But at such a dizzying height, a fall would spell certain doom, rendering the prospect rather daunting. I certainly lacked the courage to attempt the leap. So I retrieved my phone and called Huang Xiaotao. Bai Yi has escaped to the opposite residential building. Wang Yuanzhao is also there. You must act swiftly to ensnare them. Understood, Huang Xiaotao replied briskly. I glanced at the groaning dean, clutching his broken leg, and added, by the way, send an officer over. There is another injured accomplice here. After ending the call, I approached the dean, who upon hearing my footsteps immediately asked, Has Xiao Yi been captured? I crouched down and replied, Not yet, but it seems you and your son have reached a dead end. Suddenly, he became agitated, seizing my clothing with fervor. I beg you, spare Xiao Yi. It was I who killed those women, all of them, me. The dean's grip tightened, and a chill of fear coursed through me. What if he concealed a dagger in his sleeve? Just then, Wang Dali rushed over, wielding an ultraviolet light that dazzled the dean. Old man, release him. Do you wish to assault an officer? The dean, blinded by the light, finally loosened his hold. I instinctively maintained my distance from him and inquired, Why did you assist Bai Yi in murdering those 2 innocent prostitutes? The director replied, When a son makes a request, a father must find a way to fulfill it. For I have never truly fulfilled my responsibilities as a father. As a believer, do you not fear descending into hell for such deeds? I chastised him, my disappointment palpable. The director countered, Moses commanded in the law that such prostitutes be stoned to death. Do you think I will face damnation? I was taken aback, and Wang Dali asked, What is this old man rambling about? I realized he was quoting scripture to refute me. Having devoted his life to the Bible, he knew it intimately, while I had only read a few biblical tales. Nevertheless, I could not fathom how a religion that advocates for goodness would condone the killing of prostitutes. He was merely attempting to justify his actions. I stated, Mary Magdalene was also a prostitute in the Bible. With her tears of repentance, she washed Jesus' feet. And after his crucifixion, he redeemed her. If your Lord scorns them, why then did he save Mary Magdalene? True Christians are those who embody goodness and greatness. Not a murderer like you. The director stared at me, his eyes wide with shock, momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from the opposite building, causing the director's body to tremble violently as he anxiously struggled to rise. "What has happened to my son? What have you done to my son?" Wang Dali hurried over to take a look and returned to report. "Officer Wang has apprehended him." "Was he captured alive?" the director inquired anxiously. "Indeed." Wang Dali nodded affirmatively. The director finally set aside his mental burdens, exhaling deeply as he collapsed onto the ground. Shortly thereafter, an officer arrived to escort the director away. Wang Dali remarked to Song Yang, "You truly excelled. Where did you find that example you just quoted?" It left the old man utterly speechless. "It's from a Bible. Mary Magdalene was a prostitute who showed kindness to Jesus, and thus he redeemed her." The latter part one gleaned from the film The Da Vinci Code. "How come you were so well read?" Wang Dali inquired with envy. "You should spend less time gaming and more time reading," I replied. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I rushed after the director, who was being supported by the officer, limping down the stairs. "By the way, why did you smear eel blood at the crime scene to attract bats?" At that moment, the director appeared utterly drained, looking as if he had aged a decade. "I thought that by doing so, you would assume it was the work of vampires, and the investigation would not proceed further." I was at a loss for words. He had spent his entire life studying the Bible, believing that ordinary people would also subscribe to the myths within its pages. Alas, the police are atheists. Whether it be vampires or demons, they would pursue the truth relentlessly. Before long, we descended the stairs, and Huang Xiaodao patted me on the shoulder, exclaiming with excitement, "Song Yang, you have achieved another great feat this time." No, all credit goes to Wang Yuanchao," I replied modestly. I humbly remarked. Wang Yuanchao leaned against a police car, smoking a cigarette. The wound on his forehead had already scabbed over, and his leather jacket was quite soiled. I approached him to express my gratitude and then inquired, "Officer Wang, how did you know there was a building across the street at that time?" "I do not know," he replied nonchalantly. I was taken aback. Was this not too reckless? What if the criminal had chosen to leap from the building in a suicide attempt? Would he not have sacrificed himself in vain? However, on the other hand, had Wang Yuanchao not decisively leaped into action, the perpetrator would surely have escaped. I could not help but admire Wang Yuanchao's bravery. Huang Xiaodao interjected, "The case is closed. Let the technical team handle the aftermath. We will take the suspect back for interrogation. I will ask Officer Wang to drive you back to school." "No need." I waved my hand. "Officer Wang has already worked so hard tonight. I do not wish to trouble him further. Dali and I will take a taxi back." "Be careful on your way," she replied. In the days following the conclusion of the case, Wang Dali searched for news online every day. Yet the vampire case failed to appear in any media outlet. Perhaps the police deemed it too bizarre and chose to keep it under wraps. One day, Huang Xiaodao summoned us, stating that there would be a celebration banquet that evening and insisted we attend. Naturally, Wang Dali would not refuse a meal. We hailed a taxi to a restaurant and were led to a spacious private room where the members of the special investigation team were gathered. As we entered, everyone erupted into enthusiastic applause. The atmosphere in the room was so exuberant that I felt quite embarrassed. I nodded and smiled at everyone before finding a spot to sit down with Wang Dali. No sooner had I settled in than Xiao Zhou approached with a cup in hand, already somewhat tipsy. In his inebriated state, he was a far cry from his usual genteel self, slurring his words as he declared, "Brother Song, the culprit is indeed not a vampire, but merely an ordinary person. I was just being stubborn. Without you, we would have certainly failed to crack this case. To speak from the heart, I have never truly respected anyone in my life. But I respect you. Come, let me toast to you, my dear brother." I politely declined, saying, "Officer Zhou, you are too kind. I do not drink." "No matter. Have some juice instead." He seized a bottle and filled a glass with orange juice, raising it in a toast. Other officers soon approached to offer their toasts, but Huang Xiaodao intervened, saying, "Wait, let us toast later. I have something to say to Song Yang." The officers erupted in playful banter, teasing Huang Xiaodao until her face turned crimson. She stamped her foot and exclaimed, "I have serious matters to discuss with him." One inebriated officer mimicked her, prompting more laughter from the crowd. Everyone was remarkably relaxed that night, joking freely without the usual airs of authority. You. Huang Xiaodao's face had turned beet red with anger. "I'll dock your bonus." Huang Xiaodao sat down next to me, fuming, "Damn it, these reckless rascals." She donned a white shirt and ultra-short denim shorts tonight, her alluring figure perfectly accentuated by the form-fitting fabric. Her fair and proportionate legs were boldly on display, while a hint of her pristine cleavage peeked from the neckline, and her ample bosom seemed poised to reveal itself. Although Huang Xiaodao possessed a model-like physique, she exuded a strength that set her apart from the typical frail elegance of models. Her arms and abdomen subtly showcased the contours of toned muscles, and her thighs were notably robust, radiating a vitality that ordinary girls often lack. I felt a flush rise to my cheeks and hastily lowered my gaze to sip my drink. "Sister Xiaodao, you look stunningly beautiful tonight," Wang Dali remarked with a lecherous grin. "Haha, it's just a casual outfit. It's hard to help being attractive," Huang Xiaodao replied with a self-satisfied smile. She patted me on the shoulder and said, "Song Yang, Bai Yi confessed everything yesterday, which aligns almost perfectly with your speculations, except for one detail you hadn't anticipated." Chapter 44. "I wait for you in a room. This was not only unforeseen by you, but by all of us as well," Huang Xiaodao remarked. "What is it?" I inquired. Huang Xiaodao began to narrate. The motive behind Bai Ye's actions was not rooted in a desire for vengeance against his mother. In his confession, Bai Yi described his mother as a capricious woman who alternated between subjecting him to harsh ridicule and showering him with tender affection. As she perceived him as both a burden throughout her life and her sole kin, her feelings toward her biological son were steeped in contradiction. Consequently, Bai Ye's emotions towards her were similarly complex, a tangled web of love and hatred. Due to his inability to consume normal protein, his mother would procure chickens and ducks for him to drink their blood. From a young age, he consumed raw flesh and blood, which gradually caused his canines to elongate and sharpen, to the extent that when he closed his mouth, his fangs were visible beyond his lips, resembling a vampire. His mother confined him within the four walls of their home, perhaps out of fear of embarrassment, ensuring that no outsiders were ever aware of his existence. Such a childhood deprived Bai Yi of conventional moral sensibilities, rendering him indifferent to the concepts of life and death. On one occasion, after his mother had endured humiliation at the hands of a patron, she returned home and unleashed her pent-up rage upon Bai Yi. In the heat of their quarrel, Bai Yi's primal instincts took over, and he bit into his mother's neck. He claimed that his sole intention was to silence her, to prevent her from uttering any more hurtful words. As she struggled, she eventually became still, her body growing cold. Bai Yi, oblivious to the fact that she had succumbed to death, curled up in her embrace and slept through the night. On that occasion, Bai Yi savored an unparalleled delicacy, the exquisite blood of his mother, a flavor that would forever haunt his memory. This is why, during his time in the orphanage, he resorted to biting others. Regrettably, that unique taste could only be found in his mother. Thus, as he matured, he remained fixated on targeting girls who bore a resemblance to her, solely to indulge in their delectable blood. During the interrogation, when Bai Yi recounted this episode, a terrifying smile graced his face, and he even licked his lips, instilling fear in us all. I mused that he belonged not in prison, but rather in a psychiatric hospital. Huang Xiaodao, still shaken, remarked, "This is utterly perverse. This individual's psyche is irreparably twisted." Wang Dali blurted out, only to receive a fierce glare from Huang Xiaodao. "Song Yang, could it be that human blood possesses different flavors?" Huang Xiaodao inquired. "The composition of blood is fundamentally the same. The differences are negligible. I believe this is primarily a psychological phenomenon," I replied. "As for the nature of this psychological effect, I suspect that in Bai Ye's childhood, his mother was the sole female presence in his life. Over time, he developed a grotesque attachment to her, akin to the so-called Oedipus complex. When Bai Yi embraced his mother and sank his teeth in her neck, it was as though he were claiming her, an act that profoundly gratified this complex, thereby allowing him to relish the most exquisite blood. Of course, I refrained from voicing my analysis, for I feared Wang Dali would not only label Bai Yi as a deviant, but would also cast me in the same light. Huang Xiaodao remarked, "Bai Yi was called a vampire by the other children in the orphanage. He learned about vampires from books and subsequently convinced himself that he was a descendant of Cain, believing himself to be unique. This individual is indeed quite pitiable. having been born into an unconventional family and regarded as a monster from a young age. I replied, "Isn't there a saying that those who are pitiable must possess some qualities that are detestable?" "Indeed, that is absolutely correct. Now, let us raise our glasses in celebration of the case being solved." Huang Xiaodao generously poured 3 glasses of juice, and we clinked our glasses together. After we finished our drinks, she suddenly leaned in close, whispering in my ear, her warm breath sending a delightful shiver through me. "By the way, after dinner, wait for me in room 1204 upstairs. There's something exciting in store." My face flushed with surprise as I gazed at Huang Xiaodao, who mischievously winked at me and said, "Don't tell anyone," before returning to her table. Wang Dali, curious, inquired, "What did Sister Xiaodao say to you?" "Oh, it was nothing," I stammered. "Come on, you're killing me with suspense. Are we still friends?" "It really was nothing. She was just teasing you," I replied, my cheeks burning. The celebratory banquet was lavish, yet Huang Xiaotao's words rendered the food tasteless. What could this exciting thing be? And why wait in a hotel room? Coming from the lips of a stunningly beautiful and alluring police officer, how could I, a virgin who had never even held a girl's hand, not let my imagination run wild? As the meal drew to a close, I told Wang Dali that I needed to use the restroom. At this moment, he was intoxicated, engaging in a jovial camaraderie with a police officer he did not recognize, dismissively waving his hand and saying, go on, with a heart full of trepidation. I approached the door of a room, which was tightly shut, hesitating whether to knock. Just then, Huang Xiaodao approached from behind, cheerfully exclaiming, "Song Yang, why haven't you gone in? Are you waiting for me? You're not inside?" I was taken aback. "What absurd thoughts are you entertaining? Do I need to book a room just to speak with you? Someone else awaits you inside. I am merely the messenger." Huang Xiaodao rapped on the door a few times, and a man's voice called from within, "Come in." The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Huang Xiaodao pushed the door open and stood at attention, saluting respectfully. "Report, sir, I have brought Song Yang. Quickly, let my nephew in." Upon hearing that voice, realization struck me. It was Sun Laohu. A wave of irritation washed over me. He had gone through the trouble of reserving a room just to meet me, causing me to wrestle with my thoughts for so long. Upon entering, I found not only Sun Laohu, but also 2 other individuals. One was Captain Lin, whom I had encountered previously, while the other was unfamiliar. He appeared to be around 50, with a stern countenance, pronounced eyebrows, and deep creases at the corners of his mouth, exuding an air of composed authority. Perched on his nose were a pair of tinted glasses, rendering his gaze somewhat inscrutable. The room was a tea lounge, with the 3 of them seated on a sofa, indulging in tea. Sun Laohu sat on the left, Captain Lin on the right, both clearly in the role of companions. It was evident that this man was of high rank, possessing an undeniable aura of officialdom. Old Sun approached, clapping me on the shoulder with a smile. "My dear nephew, it has been ages since we last met. You've grown into quite the young man. Gulme, allow me to introduce you to Captain Lin and Chief Director Chung from the Provincial Public Security Bureau." Chief Director Chung poured a cup of fragrant tea and said, "Take a seat. Don't stand on ceremony. Just call me Old Chung." I replied with a nod. "Greetings, Chief Director Chung. May I ask what brings you here?" He surveyed me from head to toe and chuckled. "Indeed, a promising young talent. You carry yourself well. Come, try this pre-rain West Lake Longjing tea." As I settled down and sipped the tea, I savored its sweet, rich flavor, its aroma indeed reminiscent of high-quality tea, despite my lack of knowledge in tea culture. I noticed 3 hefty case files beneath the glass coffee table. Chief Director Chung picked them up and remarked, "Song Yang, I have read the reports on the 2 cases you've solved. They're truly remarkable, reminiscent of your grandfather's legendary prowess." I was taken aback. "Chief Director Chung, you knew my grandfather?" He smiled. "I had the pleasure of collaborating with your grandfather on several occasions. When I heard of his tragic demise 3 years ago, it struck me like a bolt from the blue. I feared that his exceptional skills would fade into obscurity. Fortunately, you have risen to carry on his legacy, and with great promise, I must add. Those accustomed to the corridors of power are adept at flattery. I was unsure of the depth of Chang's relationship with my grandfather, so I accepted his words as mere compliments and replied, "Chief Director Chung, you flatter me. Song Yang, I specifically came to see you today for a reason." He extracted the bottommost file and handed it to me. I have a case here that has left over 20 of my experts utterly perplexed. It seems we must call upon the descendants of the great Song dynasty's judicial officials. I opened the file and quickly scanned its contents. A family of 4 had met a bizarre and tragic end, accompanied by several photographs that depicted a scene steeped in bloodshed. The brutality of the scene does not necessarily indicate the complexity of the case. The work of the Northern Zhang's butcher was executed with such precision that it resembled a slumbering demise. Often, the simplest cases prove to be the most challenging to unravel. Is there something particularly unusual about this case? I inquired. Truly an expert, he replied. You have hit the nail on the head. Initially, we believed it to be unremarkable, but we later uncovered a monumental doubt. It seems almost impossible to solve. Director Cheng's face was etched with despair. Why is that? I asked. Because there is simply no murderer in this case. He responded. I stared in astonishment as Director Cheng slowly elaborated. The family members engaged in mutual slaughter within a completely sealed environment. We initially presumed it to be a tragic family incident. Yet 3 days ago, the same occurrence transpired again. The repetition of such an event is nothing short of bizarre. Song Yang, apart from you, I cannot think of anyone more suitable for this task. Of course, if you find it insurmountable, do not hesitate to say so. I will not press you. I gazed at the photographs in my hand. This indeed presented a challenge for me. However, I was filled with confidence and replied with a smile. Rest assured, Director Cheng, I shall not fail in my mission. Chapter 45. Possession by a Malevolent Spirit. As I accepted the case files from Director Cheng, the celebration banquet had already concluded upon my exit from the room. The officers had returned home, and the waitstaff were busily clearing the table of dishes. Only Wang Dali remained, slumped over in his seat, groaning softly, evidently having indulged in quite a bit of drink. I found a chair, settled myself, and began to meticulously examine the documents. This was the first case referred to by Director Cheng, occurring 3 months prior in the nearby city of Wuqiu. Tragically, a family of 4 had perished. The patriarch, a 36-year-old general manager at a prominent multinational corporation, was a promising young talent. The other 3 victims were his wife and their 2 children. Notably, their daughter was merely 1 year old. The family had previously enjoyed a harmonious relationship, with a loving marriage, yet on one fateful night 3 months ago, they inexplicably erupted into a fierce argument. During this tumultuous episode, a colleague attempted to reach the husband by phone. The husband, in a fit of rage, uttered a few harsh words before carelessly tossing the device aside without ending the call. The colleague, alarmed, listened in disbelief as this man, hailing from a cultured background and known for his refinement, would never resort to such coarse language. Through the phone, he could hear the couple hurling vicious insults at one another, while their 10-year-old son screamed and smashed objects in a fit of distress, and their daughter cried inconsolably. The scene was nothing short of horrifying. The colleague later recounted that it was as if the family had been possessed by a malevolent spirit, their personalities completely transformed. He was unable to hear the conclusion of the altercation, as the phone was ultimately crushed beneath the couple's violent scuffle. The neighbors also heard the commotion coming from his home. An elderly gentleman knocked twice on the door. During the first attempt, he received no response. After the second knock, silence ensued, leading the gentleman to believe that all was well, and he departed. In reality, the entire family had already succumbed to death. The sequence of events was as follows. The son, in a fit of rage, grasped his sister's legs and hurled her to the floor, resulting in her demise. The wife, in a moment of desperation, struck the son with a glass bottle, ending his life. Subsequently, the husband plunged a knife into his wife's body 3 times, each thrust aimed at a vital organ. In the end, the husband knelt among the lifeless bodies of his family and, using the same knife, took his own life by slitting his throat. The entire scene was completely sealed off, rendering it impossible for an outsider to intrude. Evidence, such as bloodstains, fingerprints, and hair found at the scene all belonged to the family. A nanny had been employed by the household. She had finished preparing dinner and left earlier. Initially, the police focused their suspicions on her. However, during interrogation, the nanny fervently insisted on her innocence. The forensic examination revealed no suspicious substances in the deceased. Ultimately, the police employed a lie detector, which the nanny passed, confirming her lack of involvement in the crime. Although the case file appeared mundane, reading this account sent chills down my spine. The case was undeniably bizarre and perplexing. Suddenly, Huang Xiaodao tapped me, drawing my attention to her presence. I had been so engrossed in the case file that I failed to notice her sitting beside me. "So, Song Yang, do you have any confidence?" Huang Xiaodao inquired. "Do you want the honest truth?" I replied with a wry smile. "Of course," she responded. "I have absolutely no confidence. In fact, the more I read, the more confused I become," I confessed. "Why did you agree so readily?" Huang Xiaotao exclaimed, her almond-shaped eyes wide with surprise. I replied with a smile. "Confidence and assurance are two different matters. This case file was compiled by the police based on their investigation. I believe that if I visit the crime scene in person, I might uncover some elusive clues." Huang Xiaodao sighed. "However, you'll be going alone to Wuqiu City. I wonder if the local police will be cooperative." "Who says I'm going alone? You shall accompany me," I declared. "Please, the special investigation order from Director Cheng only bears your name. Wuqiu City has its own public security system, and Sun Laohu is notoriously stingy. He often complains about me eating 2 bowls of rice at a meal. Do you really think he will approve of this trip?" Huang Xiaodao retorted indignantly. As we spoke, a robust figure suddenly appeared behind Huang Xiaodao, who was discussing me behind my back. Startled, Huang Xiaotao stumbled from her chair and quickly stood to the side, saying, "Director, I was merely discussing the case with Song Yang. Enough of this drama. I know what you call me behind my back. Sit down." Sun Laohu commanded as he took a seat in Huang Xiaotao's chair. She did not move to fetch another chair and remained standing beside him. Sun Laohu patted me on the shoulder. "Nephew, do you have confidence in solving this case?" Perhaps an 80% certainty, I reflected before responding. "Do your best. Do not concern yourself with my reputation. I have faith in the abilities of the Song family," Sun Laohu stated. I then inquired, "Uncle Sun, how is Annie doing?" "Well, I have heard that a robust baby boy has been born." "Heard?" Sun Laohu laughed heartily. "I have long been divorced. Alas, those of us in the police force are often away from home, destined to lead solitary lives. Your grandfather was indeed wise, forbidding you from becoming a police officer." He continued, "My dear nephew, should you require any assistance in solving this case, do not hesitate to ask. While I cannot guarantee all will be fulfilled, I shall certainly aid you in any way within my capacity." "I intend to take a few individuals with me to Wuqiu City," I replied. "Very well, proceed." Sun Laohu nodded. I glanced at Wang Dali, who was sleeping soundly like a log, and added, "And my classmate Wang Dali." Huang Xiaodao looked slightly surprised, while Sun Laohu readily agreed. "Excellent. All expenses for your trip will be covered as official costs. I plan to depart tonight," I declared. "Is there truly a need for such haste? Why not wait until tomorrow morning? I can arrange for a car to take you." Sun Laohu inquired, puzzled. "Did not Director Cheng mention that a similar case occurred 3 days ago? For a homicide, 3 days is an eternity. Every second lost diminishes hope. Hence my decision to leave tonight." At that moment, my resolve was unwavering. Sun Laohu chuckled and patted me on the back. "You are exceedingly proactive, much like your grandfather. Upon hearing of a homicide, you were more eager than anyone." I was taken aback. "Did you not frequently lament that inviting my grandfather was akin to summoning a deity?" "That was an ordinary case, but when encountering particularly bizarre and peculiar incidents, he could not wait even a second, pulling me along in a rush to the crime scene. The vigor shared between you and your grandfather is strikingly similar. Indeed, one can say like father, like son." Upon concluding his words, Sun Laohu burst into hearty laughter and added, "Xiao Tao, please summon Wang Yuanchao, bring along Song Yang and this young comrade. Depart at once. Upon your return from solving the case, I, Sun Laohu, shall personally host a welcoming feast for you." Huang Xiaodao respectfully bowed, replying, "Yes, Director." Sun Laohu departed first, and shortly thereafter, Wang Yuanchao arrived. I initially thought he had refrained from drinking, but upon opening his mouth, the scent of alcohol was overwhelming, seemingly even more than Wang Dali had consumed. This fellow certainly had a considerable tolerance. Huang Xiaodao briefly outlined the situation and instructed Wang Yuanchao to assist the inebriated Wang Dali outside, leaving the responsibility of driving to Huang Xiaodao. While fetching the car from the parking lot, she inquired, Why did you specifically request Wang Yuanchao? His capabilities are indeed commendable, yet he possesses a rather peculiar temperament, being somewhat of a rebel. Perhaps you're unaware that he broke a People's Armed Police officer's leg 3 years ago? My eyes widened in astonishment at this revelation. What did you expect? In his 30s, he was demoted to serve as a junior officer when he should have long been promoted to an officer based on his qualifications. One can only imagine how poor his temperament must be. To be honest, I was initially reluctant to assign him to the criminal investigation team, but team leader Lin insisted on giving him some work. Otherwise, he would simply drink and skip work every day, unmanageable and beyond reproach. Having spoken, Huang Xiaodao let out a sigh. Are you afraid that he might lash out at you? I inquired. Huang Xiaodao shot me a glare. Get lost. What I admired was undoubtedly Wang Yuanchao's exceptional abilities and combat prowess. The audacity to leap over towering buildings to apprehend a criminal is not something possessed by everyone. I firmly believe that Wang Yuanchao is a gem that has been overlooked. Chapter 46. The premier constable of Liangwang, I instructed Huang Xiaodao to first drive to our school, and then I returned to my dormitory to retrieve a few belongings. Once in the car, Huang Xiaodao, noticing the tote bag in my hand, curiously inquired, "Aren't you bringing your treasure umbrella?" "Do not mention it. I managed to damage it, so I decided to leave it behind this time." During the apprehension of Bai Yi, in a moment of desperation, I swung the red umbrella at him, which may have grazed against Bai Ye's fangs, causing a small chip to break off. It pained me greatly. As a coroner, I possess no combat abilities. The book The Divine Judgment only mentions a type of self-defense powder, which can be thrown into a criminal's face in dire situations to induce fainting, akin to the effects of a beggar's trick. Quite a despicable measure, born of necessity. Of course, not all my ancestors were as feeble as I. Several served as constables in the Six Gates, each possessing remarkable skills. The techniques of constables primarily focus on subduing the adversary. In his time, Song Buping, renowned as the premier constable of Liangwang, synthesized various martial arts and authored the 13 techniques of the Song family for capturing dragons. I have seen this tome among my grandfather's collection. However, I have always lacked an innate interest in martial pursuits. To summarize, the essence of my narrative is simple. I am utterly inept in combat. On the way, Wang Dali lay sprawled across the back seat, murmuring incoherently, his sleeping posture quite unrefined, occasionally stretching his legs and inadvertently pushing Wang Yuanchao into a corner. Wang Yuanchao, clutching a flat silver flask, took sips from it intermittently. Huang Xiaodao, observing this through the rearview mirror, exclaimed in anger, "Wang Yuanchao, haven't you had enough to drink? Are you still at it?" Wang Yuanchao's response nearly made me choke with exasperation. He merely remarked, "Take a few sips to clear your head." The journey to Wuqiu City spanned over 600 kilometers. I dozed off for a brief moment in the passenger seat, and upon waking, I noticed Huang Xiaodao stifling yawns. I suggested, "Why don't you rest for a while? I can take over the driving." "Do you have a driver's license?" Huang Xiaodao inquired. "Not exactly, but I have had some lessons," I replied candidly. "Haha, how proficient are you at driving?" Huang Xiaodao questioned, somewhat skeptical. "Well, I assure you, I'm not worse than you," I said nonchalantly. Huang Xiaodao then found a suitable spot to park the car, relinquishing the driver's seat, and said, "I'll take a nap. If we encounter any traffic police, wake me up. It would be quite amusing if we, a vehicle with 2 detectives and 1 consultant, got pulled over and received points on our licenses." "All right." I nodded in agreement. Driving was a skill my aunt had imparted to me during my childhood. She often traveled for business and, with several cars at home, I frequently took the wheel in our spacious town. It had been several years since I last grasped a steering wheel, but after a few attempts, I gradually regained my sense of control and drove steadily. Around 4 in the morning, the buildings along the roadside began to increase in number, and I occasionally spotted the characters Wuqiuan signs. Wang Dali mumbled, "I'm dying of thirst. Pass me the water." He then tumbled down from the back seat, creating a loud commotion that startled the drowsy Wang Yuanchao and Huang Xiaodao awake. Wang Dali, scrambling to his feet, exclaimed, "What the hell? How did I end up here? Have I been kidnapped? Help! Shut up, you coward!" Huang Xiaodao retorted irritably. Wang Dali then realized that the 3 of us were also present. I briefly explained the situation, and Wang Dali exclaimed, Wow, Yangzi, your work is exceedingly busy. You just solved one case and have already taken on another. Perhaps we should establish a detective agency together after graduation. I assure you, business will flourish. Stop your nonsense. This time, I've been summoned in an emergency. So consider a business trip, I replied. Is there any allowance? Wang Dali's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Huang Xiaodao retorted, you and your grand ideas. But rest assured, Sun Laohu has already stated that all expenses will be reimbursed. Just remember to keep the receipts. Wang Dali nodded enthusiastically. Yangzi, it's truly wonderful to know you. My life has suddenly become vibrant. Now, I even have something to boast about when wooing girls. Ha ha ha. Huang Xiaodao disdainfully remarked, look at your meager ambitions. A dog's belly cannot hold 2 tails of fragrant oil. Hey, I wonder if there will be any danger this time. Let us not have another harrowing experience like last time, Wang Dali inquired with concern. I found his worry bothersome and said, why don't you go lie down for a while? I'll call you when we arrive. Having just awakened from a drunken stupor, Wang Dali suddenly covered his mouth, feeling the urge to vomit. Huang Xiaodao panicked. Hey, don't you dare throw up in my car. I just had it cleaned last week. Wang Dali stubbornly held it back. It's fine. I'll just hold on for a bit and throw up once we get out of the car. Around 5 o'clock, I spotted a Yonghe soy milk shop nearby, so I pulled over. Wang Dali bolted out like a rabid dog, rushing to the roadside and leaning against a tree to vomit. Huang Xiaodao, her cheeks twitching, remarked, I truly do not wish to admit acquaintance with him. I feel the same. I chuckled. The 4 of us had a simple breakfast, during which Huang Xiaodao made a call to the criminal investigation team of Wichio City. After finishing our meal, we drove directly to the police station. Upon entering the building, we inquired and learned that the team leader responsible for our case was awaiting us on the 2nd floor. As we ascended to the 2nd floor, an unfriendly voice echoed along the corridor, belonging to a woman who was vociferously complaining. This is utterly ridiculous. They send an inexperienced university student to assist us, and I'm not even allowed to examine the body. I'm told to leave it to that student. Director Chung truly has no regard for us. Indeed, chimed in another man's voice. I've heard that the student's ancestors were morticians, and he possesses some dubious little tricks. He has been fortunate enough to solve 2 cases in Nanjing, and now their chief is singing his praises to the heavens. What? A mortician? The woman exclaimed. Is this a joke? Director Chung must have been bewitched to trust such quackery to resolve serious matters. I have earned a doctorate and am a legitimate forensic expert. If we cannot crack this case, how can a mere mortician do so? Huang Xiaodao flashed me a slight smile. Once again, someone is looking down on your profession. I was not the least bit offended. I had grown accustomed to it. Huang Xiaodao cleared her throat with a heavy cough, and the voices within suddenly diminished. As we approached the conference room, a plump middle-aged officer greeted us with a broad smile, exclaiming, you must be the special consultant from Nanjing City. Welcome, welcome. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Liao, but you may call me Old Liao. Huang Xiaodao provided a brief introduction on our behalf, and I surveyed the room. Several officers were either seated or standing, among them a tall woman in a white lab coat, exuding an air of cold arrogance. She was undoubtedly the forensic expert. Additionally, there was a handsome young officer, around 20 years old, whose demeanor hinted at a certain mischievousness. His gaze towards us was somewhat provocative, leading me to suspect that these 2 rascals had been discussing us behind our backs. Team leader Liao proceeded to introduce us to the members of the special case team, and upon reaching the 2 individuals, he burst into laughter, saying, this is our forensic expert, Luo Weiwei. She is truly the jewel of our team. Upon catching sight of the beautiful forensic expert, Wang Dali perked up, introducing himself in a rather cheeky manner as he approached Luo Weiwei for a handshake. However, Luo Weiwei merely crossed her arms and huffed disdainfully, showing little interest. Team leader Liao admonished, Weiwei, how can you behave like this? I thought to myself that Luo Weiwei seemed to be far from an easy opponent. Chapter 47. The locked room murder. Captain Liao continued to introduce the male officer. This is by Yi Dao, the son of Director Bai from our bureau. Bai Yi Dao frowned and interjected, Old Liao, why mention my father? Do you see me as nothing more than a good-for-nothing, second-generation official in your eyes? Captain Liao chuckled. Not at all. I merely mentioned it casually. by E. Dao scrutinized me from head to toe and remarked, "A consultant specially dispatched by the director. Quite young indeed. Pleasure to meet you." With that, he extended his hand. Instinctively, I reached out to shake it, only to find myself caught in his vice-like grip. It dawned on me that I had been tricked. His grasp was remarkably strong, nearly crushing my bones. It took every ounce of my strength to extricate my hand, and my expression surely reflected my discomfort. Luo Weiwei witnessed the scene and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Captain Liao frowned slightly and hurriedly intervened. "Yi Dao, you shouldn't make such jokes. It was merely a test of Consultant Song's strength. How rude." By Yi Dao, with a broad smile, showed no intention of apologizing. I felt a surge of irritation, silently vowing, "You'd better watch out." Captain Liao then said, "Please take a seat, everyone. Since we are all gathered, I will provide a brief overview of the case. Now let's have some coffee." We settled around the round table, and the other officers regarded us with a hint of disdain, especially by Yi Dao, who was whispering to Luo Weiwei, occasionally glancing our way, presumably concocting some mockery about us. "Damn it, how utterly disrespectful. Just wait, I'll deal with that brat," Huang Xiaodao whispered. "Songyang, are your hands all right?" "I'm fine. I'm not so delicate," he replied, though I continued to rub my sore palm discreetly. Wang Dali glanced at Luo Weiwei with disdain and remarked, "Tsh, so arrogant. It's a shame she is so beautiful. Yet she is nowhere near as approachable as Sister Xiaodao." Huang Xiaodao retorted, "Don't compare me to that kind of woman, right? She's not even worthy to carry Sister Xiaodao's shoes." Wang Dali agreed vigorously. Team leader Liao instructed someone to draw the curtains and turned on the projector to commence the case briefing. The equipment at the Wuqiu Municipal Criminal Police Team is quite impressive. Director Chung had risen through the ranks here, making it his home base, which explains the special attention. The latest victim was a family of 3, a couple and the husband's mother. The husband was a wholesaler, and he was particularly filial towards his 80-year-old mother, who had leg issues and was confined to a wheelchair. The couple shared a harmonious relationship. Not only had they never fought, but even arguments were unheard of. They had a 12-year-old daughter studying away from home, which fortuitously spared her from the tragedy. This family resided in an old house, and 3 nights ago, neighbors heard a fierce argument erupting from their home, followed by the sound of items being thrown. One neighbor, a friend of the elderly lady, intended to intervene, but after knocking for quite some time, no one answered the door. Suddenly, we witnessed an elderly lady tumbling from the second-floor window in her wheelchair, meeting an instant demise. Her body strewn with shards of glass, and a pair of red chopsticks protruding grotesquely from her eye sockets. The neighbors, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily summoned security to force open the door. Upon entering the residence, they were confronted with a gruesome scene. As blood covered every surface, it was as if the house had been painted with blood, recounted one neighbor. The wife lay on the floor, her body a mangled mess, drenched in her own blood, unrecognizable. Half of her face had been brutally severed, the flesh hanging grotesquely from her neck. Beside her a cleaver lay ominously. The husband met an even more horrific fate. His head was severed from his body, the severed head resting in the wash basin, his eyes wide open, blood pooling around it. Much like a case from 3 months prior, the scene was completely sealed off, rendering any external intrusion impossible. The police initially surmised that the couple had suddenly lost their sanity. The wife had thrust chopsticks into the elderly woman's eyes before pushing her down from the upper floor. Following this, the couple engaged in a fatal altercation with knives. Believing his wife to be dead, the husband retreated to the kitchen to tend to his wounds, only to be ambushed from behind by his wife, who severed his head in a single stroke. Subsequently, she succumbed to her own blood loss, collapsing to the ground mere steps away. The investigative team meticulously interrogated the neighborhood security, particularly the neighbor who had discovered the bodies, but no suspicious details emerged. The forensic team also analyzed the food consumed that evening, yielding no traces of illicit substances. The entire case remains in a state of acute tension, devoid of progress. Upon hearing this, I inquired, how was the sequence of death determined? Luo Weiwei coldly raised one of her long, fair legs and declared, "I deduced this. Is it not obvious? My husband is usually respectful to his mother, It is inconceivable that he would thrust chopsticks in her eyes. Moreover, there are my fingerprints on the chopsticks. Furthermore, it is unlikely that he would murder his wife and then sever his own head. Such a lack of common sense should not be found in a consultant. She let out a cold laugh. Team leader Liao inquired, "Has Consultant Song discerned anything?" "Please, just call me Song Yang. I believe the circumstances of the case require a thorough re-examination." "You are headed in the wrong direction," I replied. "Preposterous." Luo Weiwei slammed her hand on the table. "I have been a forensic doctor for 5 or 6 years. Would I make such a rudimentary mistake? Humph. Let me see if this esteemed Detective Song can make the deceased speak." "Very well, you shall see," I retorted resolutely, while the other officers observed with a blend of curiosity and even mockery. Just as the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot overpower a local snake. Much like animals, humans possess a sense of territoriality. From the moment I entered this room, I sensed that these officers were not welcoming to us outsider monks. I inquired further, "Has the deceased been autopsied?" "Not yet." Luo Weiwei elongated her tone, lazily stating, "We were just about to begin when Director Chang called, instructing me not to touch the body, as it was to be left for the special consultant he sent." Huang Xiaodao asked, "Is the daughter of the deceased aware of this matter?" Team leader Liao shook his head. "The relatives and friends are keeping it from her. She is currently studying outside and is entirely unaware. The young girl is indeed pitiable, having suddenly lost her parents and grandmother." Sighing deeply, Chief Liao, whose age suggests he likely has children of his own, seems to empathize to some extent. Huang Xiaodao then inquires, "Has the interpersonal relationship of the deceased been investigated? Did they have any enemies?" "Yes, we have looked into it, but there are no noteworthy leads. I will provide you with the detailed statements shortly," Chief Liao replies. With no further questions, Chief Liao declares the meeting adjourned. "Our special team will conduct the investigation in our own manner, while the others will provide full support." He adds with a smile, "From this moment on, I relinquish my position as leader. The case will be entirely entrusted to Inspector Huang." "Inspector Huang?" Wang Dali exclaims, turning to Huang Xiaodao. "Aren't you a sergeant?" Huang Xiaodao proudly straightens her posture. "Having solved 2 major cases, I have been promoted to a level 3 inspector, though the official paperwork from the Bureau has yet to be finalized." Afterward, she playfully pats me on the back, saying, "Master Song, please bless me with a few more promotions. Through more offerings and sincere devotion, one can indeed hope for divine favor." I responded with a smile. "No problem. For lunch, I'll treat you all to the most renowned roast duck at Binman Building in Wuqiu City," Huang Xiaodao exclaimed. Although the promotion from level 1 sergeant to level 3 inspector is merely a single rank, it carries a significantly more imposing aura. It is not unimaginable, considering that my grandfather managed to elevate Sun Laohu from an ordinary criminal police captain to the bureau chief in just a few years. I have suddenly conceived an ambitious idea. Why not initiate a training program for Huang Xiaodao to ascend step by step to the rank of police inspector? Achieving such a position would certainly place her at least at the departmental level or higher. In the future, we could casually enjoy tea and meals together with the police inspector, which would undoubtedly be quite impressive. Chapter 48, Defeating Bai Yi Dao. After the meeting concluded, I expressed my desire to examine the corpse. Just as Team Leader Liao was about to respond, Bai Yi Dao interjected, "Team Leader, allow me to escort these esteemed guests." "Very well." Team Leader Liao whispered a caution, "Do not cause any trouble." Though his voice was low, it did not escape my notice. Bai Yi Dao, Luo Weiwei, and several police officers promptly led us out of the criminal investigation team. I inquired, "Isn't the morgue located here?" "Follow me, and you'll find out," Bai Yi Dao replied. We arrived at the parking lot, and I pondered how a corpse could possibly be left outdoors. Bai Yi Dao was evidently deceiving us, and I was eager to uncover his true intentions. Indeed, Bai Yi Dao halted, turned, and haughtily raised his chin, proclaiming, "I have perused your profiles and heard that one among you is formerly a chief instructor in the armed police. Coincidentally, I have also practiced a bit. Shall we engage in a friendly spar?" A cold laugh escaped me. Bai Yi Dao, the privileged offspring of an official, was clearly attempting to assert dominance. However, the question of who would truly dominate remained uncertain. I glanced at Wang Yuanchao, who unexpectedly broke into a slight smile. "Very well. Let us indulge in a bit of warm-up. I kindly ask you to go easy on me, Wong instructor. Bai Dao cracked his neck and wrists, stepping forward with a flourish. After you. Wang Yuanchao, however, did not adopt any stance, instead reaching for a cigarette to light. Huang Xiaotao cautioned, Wang Yuanchao, do not injure him. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from across the room. As a police officer remarked, can he truly defeat Brother Bai? Our brother, Bai, has been the Sanda champion for 3 consecutive years. A true hero does not dwell on past glories. They're merely bygone tales, Bai Dao chuckled. And with that, he lunged forward like a fierce tiger, launching a punch aimed directly at Wang Yuanchao's face. At that moment, Wang Yuanchao was still bent over, lighting a cigarette, and I thought to myself, isn't this a sneak attack? Bai Dao is deviously cunning. Wang Dali even shouted in alarm, be careful. Yet, Wang Yuanchao did not even lift his head, effortlessly dodging the punch and countering with a shoulder bump. Although Bai Dao had a solid stance, he was sent staggering back several steps by Wang Yuanchao's move, almost falling to the ground if not for someone steadying him. He was left in a most embarrassing predicament. Cheers erupted from our side. Wang Yuanchao's fighting prowess easily overshadowed by Dao. Dao, Luo Weiwei called out anxiously, and it suddenly dawned on me that these two were a pair. No wonder they shared such a temperament, both equally arrogant. Though I possessed no knowledge of martial arts, I had perused my fair share of martial arts novels, and it seemed that Wang Yuanchao had just employed the Iron Mountain shoulder technique. After toppling Bai Dao, he took a leisurely drag from his newly lit cigarette, appearing utterly unfazed as he stood there, nonchalantly shaking his head and stretching his neck. Bai Dao forcefully pushed away the individual who had been supporting him from behind, his face contorted with anger as he removed his coat and tossed it to the ground, revealing a physique of solid muscle. He advanced a few steps and unleashed a swift kick aimed directly at Wang Yuanchao's head. I thought to myself, how insidious this fellow is, resorting to such lethal techniques right from the outset. Wang Yuanchao took a step back, effortlessly evading the kick. As Bai Dao's foot landed, his other foot followed without hesitation, charging straight towards Wang Yuanchao's chest. Wang Yuanchao sidestepped once more, then took a deep drag from his cigarette before discarding it, finally adopting a combat stance. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, a spectacle that left onlookers in a daze. Although I lacked expertise, I could discern the underlying tactics. Each time Bai Dao swung his fist, Wang Yuanchao would retaliate with a punch to his arm, rendering Bai's strike ineffective. When Bai Dao attempted a kick, Wang Yuanchao would counter with a kick to his thigh, thwarting the attack. One moved erratically, yet every strike fell short. The other remained steadfast, delivering precise and formidable counters, reminiscent of a teacher reprimanding a wayward student. Initially, a few uninformed police officers joined in the ruckus, but soon fell silent, as even the most oblivious could see that Bai Dao was being thoroughly outmatched, utterly unable to retaliate. The only sounds left in the arena were the cheers and applause from our side. It was only later that I learned from Wang Yuanchao that he was employing Jeet Kune Do, the martial art founded by Bruce Lee. The term Jeet Kune Do sounds quite impressive, yet many remain oblivious to its true significance. The term signifies interception. It embodies a technique that allows one to strike decisively at the joints of an opponent before they even raise a fist, rendering their moves ineffective, a martial art that employs offense as a form of defense. Bai Dao employs a military police combat style, while Wang Yuanchao serves as the chief instructor of the armed police, possessing an intimate familiarity with this combat system, far surpassing mere routine. Any slight movement from Bai Dao reveals his intended strike to Wang Yuanchao, who effortlessly counters his actions. Moreover, Wang Yuanchao understands that engaging in a direct confrontation with identical techniques may lead to a prolonged stalemate, having previously endured Bai Dao's bullying. He is motivated to teach this insolent youth a lesson using the art of interception. The techniques of interception are exceptionally effective against military police combat styles, which is precisely why its predecessor, Wing Chun, was classified as a forbidden martial art during the 1970s and 1980s. As the duel progressed, Bai Dao found himself panting and exhausted, while Wang Yuanchao remained composed, and unruffled. In a sudden moment, both extended their fists, resulting in a thunderous collision that echoed through the air. Bai Dao recoiled from the impact, desperately shaking his wrist, while his body bore the imprints of numerous kicks. In stark contrast, Wang Yuanshao had not been touched even at the hem of his garments throughout the encounter. Unbelievable, Wang Dali exclaimed. Uncle Wang is simply like the legendary warrior Lin Chong. Wang Yuanshao smiled softly and turned to walk back when, unexpectedly, Bai Dao charged from behind. Alarmed, I shouted, "Watch out from behind." Bai Dao, consumed by rage, leaped up, intent on choking Wang Yuanshao from behind. In response, Wang Yuanshao executed a swift spinning kick, sending Bai Dao sprawling more than a meter away, landing squarely on his backside. The sound of his fall echoing in my ears like a crack. The police rushed forward, finding Bai Dao unable to rise from the ground, cursing, "You assaulted me. I will inform my father, and you shall all face dire consequences." Wang Yuanshao, unfazed, leisurely extracted a cigarette from his pack and lit it. "Are you a kindergartner?" he remarked. "Seeking your father after getting yourself beaten? It seems he is not present. Shall I arrange for you to recognize a surrogate here?" I might reluctantly acquiesce to such a request. "You little brat, I'll make you pay." Bai Dao snarled, standing up and addressing those around him. "They assaulted me. You all witnessed it, right? Wei Wei, you saw it too, didn't you?" The officers hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. And I thought to myself how brazenly they were taking advantage of the situation. Bai Dao, believing he had regained some semblance of dignity, adjusted his collar and proclaimed with unwarranted pride, "Just wait and see. I don't care if you're sent by the director or the minister. You will regret this." I let out a cold laugh. How unfortunate it is that you are a police officer. Eyewitness testimonies are unreliable. The crux of the matter lies with physical evidence. With that, I retrieved my phone from my pocket, having recorded every word of Bai Dao as earlier provocation verbatim. This was a lesson learned from forensic expert Qin. When dealing with such petty individuals, securing tangible evidence proves far more effective than mere words. Chapter 49. The Autopsy Elixir. I pressed the play button and replayed the recording. Bai Dao's face gradually shifted from crimson to a pale hue, ultimately devoid of color. I remarked with a smile, "To undermine the unity of the police force and to maliciously slander. What crime could that be, Officer Bai? Surely, you're more aware than I." Bai Dao found himself momentarily at a loss for words, stammering, "What does malicious slander mean? Do you have evidence?" "Indeed," I retorted. "I also recorded your earlier attempt to frame us." This was entirely a bluff, for I had not actually recorded that exchange. Huang Xiaodao let out a soft chuckle, whispering, "Song Yang, you truly are something. I feel compelled to bestow upon you the nickname Recording Maniac." "Please, that nickname is rather unappealing." I quickly shook my head. Bai Dao's lips turned an even deeper shade of blue in his anger as he stammered, "Why you? What do you want?" "Apologize, and we shall consider the matter resolved," I replied. "Never." Bai Dao's eyes widened in defiance. "Then let us see how this unfolds." I gestured to Huang Xiaotao and the others. "Shall we depart?" Just as I turned to leave, Bai Dao suddenly called us back. He approached, hesitated for what felt like an eternity, and finally said, "I was in the wrong earlier. I apologize for any offense taken." "Did your father not teach you how to apologize?" "Say I'm sorry," I stated firmly. Bai Dao bit his lip tightly, bowing slightly to Wang Yuanzhao. "Wang instructor, I apologize. That's more like it. Enough of this wasted time. Let us proceed to the autopsy," I concluded. On the way back, Wang Dali excitedly remarked, "Hey Yangzi, you were truly imposing just now. You seemed like an entirely different person from your usual self." "Oh, you flatter me," I humbly replied. "With such individuals, the more courteous you are, the more they take advantage." "Ah, this lad was first physically reprimanded by Uncle Wang, and then received a mental lesson from you. He has ample reason to reflect for quite some time." "This performance was truly spectacular," Wang Dali commented. As our group proceeded toward the morgue, Bai Dao, unable to swallow his pride, slipped away halfway. I possessed a special investigation order signed by the director, granting me the authority to deploy personnel from the task force. In name, I was his superior, and I had every right to address his absence. However, I was aware that Bai Dao's father was the division chief. He was indifferent to a minor deduction in salary and had no desire to relentlessly pursue a fallen adversary, so I chose not to mention it. Let him be. Out of sight, out of mind. Meanwhile, Luo Weiwei glared at me throughout the journey with a fierce demeanor. I surmised she intended to reclaim her dignity during the autopsy, given her boyfriend's earlier embarrassment. I thought to myself, her calculations were indeed misguided. The morgue was truly my domain. Inside the morgue, the temperature was frigid with stark, icy air cascading from several air conditioning units like a waterfall, sending chills down one's spine. 3 iron tables bore 3 corpses, their white sheets stained with a layer of blood, which had frozen into shards of ice. Wang Dali, once again faltering, inquired, "Yangzi, do you need anything? I can go fetch it for you now. I must first examine the body. It is too cold here. Please fetch the coats we brought from the car," I commanded. Understood. With that, Wang Dali stepped outside. I washed my hands thoroughly with soap at the nearby sink in preparation for the autopsy, only to discover the absence of rubber gloves. I inquired of Luo Weiwei, "Where are the rubber gloves?" With a cold huff, she retrieved several pairs from an iron cabinet and tossed them into my arms. "Thank you," I replied somewhat stiffly, distributing 1 pair each to Huang Xiaodao and Wang Yuanchao. Before donning the gloves, I extracted a small container of chewing gum from my pocket and poured out 3 black pills, tinged with a hint of blue, distributing 1 to each individual. "What is this, candy?" Huang Xiaodao scrutinized the pill in her palm. "These are Sehexiang pills, crafted from a blend of various fragrances such as Sehexiang, Borneal, water buffalo horn, musk, and agarwood. They are known to invigorate the senses, calm the heart, and dispel negative energy. I fear the odor may be unpleasant during the autopsy," I elucidated. Huang Xiaotao, with a look of skepticism, placed the pill in her mouth, her expression instantly transforming. "Goodness! The moment it touches my tongue, an extraordinary fragrance envelopes me, surpassing even that of peppermint. It feels as though my sinuses are entirely cleared. This little pill must be effective against colds." I chuckled. "You are quite right. It also aids in relieving pain and promoting respiratory function." Wang Yuanchao followed suit, placing the pill in his mouth, and I noticed a slight shift in his typically stoic expression, his brows raised and his pupils dilated. I understood well the sensation of experiencing Sehexiang pills for the first time. Simply put, it was exhilarating. I remarked, "This is a method of purification recorded in the true edition of the Collection of Exoneration. It should be held in the mouth without chewing, and its effects can last for over 2 hours." Huang Xiaodao chuckled. "Song Yang, you are becoming increasingly professional. By the way, do bring me a few of those little pills when you can. I would love to show them off to my colleagues." I waved my hand dismissively. "Are you serious? Do you have any idea how much I spent on these medicinal ingredients? Each tiny pill costs several dozen yuan." Huang Xiaodao gasped in astonishment. "So expensive?" Luo Weiwei scoffed. "Why bother with those little pills? It's superfluous. A simple mask would suffice." With that, she pulled out a perfumed tissue and placed it inside her mask. This girl only grasped part of the truth. Forensic experts utilize scalpels and advanced equipment for autopsies, rendering their own senses, nose and ears, entirely unnecessary. However, as a coroner, I do not perform dissections nor rely on tools, and I must fully engage my senses during examinations, which is why I never wear a mask. Beyond the use of sight, hearing, smell, and touch, the divine chapter on judging cases recounts an ancestor named Song Shinnong, who would taste corpses, blood, and even feces during his examinations. That chapter is indeed quite grotesque. Through such curious means, this ancestor derived invaluable practical experience, though I may never employ such knowledge in my lifetime. After donning my gloves, I approached and lifted the white sheet covering the first corpse. This body belonged to the wife of a family of 3, and the scene was tragically horrific. Huang Xiaodao could not help but gasp, her eyes widening in shock. The clothing of the corpse had been severed, and the skin was rendered rigid and icy, resembling pale parchment. The horrific state of this body surpassed even the most exaggerated descriptions of Captain Liao. The right half of the face had been entirely stripped of skin and flesh, a gash extending from above the right eye down to the nape of the neck, with the eyeball itself cleaved in twain, tethered only by a small segment of flesh. The body bore at least 20 wounds, with the torso sustaining the majority. The skin around the lacerations was torn, exposing the crimson muscle beneath, alongside the glistening white fat. In some areas, even the bone was laid bare, while the abdomen was marred by several gaping incisions, with intestines spilling forth. One particular wound had sliced through the navel, revealing the uterus, which was fist-sized and subtly shaped like a blossoming peach blossom. One of her hands had been severed, the fingers tightly clenched, resting beside the corpse as if it had clutched a kitchen knife until the very end. Gazing upon this tragic figure, it is unfathomable to consider that such brutality could be inflicted by the very husband she had shared her days with. Chapter 50. 2 months of pregnancy like peach blossoms upon gazing at the lifeless body before me. I arrived at a profound conclusion. The tragic incident had claimed a total of 4 lives. The individuals present exhibited a slight astonishment, with Huang Xiaodao regarding me with a quizzical expression. Luo Weiwei, being a forensic expert, was the first to react, exclaiming, "Surely you do not mean to suggest that she is pregnant?" I gestured towards the uterus of the deceased, which was partially exposed. Is this not an evident matter? Though Luo Weiwei's face was obscured by a mask, her disdainful demeanor was unmistakable in her gaze. "Evident. I perceive you are merely speaking without basis. You have not conducted an autopsy, let alone any tests on the secretions. Forensics is a science, and science cannot rely on mere conjecture." "Miss Luo, to what extent do you depend on instruments?" I retorted, citing the records of the innocent. "A month of pregnancy resembles the white dew. 2 months, the peach blossoms. 3 months. The differentiation of genders, based on the shape of the uterine tissue resembling peach petals, it is evident that the deceased has been pregnant for 2 months, I asserted. Luo Weiwei frowned and muttered, "I do not believe in the records of the innocent. It is simply a novel for the common folk." I chuckled, amused by her characterization of it as mere fiction. A novel for the commoners? Such a label is quite presumptuous coming from a forensic expert, I remarked. "If you wish to conduct any tests, do as you please." She shot me an indignant glare before promptly retrieving a cotton swab to collect some uterine secretions for examination by the forensic laboratory. No sooner had she departed than Wang Dali entered, carrying 3 coats, inquiring, "What has caused that beautiful forensic expert to storm out in such a huff?" "Oh my goodness!" As he caught sight of the ghastly corpse lying on the iron bed, a terrified gasp escaped his lips, and he hastily turned his head away. "Coward!" Huang Xiaodao disdainfully remarked. I called upon Wang Dali to assist us in draping our coats over ourselves, and instantly felt a surge of warmth. Wang Dali, unable to bear the sight of the corpse, averted his gaze and said, "Yangzi, is there anything else you require? I can go out to procure it now. Fetch me a medicinal herb called wood butterfly, along with a bottle of flaxseed oil or olive oil and 2 stainless steel pots, 1 large and 1 small," I instructed. "Are you planning to cook?" Wang Dali inquired, puzzled. I chided him with a laugh. "You fool. Must you utter such things in front of corpse? Be wary of what may come for you in your sleep tonight." Wang Dali trembled in fear, clasping his palms together, and quickly uttered several apologies to the deceased before asking, "What exactly is wood butterfly? Is it available at the pharmacy? I'm not sure where there might be a traditional Chinese medicine shop nearby." Wood butterfly, also known as jade butterfly or 1,000-layer paper, does not require a visit to a herbal shop. You can find it in the health tea section of the supermarket. Acquire 4 tails for me, and be sure to select the finest quality, I instructed. "That goes without saying. I shall be off," Wang Dali replied, darting away. "Wait," I called after him, then lifted the white sheet covering the 2nd and 3rd corpses for inspection. Indeed, the male deceased was dismembered with numerous knife wounds, and a lengthy segment of intestine oozing from his abdomen. His hands were rigid, clenched into fists, seemingly having gripped a knife with desperate resolve in his final moments. I grasped his arm and moved it slightly, feeling confident about how to proceed with the examination. The condition of the elderly female corpse was somewhat less tragic. The shards of glass on her body had been meticulously cleared away, leaving only a few superficial cuts and punctures, none too deep. The eyeballs within her sunken eye sockets had been obliterated, surrounded by congealed dark red blood, resembling 2 profound black voids. I placed my palm beneath the corpse to feel for myself and discovered the fatal injuries were a fractured spine and a shattered occipital bone. I said to Wang Dali, "Please procure some elastic bands for trousers, a sturdy wooden stick, several large sewing needles, a magnet, and a few strong adhesive hooks." "All right," Wang Dali replied affirmatively and departed. I returned to the first corpse, where Huang Xiaotao was tilting her head, examining the deceased's uterus. She inquired, "Song Yang, how did you deduce that she was pregnant? What does February resembles peach blossoms signify? Is there any scientific rationale behind it? Count the petals of this peach blossom." I gestured. "5 petals," Huang Xiaotao replied. "What color?" "Pink." "Is there not a faintly discernible flower stem behind it?" Huang Xiaotao scrutinized closely. "Indeed there is." I elucidated. The peach blossom shape manifesting in the uterus is actually the silhouette of a fetus. The 5 petals represent its limbs and head, while the flower stem is the umbilical cord. Huang Xiaotao's expression shifted to one of realization, and she lamented, "How cruel! A 2-month-old infant, destined to accompany its mother to the underworld." I sighed indeed. Fortunately, it was merely 2 months. At this stage, the fetus is not yet considered a fully formed human being. Only when the 5th month, bones take shape arrives, does it truly become a case of 1 corpse, 2 lives. Furthermore, such a death carries immense resentment from the deceased. After the autopsy, the coroner must meticulously purify themselves with mugwort to prevent carrying the unreincarnated infant's vengeful energy. If there is a pregnant woman in the household, she will inevitably be affected, giving birth to a monstrous, transformed infant. These transformed infants often have 4 arms and 4 legs, or possess 2 heads. They are not conjoined twins, but rather chimeras in medical terms, where 2 bodies are fused together, as if another infant forcefully commandeered the womb for reincarnation. Many ancestral taboos passed down through generations possess profound meaning, although they have gradually become seemingly meaningless rituals. My grandfather taught me that one must never simply dismiss them as futile superstitions, or misfortune will surely follow. I generally adhere to these taboos steadfastly. I instructed Wang Yuanchao to hand me the bone-listening wood from the bag. After receiving the bone-listening wood, I meticulously listened to the bone sounds of the deceased, determining the time of death to be approximately 40 hours. Although the death report clearly stated this, I still needed to go through the necessary procedures to prevent any oversights. At that moment, Luo Weiwei entered, holding a report in her hand. I inquired, "Are the lab results available?" She hesitated before saying, "I admit you were right this time." The deceased was indeed 2 months pregnant. The surrounding police officers erupted in a chorus of hushed whispers, and the way they looked at me shifted noticeably. Right? How laughable. Then, allow me to posit another conjecture. The sequence of demise unfolded with the husband first taking the life of his mother, followed by his wife, and ultimately, the husband's own self-inflicted demise. Rowena scoffed. "Mr. Song, are you jesting?" The husband was known for his filial piety. It's implausible that he would murder his mother, even in a state of mental derangement. I retorted, "Miss Luo, did you procure your forensic credentials through dubious means? Does an autopsy take into account the familial affections of the deceased?" Rowena's gaze faltered, and she retorted in a shrill tone, "Words are but air. Prove it to me, if you possess the ability." I addressed Wang Yuanchao. "Uncle Wang, would you be so kind as to retrieve an ultraviolet lamp from the trace evidence department?" Wang Yuanchao acquiesced and departed. I took hold of the deceased male's left hand, gently compressing his fingertips, causing minute particles to emerge. My keen eyesight allowed me to discern them, though they remained imperceptible to others. Wang Yuanchao returned with an ultraviolet lamp. Huang Xiao playfully remarked, "How novel. Even you are employing advanced instruments now?" I responded with a smile, a fusion of Eastern and Western methodologies. Forensic pathology is an ancient science, subject to evolution with each era's advancements. Take this ultraviolet lamp, for instance. The ancients also employed ultraviolet light in post-mortem examinations, but with the technological limitations of their time. Obtaining ultraviolet light was arduous. They had to transport the cadaver into direct sunlight and filter the rays through gauze treated with specialized concoctions. Now that we possess this device, Why resort to antiquated methods? I swept the ultraviolet lamp across the deceased's fingers. The light revealed minute particles with remarkable clarity, such as hair and skin flakes. Upon observing this, Luo Weiwei's eyes widened in shock, and a sheen of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. I cast a sardonic glance in her direction and remarked, "Do you see what is on the fingers of the deceased?" Chapter 51. The art of corpse raising a bead of cold sweat trickled down Luo Weiwei's forehead as she hesitantly replied, "It seems to be some splinters from bamboo." I switched off the ultraviolet light and remarked, "Considering the angle at which these splinters penetrated, the deceased must have forcefully pushed a bamboo-like stick. If you remain skeptical, you may compare it with those red chopsticks to see if the splinters were indeed shed from above." It truly was the husband who had slain his own mother. Huang Xiaotao exclaimed in astonishment, "Patricide? That is utterly barbaric." Luo Weiwei indignantly stated, "So what if you are right about this matter? The one who will ultimately perish is certainly the wife, because you believe that a person cannot sever their own head, correct?" Under the pressure of my piercing gaze, Luo Weiwei wavered, and I sensed her doubts regarding her earlier judgment. Nevertheless, she ultimately clung to her stance. Of course not. With so many nerves and blood vessels in the neck, a person would die midway through the act. How could one possibly decapitate themselves? Isn't this basic knowledge? I scoffed. How about we make a wager? Luo Weiwei appeared flustered. Wager? What? Being considerate of her as a girl, I refrained from making it too extreme, avoiding any unpleasant tasks like eating ash, and said, "Can you drive?" "Yes." Luo Weiwei nodded. "If I can prove that the deceased committed suicide, you shall serve as our driver for free during our investigation in Wuqiu City." I declared. "What?" Luo Weiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. "On what basis? Are you lacking confidence?" I inquired. Luo Weiwei furrowed her brow, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. "What if you lose? I certainly do not require you as my chauffeur. Besides, you lack a driver's license." I chuckled. "If I lose, whatever the outcome may be." "Very well, should you lose, I want all four of you to seek out a knife and apologize for what just transpired." Luo Weiwei contemplated before speaking. I had anticipated her urging us to refrain from involving ourselves in this matter, yet I was taken aback by her public defense of her boyfriend. It appeared she possessed a modicum of self-awareness, recognizing that they could not resolve this case alone. I readily acquiesced. "Forget about mere apologies. I will be willing to kneel in contrition." Huang Xiaotao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Hey!" Luo Weiwei, with her arms crossed, declared proudly, "All right. You said it. A gentleman's word is his bond, and a promise is not easily broken." Huang Xiaotao muttered softly, "Song Yang, if you wish to gamble, that is your affair. Why drag us into this? If kneeling is required, you should do it yourself. Rest assured, I will not err," I replied with a mysterious smile. "Fine, I trust you, but do not bring shame upon the Nanjing City Police," Huang Xiaotao stated. "Indeed, you may place your complete trust in me," Luo Weiwei urged as I remained still. "Hurry, we are eager to see what clever strategy you have." "Patience, wait for my assistant to return," I replied nonchalantly. After a considerable wait of over 20 minutes, Wang Dali finally returned, laden with packages and comically burdened by 2 pots strapped to his back. He exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Good heavens, Yangzi, the supermarket here was quite the elusive find. Here are the items you requested." "My gratitude," I replied, enlisting Wang Yuanchao's assistance to affix a row of heavy-duty adhesive hooks to the ceiling. Luo Weiwei interjected, "Pray, do not make a mess of this place." I glanced at her, retorting, "Would you prefer I conduct an autopsy?" "Rest assured, I shall restore it to order afterward." Once the hooks were securely in place, I fashioned all the elastic bands into loops, suspending them equidistantly from a wooden rod. I then inserted the rod into the row of hooks, tugging to ensure its stability. The assembled officers observed me with unabashed curiosity, their minds a blank slate as to my intentions. "Uncle Wang, if you would be so kind as to assist me in elevating the cadaver," I instructed. Together, Wang Yuanchao and I hoisted the male corpse directly beneath the hooks, positioning it in a kneeling posture upon an iron table. Subsequently, we fitted the elastic bands around the deceased's arms, rendering the corpse akin to a suspended marionette. "Is this the art of corpse interrogation?" Huang Xiaotao inquired. Nay, the method I employ this time transcends even the art of corpse interrogation, I declared, producing a sewing needle and a magnet. I proceeded to stroke the needle against the magnet in a unidirectional manner, imbuing it with magnetic properties until it transformed into a magnetic needle. As this preparatory process unfolded at length, Wang Dali, ever the jester, began to entertain. Yangzi, I chanced upon a rather amusing jest the other day. It was quite droll. Pray, regale me with it, I responded. 2 police officers arrived at the crime scene. The older officer remarked to the younger one, Xiao Ming, this case bears a striking resemblance to the locked room murder from last month, the dismemberment at the dock, and the body disposal at the intersection 2 months ago. The younger officer inquired, are you suggesting that these crimes were all committed by the same individual? The older officer replied solemnly, no, I mean to say that I have been unable to solve any of these cases. Upon hearing this, Wang Dali burst into laughter, thumping his leg, and both Huang Xiaodao and I could not contain our amusement either. The speaker's words were light-hearted, yet the listeners, including Luo Weiwei and the group of officers, likely perceived it as a critique of their investigative capabilities, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Huang Xiaodao, still chuckling, advised, do mind the occasion, will you? Wang Dali, with a mischievous glance at Luo Weiwei, replied, all right, I understand. At that moment, my preparations were complete. What I intended to employ could be described as an upgraded version of corpse examination, resurrection technique. The divine techniques of the judgment records an exceptionally intricate method that utilizes a magnetic needle to stimulate acupoints, bringing the deceased back to life. In the previous vampire case, I had inadvertently applied corpse examination, and upon returning, I diligently studied the knowledge of human meridians. What exactly are these meridians? There have been Western medical practitioners who, upon dissecting a corpse, claimed the absence of the meridians described in Chinese tradition, hastily concluding that meridians are merely an Eastern superstition. Throughout the millennia of medical history in China, acupressure and acupuncture have indeed demonstrated miraculous healing effects. In the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, the human body is viewed as an inseparable whole. As the old adage goes, a single hair's movement affects the entire body. By stimulating a specific acupoint, one can influence the function of certain organs or regions, a fact that has been repeatedly validated over centuries. Consequently, there exists a perspective suggesting that numerous small magnetic fields reside within the human body, and the convergence of these fields gives rise to biological magnetic pulses, which essence is reflected in the 12 meridians mentioned in the Huangdi Neijing. The so-called corpse awakening technique involves inserting magnetic needles into certain special acupoints to release the residual magnetic force within the body's magnetic pulses, allowing the muscles to replicate movements performed prior to death. Naturally, the strength of the awakened muscles is feeble, necessitating external assistance, such as using elastic bands to alleviate the weight of the corpse to witness any effect. Before proceeding with the acupuncture, I cautioned Wang Dali, there will be some intense visuals shortly. Would you prefer to step outside for a moment? Wang Dali shook his head with enthusiasm. It's fine. I can handle it. This is something rarely seen, far more thrilling than a horror film. I chuckled, warning him not to blame me if he becomes frightened. I measured the deceased's spine with my fingers, delicately inserting the magnetic needle into several significant acupoints along the vertebrae, including Dazui, Shindao, Lingtai, Zhongshu, Xianshu, Mingmen, and Yangwen, nearly embedding half of the needle. These acupoints are not to be trifled with on a living person, as the consequences could range from paralysis to fatality. However, in the case of the deceased, without such a potent remedy, it would be impossible to bring them back to life. After all the needles had been inserted, the corpse showed no reaction. Luo Weiwei let out a cold laugh, expressing her disdain. After all this mysterious fuss, it turns out to be utterly ineffective. Don't be impatient, I exclaimed as I struck the shoulder of the corpse with force. At that moment, the lifeless body surprisingly began to stir slowly. Chapter 52. Cat Paw Prince He. You moved. Luo Weiwei, terrified, covered her mouth and continued to retreat. A resurrection. How could this be possible? He was clearly missing his head. The room was filled with an utter cacophony of panic-stricken screams. Some police officers, frightened out of their wits, flailed about desperately trying to escape. Wang Dali shouted for help, clumsily knocking over a chair and nearly tumbling to the ground. Huang Xiaotao's almond-shaped eyes widened in shock. Her mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a walnut. Even the usually expressionless Wang Yuan Zhao exhibited a slight contraction of his pupils. At this moment, the corpse kneeling on the table slowly raised its right hand, as if wielding an invisible knife, repeatedly striking at its own neck. Initially, the movements were subtle, merely a tremor in the wrist, but soon, under the tension of the ligaments, the entire arm began to swing, relentlessly hacking at its throat. Human muscles possess a remarkable ability to remember movements, akin to how an experienced cyclist can ride without conscious thought. In the instant of death, the central nervous system deteriorates, and the body's magnetic field collapses. Yet, akin to a recorded melody, a small fragment of muscle memory remains. Of course, muscle memory varies from person to person. Some corpses, severely decayed or with broken spines, cannot perform this resurrection technique. However, this particular corpse, rigid in death, maintained a delicate tension, rendering it nearly the perfect specimen for executing the resurrection technique. As I contemplated this, a flicker of pride ignited within me, reminiscent of a craftsman who has completed a flawless work of art. I am aware that this mindset is rather peculiar. However, individuals engaged in forensic work inevitably possess a psyche that diverges from the norm, otherwise they could not sustain such a vocation. I was on the verge of elucidating the principles to Luo Weiwei, but upon glancing back, I discovered her absence. The door stood ajar, and a number of officers had fled in terror, their voices echoing in the corridor. I inquired, "Has Luo Weiwei left?" Wang Dali pointed to the ground, and my gaze fell upon a sight that nearly provoked laughter. Luo Weiwei had fainted, sprawled on the floor, her eyes rolled back in her head. The aura of cold elegance utterly dissipated. With such psychological fortitude, could she truly aspire to be a forensic doctor? I expressed my disdain. Indeed, Huang Xiaotao's face was ashen with fear, yet she retained her composure unlike the others. "Song Yang, please make that corpse stop. It is utterly terrifying. Wait, let me record this, to prevent her from later denying it." I captured a brief video on my phone, contemplating how it would likely terrify numerous individuals if uploaded to a paranormal website. Once finished, I extracted a magnetic needle from the corpse, and instantly, it ceased all movement as if its power had been severed, leaving only one arm raised high in the air. "My goodness, this is exceedingly frightening." Wang Dali exhaled in relief. "Song Yang, you should not frighten us so. I wish you had warned me earlier." "I did caution you," I retorted. "How was I to know it would be such an intense scene?" As Wang Dali sneezed, the three of us, clad in jackets, noted that he alone wore a t-shirt. I advised, "Be careful of catching a cold. Go fetch a jacket from the car." "No worries. My constitution is robust." Wang Dali gently rubbed his shoulder. I roused Luo Weiwei from her slumber, and she awoke in a state of alarm, scrambling backwards on the ground, exclaiming, "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. It's me." I reassured her. Luo Weiwei's mask had slipped to the side, and she cast a glance at the corpse behind me, her lips trembling as she stammered. Do you possess some sort of sorcery?" I chuckled and offered a simple explanation of the principle at hand, concluding with, "If you don't believe me, considering your frequent encounters with corpses, you might as well try it next time." No. She fervently waved her hands. I believe. The deceased severed his own head. Do you acknowledge that?" I inquired. She nodded, then displayed a look of skepticism. "But that doesn't seem right. There are many nerves in the neck, and he used only a common kitchen knife. It's impossible to sever the neck with a single stroke. Logically, he would have halted midway." "You are correct, and therein lies the significance of my proof." I surveyed the assembly in the room, articulating deliberately. The deceased was controlled by someone at that moment. Huang Xiaotao gasped in astonishment. "Are you suggesting hypnosis?" "Not hypnosis. I believe it to be a form of malevolent sorcery capable of commandeering the body, compelling the deceased to perform such actions involuntarily." With that, I lifted the white sheet. Observe the expressions of the male and female deceased. Are they not filled with excruciating agony? Luo Weiwei scrambled to her feet and leaned in. Indeed, Their expressions are truly filled with immense suffering. Huang Xiaodao glanced towards the door, having witnessed the earlier scene, where many officers had fled in fear, leaving only 4 or 5 behind. She inquired, "Shall we examine the evidence?" "There's no rush. I have one more item to test," I replied. I turned to Luo Weiwei and asked, "Have you checked for fingerprints?" Luo Weiwei nodded. "The forensic team has already examined it. The fingerprints on the body and clothing belong solely to them, with no traces of outsiders. Let us conduct another test. Please fetch me an alcohol lamp," I instructed. Luo Weiwei acknowledged and departed. Huang Xiaodao chuckled. "Song Yang, your tactic of intimidating the adversary is quite effective. This girl has no retort left." After all, she had previously acted with such arrogance. It was only fitting to instill some fear. I retrieved olive oil, a wooden butterfly, and a pot from my bag, pouring a generous amount of oil into the pot before adding the wooden butterfly. Wang Dali remarked, "Song Yang, your cooking sequence is incorrect. You must heat the oil before adding the ingredients." "Silence. Come over and assist me," I commanded. "How can I help?" Wang Dali queried. "Hold a pot for me," I instructed. Luo Weiwei returned with the alcohol lamp, which I placed beneath the pot to heat it. Soon, the oil reached a sizzling temperature, and the wooden butterfly crackled as it fried, with smoke wafting up and clinging to the pot's sides. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, observing that Wang Dali's hands had grown weary, I declared, "It's ready," and extinguished the alcohol lamp. I then procured a small knife to scrape the oily residue from the pot's walls, collecting roughly 2 taels of it. "Observing your post-mortem examinations is truly captivating, Song Yang. Each step is so intriguing," Huang Xiaotao remarked. "Naturally, it seems interesting when you're merely observing," I responded nonchalantly. "You are quite unfeeling. Did I not offer assistance?" "Did you?" Huang Xiaotao hesitated. "Didn't I hand you some items earlier? You consider that assistance?" I couldn't help but chuckle. Huang Xiaodao glared at me, slightly annoyed. I instructed Wang Yuanchao to place the male cadaver back on the iron bed. Subsequently, I delicately dusted the corpse's chest with putty. Wang Dali inquired, "What's the purpose of this?" Both wood butterflies and olive oil possess minimal weight. The putty derived from these elements is lighter than the aluminum powder utilized by the police, enabling the detection of subtle traces, I elucidated. Consequently, I was exceedingly cautious throughout the procedure, wary of inadvertently dispelling the putty with a breath. After coating the cadaver's chest with a layer of putty, I gently blew it away, revealing nothing of note. Subsequently, I executed the same procedure on the female cadaver's chest and abdomen. This time, as I dispersed the putty from the skin's surface, a series of footprints materialized beneath. Indeed, diminutive footprints. "Are those?" Huang Xiaotao exclaimed in astonishment. "Cat's paw prints?" Chapter 53. The Oath of Vengeance upon the Lifeless Body. A delicate series of feline paw prints emerged upon the skin. I applied some putty and discovered another pair of paw prints on the deceased's right arm. This revelation astonished everyone present. Ro Weiwei remarked curiously, "I recall there being no cats in the deceased household. Where could these paw prints possibly originate?" This might indeed be the crux of the matter. I felt a glimmer of insight stirring within me. But wait, what could a series of paw prints possibly signify? Surely, it could not imply that a cat committed the crime. Perhaps it was merely the neighbor's cat that wandered in accidentally, Ro Weiwei speculated. I pointed at the paw prints and said, "Look closely. These prints are remarkably clean." "Isn't it true that cats are generally very clean?" "I have a cat at home that often licks its own paws," Ro Weiwei replied. Huang Xiaodao suddenly grasped the situation. "I see. The deceased was covered in blood. Yet these prints show no traces of it." I smiled slightly. At last, someone understands. Ro Weiwei, still unconvinced, countered, "Perhaps they were left previously?" I clarified. These prints were imprinted upon the body, indicating that the deceased had already collapsed. Thus, they must have been left after death. My instincts suggest that these prints are of significant relevance to this case. Ro Weiwei remained skeptical, so I called to the nearby officers. "Why are you just standing there? Come over and take photographs." The officers responded promptly, hastily retrieving their camera. After completing the experience with the corpses, I took out some yellow paper from my pocket, divided it into 3 stacks, and found a copper basin to burn them. I recited a passage of the reincarnation incantation for each of the 3 deceased and then vowed, "Esteemed souls, today I, Song Yang, swear in the name of my ancestor, the esteemed magistrate Song Si, that I shall seek justice for you. May you soon be reborn." As soon as I finished speaking, a strange wind swept through, causing the flames in the basin to flicker wildly, as if some unseen force was responding to my words. Luo Weiwei stood there, wide-eyed in astonishment. Before long, the officers arrived with cameras to photograph the footprints on the bodies for evidence. I instructed them to gather everyone. Once all were assembled, I turned to Officer Huang Xiaotao and said, "I shall take the lead from here." Huang Xiaotao paused for a moment, then, realizing my intent, smiled and replied, "Feel free to issue commands. This time, I'm not the one in charge. We are all here to assist you." I requested them to print out the photographs of the cat footprints, distributing a copy to each officer, and instructed them to canvass the crime scene, checking to see if there were any households nearby that owned cats or if feral cats roamed the area, in order to compare the footprints. To be honest, I did not harbor high hopes for this lead. However, with so many officers at our disposal, we might as well utilize their efforts. Investigating a case is akin to untangling hair. One must sift through details meticulously to uncover clues. After delegating the tasks, I inquired about a certain officer. "Where is Bai Dao?" "He has gone home," came the response. "He certainly has a bold spirit. Tell him to return immediately, or else he may as well leave this special task force." I exclaimed, my irritation palpable. After the recent events, the police exhibited a degree of trepidation towards me. One officer mentioned he would promptly contact Bai Dao. I suggested they disperse for the time being. Huang Xiaotao chuckled, "Well, Song Yang, you certainly carry yourself with an air of authority. Have you never seen a pig run if you've never eaten one?" I retorted, "What? Are you implying that I resemble a pig?" Huang Xiaotao replied, threateningly raising a delicate fist. No, imispuka." I hastily waved my hands in protest. I draped a white sheet over the corpse and said to Luo Weiwei, "Could you kindly escort us to the evidence room?" "Certainly. Follow me." Luo Weiwei nodded. Stepping out of the morgue felt akin to transitioning from the Arctic to the tropics. Huang Xiaotao, while removing her outer coat, remarked, "Goodness, it was freezing in there." Being a forensic doctor is truly arduous. Indeed, many forensic specialists suffer from arthritis and rheumatism after years of working in such conditions. Luo Weiwei elaborated. "I'm amused that this situation was relatively better. In ancient times, without refrigeration technology, corpses were merely stored in chilly rooms or cellars, yet decomposition was inevitable. In sweltering weather, conditions were even more dire, as forensic workers had to don fully enveloping protective garments, perspiring profusely while conducting examinations amidst the stench of decay and swarming flies. It was common for them to develop respiratory ailments and skin diseases from inhaling the noxious fumes. Such an environment was nothing short of hellish. We arrived at the evidence room, where Luo Weiwei greeted the elderly gentleman in charge before we entered. Bewildered, Xiaotao Huang inquired, "Is the management here somewhat lax? Such a crucial area is easily accessible without proper identification. Our credentials not verified." Weiwei Luo elucidated, "Since we are all internal personnel, it is improbable that anyone would pilfer evidence." Xiaotao Huang countered, "That is not necessarily the case. It is better to be cautious. The theft of evidence is a grave matter. I suggest you bring it to the director's attention." Weiwei Luo responded dismissively, "Understood." The evidence room was an expansive chamber, lined with rows of iron shelves. The ventilation was adept, and the air was arid. Weiwei Luo located the items pertinent to the case by their respective designations. These items were all encased in transparent plastic bags, labeled accordingly. We examined each item meticulously. They consisted of the deceased's personal effects: a cellular telephone, a wallet, apparel, and shattered tableware. I observed that several items were missing from the inventory. Upon inquiry, Weiwei Luo stated, "Those items are the murder weapons. They are undergoing analysis in the trace evidence department. I can escort you there later if you wish to examine them." "That will not be necessary at the moment." I activated the cellular telephone and perused its contents. The deceased was a purveyor of goods. Post-mortem, the volume of unanswered calls and text messages received was staggering. I remarked to Xiaotao Huang, We shall take possession of this telephone and have someone scrutinize it for noteworthy leads. Xiao Huang accepted the device and deposited it in her pocket. Finding nothing else of significance, I inquired of Weiwei Luo, "Are the exhibits from the case 3 months prior located here?" "Indeed," Weiwei Luo affirmed with a nod. We approached the row of shelves, meticulously examining the evidence. The police retained the evidence for a period of 30 days. However, in this case, due to the tragic demise of the entire family, no one had come to reclaim the expired items, thus they remained here. The Wuxiu City Police certainly do not shy away from complications, having transported nearly everything from the deceased residence, including an adorable fortune cat statue. Could this truly be classified as evidence? I counted the numbers and noted that none were missing, then remarked to Luo Weiwei, "Let us visit the scene." "Which case are you referring to?" Luo Weiwei inquired. "This one," I replied. The police had already cordoned off the site. "And if you wish to see it," Luo Weiwei suddenly flushed, likely recalling our previous wager, wherein she volunteered to be our free chauffeur. "I shall take you." Huang Xiaodao glanced at her watch. "It is currently 10 in the morning. After we finish, I will treat everyone to roast duck at Binman Tower for lunch." "You truly are a person of your word," I exclaimed. "Of course, I am a person of integrity," Huang Xiaodao chuckled, then noticed Wang Dali standing silently nearby. "Oh, Dali, you glutton. Why do you have no reaction to the mention of roast duck?" This is rather unusual. When Wang Dali finally spoke, I detected a muffled tone in his voice. "Yangzi, I believe I have caught a cold. It must surely be from the chill in the morgue earlier. Perhaps you should rest for a while," I suggested. "Oh, then I shall find a hotel to take a nap. I'll one-tea accompany you today." Wang Dali nodded. Huang Xiaodao inquired of Luo Weiwei, "Having traveled such a distance, is there no resting place prepared for us?" Luo Weiwei replied, "Allow me to consult the team leader." As we exited the evidence room, having retrieved an item and filled out a form with the gentleman overseeing the evidence, Luo Weiwei also took with her a set of keys stored in the evidence room, as we were to proceed to the scene shortly. Luo Weiwei made a phone call, and before long, team leader Liao arrived, looking somewhat apologetic. "Oh dear, my apologies for the inadequate reception. The director had previously instructed me to secure accommodations for you nearby. I shall escort you there now." Huang Xiaodao waved her hand dismissively. "There's no need for that. We still wish to visit the scene. You may take this classmate, Wang Dali, instead." I suggested Huang Xiaodao retrieve the vehicle, while I accompanied Wang Dali and team leader Liao to the hotel. En route, I took the liberty of purchasing some cold medicine for him. Team leader Liao selected a rather upscale hotel and inquired how many rooms we required. Given that Wang Dali was unwell, potentially running a fever and in need of care, and considering that Huang Xiaotao and Wang Yuanchao could not share a room, I replied that 3 rooms would suffice. After securing the rooms, I escorted Wang Dali upstairs, prepared hot water for him, and encouraged him to rest. Wang Dali, appearing quite listless, remarked, "Alas, I feel I have become a burden to you, and I am truly sorry for needing your assistance. Why speak such formalities? By the way, is your nose congested?" I inquired. Wang Dali nodded in affirmation. I handed him a pill of Sehexiang and instructed him to let it dissolve in his mouth. The moment Wang Dali placed it on his tongue, he suddenly sat up, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, Yangzi, what kind of medicine is this? It feels so refreshing and invigorating." My nose is instantly clear. I took a moment to explain its effects, and Wang Dali couldn't stop praising it, exclaiming, "This pill is truly miraculous. Perhaps after we graduate, we should venture into entrepreneurship and apply for a patent to sell these pills. I am certain we could amass a fortune." I pondered for a moment, and the idea indeed seemed quite promising. Chapter 54. The ambiguity of the policewoman. After ensuring Wang Dali was settled, Huang Xiaodao sent me a text. "Songyang, hurry to the parking lot. Something has happened." I initially feared a serious incident, but upon arriving at the parking lot, I could hardly contain my laughter. It turned out that Luo Weiwei, while driving Huang Xiaodao's black BMW, had inadvertently scraped the paint off the door against a pillar. The door was wedged tightly against the column, leaving her in a predicament of indecision. It seemed that Luo Weiwei's driving skills were rather lacking. Huang Xiaodao wailed in distress, while Luo Weiwei shrugged nonchalantly. "What's the big deal? I'll compensate you for the paint later. Huang Xiaodao waved her hand dismissively. Never mind, I have car insurance. But it's such a hassle to deal with the insurance company. She requested my assistance in extricating the car, but I confessed my incompetence in such matters. Ultimately, it was Wang Yuan Zhao who came to the rescue, effortlessly maneuvering the vehicle out. Huang Xiaotao exclaimed in admiration, an experienced driver, truly deserving of the title. Do you know what an experienced driver means? I inquired. Isn't that exactly what it implies? Huang Xiaodao responded, puzzled. I was momentarily at a loss for words. It appeared that Huang Xiaodao was not particularly well-versed in internet slang. I began to regret my decision to have Luo Weiwei take the wheel. This girl was so concerned with appearances, claiming that as long as she was on the road, everything would be fine. In the end, she did drive us out, and though it was a nerve-wracking experience, the ride became relatively smooth once we hit the road. Half an hour later, we arrived at the scene of the crime, which was an old, dilapidated street lined with numerous shops, all shuttered and closed. The architecture here is rather chaotic, with numerous garments dangling overhead. As noon approaches, the residents busily prepare their meals at home, the sounds of cooking and the aroma of frying wafting through the windows. Luo Weiwei remarked that this street in Wuqiu City has been around for several years. It was once bustling with grocery shops. However, with the emergence of numerous comprehensive supermarkets nearby, the younger generation has gradually lost interest in frequenting this area, leading to its decline. Luo Weiwei guided us to the front of a small two-story building, cordoned off with a police tape and bearing a seal on the door. Huang Xiaodao inquired, wasn't the deceased's family quite affluent? Why not reside in an apartment? Luo Weiwei elucidated that the deceased's father had previously engaged in the art of calligraphy and painting, and this street-facing house was once a gallery, inherited by the deceased from his father. I asked Huang Xiaodao, have you never lived in such an old house? She shook her head. No, I have only lived in apartment buildings since childhood. I shared, I grew up in the Song family ancestral home, a wooden structure that remains warm in winter and cool in summer, requiring no air conditioning, truly comfortable. However, after moving to university and residing in a dormitory for a significant time, I found it quite an adjustment. We tore down the police tape and stepped inside. The layout of the first floor was spacious, resembling a large open area, indicative of its former function as a shop. The absence of lighting rendered the space somewhat eerie, prompting Huang Xiaodao to exclaim, it feels like a scene from a horror film. Luo Weiwei teased, with such a timid disposition, how could you possibly be a police officer? Huang Xiaodao shot her a glare, retorting, would it kill you to remain silent? Who was it that fainted earlier? I merely stumbled and fell, nothing more. RWIW, I retorted. Indeed, you're frothing at the mouth. You should hurry to the hospital for a CT scan to see if you've suffered a concussion. Huang Xiaotao mocked. You, fearing that they might argue, I turned to our WIWI and said, Miss R, please fetch me a bag of fine wheat flour. She was glaring at Huang Xiaotao and, with a huff, replied, what do you need that for? Hurry up, I commanded. Reluctantly, our WIWI exited, and Huang Xiaotao sighed. She is quite beautiful, but her temperament leaves much to be desired. Perhaps she has been spoiled by her privileged boyfriend. I replied, I think her looks are rather ordinary, certainly not as appealing as yours. I merely spoke offhandedly, but to my surprise, Huang Xiaotao reacted with great enthusiasm, joyfully grasping my hand. Essing Wang, do you truly feel that way? I shamefully admitted, yes, indeed, our WIWI is undoubtedly a beauty, yet I perceive her allure as somewhat sharp. Her pointed chin, upturned eyes, and willow-like brows do not compare to Huang Xiaotao's round and delicate features, which are far more endearing. However, in terms of temperament, Huang Xiaotao possesses a poised and carefree demeanor, exuding the charm and elegance of a female officer. In contrast, our WIWI emanates a sense of spoiled capriciousness, embodying the temperament of a pampered young lady. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. Huang Xiaotao nudged me with her elbow. By the way, I've known you for some time, yet I still don't know what type of girl you prefer. I glanced at her, my cheeks suddenly aflame. Long-haired cute girls. What? Xiao Tao exclaimed in surprise. That's the complete antithesis of me. You're not just saying that because you're embarrassed to admit you like my type, are you? Absolutely not. I vehemently denied. We ascended the creaking wooden stairs to the second floor. From the landing, the dining room where the murder occurred was immediately visible. The scene within was utterly chaotic. Tables overturned, windows shattered, shards of dishes and chopsticks scattered across the floor. The walls were spattered with so much blood that the original wallpaper was almost entirely obscured. The outline of the deceased body was marked on the floor with white rope. The thick curtains further obstructed the sunlight, rendering the scene even more macabre and eerie. I furrowed my brow and remarked, "The feng shui of this house is inauspicious." Xiao Tao inquired with surprise. "Oh, you know about feng shui?" "Feng shui isn't as mystical as people think," I explained. "My grandfather told me it's essentially about whether a house gives a comfortable first impression." I began to elaborate. "Look, the bedroom and dining room doors face each other directly, offering no privacy whatsoever. The staircase is so steep, it must be particularly inconvenient for an elderly woman with mobility issues. And the distance between the bedroom and the bathroom, requiring a descent down the stairs, must make nighttime trips to the toilet in winter a chilling and precarious affair. That makes sense. Why buy a house? I'll have to ask Master Song to take a look." Xiao Tao nodded repeatedly. "I'm hardly worthy of that title," I responded with a smile. "The house's design may be flawed, but it's unlikely to bring about a bloody end to its inhabitants. The feng shui and the murder are probably unrelated." Upon entering the restaurant, I observed that it was seamlessly integrated with the kitchen, which was in disarray, strewn with shards of porcelain. The utensils scattered across the floor had already been removed by the police, and a white outline had been drawn on the counter to depict a human figure. I quietly contemplated for a moment, endeavoring to reconstruct the entire sequence of events surrounding the crime in my mind. Logically, there seemed to be no necessity to investigate this case further, as the perpetrator was already deceased. However, our objective was to unveil its anomalous aspects and the underlying reasons behind it. As I drew back the curtains, I noticed a vacant house across the street, and then found myself entranced by a decorative mask mounted on the wall. Huang Xiaodao remarked, "Do you have an affinity for this item? I could buy you one later." "No, I am merely contemplating other matters," I replied. "Do you have any leads?" Huang Xiaodao inquired. I shook my head, not a single clue. I too am unable to discern any hints. "This case is exceedingly bizarre," Huang Xiaodao stated. She then turned to Wang Yuanxiao, asking, "Wang Yuanxiao, with your wealth of experience, have you perceived anything?" Wang Yuanxiao remained expressionless, silent for 10 seconds. Huang Xiaodao sighed. "Well, thank you for your invaluable input." At that moment, footsteps were heard from downstairs. Huang Xiaodao said, "It must be Miss Luo returning." Just as she prepared to descend to greet her, I intervened, listening intently. The footsteps did not resemble those of Luo Weiwei. I instantly became alert. Something was amiss. Someone else had entered. Chapter 55. The fortune-beckoning cat. I gestured for them to maintain silence as we quietly descended the stairs. Concealed in the stairwell, we observed a gaunt, lanky man surreptitiously entering the premises. Adorned with a baseball cap, he furtively glanced around, his demeanor betraying a disreputable character. "Freeze, police!" Huang Xiaodao exclaimed. The man, startled by our presence, appeared aghast and immediately attempted to flee. We swiftly pursued him. Wang Yuanxiao, with the celerity of a cheetah, rapidly overtook the man, tackling him to the ground. He retrieved handcuffs from his waist, securing the man with practiced efficiency. The commotion attracted the attention of the street's inhabitants, who emerged to observe the scene. Upon our arrival, the man, crestfallen, pleaded, "Officer, I merely noticed the open door and was curious to investigate." "I assure you, I did nothing," Huang Xiaodao, with arms akimbo, sternly retorted. "Investigate? Are you unaware that this is a crime scene? Do you have any connection to this homicide?" The man, his face ashen with fear, frantically waved his hands. Officer, I merely wished to see if there was anything I could pilfer." Huang Xiaodao chuckled. "So easily intimidated. A common thief, then?" The man's face alternated between pallor and flush. Among the onlookers, one recognized him. "It's him. He stole an article of clothing I left outside last month. He must be the one who stole the vase from my home. Indeed, and my son's bicycle, which vanished in an instant when left unattended." The residents began to voice their indignation, while the petty thief, cowering with his head bowed, cast desperate glances towards us for help. Huang Xiaotao displayed her credentials and said, "Please remain calm, everyone. We are police officers, and we shall take this thief back for thorough interrogation. We will also strive to recover all the stolen items." Only then did the crowd cease their uproar. I inquired, "How dare you make such bold claims?" Huang Xiaotao winked at me, smiling. "It's of no consequence. This is not our territory. If we fail to retrieve the items, let the local police station take the blame." I sighed. "We are all of the same origin." Huang Xiaotao seized the thief, asking him his name and profession. The thief, named Zhang Luer, was not a professional criminal. Rather, he was a slacker, taking advantage of the lack of property management in the area. He would frequently linger around, seeking opportunities for petty theft. He sometimes pilfered pickled vegetables left on windowsills or even took flower pots. On occasion, he would swipe an entire pot of chicken stew left cooking on a coal stove at someone's doorstep, always eager to seize any chance for gain. Huang Xiaotao expressed her disdain, saying, "I have truly never encountered such a pitiful thief. He brings disgrace to our thieving ancestors." Zhang Liu smiled sheepishly, but after receiving a swift kick from Huang Xiaotao, he quickly subdued. I asked, "You've been hanging around here all day. You must be aware of the murder that occurred a couple of days ago, right? Did you not see the police investigating this area? Why did you still enter that residence?" "I meant no harm. I was merely curious to take a look inside." Zhang Luer flashed a conciliatory smile in response. "Are you fixated on something inside?" I pressed him with keen intensity. Zhang Luer quickly denied it. No. In a house where someone has died, what could possibly be worth remembering? "Very well, since you refuse to speak." I suddenly activated my eye of insight. Zhang Luer broke into a cold sweat as I fixed my gaze upon him. "I shall ask you once more. Are you fixated on something in that room?" I intended to unveil his deceit with my eye of insight, yet Zhang Luer, timid as a mouse, squeezed his eyes shut and desperately waved his hands. Brother, don't kill me. I will confess. Is that not sufficient?" His cowardice amused me. "Who said I intended to kill you? Your eyes are frightful. They seem capable of murder. Just like that cat." Upon hearing this, I became instantly alert, gripping his shoulder with urgency. "What cat are you referring to?" My excitement seemed to have caused him pain, and he shrank back, trembling as he replied, Brother, could you please refrain from those red eyes for a moment?" I retracted my eye of insight and instructed him to recount everything in detail. Zhang Luer explained that he had been struggling financially and resorted to petty theft, which had proven ineffective. He contemplated a grand heist, targeting the home of the deceased. He had observed that during the day, the couple was always absent, leaving only an elderly woman who suffered from leg ailments and poor eyesight. Thus, he decided to pose as a gas inspector, entering to assess whether there was anything of value within the house. Zhang Luer took advantage of the moment, when only the elderly lady was home, to stealthily infiltrate the premises. He searched the house and discovered a meticulously crafted cat statue in a ground-floor storeroom, seemingly gilded, with its lifelike features and eyes that appeared to be fashioned from precious gems, suggesting it was worth a considerable fortune. Instantly, Zhang Luer was seized by the temptation to steal the feline treasure. However, to his astonishment, the cat's eyes suddenly moved. Startled, he inadvertently made a noise, prompting the elderly lady to inquire from outside about the commotion. Hastily, Zhang concocted a flimsy excuse and took his leave. After a period of observation, he noted that the elderly lady frequently visited her neighbor to play mahjong, leaving her home unattended, thus planning to seize the opportunity. Yet, before he could act, a tragic incident befell the family, resulting in the gruesome death of 3 individuals, and the scene was swiftly cordoned off by the police, forcing him to abandon his intentions. Much to his surprise, upon passing by today, he found the door ajar, igniting his thieving instincts once more, only to find himself ensnared in a predicament. After recounting his tale, I pondered, for I had not seen any sculpture within the house earlier. Could it be that someone had removed it? Huang Xiaotao inquired about how to deal with this thief. I replied, "Didn't the police we dispatched just now conduct an investigation nearby? Let us find someone at random to bring him back for questioning." Hey, big brother, I've already confessed. Why am I still being interrogated? I can see you are quite busy with this homicide investigation, so I shall not disturb your work further. Kindly let me go. treating me as a mere, trifling inconvenience. Jean Luer pleaded. I was amused by him and remarked, "It's of no consequence. Handing you over to the local police station will not encroach upon our precious time." Jean Luer, wearing a distressed expression, lamented, "Haven't I already confessed? I truly did not take anything." Huang Xiaodao retorted angrily, "Be honest. You must have stolen quite a bit in the past. When you return, clarify these matters." Indeed, we soon spotted a police officer passing by and instructed him to escort Jean Luer to the nearby station to file a report, after which we returned to the crime scene. Luo Weiwei had already returned, carrying a bag of flour, and inquired, "Where have you been?" I replied, "We went out to catch a thief." "Catch a thief?" Luo Weiwei scoffed. "You certainly have a lot of free time. Here, this is what you requested." I expressed my gratitude, accepted the flour, and proceeded to inspect the ground floor warehouse, finding no sign of the cat that Jean Luer had mentioned. I opened the bag of flour and scattered a fine layer near the windowsill, and doorway. Suddenly, Huang Xiaotao asked him, "You used this trick last time when dealing with that female ghost at school. Are you suspecting that this place is haunted?" Chapter 56, The Non-Existent Murderer. I shook my head. No. I merely wished to confirm a few matters. Ascending to the second floor, I scattered some flour in various corners. Once completed, I returned to the first floor and instructed Luo Weiwei to lock the door, preparing to depart. Huang Xiaotao inquired, "Where to now?" "The police have yet to return, and I am quite famished. Let us have a meal first. Did you not mention treating us to Peking duck?" I replied. Luo Weiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement, revealing her inner foodie. "I know a shortcut. I shall lead you there. The Peking duck at Binman Tower is renowned." "You must try the 3 ways to enjoy a duck," I interrupted her. "You shall not partake. Return to the police station and assist me with some tests, particularly examining the residuals in the deceased's nasal cavity and stomach to ascertain the presence of any stimulants." Luo Weiwei's expression fell, her face paling at the sudden cold reality. "Didn't they say no autopsy?" "Not to worry. I have completed all necessary examinations. You may proceed with the dissection as you see fit." I waved my hand dismissively. "Oh, understood." After Luo Weiwei departed, Huang Xiaodao chuckled. "Song Yang, how shameless you are, treating that girl so harshly. She lost a better self. I had previously stated she would be a free chauffeur. Why should I cover her meal?" I scoffed. "It's evident you are not the type to be overly kind-hearted to everyone, but I appreciate it, haha." As she spoke, Huang Xiaodao playfully patted my back several times. Her praise caused a flush to rise to my cheeks, prompting me to divert the subject. "I doubt any significant findings will emerge, but the process of elimination is essential. Isn't this just like the previous case?" Huang Xiaodao inquired. "No, we're making some progress, albeit slowly. Let's wait and see," I responded. The 3 of us proceeded to Binman Building, where the roast duck was exorbitantly priced, costing over 400, with additional dishes and service fees. The total expenditure amounted to 600 or 700. However, Huang Xiaodao generously settled the bill. I asked her, "You tend to spend lavishly, and your car is even better than your captain's. Is your police salary sufficient?" Huang Xiaodao poured herself a glass of cola and replied with a laugh, "Ah, my salary is merely pocket money. Could it be that your family is quite wealthy?" I probed. She winked. "That's a secret for now. Rest assured, it's neither stolen nor ill-gotten. Just enjoy your meal." We relished a delightful feast, and afterward, I took a portion for Wang Dali, who must be feeling quite lonely at the hotel. In the afternoon, we returned to the police station, where the investigating officers gradually returned. I called them to assemble in the conference room on the second floor. Bai Dao was also present, his gaze sharp and accusatory, indicating that he had not been subdued by Wang Yuanchao. I instructed them to compile their findings. Most officers reported no significant discoveries, though a few had photographed some cat paw prints, which clearly belonged to a different feline than the one we were seeking. In truth, based on the recent revelations from Jean Luer, I suspected that the cat might not exist at all. I then inquired of several officers from the technical team, "What about the test results?" One officer replied, "Only a few types have been tested." He explained to me that there are over 100 types of performance-enhancing drugs, and they must conduct a thorough comparison. Thus far, they have only tested for substances such as bupropion, cathinone, diethyltryptamine, and amphetamine, all of which yielded negative results. It is estimated that the complete results will be available in 3 to 4 days. I nodded and briefly assigned the forthcoming tasks. There are several matters to attend to. First, to sift through the information on the deceased's mobile phone. Second, to investigate the deceased's dealings as a supplier and identify any individuals with whom he had financial ties. Third, to examine the vacant house across from the crime scene to determine if it has been rented out recently. And fourth, to summon the deceased's daughter, as I have some inquiries to make of her. At this juncture, an officer raised his hand and inquired, Advisor Song. The deceased's relatives have concealed this matter from his daughter, who is only 12 years old and studying away from home. Would it not be inappropriate to inform her of her parents' demise? I sighed and replied, it must be addressed eventually. Can one truly conceal it for a lifetime? The officer continued, if we need to investigate, wouldn't it be just as effective to speak with the deceased's relatives? I asked, how many uncles do you have? The officer looked perplexed and responded, 4. I then asked, do you know when your 4th uncle's birthday is? The officer was momentarily at a loss for words. I explained, relatives often know each other less intimately than friends. The individual most familiar with a person is typically a direct relative, so it is essential to bring that girl here. Having assigned the tasks, I dismissed them, suggesting we reconvene tomorrow morning to consolidate the intelligence gathered. Everyone had departed, leaving only 2 individuals, Luo Weiwei and Bai Dao. Bai Dao casually reclined with his hands behind his head and asked, Detective Song, what shall we do? I produced a sheet of paper, which I had sketched during lunch, depicting 3 mask designs. I tossed it to him, instructing, find a carpenter to craft these 3 masks. Additionally, I have noted some traditional Chinese herbs on the back. Please procure those for me as well. Bai Dao stood up, indignant. You want me to run errands? I retorted, what else can you do besides errands? I have just learned about your background. Why are you inquiring about my father? Bai Dao exclaimed, irritated. I chuckled. The lad seemed to believe that everyone was concerned about his father, a department head. I was investigating your record. You have served as a police officer for 3 years, participated in numerous investigations, yet have only solved 2 cases, one a theft and the other a homicide, which the suspect confessed to themselves. Given Bai Dao's connections, it was evident that his case resolution rate would be dismally low. I intentionally aimed to strike a nerve. Bai Dao widened his eyes, pointing an accusatory finger at me. You, I continued, prepare the items for me and deliver them here tonight. If you refuse to comply, you may as well leave the special investigation team. Fine, I will leave, Bai Dao declared, rising to depart, but Luo Weiwei called out to him softly. I halted him, saying, consider this carefully. This case is a significant one within the province, drawing the attention of the Provincial Public Security Bureau. Since my appointment as consultant, my case resolution rate has been a perfect 100%. This is a rare opportunity for you to make a name for yourself. Bai Dao had no choice but to swallow his frustration, stowing away the paper and casting a fierce glare at me before exiting. Luo Weiwei, possessing a keener self-awareness, inquired, shall I still serve as your driver this afternoon? That won't be necessary. Given your profession as a forensic expert, it would be a disservice to confine you to such menial tasks. Please engage in something more befitting your expertise. I gestured dismissively. Instantly, Luo Weiwei's spirits soared. Feel free to give me orders. Please procure 2 white mice for me, I instructed. What? Luo Weiwei's cheeks twitched. Hey, could you please show some respect for my profession? Very well. Then how about performing a comprehensive autopsy on 3 corpses? Assess the extent of mechanical injuries. Inspect for any complications or latent lesions. Conduct examinations on the brain, bone marrow, and joints to observe the changes in the gray and white matter of the spinal cord. Additionally, I require a sample of each major organ, along with separated serum and platelet samples, and a detailed 5,000-word autopsy report to be submitted by tomorrow. I articulated my demands in one breath, leaving Luo Weiwei wide-eyed, seemingly taken aback by my extensive knowledge of forensic medicine. After a prolonged silence, she stammered, how large should the mice be? 2 to 3 months old will suffice, I replied. Once Luo Weiwei departed, Huang Xiaodao could no longer contain herself, leaning over the table, laughing and pounding it. Song Yang, you're incredible. Did you see her expression just now? It was as if she had tasted something vile. Ha ha, I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Chapter 57. The Art of Deception. Huang Xiaotao inquired about my next course of action. I replied that I had no immediate tasks at hand and suggested that we return to the hotel for a brief respite to rejuvenate ourselves during their break. Upon our return to the hotel, I found Wang Dali still lounging about. I brought him the packed roast duck and meals, which he surprisingly devoured with gusto. While eating, he began to inquire about the day's investigation, and I provided him with a brief overview. Upon hearing my deductions, Wang Dali asked, "Yangzi, do you believe this case is not the work of a human?" I firmly stated, "No, I am convinced that every case is ultimately orchestrated by human hands. Otherwise, there would be nothing to resolve." At that moment, the sound of running water emanated from the adjacent room, and Wang Dali perked up, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Listen, Sister Xiaodao is taking a shower," he exclaimed. "Not quite. The room next door belongs to Wang Yuanchao," I responded. He lay back down, disinterested. "TCH, just old Wang next door." After a long drive to Wuqiu City, fatigue had overtaken me, and I managed to catch some sleep. Upon awakening, I felt considerably more refreshed and checked my phone, discovering several messages. The Special Investigation Team had established a WeChat group, and one officer reported a significant lead, along with confirmation that matters concerning by Yi Dao and Luo Weiwei had been successfully addressed. I dressed and knocked on the doors of Huang Xiaodao and Wang Yuanchao's rooms. After about 5 minutes, Wang Yuanchao appeared before me, fully dressed. I asked, "You weren't sleeping?" "I was," he replied nonchalantly. A little later, Huang Xiaodao finally opened her door. Clad in the hotel's nightwear, her face adorned with a hydrating mask, she stretched languidly and remarked, "That was a truly restorative nap. What's the matter? Do we have a lead?" "Indeed," I urged. "You have 10 minutes. Hurry and put on your clothes." 10 minutes? Have you ever waited for a girl? Getting dressed and doing my hair takes at least half an hour, and if I need to put on makeup, it takes even longer. Huang Xiaodao exclaimed in exasperation. It was the first time I realized that it took girls such a lengthy time to prepare. I remarked, "Well then, Uncle Wang and I will head over first, and you can join us later." All right. We ascended to the conference room on the second floor, whereby Yi Dao, Luo Weiwei, and another officer were already waiting. Yi Dao handed me 2 paper packages. Upon opening them, I discovered one contained 3 cypress-carved masks, while the other held several herbs. I praised, "You certainly work efficiently." He replied languidly, "I have a friend who makes such crafts. He has a lathe in his shop." "What do you need these for?" "Rest assured, I have significant purposes for them," I said, feigning mystery. Luo Weiwei brought over 2 white mice, which were housed in a small metal cage. The officer reported that he had investigated the deceased's bank account and discovered a suspicious large expenditure, over 5 million. This sum had vanished posthumously, and the recipient's name was Yujun. I instructed him and by Yi Dao to look into this Yujun. As for Luo Weiwei, I had no specific task for her, so I permitted her to leave early if she wished. However, Luo Weiwei insisted on accompanying by Yi Dao in the investigation. Before she departed, I requested a key to the crime scene from her. Meanwhile, I borrowed the laboratory to slowly simmer the herbs over a gentle flame, and I asked the accompanying officer to procure separate serum samples from both the male and female victims. After the serum was successfully separated, I instructed them to inject a dosage of 20 millimeters into each of the 2 white mice. At that moment, Huang Xiaotao arrived and, upon observing the laboratory filled with the scent of traditional Chinese medicine and the sight of injections being administered to the mice, she playfully remarked, "Song Yang, what kind of wicked experiment are you conducting? You will find out soon enough." After the serum was injected, I quietly waited for a while. The 2 white mice continued to frolic energetically. Huang Xiaotao, perplexed, inquired, "There's no change at all." "Well, it seems the experiment has failed." I initially intended to observe whether they would turn on each other. I shrugged. "Turn on each other?" Huang Xiaodao asked. "Indeed. The technical team is taking too long to arrive at a conclusion, so I thought it would be better to conduct a biological experiment. It appears that the possibility of drug involvement in these 2 homicides can be largely dismissed." I sighed in disappointment. "Song Yang, you are quite cruel," Huang Xiaotao exclaimed. I then informed the technical team that there was no need to continue with the tests. The team, initially prepared for a long night ahead, cheered and prepared to clock out. After the traditional medicine was brewed, I filtered the liquid. Lacking a brush, I used a piece of paper towel to dab a little and applied it to the inner side of 3 masks. Upon catching a whiff of the peculiar odor, Huang Xiaodao questioned, "What is this? It smells strange." "You will find out soon enough." Once the medicinal solution on the masks dried, I picked up the masks and lifted the cage containing the white mice, declaring, "Let us return to the scene of the crime." "Now." Huang Xiaodao glanced at her watch. "It's already 5:30. It will be dark by the time we arrive." Not to worry, I intended to go there at night. A mysterious smile graced my lips as the 3 of us drove towards the old street. As dusk settled, every household remained indoors, engrossed in their meals and television shows. We lifted the caution tape and approached the threshold of the deceased's home, using the key given to me by Luo Weiwei to unlock the door. The atmosphere inside was even more chilling at night. Huang Xiaodao reached for the light switch only to discover there was no electricity. I offer a wry smile, suggesting, "Perhaps the power has been cut off due to unpaid bills?" I then retrieved my mobile phone for illumination. The flour I had scattered earlier bore no marks. So we ascended to the 2nd floor. I placed the white mouse on the windowsill, opened the window, and extracted 3 pairs of gloves from my bag, asking for their assistance in tidying up the scene. We arranged the furniture neatly and swept up the debris, utilizing my phone as a makeshift light source set at the center of the table. Once we had completed the preliminary cleanup, I produced 3 masks and proposed, "Shall we engage in a crime scene simulation?" "What?" Huang Xiaodao exclaimed in astonishment. "Is this truly the right time? The floor is soaked with blood. The atmosphere must be utterly terrifying." "Rest assured, I shall maintain control," I replied. Huang Xiaodao displayed some reluctance. "Is it absolutely necessary?" "Indeed," I asserted firmly. "Very well." She conceded with a reluctant nod. I proceeded to assign roles. The initial plan was for Huang Xiaodao and me to portray a couple, while Wang Yuanzhao would take on the role of the elderly woman. However, upon arriving here, the oppressive atmosphere sent shivers down my spine. To err on the side of caution, we decided to forego the elderly woman role altogether, as it required no lines. I instructed Wang Yuanzhao to remain nearby, ready to intervene should anything seem amiss. I handed a mask to Huang Xiaodao and donned another for myself. The mask was quite heavy, allowing me to see only through 2 eye holes. Huang Xiaodao weighed it in her hands and remarked, "I've studied crime scene simulation in police school, but I've never encountered such bizarre masks. What exactly are you up to?" I chuckled and explained that this was, in fact, the performance of the crime as recorded in the Duan Yu Shenpian. It was inspired by an ancestor of the Song family, who drew from the traditions of Nuo opera. Ancient shamans wore grotesque masks and, through mysterious dances, purportedly communicated with the realms of yin and yang. This ancestor pondered whether a similar technique could be employed to reconstruct the events of a crime. After a decade of experimentation, he pioneered this performance of the crime, wherein several individuals portray roles from the crime scene to recreate the sequence of events, delve into the psyche of the perpetrator, and uncover often overlooked clues. The roles and performance of the crime are categorized by gender, date of birth, and life and death, represented by the 12 ancestral shamans from Nuo opera. Each of these 12 masks is more fearsome than the last, designed to evoke a sense of terror in the performers. For instance, Huang Xiaodao held the mask symbolizing a deceased middle-aged woman, Zhu Meng, while I wore the mask representing a middle-aged male perpetrator, Qiyu. The inner surface of the mask was coated with a potion that elicits emotional responses, rendering feelings of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness astonishingly vivid. The intricacies of performance of the crime are difficult to articulate, encompassing psychological suggestion and other scientific principles, alongside elements that elude scientific explanation. It is said that there was once an individual who, while practicing the art of murder performance, suddenly fainted and then cried out the name of the perpetrator in the voice of the deceased, leading to the resolution of a decade-old cold case. However, it is undeniable that murder performance is exceedingly perilous. My motivation for employing it stems from 2 reasons. Firstly, this case has made no progress thus far. Secondly, I possess a tentative hypothesis that requires validation. Chapter 58. The Reappearance of Tragedy After Huang Xiaodao and I Don Our Masks. We took our seats opposite each other at the table. She was the first to speak. Darling, are you satisfied with today's meal? Then, with a playful chuckle, she added, I apologize. I couldn't help but feel as though we were playing house. Regaining her composure, she repeated, Darling, are you satisfied with today's meal? Your culinary skills have truly improved. I casually replied, contemplating what to say next. By the way, did Mom go out to play mahjong again today? Huang Xiaodao nodded yes. She did. Mom even won a few dozen yuan today and was absolutely thrilled. I couldn't suppress a wry smile. She usually loses hundreds. Winning such a small amount hardly counts. We shouldn't let her go out so often. It would be much better for her to stay home and watch television. Huang Xiaodao responded, You should convey that sentiment to her. I cannot possibly stop her. She has her own interests. Do you, as her son, wish to deprive her of that? Sighing, I expressed, I am merely concerned that she might have an accident going up and down the stairs. Initially, our conversation felt entirely scripted, with brief pauses as we considered our next lines. However, as time passed, we seemed to immerse ourselves in our roles, allowing the dialogue to flow naturally from our lips, resembling a typical couple. We discussed mundane matters, and Huang Xiaodao even mimicked the actions of eating. Strangely enough, the dim room transformed into a space filled with light. Sunlight streamed in through the window, accompanied by the sounds of cooking from the neighbor's house, the cries of a child, and the barking of a dog, with the occasional car passing by. I felt as though I were ensnared in a vivid dream, my consciousness entirely detached from my body. Unbidden, I uttered, Darling, you are with child now. Please take care of yourself and avoid such greasy dishes in the future. Seated opposite me was not Huang Xiaodao donning a Junmeng mask, but the deceased in her former life. In her 40s, she showed no signs of aging. Clad in a purple knitted sweater, her hair meticulously arranged, a portrait of a dignified and virtuous wife. With a playful pout, she remarked, Every time I stew chicken or braise pig's trotters, you complain that it lacks flavor. Don't you enjoy a stir-fry and a little drink after returning for work each day? I glanced down to find a sumptuous array of stir-fried dishes before me, along with a pot of warm yellow wine and a small drinking cup. Lifting the cup, I took a sip. The fiery taste of the alcohol enveloped my mouth and throat. My goodness, this sensation felt astonishingly real. I declared, for the sake of our baby, I am willing to eat light for a few months, and I will also quit smoking. Secondhand smoke is harmful to the baby. I was uncertain whether we were expecting a boy or a girl, though I secretly favored a boy. After all, we already had a daughter. Having one of each would be ideal. She replied in kind. Nearby, I heard the sound of chewing and turned to see an elderly woman, the deceased's mother, silently consuming her food. How astonishingly vivid this was, as I could perceive the scene of that fateful day, every detail and movement etched in my memory. I desperately recalled the prescriptions written in the book: henbane, dragon fruit, sage, aconite. Goodness, this is not a recipe to evoke emotions. It is clearly a hallucinogenic concoction. Ancestors, you have deceived me. Yet at this moment, I had already become utterly enmeshed in it, my consciousness beginning to waver and drift. I was relishing exquisite food and drink, when suddenly a piercing sound reverberated in my ears, as if an extremely sharp noise were burrowing into my skull, causing a sharp pang in my head. Instinctively, I reached up to cover my head. My wife anxiously inquired, Darling, what is wrong? I replied, Perhaps I have caught a chill. I had warned her that as the weather grew colder, she ought to don another pair of thermal leggings, but she had been unwilling. Did not my mother often say, Neglect not your feet, lest frost accumulates upon your head? Upon hearing this, my wife rose to close the window. Suddenly, she clutched her head and sank back in her seat. Even mother ceased eating, groaning as she held her head. The three of us sat at the table, simultaneously ensnared in this strange sensation. I suddenly realized that this bizarre sound was the crux of the matter. What is happening to my head? My wife lamented, cradling her forehead with a furrowed brow. Go and close the window, I commanded. No, I have a headache. I cannot rise. Quickly, shut the window. I banged the table in frustration. Do not shout at me. My wife suddenly shattered her bowl in anger. All you do is issue orders to me. Do you think this is easy for me? I quit my job to take care of you and the child, burdened with endless chores every day. Look at my hands. They have aged beyond recognition. You ungrateful wretch, I exclaimed loudly. I toil day and night in the business world, bowing and scraping before clients, drinking to the point of gastric distress, all for the sake of this family. Not only do you fail to appreciate my sacrifices, but you also suspect me of keeping a mistress. You even rummaged through my clothes. My wife, seething with rage, retorted, "Spare me your excuses." You return home, so late, every day, and hide a mobile phone as if I were oblivious. Who knows what schemes you are concocting outside? I withdrew my belt, snapping it in my hand with a resounding crack. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I have never laid a finger on you in all these years, yet your gratitude seems to have vanished. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Go ahead. I care your child, she shouted defiantly. With that, she overturned the entire table, an astonishing display of strength, sending dishes flying like raindrops in a tempest. Instinctively, I raised my hand to shield my face and then swung the belt at her. She blocked my arm and lunged at me, baring her teeth, only to be met with a swift kick to her abdomen. At that moment, the elderly matriarch, trembling, incessantly pounded the armrests of her wheelchair, imploring, "Stop, stop." Upon seeing her, an overwhelming wave of disgust washed over me, and I shouted, "It's your fault. You burden, you old crone," forcing me to care for both the young and the elderly, with the weight of the family resting squarely on my shoulders. You remain a source of incessant worry. In an effort to cure your ailments, I have squandered all the funds intended for purchasing a home, while you squander our hard-earned money playing mahjong day after day. A surge of fury erupted within me, and in a moment of madness, I seized a pair of chopsticks from the ground and thrust them vehemently into the old woman's eyes. The force was so intense that the splinters pierced my fingers. It felt as though the chopsticks had penetrated her eyeball and struck my very brain. Her anguished screams threatened to rupture my eardrums, while her hands clawed frantically at the air, raking my arms and drawing blood. Enraged, I summoned an inexplicable strength and lifted the old woman, wheelchair and all, hurling her out of the window. There was a sickening crash as she met her demise on the pavement below. A tempest of conflicting emotions surged within me: relief, regret, and bewilderment. What had become of me? Why had I resorted to taking my own mother's life? Oh, how had I descended into such madness? At that moment, I felt a chill in my arm. My wife, disheveled and resembling a specter risen from the depths of hell, brandished a gleaming kitchen knife and began to slash at me wildly. I retreated desperately, my shoes shattering the dishes scattered on the floor. My wife shrieked, "I will kill you." The blade danced with an unseen swiftness, carving deep gashes into my arms and shoulders, the flesh peeling back grotesquely. Initially, the sharpness of the knife dulled my senses to the pain, but soon, a searing agony penetrated to my very marrow. The excruciating pain awakened the primal instincts within me, and I kicked her away before rushing into the kitchen to fetch a knife. Suddenly, an invisible fist struck my face, and something from my visage was sent flying. My vision began to blur, as the kitchen, the blood, and the furious figure of my wife gradually faded from my sight. Song Yang, I walked in swiftly. Wang Yuanzhao grasped my shoulders, shaking me vigorously. Chapter 59. The eerie murder cat. Gradually, my consciousness began to awaken. Upon opening my eyes, I was enveloped in darkness. This was still the scene of the crime. The chairs and tables that had just been arranged lay overturned, eerily identical to how we had found them upon our arrival. My phone, which I had carelessly placed on the table, had tumbled into the corner, casting a faint glow. Huang Xiaotao knelt on the ground, her mask discarded beside her. As she clutched her abdomen and coughed violently, a glistening droplet of saliva escaping her lips. I noticed 2 shoe prints on her midriff, one from my kick and the other from Wang Yuanchao's. My arm bore several scratches, blood trickling down, while my lips stung painfully. Wang Yuanchao's earlier blow had struck me hard enough to cut my lip against my teeth. I pondered how ruthless Wang Yuanchao had been. Yet I recognized that without such severity, both Huang Xiaotao and I might have remained ensnared in our delusions. continuing to enact the tragic roles of a couple locked in a deadly struggle, potentially harming one another. Indeed, we had just teetered on the brink of madness. Suddenly, Huang Xiaodao moved towards me on her knees, startling me. I feared she had yet to escape the influence of the murderous performance, still lost in her character. However, she exclaimed, "Song Yang, that was terrifying. Just now the scene was so frightening." Then, she embraced me tightly, her grip so fierce it nearly constricted my breath. Warm tears cascading down into the nape of my neck. Although her ample bosom pressed firmly against my chest, my own emotions were equally unstable, akin to a startled bird, leaving me no respite to savor the moment. I instinctively embraced her, feeling Huang Xiaotao's soft body shiver in my arms, only to realize that I was trembling even more violently than she was. Indeed, a hug can bring a sense of tranquility that surpasses any medication. Gradually, we both calmed down and separated. Huang Xiaodao reached out to wipe her tears, and Wang Yuanzhao handed her a tissue. Typically, Huang Xiaodao presents herself with an image of grace and composure, and I had never before witnessed her in such a vulnerable state, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, resembling a delicate pear blossom in the rain, which struck me as extraordinarily charming, rendering me momentarily spellbound. My heart raced uncontrollably, a sensation I had never experienced before. Noticing my dazed gaze upon her, Huang Xiaodao suddenly delivered a playful punch to my chest, exclaiming in feigned anger, "What on earth were you thinking? You nearly scared me to death." It was then that I regained my senses. I could not be blamed. It was the prescription I had found in the book. "What prescription?" Huang Xiaodao inquired. I picked up the mask that had fallen to the ground and remarked, "Do you remember the traditional medicine I brewed this afternoon? The book stated that this concoction could evoke emotions. Who would have guessed? It was a hallucinogen. You fool. Do you realize you almost gave me a heart attack?" Huang Xiaodao retorted angrily as she snatched the mask from my hands and tossed it into the corner. I silently vowed never to employ that ridiculous acting technique again. At that moment, I thought it was a trick played upon me by my ancestors. Later, I revisited the book and discovered that this particular remedy was called into the dream powder, with a note indicating that it could induce a state of dreamy disorientation, as if one were immersed in a vivid experience. I previously misunderstood, thinking that its effect was to evoke emotions. Little did I realize that this phrase subtly informed the user that this substance would induce hallucinations. Moreover, I made another error by miscalculating the dosage, nearly leading to a serious situation. Thus, I must bear the consequences. However, what I never anticipated was that the events of that night inadvertently forged a delicate bond of love between Huang Xiaotao and myself. Many years later, I reflect upon this ancestor who invented the acting in a sinister manner technique with profound gratitude, although that is a tale for another time. I inquired of Wang Yuanzhao about what had transpired, and he recounted that Huang Xiaodao and I initially pretended to dine together, appearing as a genuine couple, only to suddenly clutch our heads, claiming to have headaches, and then we began to argue fervently. Wang Yuanzhao hesitated, unsure whether to awaken us. It was only when we truly came to blows that he intervened forcefully. A wave of apprehension washed over me. Fortunately, it was not a trio engaged in this sinister act, for otherwise we might have perished in the manner of the three deceased and with the peculiar masks upon our faces. It is likely that yet another inexplicable case would have been added to the police archives. At this moment, Huang Xiaodao had regained her composure and asked me, "Did you hear a strange sound just now?" I affirmed that I had. She then turned to Wang Yuanzhao, who, apparently, had heard nothing, indicating that the sound had emerged at the time of the incident. The sudden and bizarre headaches experienced by the family, followed by their drastic change in temperament, undoubtedly holds the key to this case. I pondered, contemplating that the potential cause of the madness afflicting this family of three might be. Just as I spoke, the little white mouse inside the cage suddenly began to squeal vehemently, shaking the cage with such fervor that it nearly toppled from the windowsill. I exclaimed in alarm, "This is not good. Something has entered. What does something imply?" Huang Xiaodao's face turned pale with fright. I picked up my phone from the ground and approached, and upon realizing the situation, we all gasped in unison. A trail of cat paw prints had mysteriously appeared on the flower beside the mouse cage, extending all the way to the staircase. I commanded, Huang Xiaotao, stay here. Uncle Wang and I will go after that cat. Huang Xiaotao protested. I refuse to remain alone in this eerie house. Wang Yuanzhao should stay behind while the two of us venture out. Reluctantly, I acquiesced. After stepping outside with Huang Xiaodao, we glanced around. The old street was devoid of streetlights, illuminated only by the faint glow from the residents' homes, rendering it pitch black at night. I intended for us to split up in our search. Suddenly, Huang Xiaodao grasped my arm. Let us stick together. What if something happens? I had initially thought that splitting up would yield greater efficiency, but fearing the possibility of actual danger, I agreed. At one end of the old street lay the main road, while the other led to a narrow alley. I surmised that the cat was more likely to have fled into the alley, so I began my search in that direction. As we walked, I suddenly noticed that Huang Xiaodao had been holding onto my arm. Was this not rather overly intimate? As I lowered my gaze, she too became aware of the situation, hastily retracting her hand and stammering, "Please don't misunderstand, I'm not scared." I couldn't tell if it was merely my imagination, but Huang Xiaodao suddenly appeared somewhat peculiar. Did I frighten you? Should I perhaps make amends? Upon uttering this phrase, I felt my face flush deeply, reaching all the way to my ears. Goodness, how could I feel so bashful in front of Huang Xiaodao? I had always regarded her as a partner. Huang Xiaodao lowered her head and remained silent for a while. I was concerned something was amiss. To my astonishment, when I glanced at her, her face was even redder than mine. Her skin was already exquisitely smooth and fair, and the two blushes blooming on her porcelain-like cheeks resembled the delicate hue of translucent jade, exuding a unique charm. I couldn't discern whether she was angry or embarrassed. Suddenly, she shot me a fierce glare and declared, "No need, thank you," before striding ahead. Confusion enveloped me. What had I done to provoke her? Truly, the complexities of a woman's heart are more inscrutable than 100 enigmas. We arrived at a narrow alley, when abruptly my phone's light began to flicker. It seemed the illumination had drained the battery rather swiftly. I inquired if Huang Xiaodao had brought her phone, to which she rummaged through her pocket and replied, "Oh no, I left it at home." Following that, the phone went dark, and we were left to navigate the darkness ahead. At that moment, I suddenly heard a sound of something rolling on the ground. I turned to see a little girl crouched there, playing with a yarn ball. Upon hearing our footsteps, she abruptly turned her head, her eyes gleaming with an eerie light. Chapter 60, à une ting d'apparition. As we approached, the girl rose to her feet, her gaze fixed upon us with palpable hostility. Her attire was neat and tidy, hardly befitting a street urchin. She wore a pink frock, white stockings, and children's shoes. Her hair gathered in a ponytail. I observed a ghastly, pale luminescence emanating from her irises, her pupils inky black, the contrast so stark it seemed almost otherworldly. We stood in silent confrontation, an impasse lasting perhaps 5 or 6 seconds, before Huang Xiaodao ventured, "Little girl, what are you doing here all alone?" No sooner had the words left her lips than the girl turned and fled. We exchanged glances and gave chase. The alleyway was shrouded in darkness, and the ancient flagstones underfoot were uneven and riddled with potholes. Fortunately, my eyes of the abyss granted me effortless night vision. However, Huang Xiaodao, lacking my preternatural ability to see in the dark, stumbled on a protruding stone and cried out as she began to fall. I swiftly turned to support her, but the momentum of her run, combined with her full weight, caused her to lurch against me, nearly knocking me off my feet. I braced myself, narrowly maintaining our balance, but my hands landed in a rather compromising position upon her fourth rib, or rather, her bosom. Huang Xiaodao recoiled as if startled, like a frightened bird, and hastily pushed me away. My immediate reaction was to apologize, but before I could utter a word of contrition, I was met with a slap across the face. Yet, the blow was delivered with such gentleness, barely more than a touch upon my cheek, leaving me utterly bewildered. Was she truly angry, or was this something else entirely? "What do you think you're putting your hands, you scoundrel?" Huang Xiaodao exclaimed. "Hey, it wasn't intentional, and I'm in the process of apologizing, all right?" I responded. Huang Xiaodao glared at me, but this wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. Pursuing the suspicious young girl was paramount. As I was about to depart, Huang Xiaodao stomped her foot and cried out, "Hey, are you just going to leave me here? What is it now?" I inquired. "I can't see. Take my hand." With that, she extended her hand. I hesitated for a moment before grasping it and continuing our pursuit. Huang Xiaodao's hand was soft and smooth, a delightful sensation that caused my heart to flutter once more. Huang Xiaodao muttered from behind, "Your emotional intelligence is truly beyond redemption." "What did I do this time?" I said ruefully. "No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. You deserve to be single." Huang Xiaodao pouted, "As if you have a boyfriend." Suddenly, I received a kick to the rear. Huang Xiaodao, while being led by the hand, managed to kick me from behind. One can only imagine the contortion required for such a feat, one that only a trained individual could accomplish. After running for a while, I spotted the young girl's swaying figure. Huang Xiaodao, hearing the footsteps, shouted, "Stop right there." The girl turned around and opened her mouth, emitting a menacing snarl. Her demeanor and movements were reminiscent of a cat. She suddenly lunged at me, baring her claws. I was forced to release Huang Xiaodao's hand and reach out to intercept her paws. The girl's nails were sharp, leaving several bloody scratches on the back of my hand. Her frenzied assault was more than I could handle. At that juncture, Huang Xiaodao brandished her firearm, aiming it directly at the suspect, and commanded, "Halt, or I shall discharge this weapon." The girl, momentarily taken aback, subsequently rolled her eyes back and collapsed to the ground. In the instant of her descent, I perceived a shadowy form flitting from her person onto the adjacent courtyard wall, though the apparition was so indistinct that even my clairvoyant eyes struggled to capture it. "Why the cessation of activity? Has she absconded?" Huang Xiaodao inquired. "She has merely fainted," I responded. "What is the meaning of this charade? Did we frighten her into unconsciousness?" Huang Xiaodao expressed, somewhat perplexed. I approached and examined the girl's eyelids, noting that her pupils no longer possessed the stark contrast of black and white they had previously exhibited. Subsequently, I observed a school badge affixed to her chest. Estimating the girl's age to be approximately 12 or 13 years, I conjectured, could it be that she is the daughter of the deceased? Regardless of her identity, we cannot abandon her here unattended. "Let's carry her away," Huang Xiaotao asserted. "I shall carry her?" I queried, gesturing towards myself. Huang Xiaodao chuckled derisively. "Are you not a male?" My intent was to convey that the alleyway was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, necessitating that you guide me by the hand, a situation that would entail tiresome explanations, compelling me to swallow my objections. A thought suddenly occurred to me, and I retrieved a small packet of finely milled flour from my pocket. I puffed the flour onto the spot where the girl had been standing, revealing a series of footprints. These were undoubtedly left by the girl. Subsequently, I directed a puff of flour towards the wall, upon which a succession of feline paw prints became distinctly visible. Unable to discern the details in the darkness, Huang Xiaotao inquired as to the nature of my activities. I shared my discovery with her. "What more feline paw prints?" Huang Xiaodao gasped, audibly inhaling a sharp breath. "Indeed, it resembles what we discovered within the house," I responded. Huang Xiaodao, biting her finger, remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that this case is beyond the realm of human perpetration. No, I firmly believe there exists a murderer," I declared as I lifted the girl into my arms. The 12-year-old little girl was not excessively heavy. Huang Xiaodao grasped my clothing from behind as we departed the alley. Upon returning to the crime scene, I instructed her to summon Wang Yuanzhao, for there was little else to investigate here. It was time to return to the police station. Huang Xiaodao ascended for a brief moment and returned with Wang Yuanzhao, also bringing down 2 small white mice. She chuckled. "These 2 little fellows have managed to evade your antics twice. We should find a place to release them. These laboratory mice lack survival skills. Releasing them would be tantamount to condemning them to death. Perhaps you should take them home and care for them," I suggested. "Sure, after all, I am a rat in the zodiac," Huang Xiaotao nodded. "So, you are 3 years older than I am," I exclaimed in surprise. Huang Xiaodao shot me a glare. "You have no manners. Do not make wild guesses about a girl's age." Puzzled, I counted on my fingers. "I am a tiger, you are a rat." "Isn't that quite evident? Are you suggesting you are 15 years my senior? You are courting death," she threatened, raising her delicate fist. We entered the vehicle, placing the girl in the back seat. Along the way, Huang Xiaodao inquired, Song Yang, what was it you said about the reason the deceased family of 3 went mad? It was likely due to some form of magnetic field interference. At that moment, the entire family simultaneously perceived a strange sound, which should not have been a true auditory phenomenon, but rather a direct influence on the human body's magnetic field. It is akin to placing a mobile phone near an open microwave, where interference is inevitable, I explained patiently. Can magnetic fields truly drive one to madness? Huang Xiaodao expressed her skepticism. Indeed, the human body comprises numerous minute magnetic fields, and proximity to a powerful magnetic field can induce endocrine disruptions, emotional instability, and amplify negative sentiments to an alarming extent. Have you ever heard of biological tides? During the full moon, the moon's gravitational pull influences the Earth's magnetic field, resulting in a 3-fold increase in animal suicides during this period, I stated. Huang Xiaotao remarked, no wonder foreigners believe in werewolves transforming under a full moon. It appears this notion is not entirely superstitious and possesses a certain scientific basis. I mused. My conjecture is merely based on my knowledge. Yet the entire case could also be interpreted through another lens. What? The mischief of monsters. I uttered nonchalantly. Huang Xiaotao gasped. The mischief of monsters? My knowledge of such entities is limited. Thus, I decided to call the youngest. As soon as the call connected, his cheeky voice floated through, Xiao Song Song. Why have you not contacted me for so long? Have you missed me? A shiver ran down my spine. Youngest, could you do me a favor? Certainly, he replied immediately. I instructed him to explore various paranormal forums, seeking folklore related to cats, and to identify any credible legends concerning malevolent cat spirits, selecting a few authentic tales to email me by tomorrow. That crafty rascal Lao Yao would never offer assistance without expecting something in return. He immediately began to negotiate terms. What's in it for me, then? The usual, I replied, 1,000 yuan for your trouble. He retorted, that won't do. I heard that Dali accompanied you on your last venture, didn't lift a finger, and still walked away with 9,000 yuan. I'm putting in a considerable amount of effort here, and you're offering me a mere 1,000? That's hardly equitable. So you favor Dali over me. Hearing Lao Yao's seductive voice, I nearly choked, ready to cough up blood all over the windshield. Chapter 61. A benevolent deception. I was vexing myself over how to negotiate terms with Lao Yao when Huang Xiaotao snatched the phone from my grasp. I am Song Yang's partner, Officer Huang Xiaodao. You're Lao Yao, correct? If you're willing to assist us, you shall have all the bonus money I receive upon solving this case. Lao Yao was overjoyed. Officer Huang, you are exceedingly generous. Very well, I'll investigate immediately. Huang Xiaodao then terminated the call, tossing the phone back to me with a flourish. I exclaimed in astonishment, Heavens, you're far too magnanimous. Lao Yao is merely surfing the web for information, and you're giving him your entire bonus? Huang Xiaodao winked at me. You missed a crucial word. I said the bonus I receive. How much is issued is the concern of those above. How much I receive is my own prerogative. Perhaps I'll only take a few hundred, or perhaps I'll decline it entirely. After being a police officer for so long, I'm more than capable of outmaneuvering such a callow youth. I was genuinely impressed. Huang Xiaodao's strategy was profoundly cunning. Huang Xiaotao inquired, this person speaks in an affected manner. Is this the gay bar you mentioned previously? He doesn't admit it, but our classmates all believe he is, I replied. Then, are you also fond of men? Huang Xiaodao queried. I declared solemnly, how could you harbor such a preposterous misconception? Huang Xiaodao muttered, oh, that puts my mind at ease. At ease? At ease about what? I was utterly bewildered. Upon returning to the police station, I remarked, it's so late. Group leader Liao has likely left work. There seems to be a hospital nearby. Perhaps we should take this young lady there. Agreed. Huang Xiaodao started the car and drove to the hospital, where Wang Yuanchao carried the little girl inside. The doctor conducted an examination and found that the child was not physically ill. Her condition was primarily due to excessive fright and malnutrition. The doctor inquired who her guardian was. Huang Xiaodao presented her police badge, and the doctor ceased further questioning. He administered a nutritional injection, set up a glucose drip, and assigned a hospital room for the girl to rest. Wang Yuanchao stepped outside for a smoke, and I took a seat beside Huang Xiaodao. No sooner had I settled than she abruptly changed her position. I silently pondered whether she harbored any grievances against me this evening. Huang Xiaodao glanced up at the chandelier and casually remarked, "No." I suspected it was related to the incident in the alley earlier, but I knew that bringing it up again would only provoke her ire. After much contemplation, I devised what I believed to be a conciliatory offer and said to her, "Once we return to Nanjing City, allow me to treat you to something to eat. I know a delightful pizza place." "No need, thank you," Huang Xiaodao replied coldly. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the hospital room, and we rushed in to find the girl awake, crying for her parents. Huang Xiaodao stepped forward, reaching out to stroke the child's head, but the little girl curled up in a ball, trembling slightly, her large, dark eyes brimming with tears, and glistening droplets clinging to her long eyelashes, resembling a frightened fawn. "Do not be afraid. We are police officers," Huang Xiaodao said gently. Upon hearing the word police, the girl began to wail, "Police Annie, has something really happened to my mommy and daddy?" Huang Xiaodao nodded, while the young girl, clutching a pillow, wept inconsolably. Once her tears had subsided, Huang Xiaodao posed a few simple inquiries, revealing that the girl was Huang Yuanyuan, the daughter of the deceased. A couple of days prior, she had attempted to contact her parents, only to find that their phones were unreachable. In her concern, she turned to relatives for clarification, but they spoke in vague terms, leading her to suspect that something was amiss at home. Consequently, she hastily departed from her school, which was quite distant, and, after a lengthy journey, she arrived to find her house shrouded in darkness, marked with a seal. She faintly heard noises from upstairs, as if several intruders were engaged in some nefarious activity within her home. At this moment, Huang Xiaodao and I exchanged glances, realizing that when the girl had returned, we were on the second floor, enacting our murderous play, which she had misconstrued as the actions of villains. Naturally, faced with the sorrowful child, we could not smile nor interrupt her with explanations. After a moment of hesitation at the door, she noticed a sleek black cat gracefully traversing the neighbor's rooftop before leaping on her balcony and slipping through a broken window on the second floor. The cat paused momentarily, casting a glance back at her with its deep, mesmerizing eyes, and she sensed that this feline was rather extraordinary. Shortly thereafter, the black cat emerged from the front door, suddenly pouncing onto her, after which she lost consciousness and awoke to find herself in a hospital. A black cat? I pondered. Could it be that the peculiar black cat intruded upon our deliberations of the murder case, causing us to lose our composure? Or perhaps it was merely attracted to the little white mouse. After voicing my thoughts, the young girl tearfully inquired, "How did my parents and grandmother die? Please, do not deceive me." "They." Huang Xiaodao hesitated and cast a glance at me, presenting this challenging dilemma. A gas leak. The three of them did not turn off the gas properly while dining together, and they departed simultaneously, though they suffered no pain, I fabricated. "Can I see them?" the girl implored, gazing at me with pleading eyes. I shook my head. "I'm truly sorry, but the bodies have already been examined by the forensic experts. Seeing them would only cause you more sorrow." The young girl buried her face in the pillow and continued to weep. Such a tragedy is unbearable for anyone, let alone a little girl. Huang Xiaodao seemed poised to ask further questions, but I gestured for her to hold off for the moment, and so we retreated outside. Huang Xiaodao stole a glance at me. "I wouldn't have guessed. You possess a certain kindness." I replied, "The truth of her parents' demise cannot remain concealed. I could only utter a benevolent falsehood. Are we to stand vigil here all night? If so, we shan't pursue the case tomorrow." Huang Xiaodao shrugged. "I shall summon 2 officers to take turns keeping watch, and tomorrow we will find a way to reach out to her relatives," I declared. In the WeChat group of the Special Investigation Team, I announced that there was an urgent task at hand, to care for the deceased daughter at the hospital, offering a personal bonus for any who could assist. Huang Xiaodao observed me typing nearby, furrowing her brow and exclaiming, "What overtime paid as a penniless student like you receive? Do you enjoy being taken advantage of?" I countered, "If one requires assistance, it is only reasonable to offer some form of compensation, is it not? Rewards come in various forms. Sometimes, a simple compliment suffices." With a swift motion, Huang Xiaodao snatched my phone and deleted my previous message, quickly typing a new one that promised a day off if they came in tomorrow. Once sent, several police officers eagerly expressed their willingness to assist. Huang Xiaodao returned my phone and smugly declared, "Learn from me." While waiting, I took the opportunity to look up the phone number of the young lady's school and called to inform them that she was currently with the police. Approximately half an hour later, 2 police officers arrived in haste. I specifically instructed them that if the young lady inquired, they should inform her that her parents and grandmother had perished due to carbon monoxide poisoning, to prevent my well-meaning deception from being uncovered. Huang Xiaodao added, all medical, lodging, transportation, and meal expenses will be reimbursed. Just remember to keep the receipts. I will arrange for Team Leader Liao to handle the reimbursement. Chapter 62. The Financial Spirit Cat. By the time we returned to the hotel, it was already past 9. Wang Dali's cold had improved somewhat. He was alone in the hotel room, watching television, and was utterly bored. His excitement at my return was palpable. This day had truly exhausted me. I boiled water for a bath, and after finishing, I lay comfortably on the bed, indulging in a bit of television. As I flipped through the channels, I stumbled upon a romantic drama, something I had never cared to watch before. At that moment, the plot unfolded with the male and female protagonists accidentally falling and sharing an unintentional kiss. Wang Dali burst into laughter, exclaiming, "How cliché! The screenwriters must not use their brains at all. Why do I never encounter such fortuitous events in my life?" I inquired, "Do you think that if something like this were to happen in real life, the girl would be annoyed?" "Absolutely," Wang Dali replied. A wave of despondence washed over me, though I couldn't quite articulate why. Yet, Wang Dali continued thoughtfully, "However, there are exceptional circumstances." "How so?" I perked up at this. He recounted a story from high school about a friend of his who had an amusing encounter. During a playful scuffle, a girl inadvertently sat on him. It was summer, and she was wearing a dress, which led to an unavoidable physiological reaction from a boy. The ensuing embarrassment was palpable. Their classmates relentlessly teased them, bestowing upon the boy the nickname Chair Guy. To everyone's astonishment, after some time, it was discovered that the two had actually developed feelings for one another. After sharing this tale, Wang Dali gazed up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, expressing his melancholy. That guy was handsome. People said he resembled Takashi Kaneshiro. He was tall and excelled at basketball. It's utterly unfair. Handsome men can effortlessly charm the ladies, even with a hint of mischief. I swept my damp hair back after a shower and inquired, "Dali, what do you think of my appearance?" Wang Dali gazed at me for a moment before replying. With a little grooming, "You resemble that young heartthrob, Lu Han, but what?" I questioned. "I suspect all your skill points have gone into intelligence, leaving your emotional quotient at a complete 0, or perhaps even negative," Wang Dali assessed with utmost seriousness. I frowned, troubled by the commonality of such remarks. "You probably don't realize this, but in our sophomore year, Shally from our class had feelings for you, and you were utterly oblivious. Later, she ended up with a fellow from the physical education department, leaving everyone lamenting your oversight." I was taken aback. I had always believed myself cursed to remain single until the age of 25. The notion that I had once attracted affection was astonishing. How could I have missed that? Every time she saw me, she would glare, and once, when we crossed paths on the stairs, I attempted to greet her, but she turned and fled. I thought she disliked me. "Please, display a bit of emotional intelligence. Girls only act out when they have feelings for you," Wang Dali imparted his wisdom. "Why is that?" I inquired. "Because girls are shy and find it difficult to admit their feelings, often blushing at the mere sight of you." Realization dawned upon me. It seemed quite plausible. Wang Dali stared at the ceiling, a melancholic expression gracing his features. I used to socialize extensively with the girls in our class, intending to cast a wide net and cultivate meaningful connections. Unexpectedly, in the end, they all ended up with other boys, leaving me as the solitary one. It turned out they had always regarded me as merely a sister. I remarked, "It's all right. You still have me, don't you?" Wang Dali reached out and patted me, filled with emotion, exclaiming, "Good brother." As I lay down, I pondered Wang Dali's words repeatedly. Girls only bicker with you when they have feelings for you. Considering Wang Dali's reputation as a relationship expert, could there be truth in his statement? After much internal conflict, I found myself uncertain about the very source of my turmoil. Finally, with a deep sigh, I counted over 100 sheep before gradually drifting off to sleep. The following morning, Huang Xiaodao announced in the project group's WeChat chat that consultant Song was treating everyone to breakfast, which elicited a chorus of cheers. She privately messaged me, assuring, "Don't worry, I'll cover the breakfast expenses." Huang Xiaodao indeed possesses a remarkable talent for managing people. Yesterday, we employed a group of police officers as laborers, and today she offers them little perks, treating the dozen or so members of the project team to some soy milk and fried dough sticks, which hardly cost a fortune. When it comes to dealing with the deceased, I have more experience. However, I concede that she is more adept with the living. She then inquired, "Song Yang, what would you like to eat?" I replied, "Anything is fine." She responded, "Anything from where?" Followed by an emoticon depicting a bloodied knife. I suggested, "How about soy milk and fried dough sticks?" "I'm okay with anything." I checked my email and found that the youngest member had indeed uncovered some information, revealing that in ancient times, certain individuals secretly worshipped cat spirits. These spirits are, in fact, the vengeful souls of cats that have passed away, with black cats possessing the strongest spiritual essence. The cat demon incessantly siphons the life essence from its master, exhibiting a temperament akin to that of a cat, playful yet obstinately untamable. Should one falter in their devotion, it could result in the demise of the devotee. However, upon successful taming, its prowess surpasses that of even a fox spirit. The devotee can wield the cat demon to cast a curse upon another. Initially, the afflicted experiences piercing pain in their limbs, which then disseminates throughout their entire body, ultimately reaching the heart. When the sensation of needles pricks the heart, the cursed individual shall cough up blood and perish, with all their possessions consequently transferring to the devotee's abode. Thus, the cat demon is also referred to as the wealth-transferring spirit cat. Moreover, the youngest sibling has unearthed various legends surrounding the Jinhua cat. Like the cat demon, the Jinhua cat is domesticated by humans, yet it is a living feline, typically a black cat, which can transform into a creature of the supernatural after 3 years of care. Jinhua cats often perch atop roofs in the dead of night, mouths agape towards the moon, absorbing its essence, retreating to slumber upon the dawn's arrival. They possess the ability to beguile others, shape-shifting with ease. If the target is a woman, they transform into a handsome man, while if the target is a man, they take the form of a beautiful woman. At times, the Jinhua cat may infiltrate homes, contaminating the water that humans consume with its urine. Those who drink this tainted water will gradually weaken, ultimately succumbing to illness. In such instances, one must cover the afflicted with a green garment and vigilantly observe through the night. If, by dawn, a layer of cat fur appears upon the garment, it is the work of the Jinhua cat. The remedy lies in enlisting an experienced hunter to bring a few wolfhounds to capture the cat. Upon capture, its skin must be swiftly removed to prevent its transformation. The patient, upon consuming the cat's flesh, shall find restoration to health. If the afflicted is a man, he should consume the flesh of a female cat. If a woman, the flesh of a male cat. Otherwise, the patient shall soon meet his demise. Furthermore, he uncovered a peculiar murder case from a decade ago, where a young man, merely 20 years of age, was discovered lifeless in his abode, his physique resembling that of an elderly man. The police unearthed a broken cat-shaped sculpture in his residence, which contained strands of black cat fur. According to the aforementioned theory, it appears that this man had failed in his offerings to the wealth-transferring spirit cat, resulting in a backlash. I pondered, recognizing that there exists a discernible chasm between legend and reality. Considering the myriad clues at hand, it seems plausible that the wealth-transferring spirit cat and the Jinhua cat may indeed be one and the same. While the deceased bore no marks of needle pricks, the extraordinary circumstances surrounding his death and the subsequent transfer of assets align perfectly with the legend. What truths lie concealed behind the wealth-transferring spirit cat? Is it a matter of biological magnetism or the malevolence of a vengeful spirit? I cannot say for certain, yet I shall not falter in my pursuit, for whether it be a dagger or an accursed sculpture, they are mere instruments. It is the wielder of the instruments who is the true perpetrator. In other words, the individual who reaped substantial benefit from both murders is the genuine mastermind behind the curtain. Chapter 63. Locking in the murderer after a short while. Huang Xiaodao knocked on the door. Seeing her impeccably dressed, I was taken aback and remarked, "You're quite quick. I thought it took girls half an hour to get ready." "Foolish. I was worried you would be waiting, so I got up early to dress," Huang Xiaodao replied. "All right, give me 5 minutes." I swiftly donned my clothes and, with Wang Dali, removed the room key before stepping outside. Wang Dali greeted, "Sister Xiaodao, you look stunning today." "Of course. When am I not beautiful?" Huang Xiaodao said with a hint of vanity. "Have you recovered from your cold?" "Naturally. My body is as sturdy as iron. A mere cold cannot bring me down." Wang Dali responded. Huang Xiaodao knocked on Wang Yuanchao's door. He opened it, clad in a sleeveless shirt that accentuated his muscular physique, with a hint of dark chest hair peeking out. A holstered gun hung from his side, one hand resting on the doorframe while the other held a silver flask. Sipping from it, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His stubbled chin, well-defined muscles, and brooding gaze made him resemble a character from spy film. Huang Xiaodao chided, "Smoking and drinking so early in the morning? No wonder your wife left you." Unfazed, Wang Yuanchao took a drag from his cigarette, sipped his drink, and closed the door. 5 minutes later, he emerged, fully dressed. Wang Dali remarked, "After spending the last couple of days together, I've realized that Uncle Wang is actually quite cool. Beware of overly cool men. They're often unreliable. If you have the time, inquire about his tumultuous love life, and it will surely reshape your understanding of him." Huang Xiaodao cautioned. Wang Dali nonchalantly remarked, "Sister Xiaodao, I am the most genuine person. Do you find me reliable?" Huang Xiaodao cast him a sidelong glance and retorted, "A useless man is even less dependable." Wang Dali, feeling a wave of despondency, inquired further, "Then what type do you think Song Yang is? Is he trustworthy?" Huang Xiaodao gazed at me with a hint of melancholy, causing my cheeks to flush, and then she coldly replied, "I have no idea." After the four of us departed from the hotel, I recounted the information that the youngest had uncovered. Wang Dali expressed his astonishment, saying, "A cursed murder? How are we supposed to solve this case?" "We will figure it out," Huang Xiaodao pondered. "The crucial question is, how do we convict the suspect?" Indeed, there is no provision in the law that deems cursing another person as a crime. Otherwise, those who curse on the streets would fill the prisons to capacity. I stated, "This curse has been proven to exist. We cannot allow others to continue suffering. I believe we should consult Director Chung. Special cases require special handling." Huang Xiaodao nodded in agreement. "That's true, but since we have personally experienced this, we are inclined to believe it. If the police hear about a cursed murder, their morale will undoubtedly waver." I reassured them, saying it was of no concern, as the method by which this wealth-transferring spirit cat commits murder can be succinctly summarized. First, the perpetrator must place it in the victim's home. Secondly, it will only act at a specific time. And finally, to conceal the truth, the perpetrator removes it afterward. Although it is a curse, it is not as ethereal and whimsical as one might imagine, allowing indiscriminate killing at will. This curse possesses a defined scope and scientific principles. The human factors in this case remain substantial, and there are still clues to pursue. Furthermore, I do not intend to fully disclose the matter of the curse, lest, as Huang Xiaodao has mentioned, it undermines the morale of our team. We convened in the conference room on the second floor of the police station, where the breakfast ordered by Huang Xiaodao had already arrived. Everyone gathered around the table to partake in the meal, and I noticed that team leader Liao was also present. Upon our arrival, a palpable tension filled the room, but I waved my hand dismissively, encouraging them to eat and discuss simultaneously. First, we summarized the clues. The two officers on duty at the hospital last night reported that the young girl was emotionally stable and that her aunt came to take her home early this morning. Additionally, someone uncovered various business dealings of the deceased, although the clues were rather disorganized and lacked significant relevance. Bai Dao then investigated some leads concerning Yujun, a product manager at a company primarily engaged in the production of imported electronic goods, which are then labeled as imports and sold worldwide, achieving considerable success domestically. The male victim in this case was a long-term business partner of this company, and Yujun stated that there was an outstanding payment for a batch of goods that had not been settled, which, due to the intermediary nature of their transaction, would naturally be directed to him following the victim's demise. I inquired of Bai E Dao. Have you met him in person? Bai E Dao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I have. Were all the claims he made verified? Bai E Dao languidly leaned back in his chair, remarking, I spent the entire day yesterday investigating. Yu Jun is a manager with a hectic schedule. I waited outside his factory for half the day, only to be met with a mouthful of dust before finally encountering him. By the time the investigation concluded, it was already evening, leaving me no time to verify anything. I furrowed my brow slightly and decided that I would personally seek out Yu Jun later. As Bai E Dao was reporting, a police officer appeared astonished, seemingly on the verge of sharing something significant. I inquired whether he had discovered any new information. He responded, Consultant Song, didn't you ask me yesterday to investigate the vacant house across from the deceased? What is it? I pressed. The tenant's name is also Yu Jun, the officer replied. My eyes brightened. How long has he been renting? The landlord stated he had rented for a month, but after the incident, he felt it was inauspicious and vacated the premises, forfeiting his 2,000 yuan deposit. On what day did he vacate? I asked, excitement surging through me. The day after the incident, the officer answered. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. At last, the case had found a breakthrough. Although the details remained somewhat nebulous, it was undoubtedly a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Everyone displayed expressions of exhilaration, yet I noticed a flicker of doubt cross Bai E Dao's face. Could it be that this fellow was concealing something from me? At that moment, Team Leader Liao raised his hand and said, Song Yang, there is something I'm uncertain whether I should disclose. Please, go ahead, I nodded in encouragement. The name Yu Jun struck me as familiar. Suddenly, I recalled his connection to the previous homicide case. He had some relation to the deceased, yet he was initially cleared during the preliminary investigation, as it was deemed impossible for him to be the perpetrator. Team Leader Liao elucidated, what sort of relationship? I inquired. Yu Jun was a rival of the male victim from the last case, both vying for the position of product manager. After the unfortunate incident befell the victim's family, it was only natural that Yu Jun ascended to that position. Subsequently, we traced his movements before and after the crime. He possesses an irrefutable alibi, leading me to conclude that this was merely a coincidence. I pressed further, but do you still consider it a coincidence, given the occurrence of two such incidents? Team Leader Liao fell silent for a moment, and I continued. Both cases exhibit irregularities. The methods employed by the assailant were neither knives nor firearms, nor even poison. In fact, they transcend our understanding. I believe. I paused, surveying the astonished faces around me, before declaring, I believe that the modus operandi involves a certain biological magnetic field capable of driving individuals to madness. A commotion erupted in the room, as the officers murmured among themselves before finally quieting down. I recounted the events of my deductions regarding the homicide from the previous night, as well as the intriguing information I had gleaned from the thief Zhang Luer concerning a mysterious sculpture. Various indications pointed towards Yu Jun as the apparent culprit. He possessed a sculpture that could drastically alter a person's temperament. Furthermore, he had been residing directly across from the victim's home, keeping watch, which suggests that Yu Jun might not have complete control over that enigmatic sculpture. Subsequently, he stealthily entered the deceased's residence and absconded with the murder weapon. I surmised that it was precisely after the incident that the neighbors, in a frenzy, rushed into the victim's home, providing him the perfect opportunity to exploit the chaos. Upon concluding my hypothesis, the atmosphere was electric, akin to a boiling cauldron, as the officers animatedly engaged in discussion. However, Bai E Dao remained restless, his demeanor betraying a deep-seated anxiety. I suddenly inquired, Bai E Dao, what are your thoughts on this matter? In nothing, he stammered, scratching his nose in an attempt to mask his discomfort. What mysterious sculpture? Consultant Song, your assertions seem rather fanciful. An inkling stirred within me. I sensed that this fellow harbored some hidden motives. Chapter 64. You are lying. A police officer raised his hand and inquired. You claim that a mysterious sculpture is at play, but why was there no discovery made in the previous case? At that time, the entire room was in a state of lockdown, and the police arrived immediately after the crime occurred. It would have been impossible for an outsider to intrude. The answer is evidently singular. Someone within the police force is aiding the perpetrator. Yet, I chose not to provoke any suspicion at this moment and replied, "I do not know." Upon uttering these words, the commotion intensified. I waited for them to quiet down before continuing. The previous case was not under my purview, and there are numerous details I have yet to fully comprehend. However, I am certain that June utilized some method to remove the sculpture from the scene. I emphasized the phrase "from the scene," keenly observing by Dao's expression. Another officer, visibly concerned, remarked, "If the suspect employs such unconventional methods of murder, could our investigation into this case be life-threatening?" A chorus of agreement followed. After all, police officers are human beings who do not wish to sacrifice themselves without cause. I reassured them, saying, "There is no need for concern on this matter. The case has become clearer, and the remaining investigation will be entrusted to our quartet. The others shall remain here on standby." I refer to their standby status, akin to granting them a holiday, which elicited a sense of relief among the group. I then declared the meeting adjourned. Huang Xiaodao expressed her approval, saying, "You are quite organized. I find you to be entirely different when you are serious. Especially handsome. Wouldn't you agree?" I responded with a smile. "You vain creature." Huang Xiaodao laughed in return. "By the way, could you locate Team Leader Liao for me and request a certain item?" I added. "He just stepped out. Should I go find him now?" Huang Xiaodao inquired. "No. Wait a moment. It is preferable to meet him alone. I require the complete list of personnel from the task force handling the case." "All right." Huang Xiaodao nodded. I then turned to Wang Yuanzhao and asked, "Uncle Wang, how proficient are you in surveillance?" He replied nonchalantly, "I once spent 30 days undercover in Myanmar to apprehend a major drug lord. Not to mention tracking a person, I could follow a dog without being detected." "That is excellent. I have a special task for you. Today, you are to shadow by Dao, meticulously documenting where he goes and whom he meets." I instructed. Wang Yuanzhao nodded, and Huang Xiaodao queried, "What is the matter, Song Yang? Do you suspect there is a mole within the task force?" "There's a possibility," I whispered. Wang Dali exclaimed, "Oh no." An internal conflict, I shot him a glare, as the police officers had not yet departed, fearing his indiscreet remarks would divulge critical information. Wang Dali quickly amended, "Have you all tried the Noe ramen?" "What is that?" I asked. "It's an extremely spicy and exhilarating type of Japanese ramen. So fiery it makes one question life itself." Wang Dali rambled on. "Is that so? I adore spicy food. I'll have to give it a try later," Huang Xiaodao remarked. Once the police had all vacated, Huang Xiaodao and Wang Yuanzhao proceeded on their respective paths, while Wang Dali and I waited outside. Before long, Huang Xiaodao emerged, holding 2 sheets of paper. "These are the lists of the task force for the 2 cases." Upon receiving the documents, I observed that 3 individuals were involved in both cases: Team Leader Liao by Dao and Luo Weiwei. With a clearer understanding, I folded the papers and tucked them into my pocket, resolving to meet with June. We proceeded to the technology company where June was employed. Huang Xiaodao presented her police identification to the gatekeeper, requesting to see Manager Yu. The gatekeeper hesitated, explaining that Manager Yu was currently occupied and might not be available immediately. Exchanging glances with Huang Xiaodao, she declared that we would proceed directly inside. Unable to dissuade us, the gatekeeper watched as we entered the factory. Glancing back, I noticed him picking up the telephone to report our arrival, likely at June's prior instruction. After inquiring along the way, we arrived at a workshop where uniformed workers were assembling electronic products on a production line. Wang Dali, spotting the latest iPhone cases, exclaimed at the disparity between their market value and apparent abundance, musing about the possibility of pilfering a few. Huang Xiaodao dismissed his notion, pointing out the stringent security measures in place, including body searches for employees during shift changes. An individual, seemingly a supervisor, intercepted us, asserting that unauthorized personnel were prohibited from entering the workshop. Huang Xiaodao displayed her credentials, requesting that Manager Yu come out to speak with them. The supervisor's tone softened, but he maintained that Manager Yu was presently engaged and offered to assist us himself. Huang Xiaodao insisted on speaking with June directly. At that moment, a bespectacled man with a scholarly air, clad in a factory uniform, approached with a smile. "I am June. How may I assist you?" Huang Xiaodao nodded. "We are investigating a homicide and would like to gather some information from you." June furrowed his brow, 2 officers came yesterday with the same inquiry. I have already divulged all I know. Why is there a continued investigation? I have no involvement in this case. My association with Huang Yukai was merely a business acquaintance. We shared a few meals, but there was no close relationship. Huang Xiaodao inquired, "May we speak in private?" Yu Jun hesitated briefly, then conferred with his supervisor before leading them to a break room. He retrieved plastic cups from a cabinet to offer them water. I noticed several adhesive bandages on his fingers. Huang Xiaodao routinely asked, "How long have you known Huang Yukai?" Yu Jun settled into an executive chair. "Less than half a year." "What kind of business dealings did you have?" Yu Jun, with a hint of impatience, curled his lips. "Madam Officer, these questions were already posed yesterday. Is it necessary to repeat them? Please, just answer." Yu Jun recounted that he met Huang Yukai at a dinner party. Huang Yukai mentioned that a friend of his sold children's toys and wanted to place an order with Yu Jun for toy cars. Yu Jun's company was a large corporation that did not accept private orders. Huang Yukai repeatedly vouched for the deal and enlisted a broker to guarantee it. After much persuasion, Yu Jun relented and accepted a deposit of 1 million yuan to expedite the production of the goods. Who would have anticipated such misfortune befalling Huang Youcai's family? A transaction gone awry? Subsequently, Yu Jun sought counsel with the intermediary, proposing to withdraw funds from Huang Youcai's account, which, in truth, belonged to the company and was intended for employee salaries and material expenses, having no relation to him whatsoever. As he articulated these words, I keenly observed his demeanor and gestures. Once he finished speaking, Huang Xiaodao glanced at me, and I let out a derisive laugh. "He is lying." Yu Yun, edited, rose to his feet, asserting, "I speak nothing but the truth." I merely shook my head with indifference. No, the blood vessels in a person's nose are densely packed. When one lies, the brain must operate at high speed, concocting language, causing blood to rush to the head, resulting in a warm and itchy nose. You unconsciously touch your nose several times just now, undeniably indicating that you are lying. Yu Jun looked at me in astonishment, and Huang Xiaodao cleared her throat. "Manager Yu, lies are at stake. Please, speak the truth." "Very well." Yu Jun instinctively reached for his nose, but restrained himself. I collaborated with Huang Yukai in fabricating counterfeit Apple phones. He claimed that his company had long been assembling phones for Apple, taking components such as chips, circuit boards, and cameras imported from abroad, assembling them into phones, and applying Apple labels, selling them on the market for 6,000 or 7,000, portraying them as imports, while in reality, they were entirely domestically produced. With a cost of merely over 2,000, Huang Yukai recognized the enormous profits involved, stating that he had channels through which he could acquire chips and circuit boards, all of which were smuggled, and then assembled into phones through Yu Jun's company for sale. Although they are counterfeit goods, their quality is not significantly inferior. They function almost identically to the genuine ones. The first batch of imitation phones was produced swiftly, and Huang Yukai, leveraging his connections, quickly sold these counterfeit devices. The two had agreed on a profit-sharing arrangement of 70-30, but unexpectedly, Huang Yukai passed away. Yu Jun endured considerable difficulties before he could reclaim the sum that rightfully belonged to him. After Yu Jun recounted his tale, I shook my head and pointed at him, exclaiming, "You are still lying." Chapter 65. The arrogant Yu Jun. With a sudden motion, Yu Jun cast aside his cup. "Young man, are you here to provoke me? You claim to seek the truth, yet I have laid everything bare before you, and still you accuse me of deceit. Pray, enlighten me on the real circumstances." I replied, "You are more aware of the truth than we are. The evidence we currently possess is that Huang Yukai met an untimely demise, and a sum of 5 million has inexplicably transferred to your account." Huang Xiaodao interjected, "You just mentioned collaborating with Huang Yukai in fabricating phones. Do you have any proof?" Yu Jun scoffed, "Officer, in matters such as these, where is the evidence to be found? Our agreements were merely verbal, designed to safeguard us from external scrutiny. As for the merchandise, it has been sold, and perhaps you are even using one of our creations now," he said with a mocking tone. Huang Xiaodao retorted earnestly, "If that is the case, it seems you are leaving no witnesses. Moreover, the origins of your considerable wealth remain dubious. This alone is sufficient grounds for you to visit the police station." Yu Jun reclined in his chair, unabashedly declaring, "Let them come. I fear no one. I possess the means to cleanse my affairs." I pondered the audacity of Yujun, brazenly discussing money laundering in front of the police. However, he inadvertently divulged a crucial detail. The origins of this money were indeed questionable. I surmised that his dealings with the deceased were entirely fictitious. He had merely employed the wealth spirit cat to eliminate Huang's family and subsequently appropriated their assets. This, in essence, was no different from committing murder for financial gain. As a product manager, Yujun appeared to be living a glamorous life, but in reality, he was merely an employee working for his boss. And 5 million was a substantial sum of money for him. The first homicide was just a trial run, eliminating his rival. The second homicide was purely for illicit financial gain. The wealth-crossing spirit cat in his possession was becoming increasingly adept, and I suspect that if left unchecked, there would soon be more fatalities. I slipped my hand into my pocket, activated the recording function on my phone, and gave Huang Xiaotao a subtle glance. She questioned Yujun, "Now that you've divulged so much, perhaps you could be candid with us about the origin of this money?" Yujun chuckled. "Huang Yukai gifted it to me." "He gifted it to you after his demise?" Huang Xiaotao scoffed. "Please, as a law enforcement officer, how can you lack such rudimentary knowledge? He wrote me a check for 5 million. I cashed it, and naturally, his account was debited 5 million. Yujun responded, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Why would he give you money?" Huang Xiaotao pressed relentlessly. "He regarded me as a brother." Yujun replied. Huang Xiaotao scoffed. "He regarded you as a brother, yet you, as his brother, seem rather disreputable, renting a residence across from the deceased's home. After his incident, you showed no concern and promptly terminated the lease. To my understanding, you also pilfered an item from his residence." Yujun was slightly taken aback, perhaps not expecting us to have uncovered such details. However, he quickly regained his composure and forced a smile, saying, "So what? Whether I am a person of integrity or not is irrelevant. The fact remains that Huang Yukai delivered money to me. Perhaps he was suffering from some mental illness, and, after handing over the money, tragically took the lives of his entire family. How is that my concern?" Huang Xiaotao, in a fit of rage, slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "Yujun, you are a murderer driven by greed. Your sordid personal gain has led to the destruction of 2 families. Such a crime is beyond forgiveness." I had not anticipated Huang Xiaotao's sudden outburst, yet her fury shattered the prevailing stalemate. Yujun's demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming into one of chilling malevolence as he bared his gleaming teeth and sneered. "Murder for profit? Do you have any evidence? Feel free to ask anything or investigate as you please, but I advise you to act swiftly, as I am in the process of applying for immigration. In a few days, the Chinese authorities will no longer have jurisdiction over me." Huang Xiaotao clenched her fists tightly, and I genuinely feared she might strike Yujun. Thus, I interjected, "Do you truly believe we are unaware that you possess the wealth cat? From our recent encounter, I have nearly concluded that you are indeed the mastermind behind these heinous acts," and I uttered those words merely to test the waters. Yujun paused momentarily, then slowly began to applaud, saying, "Impressive, impressive. You are far more capable than the police who came before you, managing to uncover even this. But what does it matter? I declare this. Even if you are aware that I possess such an item, what can you possibly do to me?" We found ourselves momentarily speechless, astonished by his unexpected willingness to confess so readily. Yujun continued, "You have witnessed my methods. I can eliminate someone from a distance without even lifting a finger. Do not say I did not warn you. My patience has its limits. If you push me too far, it will be a mutual demise, and none shall reap the benefits." Having wasted too much time, he declared that he had work to attend to. As he openly threatened us, I noticed his foot was trembling, and I could not help but smirk. It became evident that he was merely posturing. The wealthy spirit cat is not so easily wielded. I do not believe such extraordinary abilities exist in this world. Utilizing the wealthy spirit cat undoubtedly comes at a cost and bears considerable limitations. After issuing his ultimatum, Yujun rose and exited the room. I remarked, "We have asked all that we needed. Let's depart." "Depart?" Wang Dali exclaimed, his eyes wide. "This scoundrel is so audacious. Should we not apprehend him? Come now, he has committed no crime, And with hundreds of people in this factory, if we attempt a forcible arrest, it could escalate, and we would find it difficult to escape, I explained. We had no choice but to temporarily retreat. But as we left, I swiftly tore a piece of stationery from the desk and wrapped the plastic cup June had discarded in it, slipping it into my pocket. Once outside the factory, I worried that Huang Xiaotao might be overly upset, but upon turning to comfort her, I found her expression calm, devoid of any signs of anger. Noticing my gaze, Huang Xiaotao smiled and asked, "Did I act convincingly just now?" "Good heavens, your anger was feigned," I exclaimed, taken aback. "I was truly frightened just now. Sister Xiaotao is quite the actress." Wang Dali gave a thumbs up in admiration. Huang Xiaotao tossed her hair and remarked, "Wasn't entirely an act." The thought of that young girl losing her parents last night did genuinely stir my anger. However, my outburst was intended to provoke him into revealing the truth. "By the way, Song Yang, did you record everything?" I produced my phone and replied, "Every last bit." Wang Dali was astonished. "When did you two develop the ability to communicate with just your eyes?" I was completely unaware. Huang Xiaotao smiled faintly. "That's what's called unspoken understanding." After we got into the car, I suggested to Huang Xiaotao that we shouldn't rush off just yet. I had noticed that June's hands were covered in numerous adhesive bandages. I surmised that the wealth-bestowing spirit cat-likely required its master's blood daily to be nourished. "We should tell June after he gets off work." Huang Xiaotao concurred, turned on the stereo, and played a soothing melody, leaning back in her seat to rest her eyes. Surveillance is a tedious and monotonous task. Wang Dali suddenly spoke up. "Actually, I think the most suitable person for this case would be that individual." "Who?" Huang Xiaotao and I asked simultaneously. "Zhang Jiulin," Wang Dali said with a mysterious air. "Your classmate?" I inquired. "No, I'm currently reading a novel called, and the protagonist is named Zhang Jiulin. I have a feeling that this wealth-bestowing spirit cat is an occult object mentioned in the book." I pondered, since there exist entities of shadowy nature in this world, it stands to reason that there are merchants of such wares as well. Perhaps we should seek the expertise of professionals to address this matter. Wang Dali stated with utmost seriousness. "Humph, do you truly believe in such fanciful tales?" I scoffed in disdain. Chapter 66. Teased by the policewoman while I was on surveillance. I placed a call to Director Chung to briefly update him on the current developments. After listening, Director Chung pondered for a moment and stated, "If the evidence is conclusive, the judicial authorities can issue an arrest warrant." I inquired, "Director Chung, can cursing someone to death be a basis for conviction?" After a brief silence, he replied, "It is quite difficult. Modern law relies on scientific evidence. Yet, as you mentioned, special circumstances warrant special consideration. If you can substantiate that the curse resulted in a death, I will guide you through the judicial process." He continued, "In fact, I have been a police officer for nearly 40 years and have encountered hundreds of cases. Some of these cases indeed contain elements that defy common logic. Personally, I trust your judgment." Overwhelmed with gratitude, I exclaimed, "Thank you, Director Chung. I will certainly bring the true culprit to justice." Director Chung cautioned, "Be exceedingly careful." "I will," I assured him before ending the call. After a while, Wang Dali mentioned he needed to use the restroom. Huang Xiaotao mocked him, saying he was as lazy as a donkey. Wang Dali retorted, "Come on, everyone has their needs. It's not something I can control." This area was rather desolate, with only the factory having a restroom, which we certainly could not use. I suggested he find a nearby thicket to resolve his predicament. While he was in the car, our idle chatter felt casual enough, but once he left, I suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere in the vehicle. With Huang Xiaotao and me being the only two occupants, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness. In an effort to mask my nervousness, I fiddled with the radio, searching for an appealing program. Huang Xiaotao began to play with the car's air conditioning switch, twisting it back and forth, producing a monotonous sound while her gaze drifted outside the window. How utterly awkward. Suddenly, Huang Xiaotao ceased her adjustments and beckoned with a finger. "Come here." "Huh?" She stretched her shoulders and remarked, "My shoulders are quite sore. I must have slept awkwardly last night. Could you give them a gentle massage?" "Oh." I nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Huang Xiaotao leaned into me, and my cheeks instantly flushed with warmth as I placed my hands on her shoulders, kneading them lightly. Due to her profession, Huang Xiaodao typically refrained from wearing makeup or perfume, yet she exuded a subtle fragrance reminiscent of freshly picked jasmine, likely the delicate scent unique to women. Blushing, I continued to massage for a moment until Huang Xiaodao complained, "Hey, did you skip breakfast? This leather jacket is too slippery. I can't apply enough pressure." I defended myself, saying, "All right, then I'll take off my jacket." With that, she reached for the zipper. "Wait," I exclaimed nervously. Huang Xiaodao looked at me in surprise and then laughed. "You, with your face all flushed, have you really never spent time alone with a girl before?" I awkwardly rubbed my face, pondering the situation. While I may lack romantic experience, wasn't it true that Huang Xiaodao had never dated either? Could this merely be a matter of differing personalities? At that moment, Huang Xiaodao had already shed her outer garment, revealing a simple white t-shirt that perfectly accentuated the graceful contours of her figure. Her skin, delicate and flawless, complemented her proportionate arms, ample bosom, and slender waist, forming an exquisite S-shaped silhouette that would undoubtedly evoke envy in many a model. She leaned her back close to me, nearly pressing against my chest, and the intoxicating fragrance of jasmine wafted more intensely in the air. I reached out to gently massage her shoulders, feeling the warmth of her body through the thin fabric. Huang Xiaodao's deltoids were both full and resilient, possibly even more robust than my own. Her physique, a result of regular exercise, was neither too slim nor too plump. Every aspect was perfectly balanced, with skin that was both refined and elastic, truly deserving of the title devilish figure. From my vantage point, I could glimpse the hint of her snow-white neckline and the alluring depth of her cleavage. A blush surged to my cheeks, spreading to the roots of my ears, and I instinctively applied a bit more pressure as she let out a soft gasp, exclaiming, "That feels wonderful. Don't stop." "Could you refrain from making such sounds?" I stammered awkwardly. "What is the matter? Feeling shy?" She tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "With you stuttering while talking to girls, how will you ever find a girlfriend? Mind your own business," I retorted, somewhat stiffly. Huang Xiaodao caught my gaze and teased, "You little rascal. You're not staring at my chest, are you?" "No, absolutely not," I vehemently denied. To my utter astonishment, Xiaodao Huang executed a gesture that could make one's blood boil. She cupped her bosom with both hands, gently hefting them, causing the cleavage to alternately deepen and recede. I felt my face flush crimson, as though it were about to explode. She sighed languidly. "Being this endowed can be quite a nuisance. My shoulders often ache. It's a sensation you boys can scarcely comprehend." "Oh, Song Yang, would you mind giving me a massage from time to time?" Xiaodao Huang inquired. "Is there really a need?" I stammered. "You could simply purchase a massage machine. They're not particularly expensive." Xiaodao Huang chuckled. "I'm truly astounded. You possess absolutely no talent for uttering words that please a woman." Stung by her remark, my cheeks burned even more intensely. I faltered, "Well, I could certainly give you massages regularly in the future." After a brief interlude of kneading, Xiaodao Huang declared, "All right, my shoulders no longer ache. Now, allow me to return the favor." "I'm quite all right," I demurred, shaking my head repeatedly. "Turn around," she commanded. I dutifully complied, pivoting in my seat. I discerned the sound of movement behind me, as Xiaodao Huang knelt upon the driver's seat. Then, her entire chest pressed against me, a gentle softness enveloping my back. I felt the blood surge through my veins, rushing to my head in an instant. She reached out to massage my shoulders, yet I felt nothing throughout the entire process. It was as if every nerve in my body had been redirected to my back, involuntarily savoring the sensation of those tender objects. Having completed her massage, she leaned forward, the ends of her hair brushing against my neck, and inquired in a breathy whisper, "Was that agreeable?" "Agreeable," I replied mechanically. Huang Xiaodao settled back in her seat, donned her coat, and stretched her shoulders. "Ah, I feel much more awake now." She glanced into the rearview mirror and asked, "Do you think I look good with long hair?" "It must be difficult to manage," I stammered in response, acknowledging her point. Huang Xiaodao turned to me, her expression curious. "Why is your face still so flushed? When Dolly comes back, he might think something's wrong with you." Suddenly, a warm breath brushed against my cheek, and I turned in surprise to find Huang Xiaodao's face dangerously close to mine. I instinctively leaned toward the car door. What? What are you doing? I stuttered. What am I doing? Huang Xiaodao mimicked my speech, then burst into laughter. You're a boy, for goodness sake. Why are you so shy? No, seriously, what do you want? I asked, my tension palpable as her warm breath enveloped me. Song Yang, I suddenly realize your eyes are unlike anyone else's. Huang Xiaodao remarked earnestly. I possessed pupils of depth, which, while usually subdued, revealed a tri-layered structure upon closer inspection. Huang Xiaodao continued to encroach upon my space, forcing me against the car door, a position reminiscent of a rogue teasing an innocent maiden. My heart raced and my breathing quickened. With a hearty laugh, Huang Xiaodao leaned back, saying, All right, I won't tease you anymore. Your nervousness is simply delightful. In the stillness of the car, I could distinctly hear the frantic rhythm of my own heartbeat, which seemed to resonate with another. Perhaps it was not just my heart racing, but two. I cast a surprised glance at Huang Xiaodao. Though her expression remained calm, her fingers incessantly fiddled with the air conditioning switch. However, her subtle expressions betrayed her. She was just as anxious as I was. Chapter 67. The trader revealed the atmosphere in the car fell back into that awkward sensation, as if since last night I had developed a peculiar feeling for Huang Xiaodao. Judging by her recent reactions, it seemed she felt something for me as well. I was aware that using the eye of insight to observe a girl was rather unfair, yet I found myself exceedingly anxious in her presence, especially when it came to someone I had feelings for. I resolved to confirm my suspicions. I noticed Huang Xiaodao's hands resting on either side of her seat, not far from mine. Slowly, I extended my fingers, my heart racing with every beat. To my dismay, my little ploy was uncovered. Huang Xiaodao abruptly withdrew her hand, causing my spirits to plummet. Unexpectedly, however, her hand pressed against my face, the back of her hand making contact. Huang Xiaodao's hand was cool to the touch, akin to jade, instantly soothing the heat radiating from my cheeks. Is it too warm in the car? She inquired. Did you turn on the air conditioning? I replied. Huang Xiaodao chuckled softly, for the air conditioning was not on at all. She placed her hand over mine, and I initially thought it was an inadvertent gesture, expecting her to retract it in the next moment. Yet, she did not move her hand away. In the silence, I could hear the rhythmic thumping of her heart echoing in her chest. This time, she was the one who felt anxious, while I remained surprisingly calm. I sensed a delicate atmosphere brewing between us, a silent understanding that required no words. I cast a glance at her, and to my surprise, she looked back at me simultaneously. We exchanged an unspoken understanding and averted our gazes. Her delicate hand, which had rested upon mine, withdrew. A restless surge stirred within me. After all, I am a man. Summoning my courage, I suddenly turned and grasped Huang Xiaodao's slender shoulders. Her shoulders were petite, so delicate they seemed to fit perfectly in my grasp, as docile as a little rabbit, offering no resistance whatsoever. Encouraged, I pressed on, gradually leaning closer to her. This time, it was her turn to blush. She bit her cherry-red lips, her cheeks blooming with a peach-like hue, her eyes shyly meeting mine. I slowly inched towards her lips, yearning to taste her sweetness. Our faces drew nearer, close enough to feel each other's breath. Huang Xiaodao closed her eyes, as if in anticipation. Just then, my phone rang abruptly, shattering the moment's atmosphere. Disheartened, I sat back down and glanced at my phone. It was Wang Dali calling. Upon answering, his loud, frantic voice burst forth. Yangzi, help? What happened? I inquired. I forgot to bring tissue. You must come to my rescue. Amused despite my irritation, I patiently replied. All right, I will bring it to you right away. After hanging up, I turned to Huang Xiaodao and said, I must go help Dali. Oh, she replied nonchalantly, her gaze fixed outside, seemingly concealing the blush on her cheeks. Once outside, the cold wind hit me, and my mind cleared considerably. Was what had just transpired perhaps a bit excessive? Huang Xiaodao pondered whether she might harbor discontent towards me, as I found myself ensnared in a tangled web of indecision. Akin to descending into the abyss of confusion, my heart a chaotic mass of entangled thoughts. I had rescued Wang Dali, illuminated by the brilliance of a 500-watt bulb, dispelling the previously ambiguous atmosphere within the vehicle. After waiting for approximately 2 hours, we observed workers streaming out, signaling the midday break. And we anxiously fixated on the entrance of the factory. Once the crowd had thinned, Yujun emerged from the premises and entered a black Passat. After the car had traversed a short distance, Huang Xiaodao discreetly started the vehicle to follow. As she trailed behind, she sent text messages, and half an hour later, Yujun's car halted near an old residential building. Huang Xiaodao glanced at her phone, stating, "I just inquired with team leader Liao. Yujun does not reside here. Perhaps he is maintaining a mistress," Wang Dali speculated. "No, it's more likely he is harboring a spirit cat," I replied. Yujun approached a building, leaving me uncertain whether to continue the surveillance or pursue him directly. Huang Xiaodao suggested, "Let us wait until he departs before we enter and search." However, "It seems we lack a search warrant," Wang Dali reminded. "How shall we proceed legally in this case?" Huang Xiaodao countered. "We observed Yujun standing before a fifth-floor window, speaking on the phone with a grave demeanor, as if discussing something significant, before glancing outside and drawing the curtains shut." Wang Dali expressed his anxiety. "He won't discover us, will he?" "I doubt it," Huang Xiaodao replied, shaking her head. After a short while, Yujun descended the stairs and drove away. We arrived in front of the building when a young man clad in a sweatshirt descended from above, carrying something in his hand, though we paid him no mind. Ascending to the fifth floor, we paused before a door, and Huang Xiaodao removed 2 hairpins from her hair, handing them to me. "Detective Song, it is time for you to showcase your talents." Recalling Huang Xiaodao's earlier teachings, I replied, "I shall return to purchase 2 finer ones for you." "Indeed, you are quite teachable," Huang Xiaodao laughed heartily. In under a minute, I managed to pick the lock. The room was sparsely furnished. The table was bare, and the bedroom contained only a vacant bed frame, indicative of a temporary rental. The space offered no sign of the so-called spiritual cat of wealth, yet I did discover some fallen sandalwood ash in a corner of the room. We conducted a thorough search, even examining the windowsill, but yielded nothing. Huang Xiaodao inquired, "Could Yujun have relocated the items?" Suddenly recalling the individual who had just ascended the stairs behind Yujun, I exclaimed, "Oh no, it was that person who just left." Huang Xiaodao decisively commanded, "Pursue him." We hurried down the stairs, having lingered upstairs for a good 5 minutes. The man had surely vanished by now. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, I called Wang Yuanzhao to inquire about his whereabouts. "In Guangming community," he replied. My spirits soared with joy. "We are here as well." "Does this imply by Dao is also here?" "Yes, I just saw him enter a building." "And he has emerged with something in hand," Wang Yuanzhao stated. "Are you driving?" I inquired, "Is it open?" Wang Yuanzhao replied, "Yes, it is. Please send your location via GPS to Huang Xiaodao's vehicle. We shall follow you." After ending the call, I urged Huang Xiaodao to drive swiftly while I recounted the situation. The individual we had just encountered was none other than the disguise by Dao. It seemed my suspicions were indeed correct. He was acquainted with Yujun, and now the wealth cat was in his possession. We utilized GPS to pinpoint Wang Yuanchao's location and trailed him until he parked behind a hotel. After he exited his vehicle and entered ours, he informed us, "Bai Dao has entered this hotel. He must be dealing with the cat," Huang Xiaodao remarked. "What are we waiting for? Let us apprehend him and seize the evidence," Wang Dali exclaimed, eager to take action. "No," I interjected, furrowing my brow. "We do not yet comprehend the extent of Bai Dao's involvement, whether he is an accomplice or merely assisting Yujun. We must tread carefully. After all, he is armed. Wang Yuanchao's skills are such that 10 Bai Yidios could not hinder him," Huang Xiaodao scoffed. "Better safe than sorry. The police station is not far from here. Shall we call Captain Liao and ask him to bring some men?" I suggested. "This is an excellent idea. We shall catch him in a trap." Huang Xiaodao clapped her hands in excitement. Chapter 68. Capturing Bai Dao. Before long, Captain Liao arrived. I had briefly recounted the situation over the phone, and with a stern expression, he asked, "Song Yang, have you thoroughly verified this? Such matters are not to be trifled with. Is Bai Dao truly aiding the perpetrator?" "Rest assured, he is currently in the hotel. We will ascertain the truth shortly," I replied. We inquired at the front desk about Bai Dao's room, after which Captain Liao divided the group of officers he had brought into several small teams to ascend the stairs, while we accompanied him via the elevator. Upon reaching the designated floor, the police surrounded Bai Dao's room from both sides of the corridor. Captain Liao instructed a bellboy to knock on the door, saying, "Sir, room service." "No need." Bai Dao responded curtly from within. The bellboy glanced at Captain Liao, who whispered a brief directive. The bellboy continued, "Sir, the identification information you provided at the front desk appears to be incorrect. The manager has sent me to verify. Could you please open the door?" "Oh, just a moment." After a brief pause, the door swung open, revealing a multitude of firearms aimed at Bai Dao. Startled by the formidable presence outside, Bai Dao instinctively reached for his holster out of self-preservation. Captain Liao shouted, "Bai Dao, do not move. Place your hands on your head." "Captain Liao, what is the meaning of this?" Bai Dao raised his hands, and upon seeing the four of us, his expression shifted immediately. "I understand now. It must be these so-called consultants who are slandering me, placing the blame squarely on my shoulders. Enough with the nonsense. You know what you've done?" I remarked with a cold smirk. "What have I done?" "I was simply exhausted from work and decided to rest in a hotel room." "Is that a crime?" Bai Dao retorted. Team leader Liao raised his hand, signaling for someone to handcuff him. The officers, who had a relatively amicable relationship with Bai Dao, reluctantly produced handcuffs and said, "Brother Bai, I'm sorry. What are you doing?" "I need to call my father." "Let go." Bai Dao protested vehemently. Yet he was ultimately subdued and handcuffed. We rushed into the room to conduct a search, but did not find the elusive fortune cat. As I lifted the mattress, I noticed shoe prints on the wooden board beneath. Looking up, I spotted a ventilation duct above. I climbed onto the bed, removed the cover of the duct, and reached inside. To my surprise, I felt the bag and pulled it out, opening it to reveal a cat statue. A gasp of astonishment escaped the crowd as I extracted the figure. The cat was quite heavy, weighing perhaps several dozen pounds. It appeared to be made of high-quality ceramic. Its entire surface a lustrous golden hue, intricately carved to the point of lifelike precision. Even the whiskers were distinctly visible. Its eyes were adorned with emerald-colored gems, giving the impression that the cat was alive, seemingly gazing at you from any angle. "What is this?" Team leader Liao inquired of Bai Dao. "It's merely a craft piece. A gift from friend. Rest assured, it's definitely not an antique," Bai Dao replied dismissively. "Then why hide it in the ventilation duct?" "I was afraid it might be stolen." "Is that so unreasonable?" Team leader Liao shot him a cold glance and commanded, "Retrieve his service weapon and police badge." Bai Dao found his hands shackled behind him, desperately twisting his shoulders in a futile attempt to resist, shouting, "You are abusing your power, Captain Liao. Pray tell, which law have I transgressed? Let me call my father." I inquired, "Are you truly unaware of what this is?" Bai Dao gazed at me intently, deflating like a punctured balloon, yielding to his colleagues as they confiscated his service weapon and badge. Once he regained his composure, Captain Liao poured him a glass of water and urged him to explain his acquaintance with Yujun. Bai Dao, in a state of disheartenment, replied, "I only have a superficial acquaintance with him." It turned out that 3 months prior, following a case, Bai Dao had been assigned to question Yujun. At that time, Yujun had solicited his assistance regarding a matter. He claimed that the police had seized a craft item from the deceased's residence, which the deceased had borrowed from him for leisure, a cat figurine. Yujun expressed that this item held considerable significance for him, yet he could not produce evidence to substantiate his claim. Now, with the entire family of the deceased having perished, judicial protocol dictated that such unclaimed evidence would be disposed of by the court after a stipulated period. Bai Dao had encountered the cat figurine during the investigation, and every detail Yujun described perfectly matched it, confirming its ownership. Thus, Bai Dao consented to assist. Consequently, Yujun prepared a counterfeit sculpture, prompting Bai Dao to retrieve the original from the evidence room, a task he undertook without a second thought. Little did I know that later, I would hear that the cat was indeed a tool of murder, cursed and sinister. Bai Dao was terrified and called Yujun to confront him. At that moment, Yujun had just been questioned by us and was aware that he had fallen under police suspicion. He remarked that he and Bai Dao were now inextricably linked, like two grasshoppers on the same string. Either Bai Dao would assist him once more, or they would both face ruin together. Fearing the loss of his job and the prospect of imprisonment, Bai Dao reluctantly agreed. Yu Jun instructed him to wait for him in a residential building, where they met in the corridor. Bai Dao brought along the wealth-attracting cat and sought refuge in a hotel, but to his surprise, Li Zhang arrived promptly with his team. As he recounted the events, I observed him closely. Bai Dao's account was largely truthful. It appeared he was unwittingly ensnared in this web, lacking any intention to aid the perpetrator. However, there was one aspect he seemed to have inadequately addressed, so I inquired, "Why did you initially assist Yu Jun in stealing evidence?" Bai Dao, nonchalant, replied, "There's no particular reason. I'm simply a person who values friendship and loyalty." I responded, "Are you not aware of the gravity of theft and destruction of evidence? As a police officer, how can you be so ignorant?" Bai Dao looked bewildered. "Is there such a crime? You must be fabricating it." Li Zhang shook his head in dismay and sighed, "Little Bai, you are truly misguided. The crime of destroying or fabricating evidence carries a sentence of less than 3 years for lighter offenses, and for more serious ones, between 3 to 7 years. You are jeopardizing your own future by remaining untruthful." Startled by the intimidating words of team leader Liao, Bai Dao bit his lip tightly before finally confessing. "Yu Jun is Wei Wei's uncle by marriage. Once I marry Wei Wei, we will inevitably cross paths. How could I possibly refuse to assist?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, and I could discern from their expressions that his words bore the truth. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the air as Huang Xiaotao struck Bai Dao across the face, leaving everyone else in shock. Gripping Bai Dao by the collar, Huang Xiaotao seethed, "If it weren't for your little act of assistance, this family of 3 would still be alive. Not only did you tamper with evidence and remain complicit, but you also continued to enable their suffering. Does your conscience not ache?" Tears streamed down Bai Dao's face as he lamented, "Sister, I truly had no idea the charges were so grave. I only attended police academy for 6 months because my father used connections to get me in. Upon realizing this was a weapon, I was terrified out of my wits. What else could I do but continue down this dark path?" With that, Bai Dao lowered his head, sobbing quietly. His usual bravado completely vanished. A pang of sympathy welled up within me. He had been manipulated by Yu Jun from the very beginning, leading him to this dire situation step by step. Chapter 69. The objects within the cat statue by Dao remained crouched on the ground, weeping and insisting on calling his father, yet no one paid him any heed. Team leader Liao sighed and instructed someone to escort him back to the police station. I held the wealth cat statue in my hands, scrutinizing it closely. I pressed my ear against its surface to listen, gently tapping it with my fingers, and I discerned something within, perhaps a corpse. However, given its modest size, it could not possibly contain a human body. It was likely that of a cat. I shared this revelation with Huang Xiaotao, who suggested, "Why not open it to take a look?" "That would be unwise," I replied. "This object is exceedingly peculiar. It is better left undisturbed." I wrapped it carefully and handed it to team leader Liao. "Please locate a nearby hospital and have them conduct an X-ray to ascertain what lies inside." "Very well. I shall arrange this at once." Team leader Liao nodded in agreement. As we departed the hotel, the crowd made me wary of overloading the elevator. Thus, team leader Liao, Wang Yuan Zhao, and Wang Dali descended first, while Huang Xiaotao and I opted to wait for the next lift. Huang Xiaotao inquired, "What should our next step be? How can we prove that this object possesses lethal capabilities? Surely we cannot experiment on a living person." I shook my head. "That is unnecessary. This artifact is now in our possession, and Yu Jun will undoubtedly fall into our trap." "Are you certain?" Huang Xiaotao pressed. "I am fairly confident," I replied. Huang Xiaotao chuckled. "Every time I investigate with you, it feels rather smooth. Is it your keen intuition or simply good fortune?" "Perhaps it is my undeniable charm," I remarked. "How vain!" Huang Xiaotao retorted playfully. At that moment, I heard sobbing in the corridor, a sound reminiscent of a woman's voice, oddly familiar. Following the sound, I approached, and Huang Xiaotao urged, "Hey, the elevator doors have opened. You should go down first." Yet, Huang Xiaotao accompanied me as we returned to the room where we had just apprehended Bai Dao. There, we found Luo Weiwei standing at the door, weeping profusely. Upon hearing our footsteps, she turned and asked, "Has Dao really been taken away?" I nodded, affirming yes. "Will he go to prison?" Luo Weiwei inquired. I replied, given his father's connections, he probably won't face incarceration, but he may very well lose his job. Suddenly, Luo Weiwei implored, can you help him? I beg you. Yidao may have his flaws, but I know him. He is certainly not a bad person. I cannot bear to see him suffer such a fate. I frowned and declared, no. In a desperate gesture, Luo Weiwei grasped my hand, pleading, Song Yang, please, I know you have powerful connections, even with the director. If you could just lend Yidao a hand, I would do anything for you. With that, she placed my hand against her chest, as if insinuating the nature of her anything. I immediately withdrew my hand and said sternly, please, have some self-respect. Yidao has broken the law. In the eyes of the law, police and ordinary citizens are treated equally. I cannot assist you in this matter. With that, I turned to leave, and Luo Weiwei's cries grew even more sorrowful. As I descended the stairs, I sighed, reflecting on the adage. Had I known today would unfold like this, would I have acted differently in the past? Huang Xiaodao regarded me with an odd expression, prompting my inquiry into her gaze. She replied, it's nothing. Your demeanor when you rejected Luo Weiwei was quite manly. Flattered by her compliment, my cheeks flushed. Oh, not at all. I recalled her promise from the previous night. Did you not say you would treat me to a meal once the case was resolved? Huang Xiaodao responded, what's the matter? I distinctly remember refusing, which left me rather disheartened. Fool! Huang Xiaodao smiled radiantly. After reconsidering, I've been overwhelmed with work lately. A little reprieve would be delightful, so I officially accept your invitation. However, you must ponder carefully about where to take me, for I am quite particular with my tastes. My heart soared. Could this be the prelude to a date? At noon, the four of us ventured to a Chinese restaurant for lunch. After our meal, we proceeded to the police station, where Captain Liao informed us that Yidao had been temporarily detained. Luo Weiwei, overcome with sorrow, had taken a leave of absence. He sought my guidance on our next steps. I suggested, let's apply for an arrest warrant from the prosecutor's office and apprehend you, June. Captain Liao hesitated, but on what charges? Destruction of evidence, I asserted, for we possess irrefutable proof. I retrieved the plastic cup I had taken from Yujun earlier that morning. Have a technical department analyze this cup. It bears Yujun's fingerprints, which should match those on another piece of evidence. Captain Liao beamed with delight. Song Yang, your meticulousness is commendable. I shall attend to this immediately. As he turned to leave, I called after him, what about the cat? Team leader Liao tapped his forehead, exclaiming, what a memory I have. I just went to the nearby hospital for an x-ray and discovered a dead cat's body within the fortune cat image. Where is it now? I inquired. In the evidence room. Team leader Liao replied. Take it out. Let me have a closer look. I exclaimed excitedly. Team leader Liao led us to the evidence room, where the fortune cat was wrapped in a layer of plastic and placed on shelf. I observed the cat's physique and recalled the fortune cat from the previous case. The two were similar in size, suggesting that the former had indeed been substituted by Yu Jun as evidence. I asked team leader Liao to bring the fortune cat to the technical team for fingerprint analysis. Then I took the fortune cat to an empty conference room. Huang Xiaodao asked, you don't intend to examine the cat's corpse inside, do you? No, I want to see if there's something special about this object. I instructed Wang Dali to fetch me several bells, half a pound of yellow eel, a spray bottle, a bottle of ergo 2, and some silk thread, and to bring my handbag from the hotel as well. Half an hour later, Wang Dali returned, carrying a large bag in his left hand and my bag in his right, cheerfully saying, Song Yang, I'm getting better at handling tasks. I praised him, accepted the items, and began my preparations. I took out a bag of sliced Chinese medicinal herbs from my handbag, placed them into the spray bottle, and then added the ergo 2. Huang Xiaodao inquired about the nature of the object, to which I elucidated. This is a slice of guaiacum wood, meticulously prepared by me as it is unavailable in supermarkets. It serves the purpose of detecting bloodstains. For the sap of guaiacum undergoes a chromatic transformation upon contact with blood proteins. The slices submerged in the liquor began to effervesce, a sign of the wood's sap amalgamating with the alcohol. I procured a basin and, before the fortune cat, ignited several pieces of paper, clasping my hands in reverence. I humbly uttered, Dear spirit cat, I apologize for disturbing your repose. May this humble offering be received as a token of my sincerity. Wang Dali remarked with disdain, You treat a mere cat with such solemnity? I replied, it is no ordinary feline. It possesses a spirit and can be regarded as a vengeful entity. Ultimately, the essence remains, respect begets respect. Once the effervescence in the spray bottle subsided, I removed the plastic covering from the fortune cat and lightly misted it. Gradually, the apex of the cat's head transformed into a deep crimson hue. Upon closer inspection, I discerned a subtle wax-sealed orifice nestled between the cat's ears, likely utilized by Yujun to administer blood. Huang Xiaodao remarked, so much blood, just as you surmised. Yujun indeed nourishes it with blood. I responded, my knowledge of such matters is limited, yet I can speculate. During our prior encounter, I observed Yujun's demeanor was somewhat weary. Feeding this creature with vital essence signifies that its master is imparting a portion of his own life force, as human blood serves as an immensely potent conduit of spiritual energy. The potency of the guaiac would swiftly dissipated as the alcohol evaporated. I carefully sealed the plastic bag and proceeded to dissect several eels, allowing their blood to spill onto the exterior of the bag, which I intended to use as nourishment for the spirit cat. Initially, I had contemplated using my own blood. However, fearing that this creature might exhibit possessive tendencies, I deemed it wiser to utilize the blood of the eels instead. Although the spirit cat had already attained a degree of sentience, its feline nature remained, inherently drawn to the scent of blood. The aroma of eel blood should prove enticing to it. I then placed the wealth spirit cat beneath the table, adorning the perimeter with bells, and patiently awaited the outcome. After a brief moment, Wang Dali remarked, nothing seems to be happening. Patience, let's wait a bit longer. Just then, a melodious chime resonated, as the bells began to sway on their own, despite the absence of any breeze. Chapter 70. The Fire-Breathing Cat, Demon. Initially, only a couple of bells jingled softly, but soon a multitude of bells began to chime together, producing a cacophony that startled all four of us. I noticed that the bells facing the window remained still. Perhaps the spirit cat was averse to sunlight, prompting me to ask Wang Dali to draw the curtains. Subsequently, I retrieved a marker from my bag and inscribed some commonly used characters on the edge of the table, directly above each bell, in hopes of communicating with the spirit cat, akin to the methods employed in AS ants. However, after inscribing merely 2 characters, a sudden thud startled me. Turning around, I was astonished to see Wang Dali collapsed on the ground, rigid. Wang Dali, what happened? I rushed over to check on him, preparing to apply pressure to his acupoint, when he unexpectedly seized my wrist with a grip of astonishing strength. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and I was struck by the stark clarity of his gaze. Reminiscent of the young girl I had encountered the previous night, his expression bizarre and foreign. A peculiar, almost sinister smile crept across his lips, sending a chill racing down my spine like an electric current. I struggled to free my hand, but to my shock, Wang Dali nimbly leaped onto the table, crouching there and licking his own hand like a cat. This surreal spectacle left us all in a state of stunned disbelief. Wang Yuanshao drew his gun and aimed at Wang Dali, but I pressed down on his weapon, signaling him to refrain from any rash actions and to observe for a moment. Summoning my courage, I inquired, "Who are you?" Yet Wang Dali paid no heed, engrossed in the peculiar act of grooming his paws. Upon my third inquiry, he emitted an astonishingly lifelike meow and lunged towards us, prompting a reflexive retreat. His true quarry was not us, but the sack of eels I had placed on the ground. Wang Dali buried his face in the bag, devouring the eels with gusto, the bones audibly crunching as he swallowed them whole, a spectacle that filled me with concern for his well-being. I voiced my apprehension, calling out his name. Wang Dali turned, an eel still dangling from his mouth, writhing as he slurped it down like a strand of pasta. Satiated, Wang Dali squatted, wetting his paw and meticulously grooming his face, mimicking a feline ablution. With measured politeness, I inquired, "Now that you've had your fill, might I trouble you to depart?" "Oh, great immortal." Abruptly, Wang Dali darted beneath the table, swatting the wealth-bearing spirit cat sculpture with such force that it skittered across the floor. My anxiety spiked. Was he attempting to unleash his true form? Fortunately, the sculpture, likely crafted from bone-infused porcelain, proved resilient and remained intact. Wang Dali, now hunched over, continued to emit feline vocalizations as he resumed his assault on the wealth-bearing spirit cat. Despite the spirit cat's presence within Wang Dali, his actions remained distinctly feline. This inherent limitation prevented him from lifting the sculpture and instead forced him to nudge it around like a plaything. I was uncertain of the ramifications of his actions, but the sculpture represented crucial evidence in our case and could not be destroyed. I cried out, "Stop him!" Wang Dali was preparing to pounce on the sculpture when Wang Yuanchao leapt onto a chair and lunged at him. The two became entangled, and then Wang Dali emitted a chilling shriek, using an extraordinary amount of strength to throw Wang Yuanchao aside before pouncing upon him with wild scratches. Wang Yuanchao attempted to defend himself with his arms, but was instantly marked with several bloody gashes. Seizing the opportunity, I picked up the financial spirit cat and handed it to Huang Xiaodao, instructing her to return it to the evidence room. "What about him?" Huang Xiaodao exclaimed in panic. "It's all right. We shall handle him," I called out. After Huang Xiaodao left, Wang Dali prepared to pursue her, but Wang Yuanchao kicked a chair towards him. In an unexpected turn, Wang Dali stepped onto the chair and leapt into the air, executing a flawless 360-degree spin before landing gracefully on all fours. Goodness, even acrobats could not achieve such a feat. Wang Yuanchao seized another chair, letting out a roar as he engaged Wang Dali in combat. I took this opportunity to pull back the curtains, allowing the afternoon sunlight to flood in. Wang Dali instinctively shielded his eyes with his hand, as if in great distress. With a resounding crash, Wang Yuanchao's chair shattered against Wang Dali's back. Anxiously, I exclaimed, "Uncle Wang, don't injure him too severely." No sooner had I spoken than Wang Dali propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful kick to Wang Yuanchao's chest, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Wang Yuanchao regained his stance and began to grapple with Wang Dali. Although Wang Yuanchao was remarkably skilled, Wang Dali darted around the room like a slippery eel, proving that human martial arts were utterly ineffective against him. I contemplated what cats fear, and my gaze fell upon the half-empty bottle of erguo on the table. I exclaimed to Wang Yuanchao, "A lighter, quickly!" Amidst the scuffle, Wang Yuanchao tossed me the lighter, which I caught. I proceeded to gulp down the remaining erguo, the fiery taste almost bringing tears to my eyes. Igniting the lighter, I spewed the alcohol-laden spittle towards Wang Dali, the alcohol igniting into a formidable fireball. Wang Dali emitted a piercing shriek, scurrying to the corner of the room in terror. I took another swig of erguo, but the small bottle was now depleted. My puffed-up cheeks contained only a meager amount of alcohol, a mere bluff. Wang Dali cowered in the corner, trembling, his paws raised to shield his face. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into a limp heap on the floor. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through me, and I involuntarily swallowed the erguo, the burning sensation tracing a path down my esophagus and into my stomach, causing me to shiver. I approached him and gently patted his cheek. After a moment, he groggily regained consciousness. "Yangzi, what happened to me?" "You fainted," I replied, knowing that revealing the truth would likely terrify him. Wang Dali detected an unusual taste in his mouth and spat a few times, extracting a small fish bone from between his teeth. Strange. How did a fish bone get in my mouth? Did I eat something? As I pondered how to respond, Wang Dali further inquired, "Good heavens, why is this room in such disarray? It looks as if a battle has taken place." "We had just released the spirit cat," I explained. "Is that so? What kind?" "It's simply a large black cat, darting around the entire house, utterly exhausting us." I feared that Wang Dali might draw parallels to his own situation, but fortunately, his mind was rather simple. He lamented, "Why didn't you wake me? I wanted to see what this spirit cat looked like. It's so strange how I fainted." I poured a glass of water for Wang Dali, encouraging him to rinse his mouth. Shortly after, Huang Xiaotao returned, and upon seeing that we had settled down, she seemed ready to speak. However, I signaled her to remain silent with a glance. Later, I heard from someone knowledgeable in this field that my actions at that moment had been extraordinarily perilous. It was sheer luck that Wang Dali's life was not compromised. After all, different fields are like distant mountains. I am skilled in autopsies, but when it comes to dealing with supernatural phenomena, I am at a loss. Chapter 71. Blood sacrifice, this ordeal has truly exhausted us. Huang Xiaotao mentioned that Leader Liao has already applied for an arrest warrant and is on his way to apprehend Yu Jun. With nothing pressing to attend to, we decided to return to the hotel for a brief respite. Around 5 in the afternoon, Leader Liao called to inform us that Yu Jun had been captured. Upon our arrival at the police station, we encountered Yu Jun in the interrogation room. The bravado he once displayed had evaporated, and upon seeing me, he exclaimed with palpable agitation, "Officer, you've arrived just in time. Please let me go. I have an urgent matter at home." "What urgent matter?" I inquired. "My wife is ill, and I need to return to care for her." I scoffed. "You're not concerned about your wife. You're worried about a cat. Aren't you?" I informed him that Bai Dao had already been taken into custody and that the spirit cat of wealth was now in our possession. Yu Jun's face drained of color as he pleaded, "Please, give it back to me. I beg you." "On what grounds?" Lowering his head, he stammered. "That creature is difficult to manage. I must provide it with my blood every day at midnight, or it will turn against me." Glancing at his hands, which were covered in band-aids, I confirmed my suspicions. "Unless you confess to the murder, you shall not have it. Please, I implore you, show some mercy." He stretched out his hand to grasp mine, only to be reprimanded by the guarding officer. "Behave yourself." "So, you admit the curse is genuine?" I observed him with a smile. Yu Jun's face turned a shade of deep despair, and he fell silent. I reiterated, "As long as you acknowledge this matter, I shall have Captain Liao facilitate your bail for a return to tend to your feline." "How could you, as a police officer, resort to such underhanded tactics to intimidate me?" Yu Jun retorted, his fury palpable. I refrained from disclosing my true identity and calmly replied, "Yu Jun, if curses do not exist, on what basis can we trust that you will meet your demise through one? This is not a threat, it is mere logic." Yu Jun clenched his lips tightly, glaring at me with malevolence. I afforded him a moment for contemplation, and, as we vacated the interrogation room, Yu Jun erupted into maniacal laughter. "That object will bring calamity wherever it rests. You shall all perish. You shall all perish." His ominous declaration instilled a sense of dread among the officers, prompting them to send a representative to inquire whether the wealth-bringing spirit cat would be safe within the precinct. I surmised that this entity could not indiscriminately cause death, yet the officers remained apprehensive. Thus, I devised a compromise. I procured a vehicle, secured the wealth-bringing spirit cat within, and parked it in a secluded area of the lot, which finally assuaged their concerns. The remainder of the day was spent within the confines of the police station. Our dinner consumed there, engaged in a silent psychological skirmish with Yu Jun. It was a matter of either confessing for survival or resisting to one's demise. As the clock approached 11, ennui pervaded the atmosphere, and our mobile devices were nearly depleted of power. Wang Dali remarked, "This fellow likely won't admit his guilt. He has taken the lives of 7 individuals. The death penalty is inevitable." I responded, "Not necessarily. Every person possesses a fear of death. To live another day is a blessing. He will surely capitulate." At that moment, a police officer rushed over, exclaiming, "This is dire. Yu Jun is in trouble." "What has happened?" I inquired. "It's complicated. You must come and see for yourselves." We proceeded to the detention room, where we beheld Yu Jun gripping the bars, repeatedly banging his head against them, drawing blood, while muttering incoherently, "I am the spirit cat immortal. I am the spirit cat immortal. Dare you imprison me? When the hour strikes, I shall bring death to you all." The officers were rendered speechless with fear, and Team Leader Liao, visibly anxious, stated, "It seems he is likely possessed. With so many people in the precinct, perhaps we should transfer him elsewhere." The others nodded in agreement. Had it not been for the incident that transpired with Wang Dali earlier that afternoon, Yu Jun's display might have genuinely frightened me. However, I immediately discerned his act. A possession by the spirit cat does not manifest in such a manner. I scoffed. "Yu Jun, continue your charade. The hour approaches, and you shall await your demise." Yu Jun, shaking his head, persisted, "Presumptuous mortal, how dare you speak thus to the spirit cat immortal? I shall see you dead. I shall see you dead." He pressed his face against the bars, blood streaming from his forehead, down his nose, his visage grotesquely fierce. "In mere moments, I shall unleash my powers, and you shall turn upon one another. Once these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Everyone exchanged anxious glances, fearful of meeting their demise at the hands of a colleague. Leaning in closer, I scoffed, "Stop pretending. I have witnessed the manifestation of a spirit cat before, and your performance is utterly unconvincing." This statement shattered Eugene's psychological defenses. His lips quivered, and a flicker of panic danced in his eyes. I continued, "I know what you're thinking. You aim to intimidate us with these tactics to bend us to your will. Go ahead and continue your charade. Let us see who can outlast whom." I beckoned Huang Xiaodao aside and whispered a few instructions, then addressed the others. "Everyone, please step outside for the time being. I shall handle this." Team leader Liao expressed some concern, yet under my firm insistence, the officers gradually vacated the space. Huang Xiaodao glanced at her watch and exclaimed, "Oh no, Song Yang, there are only 10 minutes left until midnight." Eugene cast a glance at the wall clock, let out a mocking laugh, and regained his composure. Resuming his farcical act, swaying his head and foaming at the mouth, "The spirit cat is about to reveal itself. Those who follow me shall live. Those who oppose shall perish." I took a chair, crossed my legs in front of Eugene, and coldly remarked, "Then let us wait for 10 minutes and see whether it is we who perish or you." Wang Dali whispered, "Song Yang, what if what he says is true?" "Impossible," I replied with unwavering confidence. Wang Dali, oblivious to the fact that Eugene was merely acting, was filled with dread. I suggested he step outside to hide for a while, but Wang Dali insisted. How could I do that? Am I such a disloyal person? As time slipped by, Huang Xiaodao suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Wang Dali is missing." I glanced into the room and discovered that Wang Dali had hidden beneath a table, trembling with his head clutched in his hands. Huang Xiaodao, and I scornfully berated him. "Coward!" At that moment, only 2 minutes remained until midnight. Yu Yun, unable to endure any longer, reverted to his original tone. "I confess, I was the one who killed both families." "How did you do it?" I interrogated. "I wrote down their birth dates, burned them to ashes, mixed them with my blood, and fed them to the spirit cat, then sent it to the intended victim. The spirit cat would release a sort of biological magnetic field that would drive the target mad. Upon finishing, Eugene viciously bit into his middle finger, the force so intense that it seemed he might have bitten off a chunk of flesh, causing me to wince in sympathy. He then thrust his bleeding finger forward, urgency lacing his voice. "Quickly, let my blood be given to it. This cat is exceedingly cunning. If we fail to feed it, it will wreak havoc." I inquired slowly, "And then?" "The sculpture merely serves as its prison. My blood has been infused into it, and every night at midnight, I must drip my essence into the small hole above to reinforce the seal. Otherwise, it will break free and seek revenge on me." I rented a place opposite Huang Youcai's just to ensure I could feed it my blood in time. This spirit cat is relentless, always seeking to escape my control. Eugene exclaimed anxiously. A chill ran down my spine as I realized why Wang Dali, possessed by the spirit cat that afternoon, had desperately tried to destroy the sculpture. It turned out that this spirit cat was enslaved. I inquired, "Do you daily infiltrate the homes of the deceased to nourish them with blood?" Eugene replied, "It suffices not to make contact, as long as I drop the blood into a red candle within a 20-meter radius, allowing it to inhale the scent of blood." "And where did you acquire this cat?" I pressed. "A wandering Taoist sold it to me, officer. Please do not ask further. Hasten to take my blood and offer it to it. I implore you, I beseech you." As he spoke, he repeatedly struck his head against the railing, akin to a supplicant bowing in reverence. This pitiable demeanor starkly contrasted with the arrogant figure he had presented earlier that morning. I retrieved my phone from my pocket and presented it to him, saying, "Look at the time." Upon seeing the hour displayed on the screen, Eugene's face drained of color, as if he had received a resounding slap. Earlier, I had instructed Huang Xiaodao to advance the wall clock by half an hour while the police were otherwise occupied, so it was merely 11:30 now. However, I had recorded every word Eugene uttered on my phone. These recordings would serve as substantial evidence in court, ensuring he would pay for his crimes. Chapter 72. The guilty and the innocent. The first procured a small vial and collected a few drops of Eugene's blood. Since he had already confessed, I must honor my promise to ensure he would not perish today. Descending the stairs, We encountered Team Leader Liao and a group of officers awaiting us below. Those unaware of the circumstances might have assumed an earthquake was imminent. I remarked, "The suspect has confessed. You may proceed to take his statement." Team Leader Liao, taken aback, inquired, "Song Yang, how did you manage that?" With a smile, I replied, "Just a minor tactic. It is now 11:30. I shall feed the spirit cat with Yu Jun's blood. There is no danger to anyone, so you may return." I understood their apprehension was not born of cowardice, but rather from witnessing the formidable nature of the curse firsthand, compounded by their limited understanding of such a biological phenomenon. Thus, I bore them no ill will. The spirit cat of wealth was placed in Team Leader Liao's vehicle, and we requested the keys to head to the parking lot. However, upon locating the car, we were met with an unexpected sight. The window had been shattered, and the back seat was completely empty. Huang Xiaodao gasped in disbelief. "How can this be? All the cars are parked here. Breaking a window would trigger the alarm, and the entire parking lot would erupt in sound. We are at the police station. How do we not hear a thing? Unless some supernatural force is at play." I retrieved a packet of flour and sprinkled it on the car door, revealing a small handprint. This immediately brought to mind the little girl from that fateful night. Huang Xiaotao remarked, "Wasn't she taken by her relatives?" I reminisce about that moment when the little girl and the spirit cat appeared simultaneously. Perhaps there exists a possibility that the girl was initially on the spirit cat's list of prey, yet for some inexplicable reason, it spared her, contingent upon her assistance in its escape. Such conjectures transcend the bounds of reality, yet from the perspective of this case's logic, they remain conceivable. I proclaimed, "Let us search separately. We must retrieve the items before midnight. We cannot allow the suspect to perish like this." We commenced our search, each ticking second amplifying the urgency. As midnight approached, Huang Xiaotao called, announcing she had located the little girl, along with the spirit cat, on a pedestrian bridge. I hurried to the scene, only to find Wang Yuan Zhao had arrived before me. The two stood at either end of the bridge, guns raised, while the girl clutched the spirit cat in the middle. "Be a good girl and hand it over to me. Do not act recklessly." Huang Xiaodao extended her hand. The girl's eyes appeared normal, indicating she had not been possessed by the spirit cat. She held it tightly, remaining silent. I urged, "Huang Yuan, the perpetrator who murdered your parents has confessed. He will face the death penalty. You need not resort to such extreme measures to punish him." Noting her indifference, I advanced cautiously, "Obey, and give that to your brother." Suddenly, the girl raised both hands, lifting the spirit cat over the edge of the bridge, sending our hearts racing to our throats. She spoke softly. "After my parents passed away, it was this little cat that found me. It confessed to me, claiming it was responsible for my parents' deaths. Yet I harbor no hatred towards it, for it acted not of its own volition." I was taken aback. "You can communicate with it?" "I can understand its words," the girl nodded. I had heard tales that children possess pure eyes, enabling them to perceive the supernatural. It seems there is truth to this. The girl continued, "I know it was the wicked who coerced it into doing such things. It is pitiable, which is why I chose to help it. The wrongdoers will face the law. We shall handle this matter ourselves," I stated. The girl replied fervently, "No, it is not an object. It is merely a poor little kitten. I do not trust you adults. To you, it is merely a tool for profit. Once you have it, you will exploit it for your own nefarious deeds." "You are mistaken. Adults can be both good and bad," I explained. However, she shook her head vigorously, her slender arms struggling to support the weight of the heavy sculpture, as if on the verge of collapse. Huang Xiaodao reminded me, "Song Yang, there is only 1 minute left." Just then, the girl hurled the spirit cat away, shattering it upon the road below. We all gasped in unison. I rushed to the railing, using my eye of the abyss to search the street, where shards of the sculpture lay scattered. Yet the cat's lifeless body had vanished without a trace. Then I heard a soft meow. When I looked up, a pitch-black cat was perched on a tree by the roadside, gazing at us with a profound expression, perhaps offering its gratitude to the little girl who had aided in its liberation. In an instant, it turned and vanished. It was free. The girl jumped for joy. "Will it return to take revenge on the soldiers who enslaved it?" Huang Xiaodao inquired. "There is a possibility." I instructed Wang Yuanchao to escort the girl home, while Huang Xiaodao and I hurried back to the police station. On our way, we encountered the tardy Wang Dali. Who asked, "Have you found the person?" Huang Xiaodao shot him a disdainful glance. Expecting you to be of any use is as ridiculous as expecting a pig to climb a tree. By the time we returned to the police station, it was past midnight. However, Yu Jun was still alive. It appeared he had not faced retribution, and we all breathed a sigh of relief. This case had finally come to a close, and the judicial process was set to commence, matters beyond our concern. This day had exhausted us, and upon returning home, we fell into a deep slumber until 9 the following morning. At noon, Huang Xiaodao treated everyone to a delightful meal at a Sichuan restaurant, and by the afternoon, we prepared to take our leave. Team leader Liao and the other members of the special investigation team saw us off. Just before we departed, Team leader Liao remarked, "Song Yang, this case was only solved thanks to your efforts. I shan't speak of accolades. Had this murderer remained at large, more lives would surely have been lost, leaving us utterly powerless. On behalf of the citizens of Wuqiu City, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you." As he spoke, Team leader Liao and the officers saluted me in unison, a spectacle that rendered me somewhat bashful, prompting a humble smile in response. "Team leader Liao, you flatter me. I merely consider myself fortunate," I replied. He sighed, "With such remarkable talent, it is indeed a pity you are not a police officer." I chuckled. "One can still contribute to society without being a police officer, for our ultimate goal remains the same, bringing criminals to justice and rectifying injustices. I cordially invite you to visit Wuqiu. All the detectives here owe you an immense favor. Should you encounter any difficulties while you are here, we shall certainly provide our utmost assistance." Team leader Liao, your words are overly gracious. I shall visit whenever I find the time. From Team leader Liao, I learned that Yu Jun had been transferred to a detention center, and Director Chung had personally gone to the Provincial High People's Court to deliberate on how to handle this peculiar case. I then inquired about by Yi Dao and Luo Weiwei. Team leader Liao informed me Yi Dao has been reprimanded by the Bureau for dereliction of duty and will be suspended for a year. Luo Weiwei returned to work today, but she seems to harbor quite a bit of resentment towards you. It was indeed evident that Luo Weiwei held a grievance against me, to which Huang Xiaodao wryly remarked, "Having a department head for a father certainly has its perks. One can commit such serious offenses without facing imprisonment." I further inquired, "What about the young girl? Surely she won't be charged for destroying evidence? She is only 12, thus exempt from criminal liability." Nonetheless, her relatives did cover the cost for my car window. Team leader Liao responded with a laugh. "So, Song Yang, what is your stance on this? Shall we let her off the hook?" She spoke the truth. To each of us, the civet cat is merely a tool. Only she comprehends that it is but a little kitten yearning for freedom. Perhaps this conclusion is also the design of fate. I lifted my gaze to behold the azure sky. Team leader Liao nodded thoughtfully. After bidding farewell to Team leader Liao, we drove back to Nanjing City. Wang Dali, having indulged in a hearty lunch, dozed off in the back seat, while Wang Yuanchao relaxed, sipping on a drink. Throughout the journey, Huang Xiaotao and I exchanged no words, yet at one point, she accidentally brushed against my hand. We exchanged a glance and shared an unspoken smile. Chapter 73. Hanging in suspense in the week following my return, I found myself in a state of utter disarray. During meals, my mind wandered. In class, I was distracted. And even at night, I tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. Wang Dali inquired if the recent pressure from solving cases had taken its toll, suggesting I might benefit from nourishing myself with a hen. Yet, my thoughts are consumed by Huang Xiaotao, a sentiment I could not voice to her. Occasionally, I would send her a message on WeChat, but they were nothing more than trivial inquiries about her activities or whether she had retired for the night. Having never experienced romance, not even a fleeting infatuation, it was unrealistic to expect me to suddenly transform into a master of sweet nothings. However, Huang Xiaodao seemed perpetually busy, often failing to respond, and when she did, her replies were brief. Yet, even a simple emoticon from her could brighten my entire day, compelling me to check my phone every few minutes, to the point that I felt I was developing an obsession. People often say that those in love are foolish, and I have come to understand the truth in that statement profoundly. One day, Huang Xiaodao called, inviting Wang Dali and me to a restaurant that evening. Upon our arrival, we found her waiting for us in the lobby, clad in a t-shirt and jeans, her forehead adorned with sunglasses, exuding an air of coolness. I noticed that Huang Xiaodao never wore skirts, likely a reflection of her personality. With Huang Xiaodao's captivating figure, even in her ordinary attire, she exudes a remarkable allure. Upon their first encounter, Wang Dali leered, "Sister Xiaodao, you look exceptionally beautiful today. I might just gush blood from my nose. After a few days apart, you have become quite shameless, haven't you?" Huang Xiaodao threateningly raised her fist. "Oh dear, Sister Xiaodao, please show mercy." Observing their playful banter, a pang of jealousy stirred within me towards Wang Dali, though I maintained an indifferent facade. Huang Xiaodao cast a fleeting glance my way and remarked, "Song Yang, Sun Laohu is waiting for you upstairs. Why the sudden invitation for a meal?" I inquired. "Have you forgotten?" Sun Laohu mentioned that he would personally host a welcome dinner upon our return, Huang Xiaodao elucidated. We accompanied her to a private room on the 4th floor, where Wang Yuanchao was already present. The banquet had yet to commence, and he was sipping liquor while munching on sunflower seeds laid out on the table. This uncle is quite resilient. I had heard tales of a man who would drink an entire pot of liquor for just a single peanut, and Wang Yuanchao seemed not far from that level. Sun Laohu, seated at the opposite end, was engrossed in a game of cards with himself. The two appeared to be familiar acquaintances from the police department, requiring no formalities. Upon our entrance, Sun Laohu stood and greeted us. "Nephew, you have arrived, and this must be your assistant, Wang." "Greetings, Director Sun," Wang Dali replied with utmost respect. "Ha, no need for such formality. Just call me Uncle Sunday. Please, have a seat." "Xiaodao, do summon the waiter to serve the dishes." Sun Laohu gestured with a wave. After settling in, Sun Laohu first offered his apologies, stating that he had intended to host a welcoming banquet upon his return. However, due to pressing matters at the bureau, he had been unable to do so until now. Furthermore, he mentioned that they were still dealing with the aftermath of the recent case involving the spirit cat, during which some unexpected events had transpired. The suspect, Yu Jun, had committed suicide in custody out of fear of facing his crimes. Upon hearing this news, I was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "How did he die?" Sun Laohu responded, "That rascal fashioned a noose from a bedsheet and hanged himself on the iron bars. By the time he was discovered the following morning, his body was already cold." At this point, Sun Laohu paused, a frown creasing his brow. However, the circumstances of his death are indeed perplexing. He stood at around 1.8 meters tall, and the iron bars were roughly at the same height. Although he was hanged, his feet were still touching the ground, which is quite baffling. The other inmates, upon detecting the foul stench, had discovered Yu Jun's lifeless body hanging there, causing them to scream in terror. "Hanging while standing?" Wang Dali exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. An unsettling image flashed through my mind. A man rigidly suspended in the dawn light, his mouth agape with a long, crimson tongue hanging out, excrement trailing down his legs. A truly bizarre scene. My initial thought was that Yu Jun may have been avenged by the spirit cat he had once enslaved. Sun Laohu poured me a cup of tea and remarked, "My dear nephew, the forensic experts in Wuqiu City are utterly confounded, unable to comprehend how this man hanged himself. Do you have any insights?" I shook my head, replying, "I dare not speculate. It would be best to examine the scene firsthand." No. We are merely engaging in casual conversation. Making another trip to Wuqiu City for this matter seems rather unwarranted. After some contemplation, I propose two possible explanations. The first is a curse leading to murder, whereby Yu Jun met his demise as a result of retribution from the spirit cat. Sun Laohu remarked, "Indeed, we share this perspective, yet such a theory appears unsuitable for inclusion in the report." The second explanation posits that Wuqiu City, being in proximity to the sea, experiences considerable humidity. The rope was initially sufficient to suspend Yu Jun off the ground, but with the morning dew settling, the rope became damp and elongated. Coupled with the slight stretching of the victim's spine, these factors combined to create the scene witnessed by the prisoners that morning. Sun Laohu's eyes widened, and he slapped his thigh. "Ah, such a simple rationale. Why hadn't I considered that?" "Nephew, you are truly remarkable," I humbly replied. "You flatter me." "Not at all, not at all. Back in the day, when I discussed cases with your grandfather, he always had the ability to awaken the slumbering mind with a single phrase, earning my utmost admiration. Now, I find myself equally in awe of you, Sun Laohu exclaimed, giving me a thumbs up. I responded, I merely possess a modicum of cleverness, still far from my grandfather's brilliance. At that moment, Huang Xiaotao entered, smiling as she inquired, Director Sun, why are we discussing cases again? Sun Laohu chuckled heartily. Look at my bad habit. I can't seem to stray from the subject. Let's talk of something else. Sun Laohu then engaged in light conversation about his recent experiences over the past 2 years, mentioning that Sun Bingxin is currently studying forensic science in Nanjing City. Sun Bingxin is the cherished daughter of Sun Laohu, and she is of a similar age to me. During the summer before transition from middle school to high school, I spent some time at Sun Laohu's home, sharing meals and living together for a while. Though we cannot truly be called childhood sweethearts in the strictest sense, we can certainly be considered old friends. Curiously, I asked Uncle Sun, did you not disallow her from becoming a police officer? Why then does she have your permission to study forensic science? Sun Laohu sighed and replied, do not mention it. My daughter has been pampered since childhood. I can hardly rein her in. When it came time for university applications, she secretly altered her choice of major without my knowledge, opting to study forensic science instead of the respectable law program. When I discovered this, I was practically livid, but there was nothing I could do. I cannot scold or discipline her. The moment she sheds a couple of tears, I immediately soften. I can only acquiesce to her wishes. It struck me as amusing to think that while Sun Laohu is an imposing director in public, he seems utterly powerless in the face of his beloved daughter. Sun Laohu continued, Bingxin has been asking about you, wondering why you Haven Tea come to visit during the holidays. After she graduates, she will return to the police station for work. And since you're now in your final year of university, I imagine you will soon reunite. I remarked, Bingxin was quite adorable as a child. She must have blossomed into a beautiful young woman by now. Indeed, my precious daughter is simply flawless. Who else can compare to her beauty? Sun Laohu laughed heartily, a proud father in the truest sense. Yet, after his moment of pride, he sighed again, adding, in her school days, her class was filled with boys, which caused me no small amount of worry. I had to personally escort her to and from school every day, fearing that some mischievous young scoundrel might lay his hands on my precious daughter. I find solace in the fact that she remains blissfully unaware of anything beyond her studies, which spares me considerable worry. I remarked, Sister Bingxin is indeed fortunate to have such a devoted father. I must admit, I envy her. Indeed, while I may refrain from boasting about many things, this is one truth I can acknowledge. My divorce from her mother has already caused her enough distress. Thus I must strive to compensate her doubly. Mr. Sun, feeling a twinge of shame, replied. At that moment, I suddenly noticed Huang Xiaotao glaring at me with a fierce intensity, though she quickly averted her gaze. Was it merely my imagination? Chapter 74. Surely, you do not wish to pursue me? Soon, the meal arrived, with Sun Laohu generously treating us, ordering an exquisite spread of dishes. However, I found myself unable to savor the food, perhaps due to the presence of Huang Xiaotao. Seated between her and Wang Dali, I remained silent throughout the meal. On the other hand, Sun Laohu and Wang Yuanchao were particularly lively. Halfway through, they engaged in a drinking contest. Despite Wang Yuanchao currently being an ordinary police officer, I observed that Sun Laohu held him in high regard, treating him as an equal. Both were seasoned warriors, and after a while, finding the contest unamusing, they turned their attention towards us. Having abstained from alcohol and tobacco since childhood to preserve my senses, I politely declined their offers, leaving Wang Dali as their unfortunate target. Sun Laohu's method of persuasion was rather cliché, urging, drink deeply to celebrate our bond. I'll finish mine, you do as you wish. Meanwhile, Wang Yuanchao's approach was downright aggressive. As Wang Dali pinched his nose and downed a glass, Wang Yuanchao refilled 2 cups, down his own, and slammed the empty glass onto the table, rendering it impossible for anyone to refuse. Wang Dali, who typically boasted a commendable tolerance at university, was no match for the relentless onslaught from the 2 older gentlemen. After consuming a half kilogram of wuliangya, he was already swaying. his face turning a deep shade of crimson before he collapsed onto the table. Huang Xiaodao glanced over with a smile, our eyes briefly meeting, and I returned her smile, only for her to withdraw her expression and turn away. I pondered what might have offended her. Perhaps it was my earlier conversation with Sun Laohu regarding his daughter. As the meal drew to a close, Sun Laohu, already somewhat inebriated, patted my shoulder and slurred, "My dear nephew, I am quite the firebrand. In my youth, I must have offended countless individuals, even more than our comrade Yuan Chao. By the time I reached my 30s, I thought my life would remain thus, until a fortune teller assured me that I would encounter a benefactor at the age of 40. Then I met your grandfather. Without the Song family, there will be no present-day me. This toast is to your grandfather and to you. It is imperative that you drink." With that, he filled his glass to the brim. Reluctantly, I pour myself a cup of tea, saying, "Uncle Sun, I shall substitute tea for wine." "Very well, cheers," Sun Laohu exclaimed as he clinked his glass with mine and tilted his head back to swallow the liquor. After the meal, Wang Yuan Chao assisted the inebriated Sun Laohu in hailing a cab to leave, while I supported Wang Dali, and Huang Xiaodao drove us back to the school. During the ride, Wang Dali dozed off in the back seat, while Huang Xiaodao drove in silence, not uttering a single word to me. As we neared the school, I mustered the courage to speak. Last time I mentioned treating you to a meal, right? How about tomorrow? I believe I have the day off, and it doesn't seem to be the weekend. Are you free?" Huang Xiaodao replied coolly, "Am I free?" "Yes, I am." I nodded eagerly, surprised at how smoothly I had arranged this outing. My confidence surged a little, and I added, "There's something I need to clarify. I used to know Sun Laohu's daughter, but we were merely childhood playmates." Huang Xiaodao shot me a disdainful glance and remarked, "Are you an idiot? Do you think I'm jealous? Why should I feel jealous? We are not in that kind of relationship." I awkwardly scratched my head, uncertain of how to proceed. Suddenly, Huang Xiaodao pulled over to the side of the road and said, "Hey, I've noticed you've been acting quite strangely lately. Why do you send me messages every night asking if I've gone to sleep?" My face flushed crimson, and I thought, could it be that I had been indulging in my own fantasies? The embarrassment was overwhelming, making me wish to disappear into the ground. Huang Xiaodao then uttered something that deepened my mortification. "Song Yang, you don't actually intend to pursue me, do you?" I felt the blood rush to my head, my cheeks burning as if they could fry an egg. "And no, I was just asking casually. If you find it bothersome, I won't message you again." "I never said it was bothersome." "Huh?" I was taken aback. Huang Xiaodao chuckled and patted my shoulder. "You need to be more proactive when pursuing a girl, you know? Being this timid 1T get you anywhere. You can't just wait for girls to chase after you. For instance, last year a man from the local tax bureau courted me by delivering an entire truckload of roses to the police station. He even said that if I refused, he would unfurl a banner across from the police station declaring Huang Xiaodao, 'I love you.' I inquired, 'Oh, did you eventually agree?' 'No.' I told him that if he dared to cause any trouble, I would have him arrested for disturbing the peace, and he immediately ceased his advances. A thought crossed my mind, and I asked, 'Then what would be a good way to pursue you?' Huang Xiaodao chuckled softly. 'Are you foolish? Who directly asks such questions? Would I answer you? I merely commented on the redness of your face. Am I going to consume you? Why are you so tense around me?' I reached up to touch my flushed face, likely as red as a monkey's rear. At that moment, Huang Xiaodao pressed her cool little hand against my face. I was momentarily stunned, and then she placed both hands on my face, the refreshing sensation bringing an extraordinary comfort that calmed my inner turmoil. Since we were seated in a car, maintaining this position inevitably caused our upper bodies to turn towards one another, resulting in our gazes locking. It was the first time I had closely observed Huang Xiaodao's face for such a prolonged period. Her eyes were clear and pure, akin to flawless gems. Upon closer inspection, her pupils were not entirely black, but rather possessed a hint of light gray, which was particularly captivating. Her skin was fair and tender, evidently well cared for, revealing no imperfections even from a close distance. Below her delicately shaped nose rested a pair of slender, rosy lips that glimmered like cherries under the car's interior lights, the corners slightly upturned, exuding an endearing charm. I mused to myself, Huang Xiaodao is so beautiful, Is she indeed a vision of loveliness in a lover's eyes? No. Her beauty was undeniable. Do you know what makes you the most adorable? Huang Xiaodao suddenly posed a question that left me bewildered. What? I inquired. She laughed. It's how, whenever I say anything casually, your face turns crimson instantly. Everything is written on your face, more straightforward than a thermometer. Teasing you is truly delightful. Teasing me? You were just teasing me, I exclaimed. Indeed. Huang Xiaodao nodded. You toyed with my feelings. Toyed with your feelings? Huang Xiaodao suddenly burst into laughter, pounding her leg as she chuckled for a while. Song Yang, you are simply hilarious. All right, let me make it up to you, shall I? My heart raced and my throat went dry at her words. Our faces were merely a few centimeters apart. Was this a prelude to something more intimate? I wasn't quite prepared for it. Close your eyes, Huang Xiaodao playfully instructed. I obediently shut my eyes, feeling her face drawn nearer, close enough to sense her fragrant breath. Just then, a groan erupted from the back seat where Wang Dali sat. Huang Xiaodao quickly pulled away from me, saying, Hey, don't throw up in my car. We hurriedly assisted Wang Dali out of the vehicle and brought him to the roadside, where he retched for a while. Once he regained some clarity, he asked, Yangzi, where am I? You got drunk. I'm taking you both back to school, Huang Xiaodao replied. Sister Xiaodao, I'm truly sorry, Wang Dali said, only to throw up another heaping portion, leaving him with nothing but bile. His dinner had gone to waste. The ambience was thoroughly ruined by Wang Dali's interruption. After that, Huang Xiaodao and I remained silent throughout the journey. Once we reached the vicinity of the school, Wang Dali and I exited the car, and Huang Xiaodao reminded us to be careful on our way home before driving off. A wave of disheartenment washed over me. Would tomorrow's date still hold? At that moment, a text message arrived on my phone, sent by Huang Xiaodao. She stated, Let us meet tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock at the entrance of Jingdong Shopping Mall. Don't keep me waiting. Instantly, my heart soared with joy, and I felt an overwhelming urge to raise my fist to the sky and exclaim, Oh yeah. Chapter 75. The first date at 6 o'clock the next morning. I rose early. Wang Dali was still in the throes of a hangover, and my roommates remained fast asleep. I treaded lightly, endeavoring not to disturb them, for I was uncertain how to respond if questioned. After rummaging through my wardrobe for quite some time, I finally unearthed a rather stylish British hoodie, pairing it with denim jeans and sneakers. With a touch of the eldest's hair gel, I attempted to refine my hairstyle. Initially, I felt my appearance was overly formal, so I washed my hair again and restyled it, taking a considerable amount of time to achieve a satisfactory look. I did not leave until 7 o'clock. I arrived at the entrance of Jingdong Shopping Mall, where I waited from 7:30 until 8 o'clock. Huang Xiaodao arrived precisely on time, down to the second. At first glance, I almost failed to recognize her. Today, she wore a white long-sleeve shirt, topped with a red short jacket, and paired with tight white jeans that accentuated her long, elegant legs. On her feet were sneakers, and she sported a pair of rimless glasses. A small bag hung from her shoulder, creating an effortlessly fresh and casual ensemble. Anyone unfamiliar with her would never conceive that she was a captain in the criminal police. How long have you been here? Huang Xiaodao inquired. I just arrived. I replied with a smile, then asked, Why are you wearing glasses if you're not nearsighted? Adjusting her glasses, Huang Xiaodao explained. I bought these for undercover work in the past, and on a whim, I decided to wear them today. What do you think? Do I look youthful? Like a student from your school? Not quite, I shook my head. Why not? Huang Xiaodao probed. Your demeanor is distinctly different. It is evident that you are not the typical college student engrossed in her studies, I remarked sincerely. Haha, sister, your exceptional grace cannot be concealed, I mused. I inquired, By the way, do you reside in this vicinity? Huang Xiaodao replied with surprise. How did you know? I elaborated. Firstly, you are not driving. Secondly, your shoes are immaculate. And lastly, the ends of your hair are still damp, which leads me to deduce that you have just walked here from home. Huang Xiaodao chuckled. Wow, your keen observation is almost on par with Sherlock Holmes. Indeed, I live around here, and I reside alone. Did you purchase the property? I asked. Yes. Huang Xiaodao nodded. A wave of admiration washed over me. The Jinlong Shopping Center area is the golden zone of Nanjing City, with exorbitant property prices. It is apparent that Huang Xiaodao hails from a well-off family, embodying the quintessential affluent beauty. Have you had breakfast? Huang Xiaodao inquired. Not yet. I shook my head. Neither have I. How about we head to the nearby McDonald's for a bite? Huang Xiaodao suggested. Alright. After a brief breakfast, during which Huang Xiaotao paid the bill, she mischievously smiled and asked Detective Song, "What are your plans next?" Last night, I undertook a modest endeavor to research the area using Baidu Maps, seeking out enticing locales for amusement. The options were limited to watching a film, shopping, or strolling through a park. Tentatively, I suggested, how about we catch a movie? By the time it concludes, it will be nearly noon, and I am aware of a food street nearby where I could treat you to lunch. Huang Xiaodao chuckled. You propose a movie right off the bat? Typically, one goes to the cinema on a date. What do we even consider our relationship? Two individuals attending a film together. Does that not seem a bit presumptuous? Aren't you worried I might decline? I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. So, where do you intend to go? I queried. Though watching a movie is not out of the question, I have heard that a particularly good film has recently been released, one I have longed to see, but alas, I never found the time. Huang Xiaodao mused to herself. Inwardly, I thought, isn't that still an affirmative? The intricacies of a woman's heart are truly perplexing. We ambled towards a nearby cinema, only to discover that the film had already commenced 5 minutes prior. After purchasing our tickets and stepping into the dimly lit auditorium, a wave of anxiety enveloped me. It was no wonder that couples gravitate towards such shadowy realms. Leading the way, I held my phone aloft to illuminate Huang Xiaotao's path. Yet the screen's faint glow struggled to pierce the darkness of the theater, making it difficult to discern the steps ahead. Huang Xiaodao pouted, "Hey, why don't you guide me?" She then extended her hand towards me, and I grasped her delicate fingers. This marked our second hand-holding, and my heart inexplicably fluttered. With my exceptional night vision, I effortlessly located our seats. When Huang Xiaotao withdrew her hand from mine, a wave of subtle disappointment washed over me. I longed to hold her a moment longer, for the sensation of grasping Huang Xiaotao's hand was quite delightful. During the film, a couple seated in the front row incessantly conversed, eventually embracing and kissing fervently, their passionate sounds eliciting a cringe from me. However, given the assigned seating, I had no option to relocate. Huang Xiaodao, with deliberate intent, raised her voice and remarked, "Song Yang, do you know? The surveillance in the cinema is equipped with night vision. Anything you do inside can be observed clearly." The couple turned back, their faces adorned with embarrassment as they settled down quietly, to which Huang Xiaodao responded with a disdainful snort. I inquired, "How do you know that?" "Given my profession, it's only natural that I would be aware." "Now let us focus on the film," she replied. I nodded in understanding. The film was a crime thriller, and throughout its duration, Huang Xiaodao offered professional critiques, declaring, "This is utterly unrealistic. The screenwriter is clearly fabricating. Escaping from prison is not as simple as depicted. It's pure deception. Surviving so many gunshots and still being sprightly is simply impossible." Yet, I found myself absorbed not in the plot, but in stealing glances at Huang Xiaotao's profile and her hand resting on the seat. After much hesitation and nervous swallowing, I ultimately abandoned the idea of reaching for her hand, realizing with dismay that I was indeed hopeless. Upon exiting the cinema, I asked her, "Was the film enjoyable?" "It was passable. Did you not watch it as well?" She replied. Huang Xiaotao said, and I hesitantly replied, "I did watch it, but I'm not particularly interested in such films." She looked at me with a sly smile and asked, "You wouldn't have been watching me all along, would you?" "Of course not," I vehemently denied. Huang Xiaotao, seemingly aware of the truth, chuckled softly and glanced at her watch. "It's 11 o'clock. Let's find a place to eat." I suggested we head to the nearby food street. Upon arriving, I inquired whether she preferred barbecue or pizza, to which she shook her head and replied, "Actually, I'm not that hungry. Let us just have something casual." "That won't do," I insisted. "I promise to treat you to something nice." Huang Xiaotao smiled. "Good doesn't tea necessarily mean expensive. I've eaten at most of the places on this street, and I just spent 200 on the movie. You don't need to spend more." I countered, "But you often treat me to meals, right? It's only fair that I treat you once. We're not really in the same situation. You have a job, and I don't. By the way, can you cook? Why don't we buy some ingredients and go to my place? You can cook for me, Huang Xiaodao suggested. I scratched my head, but I can't cook. Reflecting on it later, I realized my comprehension skills were terribly lacking. Huang Xiaodao was subtly inviting me to her home, and I had rejected her offer. Huang Xiaodao sighed, then let us just stroll around. We're not strangers. There's no need to be so formal. We can find a place to eat when we're hungry. That sounds good. We strolled along the street, enveloped in a silence that lingered between us. Huang Xiaodao inquired, "Have you ever crossed the road with a girl before?" "No, have you?" I replied. "I've never roamed the streets with a boy either." Last night, I had vividly imagined various developments with Huang Xiaodao today, yet in reality, I found myself somewhat at a loss for words, unsure of what to discuss as we walked together. Suddenly, I realized how little I knew about matters beyond the realm of forensic examinations. I could scarcely name a few movie stars, rendering me a rather tedious individual. As we continued our walk, we arrived at a park, where the trees stood tall and the surroundings radiated tranquility. Huang Xiaodao expressed her desire to rest, stating she felt fatigued. Noticing a small supermarket nearby, I suggested, "You must be thirsty. Allow me to buy you a bottle of drink." Huang Xiaodao responded with a smile. "How rare. You're showing consideration. I would like some chilled blueberry juice." I nodded. "Wait for me a moment. Don't wander off." After saying this, I hurried to the supermarket to purchase 2 bottles of beverages. However, upon my return, I discovered that Huang Xiaodao was nowhere to be found, leaving behind her small handbag on the ground. Chapter 76. Human meat soup dumplings. I picked up Huang Xiaodao's satchel and called out, "Stop hiding. I know you're in the bushes." The nearby shrubbery rustled slightly, and Huang Xiaodao emerged with her hands clasped behind her back, a playful smile adorning her face. "How did you figure out? I thought I could fool you," she remarked cheerfully. I began to elucidate my reasoning. Firstly, her satchel was worn diagonally, with a slender strap that would undoubtedly sustain damage if forcibly removed. Furthermore, given Huang Xiaodao's agility and her keen vigilance as a police officer, it was implausible that she would remain completely silent during a kidnapping. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, I caught a whiff of the fragrance emanating from the bushes, a scent unmistakably reminiscent of you, I stated. "Scent?" Huang Xiaodao inquired, sniffing herself. "I never wear perfume. Where would this fragrance come from?" "It is an aroma, a scent." I quickly clarified, my brow damp with perspiration, hoping to avoid being perceived as infatuated. Huang Xiaodao teased me lightly before we found a place to sit and rest for a moment. Not long after settling down, she yawned and, with her words slightly slurred, confessed, "This week has nearly exhausted me. We dismantled an underground workshop and I've been on stakeout for 4 consecutive nights. By the end of the week, my cumulative sleep barely amounts to 20 hours. Do criminal investigators still have to endure such things?" I asked, somewhat astonished. "What do you think? There are plenty of mundane cases to attend to. It's not as if we can handle significant cases every day. This is the lot of a police officer. At least you, as a consultant, are summoned only for major incidents. Indeed, when you invited me out last night, I initially intended to spend the day resting at home. Yet, here I am, unable to decline your request," Huang Xiaodao remarked. No wonder I had sensed a hint of fatigue in her demeanor. Today, she seemed to have applied a touch of makeup, perhaps to mask her weariness. My heart ached a little. "Why don't you head home and take a nap?" "Fool! You invite me out only to send me back?" Huang Xiaodao chuckled. A boy with a bit of cunning would suggest, "Why don't we find a room to rest for a while?" My face flushed, fully aware that she was merely teasing. Not being serious, Huang Xiaodao waved her hand dismissively. "Forget it. I'll just take a short nap here." "How can you sleep here? You might catch a cold." I began, but before I could finish, Huang Xiaodao had already reclined on the bench, resting her head on my thigh. I was taken aback by the suddenness of her action. "Do not take advantage of my vulnerability," she said, her eyes closed. "No, I would never." Before long, Huang Xiaodao's soft snores filled the air, indicating her genuine exhaustion. Though her slumbering visage was beautiful, the weight of her head soon rendered my legs numb, yet I hesitated to shift, fearing I might rouse her. Sitting there became rather tedious. My phone was stowed away in my pocket, making it impossible to entertain myself. I was left to idly sit, gazing at the scenic beauty of the park and reveling in the melodious chirping of the birds. Huang Xiaodao slept for a couple of hours, during which an elderly gentleman jogging by shot me a suggestive smile. I inwardly scoffed at his audacity. At around 4 o'clock, Huang Xiaotao awakened, sitting up and stretching languidly. Ah, that nap was truly delightful. Thank you, she expressed. Not all, I replied. I feel as though my legs have completely lost all sensation. Huang Xiaodao examined her attire and chuckled. You are indeed a paragon of virtue, reminding me of a joke. What joke? I inquired. She recounted a tale of a man and a woman sharing a bed, where the woman drew an imaginary line in the middle and declared, If you dare to cross this line tonight, you are a beast. The following morning, the woman discovered that the man had indeed respected the boundary, prompting her to exclaim, You are even less than a beast. I blushed and responded, I have certainly heard that one before. How absurdly ironic. Haha, seeing you so earnest. Would you care to stay at my place tonight? I'll make you an omelet rice, Huang Xiaodao suggested. I scratched my face, hesitant. That might not be appropriate. I have class tomorrow. Is that so? Why is your face turning red again? Deep down you wish to go, don't you? She teased, her gaze fixed on my face, making me feel rather bashful. Finally, I waved my hand dismissively. All right, no more teasing. I'm a bit hungry. Let's find somewhere to eat. Huang Xiaodao stood up and took a few steps. Noticing my immobility, she urged, Let's go. My legs are numb from waiting. Once my legs regained their feeling, we exited the park from the other end, and along the way, I kept an eye out for a decent restaurant. At that moment, I was enveloped by an enticing aroma, and Huang Xiaodao sniffed the air, exclaiming, Ah, it seems to be steamed buns. Judging by the scent, they were likely meat buns. Indeed, when one is hungry, everything appears delectable. Huang Xiaodao remarked that it had been quite some time since she last enjoyed steamed buns and expressed a desire to indulge in them. We followed the delightful fragrance until we arrived at a quaint bun shop nestled among a cluster of residential buildings. The establishment was modest, with only the owner bustling about. A rotund man clad in a grease-stained apron, his face glistening with oil yet adorned with a warm smile. The first batch of buns had just emerged from the steamer, steaming hot and piled into a large bamboo basket, eagerly snatched up by the residents, vanishing in no time. With such brisk business, it was evident that the buns enjoyed a stellar reputation. Truly, the most delectable treasures often lie hidden in unassuming places, and I found myself salivating in anticipation. Huang Xiaodao was restless with eagerness. I approached the owner and requested 10 buns. He responded with a cheerful grin, Certainly, just a moment. After settling the payment, Huang Xiaotao inquired, 10? Do you think we can finish them? If we can't, we can always take the leftovers for a midnight snack, I replied. Oh, I didn't realize you were quite adept at managing your meals, Huang Xiaotao said, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Before long, the second batch of buns was ready, and the owner deftly packed 10 for us, bidding us farewell. With our appetites heightened, we settled down in a nearby small park to relish our feast. These soup dumplings were crafted with thin skins and generous fillings. Upon taking a bite, the fragrant juices erupted, tantalizingly spilling forth, making it almost impossible to resist devouring them whole. Such a remarkably affordable and delicious bun, priced at merely 80 cents each. I thought to myself how fortunate the residents of this area are. Huang Xiaotao, so enamored, could hardly articulate her delight. Using one hand to hold the bun, while the other deftly prevented the savory juices from staining her clothing. So delectable, truly exquisite. I haven't savored such fragrant buns in ages. Indeed, it seems as though this does not contain pork. I merely voiced my thought casually, only to suddenly realize something amiss. I took a moment to savor it more carefully. Wait, what is the matter? Huang Xiaotao pouted, staring at me in bewilderment. Don't swallow. Hold on, I exclaimed, tipping the entire filling onto the bench, disregarding the scalding heat, and began to inspect it meticulously with my fingers. In no time, I discerned certain discrepancies and called out to Huang Xiaodao. Spit it all out. Reluctant, she puffed out her cheeks and asked, What is wrong? Is it contaminated pork? It's human flesh. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaotao immediately spat everything out with a gasp, then began to wipe her mouth vigorously. Are you certain? I rummaged through the minced filling for her to see. Although finely ground, some elements could not be obliterated. Do you see this pattern? It resembles the dermal ridges of human skin. Humans are hairless creatures, and to enhance friction, our skin bears minute patterns, a characteristic unique to us. Huang Xiaodao gasped in horror, and to be honest, I too felt a shiver of dread, nearly having consumed it. Let's call the authorities, I declared. Well, it seems this holiday has been ruined, Huang Xiaodao replied with a wry smile. Chapter 77. The peculiar Mince. Huang Xiaodao contacted the police, and before their arrival, she brandished her officer's badge, ordering the proprietor to cease the sale of buns. The owner was taken aback, inquiring what the matter was, wondering if his buns had caused someone harm. The residents waiting to purchase buns were equally bewildered, clamoring to understand the situation. Just as I was about to speak, Huang Xiaodao shot me a glance, signaling me to remain silent. I reconsidered. The notion of human meat was indeed too horrifying and could incite public panic if revealed. Huang Xiaodao addressed the crowd, apologizing and stating that the police suspected the owner was connected to a certain case. What case? Why apprehend someone at this moment? Master Tang is a good person. How could he possibly be involved in any wrongdoing? Surely, the police must be mistaken. While apprehending him is one matter, let's at least purchase our buns first. I've already paid, exclaimed another. Indeed, my family is eagerly awaiting Master Tang's buns. It was evident that these residents held a deep fondness for the vendor's buns. Faced with their mounting objections, Huang Xiaodao appeared increasingly flustered, casting desperate glances my way for assistance. I stepped forward and proclaimed, "We suspect that his buns contain infected pork. It will be prudent for you to refrain from consuming them, lest you contract a contagious disease." Upon hearing this, the crowd's agitation surged. Infected pork? Are you certain? Goodness. I eat them daily. Will I fall ill? Naturally, there are those who remain indifferent. It's not such a big deal. Who hasn't consumed gutter oil or Sudan red? What is there to fear about infected pork? It is surprising to see that many people concur with such a statement. While it is often jested online that Chinese people are immune to all toxins, this is merely a jest. Ingesting toxic substances inevitably accumulates in the liver and kidneys, ultimately leading to harm. The owner of the bun shop, with an expression of innocence, implored, "Officer, please refrain from making baseless accusations. All my meat is sourced from legitimate channels. It cannot possibly be from infected pigs. I have always adhered to the law. Aren't you jeopardizing my modest business?" Although the residents could not purchase buns, they gathered to witness the spectacle, encircling the shop tightly. Huang Xiaodao chose not to elaborate further and advised the owner, "Please close your shop for now. We shall discuss this once the police arrive." The owner sighed deeply, as if resigned to his misfortune, and began to close the shop. Seizing the opportunity, I called Wang Dali, asking him to bring my belongings, as it would be prudent to prepare for any eventualities should a body be discovered during the search. After ending the call, Huang Xiaodao inquired, "Do you think this owner is a criminal?" I shook my head. His reaction suggests innocence. There might be some underlying circumstances, though there exists a minuscule possibility. What? Huang Xiaodao asked, intrigued. He could be an individual with an extremely warped psyche, thus unperturbed by the police. Hearing this, Huang Xiaodao remarked, "It seems he is likely innocent. Perhaps we are either fortunate or unfortunate to encounter a case while out shopping. By the way, are you certain these are human meat buns?" "Of course I am certain. If you are still concerned, we can wait for the technical team to conduct the DNA test," I replied. "This is a necessary procedure." Huang Xiaodao remarked, "Human meat buns. That reminds me of a notorious case from Macau." I understood which case she referred to, the infamous human meat char siu bun case, also known as the 8 Immortals restaurant massacre, which had once caused a significant stir. It was said that the perpetrator murdered the landlord and his entire family of 9, then processed their flesh into char siu buns for sale. This case was later adapted into a film starring Anthony Wong titled Human Meat Bun, which I had watched in a video hall during elementary school. The film elicited a strong reaction, leading to a month-long decline in business for the local bun shop. It was only after the protests from the bun shop and meat shop owners that the film was no longer screened. Huang Xiaodao muttered under her breath, "Damn, just the thought of what I just ate makes me nauseous. I suppose I could shed a few pounds now." "You're not even overweight," I responded. "How would you know? Have you ever touched me?" Huang Xiaodao glanced at me. Upon hearing that, my face flushed crimson. Shortly after, several police cars arrived, cordoning off the curious onlookers with caution tape. I spotted Xiao Zhou from the technical team, who, upon seeing us, jested, "Officer Huang looks so lovely. You two aren't on a date, are you?" "No, absolutely not. Mind your own business." Huang Xiaodao and I replied simultaneously, illustrating our differing personalities. Xiao Zhou, feeling a bit awkward, said, "Well, I'll go collect the samples and take them back to the precinct for analysis." Huang Xiaodao summoned a police officer to inquire about the proprietor, and then the two of us entered the bun shop to commence our search. The kitchen lay just behind the shop. Upon pushing the door open, we were greeted not by dismembered bodies and pools of blood, but rather by a pristine countertop, freshly prepared buns, mounds of flour in the corner, and packages of frozen meat filling. I tore open a few buns, peeling them back to reveal the contents. The raw meat was somewhat easier to identify. After inspecting it, I took a whiff, prompting Huang Xiaodao to inquire about my findings. I replied, "This contains human flesh, along with a potent aroma of spices, all intended for medicinal cuisine. No wonder it smells so enticing." Huang Xiaodao recoiled in disgust, suddenly covering her mouth and retching a few times before asking, "By the way, you haven't actually eaten human flesh before, have you? How could you discern it so swiftly?" "Absolutely not," I responded. "It's merely a process of elimination. This filling is neither pork, beef, lamb, nor donkey or dog meat." My first instinct was that it might be rat meat, as I've heard some bun shops use it to enhance flavor. However, my intuition told me something was amiss. Huang Xiaodao gazed at me with curiosity. "Is your sense of taste that acute?" The human mouth and nose are interconnected. A keen sense of smell enhances taste. In fact, most flavors that we perceive are derived from aromas. If you doubt this, conduct a small experiment at home. Smell an apple while eating a pear, and I assure you, you will taste the essence of the apple, I explained. No wonder you remarked on the fragrance that envelopes me. I was puzzled as to its origin. Perhaps it is the shower gel I used last night? Huang Xiaodao exclaimed in astonishment. I felt a wave of embarrassment. In truth, it was the natural scent she exuded, yet I would never concede to that. There was little to investigate within the shop, so we sought out the owner, who was lamenting before the questioning police officer. "Officer, I truly know nothing of any meat-related matters. I run a small business to support my family. How could I possibly engage in such atrocious deeds?" Huang Xiaodao instructed the officer to step back, asserting her intent to conduct the inquiry. The owner, Mr. Tang, aged 48, hailed from a rural background, with his wife and children residing in his hometown. He had come to Nanjing City in his 20s, initially as a laborer, acquiring some skills in pastry making before eventually securing a storefront of his own, laboring from dawn till dusk to sell buns, sending the meager earnings back home. Regarding the source of the meat filling, Mr. Tang claimed it was delivered each morning from a local meat processing factory, which he had always assumed was pork. To assert his innocence, he passionately declared, "I meticulously select the ingredients for my buns. I add no artificial flavors, and I consume them myself." While Huang Xiaodao interrogated him, I observed keenly from the sidelines. It appeared that Mr. Tang was indeed truthful. The issue seemed to lie with the meat processing factory. Chapter 78, Dissociative Identity Disorder. Huang Xiaodao requested the contact information for the meat processing factory from Master Tang. I felt that the scope of the investigation was rather extensive. Surely, it could not be the case that the factory was slaughtering people in batches every day, akin to a Nazi concentration camp. Thus I inquired, "Is it the same person delivering the meat each day?" The answer aligned with my expectations, as Master Tang promptly nodded, affirming, "Yes." "Do you know the name of this individual? Where does he reside?" I pressed further. "I'm unsure of his residence, but his name is Ma Jinhua. He is rather dark and slender, and he does not smile much. He has been responsible for the meat deliveries for the past 6 months," Master Tang divulged. The name struck me as peculiar, prompting me to borrow Huang Xiaodao's notebook and request that he write it down. Huang Xiaodao leaned in to take a glance and remarked, "What odd name." I explained, perhaps it reflects a deficiency in gold and fire in his destiny. Typically, individuals lack one of the 5 elements, but there are rare cases where one may lack 2. Huang Xiaodao retorted, "I sense he lacks 3 elements, and perhaps even morality." I scoffed. To murder and dismember a person for profit transcends mere immorality. It strips one of the very qualification to be human. Master Tang was unaware of Ma Jinhua's address or contact details. He merely noted that the individual delivered meat every 3 days, having made a visit that very morning, with the next delivery scheduled for 3 days hence. Once the technical team had gathered evidence, both Huang Xiaodao and I concluded there was no necessity for Master Tang to return for further questioning. Huang Xiaodao inquired about our next steps. I responded that the delivery man, Ma Jinhua, is a prime suspect, and I believe we have 3 investigative directions to pursue. First, I shall seek information about this individual at the meat processing plant, although I suspect it may yield little. Second, I will compile the recent 3 months' worth of missing persons cases in Nanjiang City. Lastly, the most labor-intensive task is to scour the vicinity for any discarded human bones or internal organs. Huang Xiaodao, with her arms crossed and head tilted, gazed at me with a smile. Curious, I inquired about her amusement, to which she replied, "I was pondering whether the person you were this morning is indeed the same as the one before me now." I chuckled awkwardly. That's what they refer to as a split personality. Huang Xiaotao's eyes widened in astonishment. "You have a split personality?" I reassured her. "Your surprise is unwarranted. In truth, everyone plays different roles in various situations, which can be broadly interpreted as a form of split personality. However, this is distinct from the pathological variety, where 2 personalities exist in complete isolation, unaware of each other's presence. I explained patiently. Huang Xiaodao responded with a laugh. "Song Yang, you are quite knowledgeable. The way you articulate your thoughts is rather charming." When I mentioned the term split personality, Master Tang displayed a fleeting look of doubt. At the time, I did not pay much attention, but when I later grasped the significance of that expression, I nearly lost Huang Xiaodao because of it. I added, "Furthermore, let Master Tang resume normal operations." Huang Xiaodao's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Are we still going to have him make human meat buns? Where can one find such human meat buns? Ordinary buns will suffice. Consider this. The perpetrator lurks in the shadows while we remain in the light. If the assailant were to witness this establishment abruptly closing, surrounded by police tape, would he foolishly ensnare himself?" "You are absolutely correct." Huang Xiaodao snapped her fingers and declared, "I will contact the Quality Inspection Department to issue a food hygiene penalty to Master Tang, merely as a FAAD." Upon hearing this, Master Tang, with an expression of innocence, responded, "Officer, I have neither used gutter oil nor added any harmful substances. Why should I be penalized for operating properly?" Huang Xiaotao retorted, "It's a privilege for you to continue your business. You should be grateful. Rest assured, the penalty is merely for show. You won't suffer any financial loss, nor will your business license be revoked." Only then did Master Tang feel at ease. Huang Xiaodao instructed everyone to regroup and return for a case discussion meeting. At that moment, Wang Dali arrived late, perspiring profusely, exclaiming, "It was quite a struggle. I just barely squeezed onto the bus during rush hour." "Here, this is what you requested." To avoid discouraging him, I refrained from stating that it was not needed at the moment and simply expressed my gratitude. Huang Xiaodao cast a glance at Wang Dali, saying, "You're just in time. Let us head to the police station for a meeting." "A meeting?" Wang Dali glanced at the bun shop, perplexed. "What exactly is this case about?" "You will find out shortly." We traveled to the police station, where, due to the sudden incident, Huang Xiaodao had not sought permission from Captain Lin and had directly mobilized a portion of personnel to form a special task force. It was evident that, as a police supervisor, she now held considerable influence within the criminal investigation team. The discussion meeting regarding the case was rather unremarkable, primarily serving to provide a brief overview of the situation and assign tasks. This time, a thorough investigation was mandated, with Huang Xiaodao granting her subordinates a span of 2 days to uncover any pertinent findings. She emphasized the utmost importance of not alarming the suspects. Once the meeting concluded, Huang Xiaodao clapped her hands with remarkable authority and declared, "Dismissed." The officers then set off to fulfill their respective duties. Huang Xiaodao approached us, stating, "Song Yang, you two should remain at school on standby. I will notify you once the body is discovered. Please inform me as soon as the DNA test results are available." "Understood." I replied. Wang Dali, eager to curry favor, remarked, Sister Xiaotao, your demeanor in speaking and acting is so impressive. Huang Xiaotao chuckled. Ha, this is a result of experience, I suppose. Wang Dali, with unabashed boldness, inquired, Are you treating us to dinner tonight? I arrived in such haste that I am quite famished. At the mention of dinner, Huang Xiaotao's expression shifted noticeably. Perhaps tonight is not ideal. I suspect I won't have an appetite until tomorrow. However, if you are hungry, I can treat you both to a meal downstairs. No, that won't be necessary. We'll head back to school. I promptly declined. Surprisingly, Wang Dali did not realize that I had come out alone with Huang Xiaotao today, and I had no intention of disclosing this to him, as I felt that my relationship with Huang Xiaotao was still in its infancy. Upon returning to school, having missed 2 classes, I borrowed notes from a classmate to catch up, and then spent some time studying. Huang Xiaotao sent a WeChat message. The DNA test results have arrived. It is indeed human tissue. I replied succinctly, understood. I contemplated adding something more, pondering whether to ask if she had enjoyed her outing today, but reconsidered and deleted the message. Then I thought to suggest that she could retire early tonight without staying up late, yet again deemed it inappropriate and erased it. As I vacillated, Huang Xiaotao sent another message. Are you coming to my place tonight? I was taken aback, my astonishment akin to a thunderclap, albeit the metaphor may not be entirely fitting. Huang Xiaotao followed up with another message. Don't misunderstand, I just cooked a large pot of 3 flavor dumplings, and I realized I can't finish them alone. Could you come and help me out? I responded, You are quite remarkable. Just the other day, you mentioned not feeling like eating, and now you're back home cooking dumplings. Don't you think buns and dumplings share a striking resemblance? Huang Xiaotao replied with a laughing emoji. Buns and dumplings are entirely different. Are you coming or not? If you wait too long, there won't be any transport left. However, Wang Dali was still in the dormitory. Huang Xiaotao immediately responded, Wang Dali is your partner. My face flushed with embarrassment. I was astounded by my own reaction, feeling the heat even through the screen. Huang Xiaotao urged, Are you coming or not? If you don't, I'll throw the dumplings downstairs to feed the dogs. 3, 2, 1. With a firm resolve, I typed back 2 words, On my way. Chapter 79. Feeding the police flower dumplings. Huang Xiaotao sent me her address, and after dressing, I prepared to leave. Wang Dali, seated on the bed engrossed in his phone, inquired, Song Yang, what time is it, and you're still heading out? I replied, Huang Xiaotao has discovered some leads. I need to pay her a visit. Will you be back tonight? Should I leave the door open for you? Wang Dali asked. No need. I'll likely be up late, I responded. Do you want me to accompany you? He offered. Not this time. Our exchange felt reminiscent of a married couple, and Huang Xiaotao was not wrong. It left me somewhat embarrassed. To maintain an appearance, I grabbed my handbag and hailed a taxi. After half an hour, I arrived at Huang Xiaotao's building. My nerves suddenly heightened. Visiting a girl's home late at night was an unprecedented experience for me. Climbing the stairs, I felt a dryness in my throat from anxiety, and my hands trembled as I knocked on the door. After a moment of silence, I could even hear my heart racing in anticipation. What should I say when she opens the door? Just as I was pondering this, the door swung open. Huang Xiaotao appeared, clad in a loose-fitting garment that revealed her delicate, fair legs. She wore bear-shaped slippers, her hair wrapped in a towel, and a nose strip for blackhead removal adorned her face. A fragrant, damp warmth emanated from her. Her skin slightly flushed as if she had just stepped out of the shower. I'll head back after I finish the dumplings, I stammered. As I uttered those words, it felt as though an alternate version of myself was incessantly mocking me, an audacious heart devoid of courage, daring to venture into Huang Xiaotao's abode in the dead of night. Was it truly for the sake of savoring dumplings? Upon noticing Huang Xiaotao's casual attire, with her fair collarbone exposed, and the fact that she was alone at home without a bra, my youthful complexion betrayed me. Flushing a deep crimson, I berated myself internally. Fool! Imbecile! What are you standing there for? Come on already, but don't forget to change your slippers, Huang Xiaotao remarked. Oh! I exclaimed, promptly changing into the slippers and carelessly placing my tote bag on the sofa. Huang Xiaotao's home was modest, yet it radiated warmth and comfort. The entrance of the living room was adorned with a cartoon-themed carpet, while the sofa was embellished with adorable plush bears. I was taken aback by this youthful side of Huang Xiaodao. The large, soft orange sectional sofa appeared inviting, likely providing a delightful seating experience. And the coffee table was laden with an array of fruits. A delicate fragrance, characteristic of a young woman's sanctuary, wafted through the air. As I was about to step inside, Huang Xiaotao interjected, "Is it too hot at my place, or are you afraid I might do something to you? You haven't even taken off your coat." I retorted, "I'll be leaving shortly. What is the need to remove my coat?" Huang Xiaodao waved her hand dismissively. "Then don't come in. I'll just pack the dumplings in a plastic bag for you to take home." To my surprise, I seriously contemplated her suggestion. "Oh, that works too. You fool," Huang Xiaotao exclaimed, her laughter tinged with exasperation. "Take off your coat." Reluctantly, I removed my coat and hung it up, then followed Huang Xiaotao into the kitchen. I noticed a package of frozen dumplings in the trash bin. She opened the pot and served me a bowl of dumplings, placing on the dining table, and asked if I would like some vinegar, not waiting for my response before pouring a small dish for me. Huang Xiaotao remarked, "I feel as though I am on the verge of developing anorexia. No matter how hungry I am, I can hardly eat anything. Sometimes, I prepare a bowl of instant noodles, only to discard half of it. You cannot sustain this for long without exhausting yourself," I advised. "I'm aware, but there is little I can do. Being a police officer often comes with its own set of health issues." "Alas, I feel trapped," Huang Xiaodao sighed softly. "Would you like me to find some medicinal food recipes to help improve your condition?" I offered. No need." Huang Xiaodao shook her head. The fragrant three-flavored dumplings were delightful. It had been quite some time since I had enjoyed dumplings, and I quickly polished off nearly half a bowl. Suddenly, I noticed Huang Xiaodao had been resting her chin on her hand, watching me. My pace of eating slowed as I asked, "What are you staring at?" "I can't help but feel a bit envious watching you enjoy your food," Huang Xiaotao replied. "Shall I fetch you a bowl and chopsticks?" I stood up to do so. "No need. I would only have to wash it later." "I'll just eat one from your bowl," she said, opening her mouth to reveal her pearly white teeth. I was momentarily taken aback. Did she expect me to feed her? Reluctantly, I complied, picking up a dumpling and carefully placing it into Huang Xiaotao's mouth. After a few chews, she exclaimed, "So delicious. Give me another." Consequently, I fed Huang Xiaodao 5 dumplings in succession. Her appetite was rather modest, and this was sufficient to satiate her. She then took a napkin from the table to dab her mouth and declared, "I'm full." Indeed,